I matched with this one guy named Steve on Tinder. I wasn't looking for anything serious or a hookup or anything of that nature. Maybe friends, I guess. I don't know, I was just bored. That was really it. I thought he seemed cool because we had similar interests in music, style, clothes, and etc. I started talking to him, and only after a few hours he got my Snapchat and started messaging me there. He started asking if I wanted to hang out later that night. I didn't reply for maybe 30 minutes or so, and that's when he started sending me multiple messages at once, without a response from me first. He sent me a question mark, and then 15 minutes later he sent another message that said hello with a question mark. I don't like when people do that, and it gives kind of a red flag to me, especially when it's someone you have never met before online. I then started ignoring him altogether because it made me a little uncomfortable. In my experience, when a guy does that and it's someone that you've never met, they are usually very needy and sometimes controlling. So I steered myself away and didn't think much of it. I was out on a walk with my dog at a nearby park that I usually take him to a few times a week. I live in an apartment, so I like to make sure he really gets the exercise he deserves. We took a short break by this bench where I sat down for a few minutes. Just enjoying the view, you know, and relaxing out in the nice spring weather for a moment, appreciating nature. Maybe after 10 minutes of sitting there, a random guy starts running my way. "Emily, hey, is that you?" It's me, Steve. I was just wondering what you were up to. Nice to meet you." "What a coincidence, we just ran into each other," he said. Yeah, I said with a concerned look on my face. I started panicking because I knew something was wrong. This didn't feel like a coincidence. It didn't take long before I realized that he wasn't even the guy in the pictures. He had been catfishing me. That immediately sent a shiver down my spine, and I knew I was in for trouble. Then I remembered I had my Snapchat location turned on to all my friends. I forgot that I turned it on months ago to test something, and I forgot to turn it back off, apparently. This man was literally stalking me. He slowly started to harass me more and more, as he knew I was getting more frustrated and disinterested in him and what he was asking me by the second. At first it was by asking if I still wanted to hang out. I ended up telling him to leave me alone and that he was scaring me. It didn't take long before he started yelling at me. I was honestly shook, and at this point I was in fight or flight mode. My dog started barking at him in order of an attempt to protect me. He backed up just a bit, but continued harassing me with his words. He began saying some very disgusting things that I don't care to even share right now. Just know they were really inappropriate and horrible things that you should never say to someone. Thankfully, some old man who was jogging by recognized I was being harassed and he scared him off. I'm so thankful for that man, because I don't know what else would have happened had someone not stepped in and intervened. The guy took off and I've never heard from him since, and I obviously blocked him on everything. I'm still on edge, and sometimes I worry I will run into him when I'm alone or something. Please just be careful who you talk to on the internet. This could happen anywhere, at any time.
So, this story happened to my mum's friend in Korea, about 10 years ago. Every time I hear this story, I still get chills. My mum's friend lived in an apartment complex in Seoul. She was a stay-at-home mother with a young daughter, and her husband was working during the days. One day, she was coming home from running errands with her daughter, and got onto the elevator in her building. When she got inside the elevator, she noticed there was a man wearing a cap and a yellow raincoat, and he kept his head low, so she couldn't really see his face. She immediately felt really uneasy, and she made her daughter stand by her side, the side farthest away from the man. What made her feel even more uncomfortable was, when she pressed the button for her floor, there was no other lit number. And on top of that, she noticed that he was carrying something wrapped inside newspaper close to his side. Things started to click in my mum's friend's head, and she started to panic and decided to take out her cell phone and pretend she was calling home to her husband, who was obviously really not at home, but at work. She started saying things like, "Oh, I'm on the elevator and about to get off. Can you get the door for me?" and making it seem like her husband was waiting at home. When the elevator did reach her floor, she quickly got off and grabbed her daughter and started to walk as fast as she could to her apartment. she noticed that the man also got on her floor and was slowly following her down the hallway. When my mum's friend got to her door, she started banging on it really loudly and shouting, "Hey, Yobo, I'm home. Please open the door." Yobo means husband or dear. She was kind of pretending like he was coming to open the door. Upon seeing this, the man in the yellow raincoat started to walk away, back towards the elevator. When he seemed to be far enough away, my mum's friend quickly picked up her daughter and slid open her door's passcode thingy. This is usually how people get into their homes in Korea. And she started to frantically punch in her key code. But the problem was that the buttons would make sounds, so that the man knew that no one was going to answer the door for her. And he turned around and started to run back towards her. My mum's friend at this point was practically screaming, and the first thing she did when she opened the door was throw her daughter inside. When she got inside herself, she saw that the man was practically inches away from the door, but she managed to shut it and lock it just before he could wedge his hand or a weapon in through the door. Afterwards, looking through the door's peephole, she saw that the man was walking away, back towards the elevator. Several months pass, and my mum's friend was watching the news, and there was a coverage on the capture of a serial killer named Yoo Young-chul, who used to kill a lot of prostitutes. She told my mum that she could never forget the dread she felt when she saw the all-too-familiar yellow raincoat and the same hat that he was wearing when he was apprehended. The person who submitted this story has included a wiki page on Yoo Young-chul, in case anyone was curious. It also details all of his killings. A link to this page can be found in the description below.
My mom's experience with the dead. From Daniela S. My mom was in the hospital when she was 23. She'd gotten in a really bad motorcycle accident and had broken both her legs. She'd also hurt her head really bad. It was late in the night, and she woke up from a very restless sleep. But she didn't open her eyes right away for some reason. Something in her told her to keep them shut. My mom is from Vietnam and grew up in a very spiritual family. This subject isn't something she takes lightly. When she finally did open her eyes, it was because of a murmur, like someone was trying to talk to her. Her hospital bed was surrounded by pale people. The whole room seemed to be filled with pale people, all trying to get a good look at her. But as soon as she looked at them, they all began to look down at their feet. She was in such shock that she kinda just calmed down and tried to make sense of it. The murmuring grew louder and louder until it sounded like the whole room was quietly mumbling, dozens of people mumbling to each other. But she couldn't see anyone's lips actually move. Then one of them lifted their hand and tried to reach out to her, still not looking at her. That's when my mom began to panic and scream. She says it felt like she blacked out until a nurse came running in, but my mom was found sitting up in bed. The nurse told her it was probably a hallucination from her concussion, and after a long time of soothing her, Mom finally went back to sleep. She didn't experience anything else until she got pregnant with me, and we moved to Korea. One day as she was taking the bus, she noticed that amongst the line of people getting on was a very familiar figure. A pale person who only looked at the ground. They boarded the bus. The bus driver didn't even seem to acknowledge them. My mother began to cry and became hysterical when the person moved down the middle of the bus. It was then she saw that they seemed to be floating, Their feet were flat against nothing beneath them. An older woman came to comfort her, and when Mom looked back where the person had been, they were gone. From that day until we moved to America, she had no further problems. Eventually, she would be pregnant with my brother, and she began seeing these people everywhere, in the stores, in the streets, and even outside our home. It was a difficult pregnancy. She ended up going to the hospital a number of times, with smaller complications. When she was there, she would scream and cry if she was ever left alone. In the hospitals, it's where she saw them most. She said they were everywhere. Every which way she looked, they were there. The only way she'd feel safe was if someone was with her, because then the strange pale people wouldn't come any closer. The night after she gave birth to my brother, we were all sleeping in one room because she'd been pretty wrecked by the delivery. The hard pregnancy was nothing compared to actually giving birth to him. Dad says she nearly died, but I don't know how much of that is true. She woke up again in the middle of the night with my brother next to her, and again her bed was surrounded by those people. One of them was holding her hand on the baby's forehead, and at first my mom freaked until she noticed how my brother was pale. But instead of calling out for help, she didn't move. The pale woman stroked the baby's hair over and over until he began to grow pink again, and finally he took a breath. Then she woke up in the morning as a nurse came in to look at the baby. The pale people were gone. Dad and I were still sleeping, and nothing seemed different. The nurse looked over my brother and said that he was fine. Mom says that at that moment, she realized that whoever they weren't trying to hurt or scare her. She thinks they're just lost souls or something of the sort, and that her son did almost die that night. But one of them helped him back to life. Then again,
this happened a few years ago on Halloween. I'm 28 years old, and most people in my friend group get together for a Halloween party the weekend of Halloween. On this year, Halloween was on a weeknight, so our party was later in the week. That meant I didn't have anything going on Halloween. I live in a smaller house and was just planning on hanging out and giving out candy to trick-or-treaters all night. By the time it got to be about 5 o'clock, the first trick-or-treaters arrived. I would say my neighborhood is pretty average. I don't get a crazy number of people, but a steady amount throughout the night. As time went on, the sun set a little after 6 o'clock or so. It was around this time when I was in my living room and heard a knock on the front door. It was a strong and powerful knock. Most people rang the doorbell, so I really noticed this. I was a little bit slow to get up and get to the door, and by the time I did, nobody was there. I felt bad because some kid must have missed out on getting candy from me, and I meant to answer the door a little bit sooner. I looked around to see if I could see anybody walking down the street, but I didn't. After that, I went back inside. I got a few more kids at the door over the next hour or so. Once again, there was another loud knock on the door after that. I was much quicker to answer the door, but again, nobody was there. Now I was beginning to think that I was being pranked or something. When it got later in the night, it happened yet again. It was the only time people knocked on the door, too. Everybody else would just ring the doorbell, so I knew when I heard the knock, whoever had done it would be gone by the time I answered. The last trick-or-treaters came by at about 8:45 or so, and by 9 o'clock, things were really quiet. At that point, I turned my lights off, signaling that I wouldn't want any more trick-or-treaters. It was about 9:30 when I heard the knocking yet again. I ran to the door and opened it as fast as I could. Still, nobody was there. I was pretty annoyed by this now. Who would have time to repeatedly knock on my door over the span of 3 or 4 hours just to run away before I could answer? I left my house and took a couple of steps out into my yard looking all around. I didn't see anybody. I called out asking who was there, but of course got no response. I shook my head and started walking back into my house. When I reached my front step, I suddenly heard a noise in the bushes directly in front of my house and to my right. When I looked, I was just in time to see somebody emerge from the bush and was headed straight for me. This person was a grown man and I had never seen him before. I had maybe 10 feet between him and the front door. I ran as fast as I could, pretty much just as a reaction. When I reached the door, I swung it back open and got inside. I closed the door right behind me, and it closed right on the man's arm who was trying to get inside after me. This was just my screen door, so it didn't hurt him too bad, but it was enough to cause him to remove his arm from the door and back outside. This gave me enough time to slam the larger door and lock it, right before he opened the screen door and tried coming into my house. I screamed that I was calling the police, and then got my phone out of my pocket to do so. I looked out the window, and I watched the man running away through my yard and then down the street, but I called the police anyways. When they arrived, I told them all I could, and this was thankfully enough to keep the man away, because I never saw him again.
I am uncomfortable sharing certain details about my story, so I will be purposely vague. This story happened back when I was in middle school. Against my wishes, my mom enrolled me into an after-school program called ELP, which stands for Extended Learning Program. I already hated school, and being forced to stay there for an extra hour pissed me off. I would usually get out at 4, but with the program, I was there until 5. I did well in school and I didn't really need the extra time. My only guess is that my parents wanted me out of the house for another hour. My house was a short walk from the school, so I would usually be back by 5:20 at the latest. On the day in question, a huge storm passed through our town during the school day. When 5 o'clock rolled around, there was still an overcast in the sky, which made things darker than usual. As soon as I left the school grounds, I noticed this old station wagon moving slowly down the street toward me. Maybe it was just a confused grandmother of one of the students, unsure of where the drop-off was. I simply ignored it and continued on. It wasn't until I was a block down the road that I realized the vehicle was tailing me. I looked behind me to see something truly terrifying. Behind the wheel of the car was someone wearing a white mask with a creepy-ass smiley face on it. I should have taken off on foot, but instead I just stood there like an idiot as the car approached me. Soon, the wagon came to a stop next to me. I looked directly at the driver's creepy mask before a muffled voice spoke to me.
Hi.
I didn't respond.
Need a ride, kid?
I looked to the ground and shook my head. When I looked back, I was horrified to see that the driver was now pointing a gun at me. I took a few steps back. The driver then squeezed the trigger, and I heard a click.
Bang. You're dead.
The wagon then took off down the street. I stood there in total shock. Some jackass thought it was funny to point a gun at a 14-year-old kid. I ran home and immediately told my parents about what happened to me. The police were called. They ended up arresting the man a couple of hours later outside of a grocery store. Apparently he suffered from schizophrenia and was off of his meds. The gun he pointed at me was real, but was not loaded. Needless to say, he was locked up indefinitely.
We're going back almost 10 years ago now. But one morning I dropped my son off at school and then drove over to a nearby 7-Eleven with my infant daughter. It was pretty early in the morning, so there were only 1 or 2 other customers, and one of them was this older-looking guy with a walker who was slowly making his way around the store. I didn't pay him too much attention other than feeling kind of sorry for him. Then I picked up the few items I needed, then headed out to my car. Right as I'm putting my daughter in her car seat, I hear a voice behind me. I turn, and it's the old man with the walker. Only there's something weirdly different about him than when I saw him in the 7-Eleven. He was walking upright, not leaning on the walker, and his voice sounded much younger than you would have expected from just looking at him. I remember all he said was, "Cute kid." Then as I turned around, I only got the slightest look at the guy and his brand new posture before he slammed the walker into the back of my legs. The force made my knees buckle, and I almost fell right on top of my young daughter. I'm not exactly the tallest woman in the world, so the height reduction from my knees buckling had me falling forward into my open car door and I had really tried not to crush her as I fell. I honestly thought that he was trying to get me, which was bad enough. But when he grabbed me by the hair and started to drag me up and off of my daughter, I realized he was trying to get to her instead. I honestly didn't think that I could get any more terrified, but the realization that he was actually trying to take my infant daughter away from me was just too much to bear. I remember letting out the loudest, most ear-splitting scream I've ever let out in my life, begging him not to take my baby. He was so much stronger and faster than he looked, and I guess that was all part of his fiendish scheme to have everyone let their guards down around him. It honestly seems like divine intervention now that I look back at it. But someone was just pulling into the small parking lot just as he almost had a hand on my daughter, and seeing the struggle had them instinctively honking their horn over and over in a bid to break it up. I think they figured it was just an incident of spousal abuse or something, because they were just honking and didn't get out of their car until I screamed over and over again, "He's trying to take my baby." The moment they heard that, they came bursting out of their driver's side door. But then the guy sprinted past the passenger side and out towards the main highway. The second he did, another car comes speeding up and stops by him, which I first thought might have been another person coming to tackle him or something. But instead, the guy climbs into the second car and speeds off with a screech of his tires. What horrified me in the aftermath was that it was quite clearly a well-planned and almost perfectly executed attempt to kidnap my daughter, and I wouldn't be surprised in the least bit if it had worked on a previous occasion. After the kind stranger calmed me down, they helped me call the cops as I tried my best to calm my daughter down in turn. She was still too young to really know what was going on, but she picked up on my distress enough to be wailing and crying until I managed to lull her off to sleep. The cops who arrived at the 7-Eleven a short while after said that they'd never heard of such a thing happening there before, but they were able to check the street cameras outside the 7-Eleven to try and get a clear image of the getaway car's number plate. I stuck around long enough to find out that the car's plates came back as stolen, and the cop I spoke to said that there was a good chance that they just ditched the vehicle somewhere after wiping it down for prints. If they had already planned such a detailed operation out, there was a good chance they planned for that too. The only saving grace was that the officer assured me that my report was a step towards catching them. A small step, but a step nonetheless. The horrifying experience I went through that morning wasn't for nothing, as not only did the cops now have a description of the guy who tried to do the kidnapping, but their failure to kidnap my daughter meant that they'd probably hesitate before trying the same plan again. I took a lot of comfort in that idea, and if it wasn't for the cop taking the time to reassure me of that, I don't think I'd have dealt with the trauma of it as half as well as I did in the months that followed. But I did a lot of praying too. Desperate prayers that whoever had planned such a horrifying kidnap would never, ever be successful, and that no one else would have to endure the pure horror that I had.
This story happened to my brother, and is told from his perspective. On Halloween of 2017, I went trick-or-treating with my friends who all called Harvey, Michael, and Daniel. We were all around 14 to 15 years old, and really just wanted to make the most of Halloween, as we had so much homework starting the 10th grade, and we probably would never be able to trick-or-treat again. Anyway, we were all walking down this random street at like 9:30, when we saw one house with insane over-the-top Halloween decorations that looked like it cost up to about $500. The four of us walked up to the house and rang the bell. Some 50-year-old looking man opened the door and said, "No need to yell. Just come on in and you'll get your sweets." Daniel told the guy, asked the guy, "Can you just bring the candy out here?" The guy didn't even answer. And so the four of us just walked away, not saying a single word. But of course, this story wouldn't be scary if it didn't end here. We were walking down my street when Harvey pointed out, "Guys, that man is following us." We all looked out behind us and saw the same 50-year-old looking man walking about 25 feet behind us. The four of us bolted all the way to the house. We ran to my house, we thrust open the front door, entered my house, and locked the door. The four of us were just hyperventilating as if we just ran an ultra marathon. I was starting to settle down when Jason said, "Look at the window." We all looked, and there he was, the old man looking through one of my windows. My parents were on a vacation, and my brother was at his friend's Halloween party, so we couldn't tell them. But what really made this horrifying was that I could see this guy holding a gun in his hand. I yelled at my friends, and we ran upstairs to call the police. The officers arrived in about 10 minutes. The man wasn't on my property anymore, but we remembered the house, so that's where we went. The cops went there, searched the whole place, and came out with the man in chains. It turned out the house was vacant, and the man was a serial killer who escaped from prison a month ago. If my friends and I are able to go trick-or-treating again, we're avoiding the street that this house was on. And who knows what that guy was really going to do if we went in. I'm glad this happened when we were teenagers and not when we were 9 years old. All I can say is if you're trick-or-treating, make sure that the house owner is completely normal.
It was the summer of 2014. I was 15 years old. I was staying at my friend George's house for the night. This was a common occurrence, and I used to stay over there sometimes more than 2 to 3 times a week during the summer. After all, he was my best friend, and we were kids, so it was completely normal. George and his parents had lots of property behind their house. Probably like 7 to 8 acres, maybe more honestly. They had a huge barn, a cornfield, and some really cool trails in the woods we used to ride our dirt bikes and four-wheelers in. I felt like a bad friend for this, but I didn't even know it was his birthday when I got there. After people started showing up, and like more of his friends and family, I realized that he did tell me that today was his birthday a few weeks back. Oh man, I thought I didn't get him a present. I immediately apologized to him, and he took it very well. As a matter of fact, he told me he didn't want any birthday presents from his friends this year, and that he wasn't expecting anything because of how good his parents spoiled him this year. That made me feel better, but I still felt guilty. We did everything that you would normally do for a 15-year-old's birthday party. We had cake, opened presents, and us kids spent some time playing outside with his new airsoft guns that he got for his birthday. He already had quite the collection of them, so we all had our own that we could play with. I won't go too deep into this part, but we decided we wanted to do teams. It was me, George, and Will. The other team had Evan, Scott, John, and Kyle. They had more people, but we had better guns. The whole gist of the game was to shoot them before we get shot. So we were all running around the trails frantically, trying to get the other team down before they got us. After quite a few games, and skip forward 2 hours or so, it was around 6:30, so the sun was starting to set. George and I agreed we should all go back inside and play some video games before everyone had to leave. But everyone else wanted to keep playing with the airsoft guns outside. Even though it was George's birthday, he was nice enough to let everyone vote on what we should do. It was apparent that we were going to be playing outside longer according to the votes, so that's what we did. We restarted the game, and we all had about 2 minutes to get set up and hide where we wanted to. George yelled, 3, 2, 1, go. This time George and I were alone. We were pretty deep into the trails at this point, and he had me following him deeper into the woods. We ran all the way to this treehouse that was built a long time ago. We climbed up there immediately. Are you sure they will even come back this far? I asked George. I mean, it's getting dark, and I doubt they would even think that we would go this far. Yeah, they probably won't, he said, but if they do, they won't be able to get us before we get them, and plus it'll be funny if they can't find us. As time went on, it got darker. Hey George, we should probably go home. Just a few more minutes, he said. After all, it was his birthday, so I wanted to do what he wanted. Shh, do you hear that? George whispered. There was someone, or something walking quite close to us. We thought it was them, but we heard our friends yelling and talking further out into the distance, so we immediately ruled them out. Unless they were splitting up and trying to trick us, I whispered. No. No offense to them, but none of them are smart enough to think of that, George said. Geez, harsh, I said. He looked at me and kind of shrugged, and then he put his finger up to his mouth and said, shh. Whatever was approaching us was getting closer. After a few moments of being quiet, we could finally see the tall, slender-looking shadow that stood before us. I don't think they can see us, I whispered. Shh, George said. Yeah, it definitely wasn't any one of our friends because whatever it was the size of a fully grown man and not a teenager. We stayed put, as quiet as possible. Thankfully it was dark because from where the person was standing, it was evident they couldn't see us. The person started walking in the opposite direction now. The last bit of light that shined into the woods ever so lightly shined directly at the unknown person. They were wearing some sort of ghillie suit, it looked like. George took no chances and jumped down as soon as the strange figure was out of sight. "What, are you crazy?" I asked. He insisted I follow, so I did. I was scared, but I would have been more scared by myself, so that's why I went with him. We immediately ran a different way than the way we used to get there. He said he knew a better way back to the house, and that there was a way through the cornfield that was parallel to the trails we were in. Almost immediately after jumping out of the treehouse, though, the thing in what looked like a ghillie suit, who we assumed to be a weird man, heard us and started running towards us. We had a bit of distance between us and him, and it was a good thing we were way faster, because I don't know what would have happened to us or one of us had us not have been faster. We ran screaming the whole way back. Our friends must have realized that we weren't joking because they also started running towards us and made their way to us only a minute or two later. We all made it to my backyard, and my dad must have heard us because he ran out with no shoes on at all to our rescue. George and I told him everything. My dad immediately called the police, but there wasn't much they could do since they couldn't find the man, and since I couldn't give a description. The only thing I can really say is, I will never be going back out into those trails ever again, and I highly doubt George will either. This took place like 10 years ago. I was staying at Alex's house, who was my best friend at the time. It was just your average weekend of playing with Nerf guns, eating pizza, and drinking Mountain Dew while playing Call of Duty and Halo on Xbox Live all night. You know, pretty much what every kid did back in 2012. This is more of a mysterious kind of story, and I'm certain that most of the people I've told either think it's made up or that I'm crazy. But my friends and I know it's true. Ever since this night, I've 100% believed that there is such thing as the paranormal, or whatever you want to call it. But you know what I'm talking about. Like ghosts, demons, maybe not that exactly, but something bad and extremely disturbing. Something that we as humans can't comprehend yet. So we were upstairs in Alex's room, just me, him, and Sebastian. We were just having fun taking turns playing Halo and Call of Duty, since there were 3 of us and he only had 2 controllers. All of a sudden, Alex muted the TV and got us all to be quiet. Immediately, we all heard what sounded like someone screaming at the top of their lungs, like I have never heard before. It was a very demented, wailing sound that Alex said he hears sometimes. Keep in mind, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, on a dead-end street that only had 1 streetlight post on it. With a very small amount of light that we had to work with, we saw this silhouette of a super tall being, sprinting like a deer across the street. The wailing sound diminished slowly as it got further away from us. "What the heck was that, Alex?" "It's a ghost," he said. "What do you mean a ghost?" "Come on, you saw that too. Now if you can sit here and lie to yourself and say that was a human or some sort of animal species that isn't known to man yet, then go ahead. But clearly that thing was no animal, and it definitely was not a human being. I don't know what it is. My guess is as good as yours." By this time, the strange skinwalker looking thing has completely vanished out of sight, and we couldn't hear anymore. Alex kept staring out the window though. He looked like he was about to go insane. "Alex, hey bud, you okay? You should probably sit down and drink some water." He then started to cry. I guess the emotions of all this got to him, and he couldn't control it, so he started having a breakdown. Apparently this has been happening to him for years now, and he doesn't know what to do, and that no one else has seen it besides us 3 that he knows of, and that his parents won't believe him and that they think he's crazy. I think he was happy that after all these years someone else actually saw what he was talking about. Of course he didn't want us to see it because it traumatized us as well, but I think it gave him some sort of comfort knowing that it was real and he's not crazy. But maybe even more discomfort though, because knowing that it's real is downright terrifying. Apparently he still hears it from time to time, but he has chosen to completely ignore it.
Growing up, I had to get used to my dad pranking me, which is why, when he called me to tell me not to answer the front door as I was watching TV, I thought he was just messing with me. My phone rang, and that was the first thing he said: "Don't answer the door." I froze for a moment, but then began to laugh because I assumed he was just trying to freak me out. But when the doorbell rang, it got increasingly more serious. My dad must have heard the bell on the other side because he very firmly said, "Don't go to the door." I asked him what was going on because I could tell how serious he was being, and he told me that he wasn't sure, but the police were on their way. I was both shaking with fear, but very curious as to what was going on. The doorbell rang again, and I figured I could peek out the window and see who was there. I leaned over my couch and slowly moved the curtain out of the way, and my dad must have heard me gasp because all he said was, "Hey, you're gonna be okay. The police will be there soon. Just don't answer the door." And I wish that made me feel better. But outside my house, there were at least 3 men, all dressed up in clown clothing and carrying what looked like weapons. I could see 2 of them standing on my porch, while another was walking around my yard. I told my dad that I was scared, and that was when the ringing of the doorbell turned to slamming on the door. I couldn't tell if they were knocking really hard or trying to kick it down. I began to panic, and as I turned away from the window that was facing the front of my house, I screamed. Standing on the other side of my house, with his face pressed against the window, was the 3rd clown. He waved his hand slowly as we made eye contact. The slamming at the front door grew louder and louder, and my dad tried to calm me down, though he knew there was little to be done until the police arrived. Thankfully, I could hear the sound of sirens in the distance. Sadly, so did the men trying to break in. The 3 of them quickly ran off my property and down the road away from the sirens. Once the police arrived, I unlocked the door and let them in. We explained everything to them, and they let us know that we weren't the only call that they had gotten like this in the past few months. Apparently, these 3 had been terrorizing people in the surrounding area for a few months before I had a run-in with them.
A few years ago, during my sophomore year of college, I suddenly had to switch dorms due to housing and residence life at my university being completely awful to me and a few other student workers. Long story short, I lost my job and I actually had to move within a day. My parents came 5 states away and made a huge fuss in the housing office so that I was able to get more moving time. This is really important later in the story. I used to go on Instagram Live a lot because I'm a music minor and practicing in front of an audience really helps me improve my piano skills. I guess Instagram had begun offering the feature of showing stories and lives on the Explore page, so I ended up getting a lot of views and comments from strangers. Nothing too bad. It was usually just song requests that I couldn't fulfill because I had a strict repertoire from my piano professor, or hard eyes from strangers. I used to really enjoy the lives until I got a comment from a man who knew exactly the location of my university. I never wore any kind of school attire during my lives or publicized my location on Instagram, so it made me a little nervous. I stopped doing lives after that for a while, getting caught up in regular work and figured everything was fine. The guy sent me a few messages offering to take me on a date. A quick scan of his profile made it clear that he was at least 50 years old. He worked as a laborer for the city my university is located near. He asked me several times a day what buildings my classes were in, if I liked the cafeteria, etc., until I finally got scared and decided to block him. However, before I blocked him, I called him a pervert and a freaking weirdo for being so interested in me when I was so much younger than him, and for also trying to find me when I was trying to go to class. A few weeks later, after I had forgotten about his weird messages, I got a message from him saying something along the lines of, "I waited for you in front of your old dorm for hours, but you never showed. Did you go home for the weekend? You shouldn't be so rude to me next time, or else we won't have fun whenever we meet face to face." That message scared me more than I'd ever been scared in my life. One of my really close friends graduated from the university and began working as a campus police officer around the same time that this all happened. So I decided to go see her and see what I could do.
Sadly, not much could really be done about it, but I definitely pulled back on my social media presence. The guy had followed me from 2 more Instagram accounts with different usernames, and I blocked all of them before he could even message me. Thankfully, since leaving after that spring semester, I haven't heard from him since. So to the creepy old guy from Instagram that wouldn't leave me alone, I really hope I don't hear from you ever again. When I was in the 8th to 10th grade, I was extremely involved in this small building server. The average age was probably about 15 to 17, and I joined a group of builders and Skyped with them every weekend for like hours. We all became close fast, and we trusted each other, enough that we actually followed each other on Instagram. I became particularly close with one of the builders in my friend group named Peter. Peter was in the same grade as me, and we ended up texting quite a lot. I had heard some rumors that Peter might have a crush on me, which he denied, which I kind of found laughable because, it was the internet, and I just brushed it off. Everything was fine for a while, until something began to feel really off whenever I talked to him. I was starting to constantly catch him telling these small lies. This really bothered me, so I figured it was time to distance myself from him and just stop talking to him altogether. Cut to a few months later of no contact, and Peter out of the blue sends me a text that he's going to be possibly transferring to my high school. He said he was doing this so he can get in-state tuition for college. Peter's plan was to somehow live completely alone and support himself while in high school. My stomach dropped when I read that text, and I just felt really off. I try to be calm, but also tell him that his plan is crazy. I tell him that it's oddly convenient that he chose my random suburb of all places. Peter just insists that his plan will work out, and it's really just a coincidence that he's going to my high school. I'm trying to call Peter's bluff, hoping he's just screwing with me because I cut him off. Peter then says that he's already bought the plane tickets, and he's going to stay in my town to go visit some high schools in the area. Fear washes over me. I begin to realize that Peter definitely has some really weird unhealthy attachment to me. Peter wasn't bluffing. To my horror, he posts a picture on Snapchat at the airport. Peter asked me to meet him up while he's there, but of course I decline. Later on, I see on his Snapchat story that he's actually taking a tour of my high school. He takes lots of videos and pictures, and probably hoping I can see it. Luckily for me, I'm actually stuck home with pneumonia. I spend the next few days totally on edge and totally afraid that he was going to ring my doorbell at any moment. Luckily, he wasn't smart enough to find where I live, and he flies home and doesn't even follow his plan. The most baffling part? None of my old group on the Minecraft server even thought he was doing anything creepy. I honestly felt like I was going crazy for even thinking this was weird. I thought that my rejection for this meetup would be the end of it. But about 2 years later, I had just committed to my dream college. I still stupidly followed Peter on social media because I wanted some kind of warning if he was coming to my area again. Once again, Peter did. I see him posing right in front of the library at my college with the caption saying, "Transferring here is definitely the move." Cut to a few months later, and Peter finds out that I had a boyfriend now, and he directly contacts me for the first time in like 2 years. He starts asking me strange questions like, "Is he gonna protect you?" I shouldn't have answered, but for some reason I did. I finally blocked him, and out of fear, I decided to stop following him on social media. He hasn't tried to contact me since.
After work, I like to go with coworkers to Waffle House sometimes. It's fun, relaxing, and relatively cheap. However, tonight I decided to go out with a couple of girls I work with. I don't have a vagina myself, but since we all closed up together, we thought we would go grab something to eat. So while we're eating, I'm facing the door, and in walk these 2 drugged-out looking people, which isn't uncommon for Waffle House. But something about these 2 people in hoodies in the middle of summer in Texas really put me on edge. The 2 girls I was with were both pretty attractive, and the 2 guys also took note as they walked past. I've been in a couple of sticky situations and can always tell when shit is about to go down, and these guys gave off that vibe like no other. They sat behind me where I couldn't see them in any reflection. It was nerve-wracking. A few minutes went by before I realized that it was just our two groups in the restaurant. I glanced over my shoulder and saw they weren't eating anything, just drinking and staring at us. Fuck. I told the two girls I was with that we should try to hurry up and go because I was tired, trying not to freak them out, because assholes like those guys feed on fear. We got up, and I look over at them. They were still watching us with empty drinks now. At this point, I should say two things. I have an injured knee right now from practice that causes me to limp a little, and I train in Muay Thai boxing and compete internationally in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'm not one to be fucked with, but the limp definitely gives off the impression that I would be easy to overpower. So as we were paying, I noticed one of the guys point at me and make a stabbing motion, and the other guy smiled, and they both stood up and walked towards us. One of the girls I was with was making sexual passes at me, which were very visual. I told her to stop as these guys got closer, and I saw one lick his lips as the other held one hand in his pocket. I told the hostess to keep the change and hurried the girls outside while trying to hide my limp as best I could. We got to the parking lot, and I told one girl to go to her car and gave the other the keys to my car and told them to hurry up and get in since I couldn't run with my limp and that I would explain later. The guys came out as I was getting in my car, and I saw one of them pulling something out of his pocket and heard him yell something I couldn't make out over the sound of us noping the fuck out of there. I texted the girl who I wasn't taking home and explained the situation and why I was acting weird. I hate to think about what could have happened if I had not been paying attention to my surroundings. Bad shit almost went down because of, I'm assuming, crackheads at Waffle House.
Over the last 7 months, I've been working for someone I responded to on Craigslist. Well, I'll just explain everything. This seems like an appropriate place to post this. I was scouring the internet for some sort of paying gig, I didn't really care what. Then I came across a post on Craigslist. I had refreshed the page and there it was. Someone was looking for a person to come by and feed their pets. I assumed they were going out of town or something. So I contacted them and left my number through email. I got a response immediately in the form of a phone call. The caller was a man who explained to me that he was moving out of town and his parents had cats they wanted fed daily. I gave the man my name so he could run me through a cursory background check, and in about 20 minutes I was hired. I went there the next morning to get all the instructions and whatnot, and met the man I spoken to on the phone. His name was Ben. Ben explained to me that he could no longer be able to care for his parents' cats, and that his parents needed to focus on themselves, so I was being brought in to take care of that. The money would be left on the kitchen table at the end of every week, $200 a week, just to feed some cats, I know, right? In addition to that, money for more cat food would be left for me as needed. Then he told me the first thing that I thought was strange. I was to come at exactly 10 a.m. every day, and be gone by 10 a.m., and I was never, under any circumstances, to interact with his parents. He told me that when I'm in their home, they will be in their chairs in the living room watching television, and that I was not to disturb them, ever. He asked if any of that would be a problem, to which I assured him it wouldn't. He then showed me the area in which the cats eat. There were 4 cats, and where the food was kept. While not rude in the least, he was very adamant that I not explore further in the house, to which I assured him it wouldn't be a problem. He ushered me outside and showed me where the spare key was in case the door was ever locked, but he told me that was very unlikely to happen, and with that he expressed his hope that I could be trusted one last time, shook my hand, and told me to be there at 10 a.m. every day starting tomorrow. If I was ever unable to make it, call and leave a message on their home phone, to which he gave me the number. I shook my head and was on my way. The next day came and I went inside at exactly 10 a.m. I walked into the house and immediately to my right were Ben's parents, sitting in recliners, facing away from me, watching some kind of game show. I announced my presence, which they ignored, and made my way to the kitchen. I fed the cats bowls and left. The exact same scenario played out countless times over the next few months. 10 a.m., unreturned hello, feed the cats, leave. On Fridays, I would pick up the small stack of $20 bills from the kitchen table. It was the easiest job I ever had. Then came the inevitable. One day, I was running late. I got to the house at 10:08. I entered and apologized to Ben's parents for being late, to which I once again got no response. They just kept sitting in their chairs watching their game show. I went to the kitchen and fed the cats. I looked at my phone, which read 10:11, and walked down the hall towards the front door. When I reached the living room, I jumped and gasped out of shock. Ben's parents were now standing in the dark behind their chairs, completely still, staring directly at me. I apologized for running late and got out of there. Though unnerved, I went back the next day on time and everything was fine. A few more months went by of nothing strange, and then came the last day I was there. I got there at 10:03, but wasn't worried because I knew I could be out before 10:10. The problem came when I was in the kitchen and I heard someone whisper the words, "Help me." It startled me and I jumped, looking around for the source of the cry for help. I saw no one around, but I heard it again, and then a third time. I began looking around before realizing I was running behind. I looked at my phone and it was 10:10. My heart sank to my stomach when I looked down the hallway and saw Ben's parents for the first time in the light. They were grossly emaciated and pale, looking completely malnourished. They were essentially walking skeletons. I apologized for taking so long and said I'd be on my way, but they just stood there, blocking the way to the front door. I said I would take the back door, which was located in the kitchen, but when I went to open it, it required a key to open from the inside. Seriously. It was at this point that true panic set in. I looked behind me, and the parents were now about half a foot away from the entrance to the kitchen, and I had nowhere else to go except for what I presumed was a door to the pantry. They had blank stares across their faces, and their eyes looked as if the life had left them a long time ago. In a last-ditch effort, I went to the door that I thought was the pantry, and found it led to a staircase leading into a basement with, of course, no light. As soon as I opened the door, there was a horrid stench that washed over the otherwise clean air I was standing in. I carefully went down the stairs and looked for a window, but they were all nailed shut. I happened to look back up the stairs, and the parents were now standing next to each other at the top of the hallway. It was truly horrifying. I pulled out my phone and called 911, not knowing what else to do. And when I explained my situation, they said they would send a car out immediately, and to stay on the phone while they connected me to the unit en route. I ran into the dark basement using my phone as a light. It didn't provide too much illumination since I was in the middle of a call, but it was just enough. There were racks of junk that lined the basement, separating it into almost aisles. I went down to check if any of the windows were possibly loose, like I'd be that lucky. Then I turned the light around and shined the light in front of me, and I was inches away from the parents' lifeless looking faces. I let out a scream and ran in the other direction, and tripped over something, sending my phone flying from my head. Of course, it landed face down so I couldn't find it. I ran back up the stairs and into the kitchen, looking back and seeing the parents standing at the bottom of the stairs with slight grins on their faces. I ran down the hall to the front door and flung it open, screaming when I saw the cop standing right in front of me. He asked me if I was the one that called as I pushed past him to get outside, and I told him I was. I looked in the window and saw the parents sitting in their chairs, watching their game show. I explained that these crazy old people had trapped me in their house and were chasing me around. The cop went in to talk to the parents and look around while I sat in the cop car. He came back out about 5 minutes later and asked if I was sure someone was chasing me. I said yes, I was absolutely sure that it was the two old people that lived there. He informed me that the people that live there, the people in the chairs, have been dead for quite some time. I asked what the smell in the basement was, and he said there was another body down there. Backup showed up. I gave them my statement and explained how I'd been coming there every day for months and months to feed the cats. I told them to call Ben, the homeowner's son. I gave them the number and it was disconnected.
I used to work at a Starbucks here in Cardiff, and I've got to be honest, it's one of the better jobs I've ever had. The manager was brilliant, the other staff were nice and looked out for each other, so for a minimum-ish wage job, it was about as good as it gets. The only bad shifts to work were the first halves of Monday and Tuesday mornings, as the pre-work rush meant people were often at their absolute worst. I mean, don't get me wrong, people could be complete jerks at other times of the day or week, but the highest concentration of them was Monday and Tuesday mornings, without a shadow of a doubt. But rude customers aren't scary. Annoying and frustrating, yes. Chillingly cruel and calculating, not as much. which is why this particular incident has stayed with me for so long, and I always seem to use it as my personal point of reference for how terrible human beings can be to each other. So, it's a Monday morning, and we're just coming to the end of the rush at around 9 a.m. 30 minutes more and the caffeine fiends will start to thin out, and we can get some coffee and make a smoke break of our own. I heard her before I saw her. Like, she was only just trying to get a handle on what had been pure harpy screeches just moments before. Some woman was on her phone, ranting away and not looking where she was going as she tries to find the back of the queue. In doing so, she cuts off this other bloke who politely informs her that she's queue jumping. I don't know if she actually didn't hear him or was just tactically ignoring him, but either way, this bloke has to tap her on the shoulder before saying, "Excuse me, believe I was ahead of you." The woman just shrugs this off at first, giving the guy a gesture like, "I'm too busy to listen to you." I remember the look of anger on the guy's face as she gently but firmly grabs the strap of her handbag and tugs her out of the queue before taking her place. I'm a bit torn about the whole thing. Like, yeah, it was righteous, but laying hands on someone, I feel like there could have been a better way to resolve the issue. But it wasn't like the guy had picked her up and thrown her, and due to the size difference, that was definitely a possibility. Anyway, she reacts like this had been the case, like him actually standing up to her was some horrific incident of assault, and starts demanding someone call the police, even though she herself was on the phone and simply refused to hang up. A couple of staff members and customers manage to calm the situation down, and we get the guy his coffee before one of my colleagues serves the angry woman. I didn't serve her, but when she got her order, she turns to be like, excuse me, this coffee isn't as hot as I asked for." No, I know better than to just argue with customers, and especially absolute whoppers like her. So I do as I'm asked and heat the coffee up a little bit more for her. I hand it back. She dips a finger in it and once again tells me, "This coffee isn't hot enough." Now, bearing in mind, she just watched me run some steam through it, but again, I do as I'm asked and give her back some literally steaming hot coffee that she proceeds to absolutely overload with sugar. No wonder she was in such a stinking mood. Her entire life was probably one big sugar crash, hence why she was such an unbearable person to be around. But little did I realize, that coffee wasn't for her, and on her way out of the store, she took the lid off of her scalding hot syrupy coffee and threw it in the guy's face as he sat reading his newspaper. God, the sound of that guy screaming was absolutely horrific. Like, I didn't actually see the woman throw her coffee in the guy's face, so I thought someone had broken a leg or something. That's the only time I've heard someone scream in pain like that. When my old skating buddy absolutely shattered his leg on this visit to a Bristol skate park one year. But what followed in the coffee shop was pure chaos. People were pouring bottles of water onto this guy's face, ambulance staff and police turning up. I think the woman legged it as soon as she threw the coffee because, to my knowledge, no one was arrested, but the guy who had the coffee thrown on him suffered life-changing injuries. From what another colleague told me, the gross amount of sugar in the coffee meant that some of it actually stuck to his face like a kind of molten hot glue. He'd been left with terrible scarring for the rest of his life, and all because he stood up to some absolute monster in the queue that morning. That's what I find really scary, that some people out there are so unhinged that a seemingly normal interaction with them could end up with you suffering injuries you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. Just one moment of misjudgment, one little enough is enough moment, and boom, you're going to look at a very different version of yourself in the mirror for the rest of your natural life.
I have a beach house in Florida that I tend to visit with my girlfriend on the colder months up north. In the warmer months, we'd still visit occasionally, but nowhere near as much, since there wasn't as much of a need to. It was early February, freezing up in Connecticut, so my girlfriend and I took a trip down to Florida to visit the beach house. By the time we actually got to the house, after a day and a half's drive, it was starting to get dark out. It was actually a long month and a half since I'd been there the last time. The electricity and water and everything was already on since it was the winter. and I kept everything on during the winter season due to our frequent visits. So all we had to do when we arrived to the house was unpack, take a couple of lounge chairs, and walk 20 seconds onto the beach to take a nap. We didn't even check out any of the other rooms because we were so drained. We lounged down on the beach until it got really dark. I felt my girlfriend's hand on my shoulder. I looked up at her and she asked if I left that light on. I turned to the house and saw one of the upstairs lights on. Not just that, but at one of the windows in that room, there was a shadow outline. I looked at my girlfriend and she looked at me, and I think it sunk into both of us that someone was in that room at that window. I told her to wait there, and I ran up to the house as fast as I could. When I got to the back doors, I started being really quiet. I slid it open and shut quietly. Being that I was barefoot, it made tiptoeing a bit easier. I made it to the stairway and then halfway up the stairs before I heard a door shut upstairs. I went up the remaining stairs a bit quicker now and saw that the door to the room that had the light on was open, but the lights were off now. I kept the lights off though. I just used the flashlight which I had in the shelf ledge upstairs. Then I noticed the closet door. It was shut. That must have been the door I heard closed. I figured I'd shut off the flashlight and tiptoe to the door of the closet, and I slowly put my ear up to it to listen. There was nothing but silence in the room and on the other side of the closet door. I wasn't sure what was going to happen when I opened that door. If someone was in fact on the other side, I had to confront this. I grabbed the two little knobs and finally brought myself to yank the doors open, but it was empty in there, or at least from what I could tell, it was dark. I grabbed my flashlight and switched it on again, and yep, the closet was empty. But a creak in the floorboards outside of the room caught my attention. I ran into the hall expecting to see the intruder, but no, it was just my girlfriend. I got mad at her for coming into the house, even though I told her not to. But now that she was there, I told her to help search the upstairs. We looked around in all 3 bedrooms upstairs, all the closets, and the bathroom, but there was no one. Then we checked the downstairs, every room, every closet, no one. We had to figure out who was in the house and how they managed to escape. So we locked all the doors and looked around the house for any signs of breaking and entering or stolen items, but there was neither of that. So we brushed up and went to bed since we were exhausted. However, that night, before we could fall asleep, there was a click under our bed. I asked my girlfriend if she could hear. She said yes. I got out from under the bed and got down onto my knees. When my face got to the ground level, giving me a view of the underside of the bed, I could see the intruder lying under our bed. I looked at him face to face before he crawled out and made a break for it. I couldn't catch him once he got outside because I was still barefoot. I also didn't get a very good look at his face because we only looked at each other for about a few seconds. We once again searched the whole house to see what he could have stolen, but surprisingly, nothing was stolen.
This story happened when I was a freshman in high school. Back then, I used to ride to school every day on the bus and then take it home. I would usually be home by myself for a few hours until my parents got home from work. One day I got dropped off the same as always and walked to my house. I got to the front door and put the key in, only to realize that it was already unlocked. I found this strange because it was usually always locked when I got home. We lived in a decently busy area, so we were always sure to lock our doors. As a high school kid, I got a little concerned from seeing this, but I figured one of my parents just forgot to lock it. I went inside. When I did, I got a slightly bad feeling. It was very quiet, and I slowly looked around the room. Everything looked normal and in place. I then thought I heard a noise of someone walking upstairs, but it was really hard to tell. It gave me a shiver down my spine, and I paused to listen more closely. When I did, I heard no more noises. The noises that I had heard were so brief and quiet that I figured I had to be just paranoid. I locked the doors and went into the kitchen. I made some pizza rolls, and then went up to my room, which was upstairs, and watched some YouTube videos in my bed. After a few minutes of doing that, I got really tired and fell asleep. I woke up about 30 minutes later. When I did, I went back to watching YouTube until I heard the sound of my parents getting home a short time later. I then went downstairs and helped them unpack groceries which they had gotten. I was talking to my mom when I heard my dad shout from upstairs. He came down and said that my parents' bedroom was all messed up as if someone had torn through it. We all went upstairs to find the room was a complete mess. It was then that I remembered everything and told my parents about the door being left unlocked. They told me when they got home that I had left the door unlocked as well, but I know I had locked it. The police were called and came over to search the house. Nobody was found, but my parents did have several valuables stolen. I realized that I most likely was home with the intruder in the house and had taken a nap with him, probably in the next room. It gave me the chills, and I'm very lucky that I didn't decide to look in my parents' room. When I was a kid, my parents used to go out of town for business all the time. I used to have to stay at my aunt's house when they were gone. But when I turned 13, my parents finally trusted me enough to stay home by myself. I was excited for this because I felt like I was being an adult living by myself for 3 days. My parents went over everything I needed and told me to lock all the doors and windows. When my parents left, I mainly watched TV and played video games. It was a Friday night, so I stayed up pretty late, and at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I finally got sleepy and decided to go to bed. I went around the house making sure every window and door was locked, and then all the windows with blinds and shades I covered. Then I got ready for bed and turned out all the lights. I got in bed, closed my eyes, and tried to fall asleep. I was laying there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes when I heard the sound of a car slowly driving down our street. We lived in a very quiet neighborhood, and we were at the end of a street, so we didn't get much traffic often. I kept my eyes closed until I heard the car seemingly stop directly in front of our house. I heard the engine idling, but didn't hear the sound of a door opening or anything. After about a minute of this, I got curious, so I carefully raised my blinds and looked out. I could see there was a pickup truck parked right in front of our mailbox, just sitting there with the engine running. I didn't recognize the truck, and I stayed watching it for a little while. Finally, I saw the door open and a man get out. He walked around the truck towards my yard. Our yard was pretty big. In fact, it was about 5 acres, and most of it was just woods that went from the side of our house all the way to the back and beyond our property. The man paced around a little bit, halfway in the street and halfway in our driveway. He seemed to be looking around. And then out of nowhere, he just walked into the side of my yard and into the woods. I started freaking out inside and wanted to call my parents, but with it being nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, I knew they would be sleeping. I considered the police, but I also thought maybe the man had a logical explanation. I feared the man was going to try to break into our house or something, though. I got up and once again checked every door and window to make sure that it was locked. I then turned on every light in the house to make it look like there were people home. After that, I went back up to my room and locked the door. I peeked out of the window again. When I did, after just about 30 seconds, I heard noises coming from the woods. I was very careful to not let myself be seen from the window. I saw the man come out of the woods. He jogged towards his truck and got inside. Then the truck sped off rather fast. So fast, in fact, that I heard skid marks as it drove away. I was left with many questions. It took me a long time to fall asleep, and the rest of the weekend I was on edge. I'm happy to say that the man never came back, but I still wonder to this day what he was doing. This happened about 10 years ago. I was, I think, about 12 or 13 at the time. One night on a Friday after I got home from school, my parents told me they were going to dinner with some friends. That meant I would be home alone for the night. I was the only child, and my parents would occasionally leave me alone. I always enjoyed it because I felt cool and grown up to have the whole house to myself. I asked my parents if I could have my friend Ryan over, and he came over a little bit later. We played some basketball, and then my parents left. Me and Ryan played some video games for a few hours after that, and then he left to go home. I stayed in my room playing Madden on my PlayStation. About 20 minutes later, I thought I heard a noise coming from downstairs. It was now around 9 p.m., so I assumed it was my parents and I thought nothing of it. However, not too long after that, I got a call from my mom on the phone, and she told me that they wouldn't be home for about another hour. Still, I had forgotten about the noise at that point, and I kept playing video games. That is, until out of the corner of my eye, I was sure I saw somebody walk past my bedroom and down the hall. I had my bedroom door open only about a foot or two, but I was sure I had seen somebody walk by. I tried to convince myself that it was just our cat or something, but suddenly I got really creeped out, and I wasn't feeling safe in my bedroom anymore. I wanted to get out of the house, but I was afraid of what I had seen. I waited in silence to see if I could hear anything else, but there was no noise. Then I heard the floor creak at the end of the hall past my bedroom. My door didn't have a lock on it and was on the second floor, so I felt if I made a run for it, I would be able to safely get downstairs and outside. I just didn't know who or what was at the end of my hallway. I was too scared to make any noise or look down the hall. I just sat there in my chair, staring at the crack in my door to see if whoever was there would walk by again. After a couple of minutes, I finally got enough courage to walk over to the door. I did it as quietly as possible and then stood next to the door and listened. I didn't hear anything, so I decided that on the count of 3, I would quickly walk out of my room and down the stairs as quietly as possible and then go out of my house. I took a deep breath and quickly left my room, but as I did, I guess that my curiosity got the better of me and I looked to the end of the hallway. I saw a dirty woman with really messy hair crouched down against the wall with her hands over her face. As soon as she saw me, she started to scream. I was more than freaked out, and I ran as fast as I could down the stairs and out the front door. As I did, I heard her screaming getting louder and louder. When I got outside, I immediately took out my phone and called my parents. They told me to call the police, so I did, and then I ran to Ryan's house, which was about 5 minutes away. My parents picked me up from Ryan's, and then we all went back to my house where we saw multiple police cars with flashing lights as well as an ambulance. I had to talk to the police, and my parents did for a while too. I guess when Ryan left out the front door, he left it open, and a lady that was messed up on drugs walked right in. It was something I will never forget.
There are two types of people who work at McDonald's, or fast food places in general. There are ambitious, intelligent people who are trying to work hard to achieve a goal, in the hopes that one day they'll be able to quit for the sake of something better. And then there are the losers, those with no ambition who have given up and have no desire to achieve anything other than a weekly paycheck. I like to consider myself in the first category. As I was working hard to afford my apartment while taking classes at the local community college, I normally worked the later shifts at the drive-thru window, which is the one spot most employees hated working the most. You constantly have to deal with extremely impatient, oftentimes very rude people who are on their phones or have music blaring, and oftentimes don't realize that I wasn't the individual who took their order, so it's not my fault if it's wrong. In addition to that, you're pretty much constantly on your feet and exposed to the elements. No matter how cold, windy, or rainy it is, you have to keep leaning out into it, wishing that you were in a warm car about to drive away from this place. My point being is please try to be more kind and patient with the drive-thru people. Yeah, some are lazy, but most are trying their best, and even though you only see them for about half a minute, a kind remark or a warm smile might make their day. Anyways, now that I've gotten that off my chest, I work the late shift with two people who I believe qualify for the second category of employees. Connie was a high school dropout who was almost always late and was never invested in what she was doing, and Harold was a deadbeat who often smelled like weed and only kept the job because otherwise his parents would throw him out of the house. He was 32 years old. So one night I was there after 11 p.m. by the drive-thru window on an extremely cold January night, flipping through the pages of my class notes and trying to keep warm by the fry machine. Connie was mopping while looking at her phone, and Harold was in the back probably getting baked in the walk-in cooler. That late at night we rarely got customers, and if we did, they were almost always zonked-out college kids who used the drive-thru but never physically walked into the restaurant. I stood up and stretched my legs, and told Connie that I was heading to the bathroom. It was around 11:30 at this point. I came back less than 5 minutes later, with Connie more or less in the same spot that she was before. I walked past her and turned the corner to return to the window, and froze dead in my tracks. There was a bald man in white face makeup and a black hoodie standing directly outside the window staring in. His eyes were wide, with a blank expression that read, "What kind of trouble can I create?" The figure made direct eye contact with me and smirked, and slammed his palm against the window. I had no idea what to do, and inside my head, the words, clown, mime, psychopath, danger, and death all exploded like fireworks. The window was already shut and locked to protect myself from the cold, but the doors were all unlocked, and this person could easily walk right in and grab any one of us if he wanted to. In my head I kept referring to it as he, but honestly I had no idea what the gender was. The outfit and makeup made the stranger look androgynous. Maybe that was the point. The figure slapped on the glass window again with its hand. "Open," drawing out the word like a snake. Now even if the figure wasn't dressed like that, I was under no obligation to open the window. It's unlawful to serve walk-ups at the drive-thru window, certainly for their safety but also for ours. I shook my head and backed away. I called over my shoulder, "Lock the doors." The whole time this figure didn't break eye contact with me, and to the best of my memory, I don't even remember it blinking. It drew back its lips in a sinister smile, and I shit you not, its gums were black. I don't mean I was too far away that I couldn't see clearly. I mean its gums were as black as licorice. "Open," it hissed again, louder this time. Its other hand slammed against the window, and it licked its lips with its tongue. "Open." That's when a third hand slammed itself into the window. A left hand, and it was just as pale and as skeletal as the other two. I lost my shit. "Holy shit! Call the cops!" I screamed, and ran back into the office, which was the only room with a locking door and no windows. I heard Connie scream, "What the fuck?" And she dropped her mop and flew across the room and made for the back with me. All the yelling attracted Harold, and I shoved past him into the office and told him to look at the security camera. Sure enough, the white-faced creeper looked to have 3 hands on the window and was tilting its head back and forth, perhaps trying to discover where I ran off to. We locked the office door and called the cops, explaining to the operator that there was at least 2 prowlers outside acting in a threatening manner towards us. I kind of expected it to be over after I called the cops. If it was a prank, they would run once they realized they scared me enough to call 911. But it didn't end there. We watched as the figure left the drive-thru window, circled the building, and made for the restaurant door. "Is there a second one? Look for a second one," I panicked while still on the phone with the operator. Connie was freaking out, and Harold was muttering something about not getting the police involved, likely because he was carrying weed. That's when the power went out. Everything. Cameras, lights, phone, the whole building went down. And barely 10 seconds after we all quieted down after shouting at each other in the dark, we heard footsteps in the dining room area. "Connie, did you lock the doors?" I whispered. She didn't reply. I think she had her hand pressed over her mouth. "Open." We heard a voice call from outside the room in the dark. "Open." The shout came at least 3 more times, circling from the kitchen to right off the hallway where we were hiding. I was convinced I was about to die, and every decision I had made in my life that brought me there was flashing before my eyes. We heard footsteps pass the office. After another few minutes, we heard the wail of police sirens outside, and at any moment, we expected to hear gunfire and the police shouting at someone to get on the ground, but we never did. We waited until the police identified themselves, and opened the door and ran out into the parking lot. Since the power was down, we couldn't show the cops the security footage, so we just told them what we saw. They swept the whole building and said it was clear. The owner of that particular franchise store showed up about an hour later, after Harold and Connie had left. I waited for the power to be restored, so an officer could escort me back inside to collect my belongings. The next day my manager called me and asked me to work the night shift. I asked him if the creep from last night had been caught, when he said, "There was no creep." I told him I quit and hung up the phone. This story is completely true. I have no idea what caused the power outage, which apparently erased all the security footage from the day. Without proof on video, my manager and the cops concluded that it was an elaborate prank, but that third hand still bothers me to this day, even more so than its hungry, inhuman eyes. Sure, it could have been a prank, but I wish someone would just confirm that for me, so I can sleep again. Keep your windows locked at night, and if you hear someone tapping from behind the curtains, don't open them.
I'm 20 years old and I live in Canada. This story took place during the 2016 clown craze in October, about 10 to 20 minutes before my Subway store was going to close. To make things a little easier to understand, I've got to give a brief explanation of the layout of our store. So there's the front door that customers walk through, which is completely made of glass. Then there's the windows to the left, if you're standing behind the counter facing the front. The bathroom is beside the swinging door that employees use to get to the sandwich unit. This all began while I was finishing doing dishes in the back room. I was the only person there because they rarely had more than one employee for the closing shift, unless of course it was for training purposes. Really, only one employee is needed, even though it might not be a smart decision. There hadn't been any customers for a while, and I really had to go to the bathroom, so I started making my way to the swinging door by the sandwich unit, when all of a sudden I heard the bell ding at the front door, indicating that a customer had entered. I was honestly a bit annoyed because I'd been putting off going to the bathroom for a long time, and obviously I can't leave someone unattended in the front store. Before I even turned around to take the person's order, and I know it's going to sound odd, but I heard the generic sound of a clown's nose honking. It sent shivers and goosebumps through my entire body. As I hesitantly turned around to confirm what I had just heard, there was someone standing at the door with a bright orange afro and white face paint. Beyond that, they were dressed extremely casually, though in a plain green zip-up hoodie and black jeans, which almost made it creepier. They stared at me and smiled from ear to ear. Before I could even think of doing anything, they gave me a sinister little wave before quickly running out of the store and around the left side window. I was frozen in place. I was wondering, was this really happening? Or better yet, why was this happening? I didn't know the clown craze reached my small town. I just stared at the window for what felt like 10 minutes. Once I came to, I ran to the front door and just locked it. There was no way I was letting anyone in, even if we weren't closed yet. But before I did, I poked my head around the corner to make sure that lunatic was gone for sure. Well, I didn't see anything. He was gone, I thought. I couldn't see him anywhere. The parking lot was empty save for my car. So I went back in the store and locked the doors, counting the seconds until the actual closing time was here. But not 10 minutes until closing, a couple of cops were knocking at the door. I was nervous, yet relieved to see them. I immediately unlocked the doors and let them inside. Apparently, they were there to just ask me a few questions. They wanted to know if I had seen someone dressed with an orange afro and white makeup. Yeah, I was excited to tell them that some creep was out there so that they could catch this guy. Well, they explained that someone called not too long ago, saying that they drove by and saw someone matching that description in the subway parking lot, kneeling behind a green sedan. They were holding a carving knife. My heart seemed to stop. That was my car. This psycho was waiting for me behind my car. If the cops hadn't scared him away by showing up, he'd still be out there. What would have happened if I walked out there alone at closing time? I was scared more than I'd ever been, but the cops offered to walk me to my car and even check it if I needed them to. I happily obliged. Then I got out of there and stayed the night with a family member nearby, because after that horrific experience, I couldn't be alone. The clown craze was always hilarious in my eyes until something actually happened to me. There was just something horrifying about the contrast of the clown hair and makeup, along with normal everyday clothing. Better yet, what would have happened if I was already in the bathroom, defenseless and unaware? I'm so thankful I held it for as long as I did, and that some stranger drove by and saw this weirdo. I'm happy that I didn't find out what this lunatic was capable of. You can bet I don't work the closing shift at Subway anymore.
After my first semester of university, at the beginning of May, I decided to reward myself by getting tickets for a band I wanted to see. They weren't playing in my hometown, unfortunately, and the nearest venue that they were playing was in a small town 6 hours away by train. I had a friend who attended a university in the town who agreed to let me stay with her, so I figured that I would be fine to go up. I had never been to this town before, but having lived in larger cities my entire life, I often associate small town with safety. I declined my friend's offer to drive me to the concert, considering she was studying for finals, and I enjoy a good walk. The town was divided by a river, and to cross that river you had to go over one bridge, then walk through a park on an island, then cross a second bridge to get back into town. To get to the first bridge from my friend's university, you had to walk down a nature trail. All this was perfectly lovely, as I did it at sunset. I had just emerged from my first winter in a rather harsher environment than I had grown up in, and the whole nature trail park combo was filled with joggers and children playing, and squirrels and everything that I had missed. This is only noteworthy in that I felt completely at ease with my route, but I was pretty distracted and didn't pay a whole lot of attention to exactly which path I had taken. The concert didn't let out until probably slightly past midnight. I got to the first bridge, crossed, and proceeded across the island to the second bridge. It was a nice night out, and I was actually sort of enjoying myself in the warm spring air. That is, until I got to a hill I didn't remember walking over on the way there. I stopped at the base of it, feeling that something was off, but eventually attributing it to the fact that I had somehow forgotten an entire hill. How funny, I thought as I walked up the mystery hill. All my thoughts ceased as I got to the top and found myself looking down the path into an empty carnival, and beyond that, the second bridge. Walking over a hill, I didn't see an entire carnival, and I don't remember it, and this definitely left me on edge. But I didn't really see any way around it. Literally, there was forest on either side, plus the bridge was right there, and besides, the carnival looked abandoned. So I start off down the other side of the hill into the creepy carnival, maintaining a quick pace, definitely on high alert. I kept my focus mainly on the bridge I was aiming for. I was most of the way through when I saw the people. I saw them from far enough away that I didn't jump, but I did stop dead in my tracks. They seemed pretty normal looking by their clothes, and I was too far away to see their faces. They were sitting in whatever was available. Lemonade stands, immobile roller coasters, covered picnic tables. I didn't really know what to do about it, and I'm not sure that there was much a better option available. But in the moment, feeling I had to do something, I started to walk forwards again. And as I did, I made eye contact with the first one of them I saw, and held it as I walked through them. The man I had chosen to look at I remember very vividly, looking a lot like I imagined death would look like. A gaunt, drawn-out face with no expression of any type on it, sunken eyes that followed me as the rest of his body stayed still. From what I could tell, the rest did the same. I was terrified out of my wits, and for some reason, making eye contact with this zombie of a man was the only thing that I felt was keeping me safe. I never broke eye contact with him until I reached the second bridge, so far as to opt to walk backwards down the trail. I turned and crossed the bridge at a sprint, and someone shouted behind me, which only prompted me to run faster. Now, I mentioned that the route from the university to the bridge was a nature trail. This meant that it had no lights on it and was as black as the void, trees covering up the moon and making it impossible to see anything. I didn't care. I ran down the trail, tripping over who knows what, anything to put distance between me and the creepy carnival people. Eventually, I reached a patch of light at the edge of the university and stopped. There wasn't any noise anymore except for crickets and my own frantic breathing. If any had followed me, they hadn't done so for long. I managed to gather myself together and remember that I did in fact have a cell phone, which at that point I used to call my friend to have her meet me at a well-lit spot on campus, populated by studying students. I told her what had happened, and her eyes got really wide. As it turned out, unbeknownst to me, there were two trails through the park on the island, a north and a south one. I had taken the north one on the way there and accidentally taken the south one on the way back. She told me that people never, ever passed through the carnival at night, as it was where the local meth addicts and gang members would hang out. They were unpredictable at best, and at their worst, well, muggings were the least of it. I'd gotten off extremely lucky. So everything ended up being explainable, but somehow that made it even worse. I didn't sleep well that night, and when my friend offered to drive me to the train station across the river the following evening, I accepted. A few years ago, the summer after I graduated from high school, me and a few friends all met up at a carnival at a nearby city. It was a pretty popular event. It happened every year with all the normal games and rides you would expect. We got there and played some games and got food. We really did all the normal carnival stuff. We stayed there until night and then started to head back. We went back towards the entrance of the carnival and all said bye to each other. Then we went our separate ways. All the four of us had parked in different places, so after saying bye, I walked back into the carnival to the side where I had parked my car, which was a few blocks away. But as I was walking, I saw a man approach me. He was skinny and had a sort of scraggly beard. He appeared to be sort of young. He asked me if I was leaving and if I could give him a ride. This guy was looking pretty sketchy, and I really didn't want to give a ride to someone I didn't know. So I told the man that I didn't have a car. Of course, that wasn't true, but I just wanted him to leave me alone. The man looked disappointed and nodded his head and walked away. Then I walked to my car, which took me about 15 minutes to get there. I unlocked the doors as I got close to it, but at that same time, I heard rapid footsteps on the street coming out of nowhere. I looked and I saw the man. I had no idea he had been following me, and at this time on the street I was parked on, there was no one else around at all. The man said to me, "Oh, you don't have a car, huh?" in a pretty angry voice. I didn't say anything. I was pretty scared, and I couldn't believe what was happening. I then tried to get in my car quickly, but the man ran at me. He blocked the door to my car, and he demanded the keys. He claimed he could hurt me, so I just tossed the keys at him and ran away. He took the keys and drove off in my car. After he was gone, I called the police, and then called one of my friends who drove over and waited until the police arrived. I was pretty shaken up, and the police took down all the information I could give them before my friend Alex gave me a ride home. The car ended up being recovered a few days later, and the man was eventually caught as well.
One day when I was a junior in high school, the bell had just rung, and I was on my way to art class. It was on the furthest end of the school, so I was walking pretty quickly to get there in time. All of a sudden, an announcement came on the intercom. It was the secretary from the front desk of the school. Her voice was shaky as she announced that the school had just been placed on lockdown, and everyone needed to get inside the room closest to them and follow lockdown procedures. Before hanging up, she said that this was not a drill. There was silence for a moment before total chaos erupted in the hallways. Everyone was running around and there were papers and books being scattered about. I was nearly to the art room at this point, so I ended up just sprinting there. When I got there, the room was bustling with people running in all different directions. After letting a few more people into the room, the teacher decided to close the door and lock it. We turned off the lights and then all gathered in the back of the classroom where we wouldn't be visible from the window in the door. It was almost completely silent in the room despite there being at least 30 people in there. I was doing my best not to expect the worst. Maybe this was just a false alarm. The teacher got a notification on her phone and we watched as her eyes grew wide as she read it. In a hushed voice, she informed us that there had been a murder in a neighborhood down the road from the school, and the police had reason to think the suspect was hiding somewhere nearby, possibly in the school. I couldn't believe what was happening. This seemed like something from a horror movie. One of the younger girls in the class was so scared that she was crying and shaking, and a few other kids were trying to comfort her. Because I was sitting close to the supply closet, the teacher asked me to go in the closet and grab a blanket. The supply closet was a very spacious walk-in closet with rows of shelves on either side. I scanned the shelves looking for a blanket when all of a sudden I noticed something strange. In the back corner of the closet were long pieces of fabric hanging up that were used for sewing projects. Behind the fabric, I saw a pair of dirty shoes. Someone was hiding back there. I wondered why they weren't with the rest of the class when all of a sudden it hit me. Was that the murder suspect? My heart was beating like crazy. I knew the best thing I could do was pretend I didn't know the person was there. Trying to appear as calm as possible, I grabbed the blanket before turning off the lights in the closet and shutting the door. I handed the blanket to the girl before going up to the teacher and whispering to her what I had seen. I knew if the other students found out what I had seen, there would be a panic and that would not end well. I could see the fear in the teacher's eyes, but she said nothing, just picked up her phone and sent a message to the front desk. 10 minutes of silence went by before the teacher got another notification. She then stood up and told us that she had been told that we needed to walk calmly out of the classroom and go to the middle school across the street until the school was cleared. We did as we were told. Part of me was sure that the suspect was going to chase after us, but the closet door remained shut. Once we were out of the school, we began running at a full-on sprint until we reached the middle school. We stayed there for hours until our parents were eventually able to come pick us up. On the news that night, we found out that the SWAT team came to the school and was able to capture the suspect without anyone getting hurt. A shiver goes down my spine anytime I go into the closet, even now. One day I was walking to math class and one of my friends stopped me to ask if I was ready for the test we had that day. I told her I was confused because I thought the test wasn't until next week. She insisted that it was today, and she said she had been up all night studying for it. My heart sank. The test was a huge part of my grade and I wasn't prepared for it at all. I was so panicked that I told my friend to tell the teacher I was sick and I was going to hide in the bathroom. She told me she would. I quickly ducked into the nearest bathroom and went into the last stall, preparing to spend the next hour on my phone. I was hanging my backpack up on the hook on the stall door when all of a sudden an announcement came through on the intercom. It was the school principal. He said that the school was now under lockdown and that this was an emergency. Everyone was to get to the nearest classroom and follow lockdown procedures. At first, I assumed this was a drill until all the lights went out, leaving me in pitch darkness. This had never happened in any of our drills before. Was there actually a real emergency? I frantically texted my friend from math class and asked her if she knew what was going on. She texted me back right away and said that a male student had been seen threatening another male student over a knife. It was supposedly an argument over a girl, but the rumor was that the guy was completely deranged and there was no telling who he might hurt. I had little to no protection, so I was terrified. I climbed up on the toilet seat so no one would be able to see my feet, and I tried to stay as quiet as possible. Several minutes went by before I heard footsteps enter the bathroom. It was someone crying, but I couldn't figure out if it was a boy or a girl. They entered the stall next to me and closed the door. I heard something metal fall on the floor, and I looked down to see the point of a long silver knife. I don't know what went through my mind at that moment, but my sheer panic caused me to make a run for it. I unlocked the stall door and started sprinting through the hallways. I kept running until I got out of the school, my arms in the air as I came face to face with an army of police officers. After they patted me down, I explained exactly where the suspect was. Luckily, they were able to catch the guy without anyone getting hurt. It turned out that the guy didn't end up stabbing anyone, he just threatened him. He did, of course, still get into plenty of legal trouble, and he hasn't been back at school since. When I was a sophomore in high school, I was sitting next to my best friend Kayla in geometry. The teacher had finished the rest of the lesson and was giving us the rest of class time to get a head start on homework. Kayla was trying to explain to me a problem I didn't understand when all of a sudden we were interrupted by the intercom. There was an announcement that we were under an active lockdown and everyone needed to shelter in place immediately. We asked the teacher if she had been warned that we were going to have a drill, and she told us no. The teachers are always warned about lockdown drills, so this was when we realized this could actually be a serious thing. The teacher locked the door and turned off the lights. Then we began working together to push our heavy metal desks up against the door so that no one could get in. We then hid in a corner of the room. I was tucked underneath the teacher's desk along with a few other students. We were all quiet, checking our phones to see if we could figure out what was going on. I was looking through the news app when I saw that there was a crazy man believed to be on drugs that was involved in an assault right by our school. It was believed that he may have entered our school and was still on the loose. I shared this information with the class and we were all even more terrified. A few girls started to cry and some people were texting their parents to let them know what was going on. I had a sister who was a freshman who was also in the building and I texted her to see if she was okay and asked if she knew what was going on. 15 painful minutes went by before she texted me back. She said someone had been banging on her classroom door and screaming profanities for the last 10 minutes, but they had finally gone away. I decided to keep this information to myself, not wanting to freak my classmates out even more. But before long, I heard yelling in the distance and held my breath, hoping that whoever it was would just pass by the classroom. But before long, there was a sudden banging at the door, followed by a crazed laughter. The man began taunting us, telling us that he had a gun, and there was no point in hiding because he was going to get us. We were horrified, but did our best to stay quiet. Our teacher was on the phone with 911, giving them a whispered update of what was happening. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot from the hallway, causing several of us to cry out loudly. The man outside laughed even harder. There were shouts from further down the hallway, and I understood to be police officers. They demanded the man drop his weapon. After several requests, they tased him, and I heard him screaming like crazy. Around 30 more minutes went by before we were finally told that the school had been cleared. The man had been taken into custody, and we were free to go.
From the time I was a junior in high school until my freshman year of college, I used to work at Target. My job that I had was a cart attendant, which means I would walk around the parking lot and bring carts back into the store. I did some other stuff too, but that was basically it. It was a busy Target that I worked at with 2 entrances, so I would always be busy, especially on weekends. On one night, it was a weekday, and it had gotten pretty quiet. I was working a closing shift, which went until 10 p.m., and typically the last hour and a half or so would be really quiet. I was inside doing a restroom check, which was another one of my responsibilities, and then I refilled some of the shopping baskets inside the store. When I was done with those things, it was just about 10, so I went back out to the parking lot for one last time to collect all the remaining carts and bring them in. There really weren't many at all, maybe 10 total carts, but they were spread out across the entire parking lot that we had. I went out and got them all, and as I was in the far back corner of the parking lot, I noticed there was one last cart in the way back. It was literally the very far back corner, and it was pretty far away from the store. I started to walk over to it, and noticed that there was one car parked close by. The parking lot was almost completely empty, besides the 20 or so cars that belonged to employees that were all parked in the back middle. This one was farther away, and I didn't think anything of this particular car until I realized that there seemed to be somebody in the driver's seat. I saw this as I was getting closer. The car was a sort of dark SUV that was relatively big, but I'm not much of a car expert, so beyond that I'm not sure. I had to walk right in front of the car to get the cart, and as I passed by the front of the car, I saw the lights suddenly turn on. I was a little spooked at first by this, but then I just got the cart and started walking back. I glanced over to the car and noticed that the driver was staring at me with a really angry look on his face. I thought this was pretty awkward, and I walked pretty quickly back to the store and put the carts away. I don't know why the guy would be mad at me, but from there, I clocked out of work, then left the store and walked to my car. I always pretty much parked in the same spot in the back middle of the parking lot. When I was approaching my car though, I now noticed that the car that I had just seen a few minutes earlier was parked directly next to me. This was sort of strange, and I did my best to ignore it and got inside my car. I then started it up and left as quickly as I could, because I didn't want another awkward moment with the guy. but as soon as I did, the car left as well. It didn't take long for me to realize that I was being followed by this guy. Every turn that I made, the car behind me would make as well. As I got close to home and had to take the exit from the highway, the car did the same. I didn't want to go straight home, so instead of turning on my street, I kept going, and then I went into another residential neighborhood and I planned to just drive around. I wasn't really sure what to do and I was getting nervous. I started just driving down random streets and then turning onto the next one and going down that. I was basically just going down every street, and the car followed me through about 4 streets, I would say. As I kept going, it randomly pulled out and sped past me. I heard the engine of the car make a loud roar as it did. After that, they drove away, and when I was sure I couldn't see them anymore, I turned around and went back towards my house. I got home, and then everything was fine. I've always wondered after that, though, why the person followed me and who it was. I also wonder how they knew which car was mine, and why they parked next to my car.
The very first night of my job as a pizza delivery guy turned out to be something that you would only expect to happen in movies. The incident gave me sleepless nights, and I remember suffering from sleep paralysis thereafter. It was in February. We were nearing our closing time. The other delivery guy who would normally stay until closing time had left early that day for whatever reason. I remember him mentioning some personal, unavoidable problem. All of a sudden, the phone on the counter rang. It was past midnight, and we didn't think it was strange for someone to call at this hour for pizza, probably midnight cravings. But then it hit me. I was going to be the one to deliver it. The manager had received the call and gave me the address the caller had mentioned. I looked back at him with a frustrated look and he shrugged. I had no choice. The manager said I better be quick as he would have to wait till I came back. The chef handed the pizza to me with a frown, and I could clearly read the annoyance on his face. I didn't recognize the place and the address at first, but I was accustomed to delivering to addresses I had not heard of before. This particular address was difficult to find. After a lot of hassle, I found the house at the town outskirts. It was the last house in a row of houses opposite a long stretch of thicket. Forests have often freaked me out, so I decided to make it quick and get back as soon as possible. When I neared the house, I observed the front door to be ajar. Strange. I rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered. Suddenly, a gust of wind threw open the front door even more, and I was able to make out the interiors of the drawing room. Brightly lit with all the lights on and completely empty. I entered anyway and called out for someone. No sound but a low, pleasant music playing from the cassette player on the cabinet beside me. It was so eerily silent with that music in the background that I started freaking out. I could hear my own breathing. Only then, from behind the door in the far corner, did I hear a sound. I headed towards that room. Shouldn't have. When I opened the door, I was expecting the caller, but I got the nightmare of my life. It was a person, all right, but dead. Almost. The corpse was lying on the bed in a pool of blood. Its abdomen was tore open, and the eyes directly looking at me. I wanted to throw up. In a split second, I was out of the house, not caring about who it was, or who did that, or the cold pizza in the box. I ran for my life, just before pausing in horror at a face staring from behind the door of the same room where I had just been. It was a man, showing only his head from behind the door, with a sickening smile on its face. I had been in the same room with that man for a minute or so. This was enough for me. I stepped on the gas and sped to my shop, throwing the pizza at my clueless manager, and from there to my home, where I laid for 4 days with a high fever. I quit my job thereafter. But what struck me afterwards was that no other houses except that cursed home had their lights on. It was like all of them were abandoned. I shrugged off that feeling at the time, but now as I come to think of that, I shudder. What was that place?
I'm a 13, soon-to-be 14-year-old female, and I go by Steph. I live in California in a small dead-end sort of neighborhood. It rises above the usual street, kind of like a hill. There's only 3 other houses besides mine, so it's pretty safe. Because our hill has a lot of trees, I have a habit of going out at dusk all alone to watch the sunset. The time I almost got kidnapped took place about a week ago. I had a plate of macaroni in my hands, so I had to be a little careful going down the slope. As I'm sitting down near the street eating my macaroni, I'm waiting for the sun to set, when a man in a car pulls up next to me. I assumed it was one of the neighbor's friends, since they had a lot of cars parked on their sidewalk, so I waved. The man didn't wave back though. Instead, he rolled down the passenger window. He was a black man that looked to be in his 40s. I could just feel something was off with him. I'm a very paranoid person, and 99% of the time my instincts are right. He then beckoned me to approach the car. Now, I've been in similar situations, so I know a thing or two. I took one step to be polite, and stopped. I smelled liquor or gasoline or something coming from his car. I guessed that maybe he was lost or something, and didn't know my neighbor's house, and I assumed that he must have brought an open six-pack or something. But being my paranoid self, I wasn't going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think I saw some movement coming from the back window of his car. The man completely ignored the back of his car, and just gave me a chilling wide smile, saying nothing. I slowly stepped back while trying to make my smile look genuine. The man began to get out of his car, and my instincts told me that I was in danger. I walked slowly at first so that he wouldn't notice me getting ready to run. I'm about 95% sure that he had bad intentions. Once the man stepped both feet out of his car, I dropped my macaroni plate and made a run for it. I could feel the adrenaline overpowering my body. Once the man got fully out of his car, he yelled something at me, and I just ran faster. When I got to my house, I quickly looked around and see if he had followed me, and thankfully, he didn't. I went inside and was shaking. I laughed it off in disbelief, since I was in a state of shock, and tried to calm my adrenaline rush down. My dad asked me what happened, and I told him the whole story. The lesson I've learned from this may sound stupid, but it could have almost cost me a lot, and very possibly my life. Trust your instincts. Don't wave or smile at any car or anyone that you don't know if they pull up next to you. Doing this may seem inviting for the aggressor. You don't know their intentions, and especially don't wave when you're alone. I like to think that I was smart enough to run, but this encounter made me realize just how unexpected and fast this was. Be careful and cautious everywhere, even if it's just down the street.
First, a little background information. I worked the night shift at a local gas station when I was 19. I was the only employee in the store, as usual. On Christmas Eve, I had to work the overnight, 10 p.m. into 6 a.m. into Christmas Day. It was a normal night, no customers, and my cleaning was almost finished. I had just got done eating and decided to go out for a smoke when I hear someone walking towards the store in the distance. Now, this was nothing out of the ordinary until the person gets to the pumps and I can actually see them. It was a male, about 5'9" and somewhat thin. He was wearing a dark hoodie, jeans, and was carrying a gift bag. As he got closer though, I noticed that he was bleeding from his forehead. As he approached me, I asked if he was okay and if he needed any help. I noticed that the bag was empty, which should have been my first red flag. The guy looked me in the eyes, looking dead inside, and said, "You wanna help? Then don't call the fucking cops." I agreed and told him that there was a first aid kit inside and that I'd be happy to help him with his wound. Crazy, I know, but I was just trying to be nice to him since he was someone who could be a threat to me. We went inside the store and I got the first aid kit. As I pulled out the stuff for him to clean himself up with, he said he needed to use the restroom and once again told me not to call the cops. I told myself that if he wasn't out of the bathroom within a reasonable amount of time, I was going to call the police. He didn't come out, so I went outside and called. The dispatcher told me to stay out of the store and find somewhere safe to be until the officers arrived. I stood at the side of the store where he wouldn't be able to see me, but I could see if he came out of the bathroom.
He never came out. The police arrived and asked where he was. I pointed and they went in. Just as they got to the door, he opened it and tried to lunge at one of the officers. They tackled him, threw a knife that he was holding, and promptly arrested him. As they were walking him out of the store, he told me that I was lucky that the police got there when they did, and that he'd see me again soon. I was a little shook by that. One of the officers came to take my statement after the other took the guy away. I told the officer what had all happened, and then I asked something I really wish I didn't know the answer to. What was he doing in the bathroom? The officer told me that it was a good thing that I called when I did, because the guy had shot up some heroin in the bathroom, then was going to come out with a knife, stab me, and run with what money was in the register. That's what the bag was for. This guy had a lot of problems and a lot of anger inside of him. The reason he was so angry was also the reason his head was bleeding. He owed his dealer money and got beat because of it. His solution to the problem was robbing the store. The officer told me if I didn't call when I did, I'd either be critically wounded or dead because he wasn't going to allow me to stand between him and that money. I hope I never see that crazy drug addict who wanted to kill me to free himself of debt again.
A few years back, I was working the second shift at Colonial Williamsburg. I had started around 1 p.m., but sometimes wouldn't finish until later on at night. Colonial Williamsburg is what they call a living history museum, and it's basically that they kept a part of the city super old, so it's like stepping back in a time machine without any of the paradoxical dangers, so to speak. I used to work there on the weekends when I was in high school, so that was pretty low down the chain, and it was my job to turn off the lights of the governor's mansion and a few other places at the end of the night. This one night, I had just clocked out and was walking to my car when my boss called me and said that I had missed a light. I was still kind of new at the time, and the idea of burning down the Colonial Quarter was just about the most awful thing I could think of, so I apologized a bunch and headed back to correct my mistake. Sure enough, a light way up in the attic was visibly on from outside. I facepalmed super hard, head up there to the attic via the little ladder thing, but once I get up there, there's no lit candles at all. I start applying any and all logic, thinking the light we saw must have been a reflection from somewhere, and besides, it's no big deal. I'm just happy I didn't actually leave a candle on to potentially burn down one of my favorite places in the entire world. So, I shrug it off, head back down the ladder, and re-begin the walk to my car. But yet again, as I'm walking, I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket, and once again, it's my boss asking if I'm actually going to do my job properly. I immediately text back that I did, and get an incoming call in response. He actually seemed super angry, saying, like, "Why are you lying to me? Do you think I'm dumb?" And a small argument unfolded before I turned around and saw that, sure enough, there was a light back on in the window of the old attic. That's when I realized something wasn't quite right, and I calmly asked my boss to meet me outside so we could both make sure the candle was put out properly, together. I'd been a diligent worker for the few weeks I'd been there, but I could tell just from this that my boss thought I was crazy, dumb, or both. I mean, I'd be thinking the same thing. Who can't put out a simple candle? But as I wanted him to see, there was much more at play than that. So I meet him outside, and once we've established that A, no one is playing a prank, and that B, I obviously wouldn't just lie to him, we head over to the house with a lit candle in the loft. As we approach, each of us agrees that we can both see a lit candle up in the window, and by now my boss is past thinking I'm dumb and probably just curious to see what it was talking about. But lo and behold, when we head up into the attic, there's no lit candle, and I made sure to make sure that my boss goes up first so he couldn't accuse me of just snuffing it out like I'm gaslighting him or something. When I get up there, my boss has actually turned pale when he turns to me and says, "You smell that, right?" And sure enough, the distinct odor of a burnt candle could be smelled, and the wick of the candle was still warm and sooty. We're both right on the verge of freaking out entirely, and my boss turns to me like, "You swear you put that candle out the first time?" But just as I'm about to promise him that I did, and that something seriously freaky is going on, we hear this noise from the old wardrobe that made both of us freeze in place. It was this wheezy, raspy sound, exactly like my little cousin made during a horrible asthma attack during her 7th birthday party. I was so scared that I could practically hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I wanted to bolt out, but for some reason I just couldn't bring myself to. My boss turns towards the wardrobe like, Is anyone there? And then in response, we both just heard the sandpaper voice growl, Get out. Me and my boss almost knocked each other over trying to get to the ladder, tearing through this old colonial house that we normally treated with kid gloves. Like, I think I'd have honestly smashed my way straight through a wall if I had the strength to. I was literally that terrified. Me and my boss ran to my car, him jumping into the passenger seats and me in the driver's, and we took out of there, not even caring where we were headed, just as long as it was away from Colonial Williamsburg. As I'm driving, I feel my phone start buzzing in my pocket again. I can't answer because I'm driving, but from the call ID, I can see it's from the overnight security guy. I realize that he'd probably just seen, either on camera or in person, me and the boss sprinting out of the house before speeding off in my car, and was wondering what the deal was. Only I realize we've also left him back there with whatever was in the wardrobe, so I'm panicking and telling the boss, Call Terry. We have to warn Terry. So, he does. And right as my boss is telling Terry to get out of there, I just hear like, Terry, are you kidding me? You literally just scared us half to death. And that's when it hit me. Terry had been hiding up in that attic, lighting the candle, and then putting it out again when he heard someone walk into the house. And I guess scaring the life out of us was his idea of fun, as bored as he must have been. And let me tell you, that was not funny, Terry. Not funny at all. I work at a 7-Eleven part-time in between classes, and earlier this year, we got a little rush of customers in the early afternoon one time. I served 2 guys for coffee and smokes, and at the back of the line, there's this kid, no older than maybe 11 or 12, just waiting there patiently with a backpack in his hand. I actually thought that he looked kinda cute, like a little gentleman out doing some grocery shopping for his mom or something. He gets to the front of the line and I ask him, "What can I help you with, sir?" In a kinda jokey, playful way. Without a hint of emotion on his face, he just reaches into his backpack, pulls out a gun, and says, "Give me all the money." When he pointed it at me, I wasn't sure if it was real or not, because where the hell would a 12-year-old kid get their hands on a loaded gun like that? It's not like the 7-Eleven I work at is in some high-crime area or whatever. It's actually located in a pretty nice place, and although I've heard 1 or 2 stories from coworkers about the trouble at the store, nothing had ever happened to me personally. There was one other guy in the store at the time, and I looked over at him to see him kind of smiling at the kid. Smiling and frowning, like he was amused but disapproved of the kid playing some dumb childish prank. I don't know guns, but I figured this guy did, so I tried calling this kid's bluff and asked him something like, "You shouldn't point toys like that, sweetie. The cops might think it's real." The kid responds by cocking the gun, and it has this real metallic sound that sends this kind of shock of fear running through me. I didn't know of any toy guns that made such a realistic sound, and as if to illustrate that he wasn't joking around, the kid pointed the gun in the air, actually fired a shot that went right over my head. After my ears got done ringing, and I came to, I heard "Give me all the money" in the same monotone, emotionless way, and I didn't hesitate in doing what he asked. I put as much cash as I could onto the countertop, then watched him fill his backpack with it before he just walked out of the store. I think the thing that scared me so much about it was that the kid just didn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. He definitely seemed like he had something missing about him, like he didn't understand that he could have actually killed someone over whatever dumb thing he wanted to buy with that money
be it video games or candy or whatever it was. At least a grown-up armed robber understands that a gun is just a means of getting what he wanted, and it's not a good idea to fire it or whatever, just in case they accidentally shoot someone in the face. I get the feeling that even if I'd even tried to resist or tell the kid no, he'd have just shot me, because it's what he assumed he should do. It's almost surreal to me how the closest I've ever come to death is at the hands of a child, someone who should have been so innocent and carefree and full of love, but instead just felt nothing.
This story takes place one late night as I was doing my grocery shopping. I would often go shopping late at night after work, and I liked it because my local grocery store was always still open, and it was never very busy at that hour, so I could get all the things I needed in a short time. One night after work, I was shopping for some groceries, and happened to be going down the soda aisle. As I reached the end of it, I noticed something on the bottom shelf. It appeared to be a Polaroid photograph. I just found it strange for one to be in a store on the shelf, and I curiously picked it up. It was a picture of a house, and it had no writing on it in the lower area where people typically wrote. I was about to put it back on the lower shelf when I noticed something. The house looked a lot like mine. I took a really good and long look at the photo for a while, and the house in it looked just about identical to my house. I found this really strange, and ended up putting the photo back, then finished my shopping and went home. A few days later, though, I was walking outside to leave for work when I noticed something on the ground. It was another Polaroid picture. I picked it up and saw that this was seemingly the same picture from the grocery store. It was the same one of my house. I knew I had left it in the grocery store the other night, and I was now really weirded out by this. I took the photo with me and left for work. When I was done for the day and on the way home, I had to stop at the grocery store once again. I bought some frozen pizzas and a few vegetables and was making my way over to the pasta. The store once again was rather quiet as it was almost 11 p.m. As I was walking, I suddenly saw something as I passed from one aisle to the next. There was a man about 40 feet away from me with a camera pointed directly at me. I couldn't see his face as it was covered by the camera, but I could see he was wearing a black jacket. Just when he saw me, he ducked back behind another aisle. No doubt this was the man who had taken the photo of my house, but what did he want from me? I walked over to the aisle where the man was, but he was now gone. I walked around for a while, all over the store, trying to find the man, but I never did. I finished my shopping and went back home. After that, I never found any more pictures or saw the man again. I still wonder about him to this day.
I was dating this one girl, a long-distance relationship. She lived in Washington State while I lived in California. Long-distance relationships usually involved the usual: FaceTiming, phone calls, Skype, etc. About 7 months into the relationship, I had a dream. The only member of her family I've seen on FaceTime was her cousin Zoe. In the dream, I was watching over her while she played in a bouncy house. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed. I looked into the direction she pointed. There was an old male, so old that gravity took a toll on his wrinkly skin. I locked eyes with him and I felt his piercing blue eyes freeze my body in place. He raised his hand from the resting place on his rocking chair. He pointed at me. His mouth opened wide as a sharp screeching noise came out of him. I woke up in a cold sweat, texting my girlfriend telling her the dream. She was shocked. She texted back, "You saw Grandpa?" She later explained that her late grandpa's appearance perfectly fit my dream. What shocked us both was that I've never seen a picture of her grandfather, let alone knew that he passed away. He would always stay in his rocking chair and look out the window during his final days, she said. Can ghosts communicate through dreams? Can I see ghosts? Are ghosts real? I don't know if any of these will ever be answered, but I hope one day I can.
I was 22 years old, attending a Halloween party at my former best friend Nick's house, who died of a heroin overdose in 2013. Before his death, he would throw big Halloween parties every year at his house, as his parents routinely flew to New York every year to attend their own friend's party. He was always a big Halloween freak, so the whole house was littered with truly horrifying props that we all knew Nick spent way too much money on. He even put up giant walls of cardboard and covered them with wallpapers to create a haunted maze of sorts. I want to keep this story PG-13 rated, so I'll skip the weed, beer, LSD, and sex and get right to the part where things got bad. I'll admit, we weren't in our right minds. None of us were. Anyone who came to Nick's parties knew what went down. Me, Nick, and a few other guys, Vinny G, Joey, and Q, were upstairs in Nick's room smoking a bong when we heard two steady, loud bangs come from downstairs. Nick clumsily but panickingly rushed to open the door and see what was going on. There were sounds of screaming of both guys and girls. I remember quite clearly it sounded as if there were a crowd of people screaming for their lives down there. We all called Nick to come back in and shut the door. Even under the influence of drugs, we all knew what was going on. Nick ran back inside and shut the door quickly but also quietly, locking it behind him. He turned to us and had on the facial expression of someone who had just witnessed murder. "What did you see? What's going on?" we all shouted at him. He told us to hide before anything else. We all knew why. From that point on, we didn't ask questions. Nick hid the lights and hid in the closet with Joey, while I hid under the bed with Q, and Vinny G hid in the storage box. We could hear the blasting music from downstairs turn off, followed by a grown man screaming at everyone to shut up. One unfortunate girl let out a scream of shock and fear, and after another bang, silence. The man started shouting at everyone again, but personally I couldn't hear it too well, and I certainly as hell wouldn't remember exactly what he was shouting. We heard two other men shouting. By now there were a confirmed 3 intruders in the house, but there could have been more for all we knew at that point. We heard the sound of boots stomping up the stairs and then coming halfway down the hall and stopping outside the bedroom door. The intruder on the other side of the door tried the doorknob, but when he realized it was locked, he started ramming into the door with most likely his shoulder. After a few failed attempts at that, the sound of a few shots to the doorknob were clearly enough to break the lock, allowing the door to swing open. We heard cries from downstairs after the shots to the doorknob, followed by silence and gunshot. I watched through the transparent cloth that hung from the bottom of Nick's bed as the black boots with overlapping ripping denim jeans moved instinctively to the closet. He opened the door. I could hear Nick begging for the intruder not to kill him, offering a generous amount of money if they would leave. Nick gave himself up as the house owner. That's when the intruder ordered him downstairs. The rest of us stayed put. Apparently Joey hadn't been caught with Nick. We stayed under the bed, shaking and afraid. There was near silence from downstairs, other than Nick talking with the intruders, but whatever they were saying was much too low for us to hear. It felt like a near 20 minutes before the front door slammed shut and Nick came running back upstairs to tell us that they were gone. I think the most horrifying moment of my life was when I stepped downstairs back into the living room and saw the 2 dead bodies laying lifelessly on the ground. Holes in their heads spewing out blood. Jen and Robbie, 2 good friends that I still miss. I'll spare you the details of what happened when the police arrived, but despite the fact that the house smelled like a marijuana greenhouse, the police were more interested in finding out who the masked men were that killed 2 innocent college students. Oh yeah, Nicky told the 4 of us who were hiding in his room that there were 4 intruders in total, all wearing fedoras, masks, coats, and gloves. They demanded $100,000 in cash, and when Nick could not provide it, they demanded he fill their empty sack with his most valued possessions. All of the partygoers held hostage in the room were also forced to throw their wallets into the sack or they would be shot. After the incident, Nick became depressed. He started drinking too much, becoming an alcoholic. He stopped showing up to school and ultimately ended up dropping out. He started the use of heavier drugs, such as meth and heroin. I had one good talk with him since the incident, and he was more real during this talk than he had ever been. He told me, with tears rolling down his cheeks, he lived in constant pain, knowing he caused the death of 2 of his best friends. Nick died of a heroin overdose in July of 2013, not even a year after the incident.
I grew up on a large estate surrounded by nature. It was very isolating, and I had no neighbors until I moved out. The house itself was big and old, prompting many comments from friends comparing it to a horror movie house. When I turned 17, I moved out to go to university, which didn't please my grandparents, who were the other house residents, so I avoided coming back. Ever since I moved out, I started having vivid dreams of walking alone at night, something I had never done. I roamed the streets around the house, always alone and always searching for someone. I was annoyed by the frequency of these dreams, as they came multiple times a week. Around that time, I also started having other odd dreams that resulted in strange coincidences. I dreamt of places I hadn't been in years, and the next day, I got invited to go there. I dreamt of random objects and then received them as gifts. The same thing happened with people. Still, those dreams came and went, but the dream of walking alone persisted. I once went back to the estate for a party a few years later and decided to take a ride back downtown to go back home. I hopped in a car with some relatives, and another car was following us. It was dark and the second car got lost. I called the people in the other car and guided them back to the main road. We waited for them in front of an old slaughterhouse, and I mentioned how I dreamt about walking down those roads almost every night, even though I had never done so. The people in the car all believed in spiritualism, and one of them said that I should pay more attention to those dreams. I shrugged it off and let it go. When I turned 20, I decided to move back with my grandparents and return to living in that house. The dreams became more frequent. A few months after moving back, my grandparents had to leave town for a few days, but I couldn't go with them as I had to shoot some things for university. They left on a Friday afternoon, and I invited a friend to sleep over with me. She had to take a train and then call an Uber to get to my house, something she had done multiple times. She ended up being late and arrived in my town almost at midnight. It should have taken about half an hour for her to get from the train station to my house, but as time passed, she didn't arrive. I was getting desperate when she called me at 1:01 to tell me that the driver refused to drive around those roads at night and had dropped her off on a road. She sent me a picture that looked like the end of my street, so I told her to just walk and I would find her. It was a short walk that should have lasted around 2 minutes, but she never came. She called me again, saying that she was lost, and sent me a picture of a house. I told her to stay there and I would go looking for her. I walked around those streets alone, in a white nightgown and pin curls in my hair. I roamed those streets for what felt like hours. I considered getting the car keys and searching for her, but I didn't know how to drive. There are a lot of cliffs around here, and I went around all of them trying to find the house that she had sent me a picture of. I had recorded some videos and sent them to another friend, asking for advice. She told me to call an Uber to pick her up, so I did that. I kept trying to find the house just by its number, just in case. The Uber arrived, and after I calmed down, I started questioning my friend about the identity of the woman who had led her into the house. She described her to me, and I decided to look for her to thank her. I called another one of my friends, who was supposed to join us the following day, to tell her the story. Her boyfriend answered and said she was in the hospital because she had poured boiling water on her hands and needed medical attention. I noticed she had called me the same time the accident happened, which coincidentally was at 1:01. The same time my lost friend had called me to tell me that she was lost. After that night, the dreams of walking in the woods stopped. I had driven by the area multiple times searching for the house and never found it. I live in fear that I will have to walk there by myself again and that something worse will happen. I, F23, just randomly remembered this incident from my childhood. I've told a few people about it, including my mum and my boyfriend, but mostly keep it to myself since it doesn't really come up in my mind that much. However, After watching some paranormal/demonic videos on YouTube, I felt compelled to share. When I was around 5 or 6, my dad bought his first house after we had lived in an apartment for most of my young life. When we moved in, things were mostly normal. The house would creak, but my dad chalked it up to settling noises as it was newly built with no prior history. I used to be fairly scared of paranormal and demonic occurrences, having experienced a few in my young life. I also had anxiety from a very young age, so any strange noise in the house would frighten me, often leading me to seek comfort in my dad's bed to fall back asleep. My dad obliged until my stepmom moved in and felt it was time for me to learn to self-soothe and stop coming into their bed whenever I got scared, which was around the age of 8 or 9. Now, one very specific night, something extremely frightening happened, and the strangest part is, I don't even remember it. My parents still swear to this day that it happened, and they're as puzzled as I am that I have no recollection of it. What I do remember is waking up one night lying on my stomach, although I have no idea what time it was. I distinctly remember hearing 2 growling noises coming from under my bed. It wasn't like a dog's growl or a human mimicking one. It was primal, deep, and menacing. To clarify, we had no pets at that time, so it couldn't have been a dog. Strangely, in my half-asleep state, I fell back asleep almost immediately after hearing the growling. I just remember hearing the growls and then blacking out. It's odd to think about because I know that if I had been fully awake, I would have at least sat up and screamed. I was easily frightened as a child and still am as an adult. The next thing I remember is waking up in my parents' bed, sitting up and not remembering how I got there. Immediately, both of them sat up with me, as if they had been lightly sleeping, and asked if I was okay. Confused and tired, I told them I was fine. I apologized for finding my way into their bed, and started to get up to return to my own bedroom. However, my dad stopped me and had me turn around so he could look at the back of my leg, near my calf and hamstring. I had woken up screaming and nearly broke down their door, banging on it and begging to be let inside. They lock their door at night. As parents, they immediately knew something was wrong and opened the door without hesitation. My dad told me that I had clung to him, still screaming and crying that there was a demon under my bed and that it had scratched me. He turned on the lights and, sure enough, both of them recall seeing a distinct set of scratches on my leg. They were spaced like human fingers, not like a cat scratch or a scrape from something. They were intentional, red and raised. My dad said he immediately searched and found nothing under the bed with a flashlight, checked my closet, and even walked around outside. Everything was locked, including the house and windows. They let me sleep in their bed because I was understandably inconsolable, and they didn't want me to sleep alone at that point anyway. When my dad checked my leg again, the scratches were gone. There was nothing there to prove that anything had happened. To this day, it shocks me that I don't remember a single moment except for the growling. It's as if the memory has been deleted from my mind. Could it have been traumatic enough that I blocked it out immediately? Like, the very next day, being confused about the situation as if it had never happened. Some might just say I was just an anxious child with nightmares. But with both of my parents insisting that it happened, I can't just simply downplay it and act like nothing happened. It remains a truly unexplainable event in my life. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. My family home is haunted by its previous owners. I don't remember who discovered this, but long before my family owned a house, a couple lived there. They couldn't have children despite their efforts, so it was just the husband and his wife. One day, The husband fell ill and passed away in the basement, which served as the main living area containing their bedroom and bathroom. Shortly after his death, it is said that the wife died from a broken heart or something similar. Now, my family owns the house, and we believe the wife wore either a grieving gown until her death or possibly a wedding dress, but it's hard to discern. We often see her as a dark shadow at the end of the hallway or in our peripheral vision, so we've never been certain. The husband's presence seems confined to the basement. One specific incident I recall vividly. I was setting up a hammock in the basement next to a bin full of old toys from when everyone, including my mother, aunt, and uncle, were young. Among them was a dog-like toy with buttons on its paws and ears. I'll attach a photo if permitted. Unexpectedly, it activated on its own, saying,
"That tickles. Do it again."
I wasn't anywhere near it, so I panicked and ran to my uncle. When we returned to inspect the toy, he picked it up to check the battery pack, only to find it completely empty. There was no way it could have functioned with no batteries inside. While he was examining it, the toy started suddenly singing in his hand. We were terrified and ran towards the stairs. Glancing beside me, I saw a life-sized Barbie doll that my mum received when she was around 8 years old. She's 36 now. To my horror, the doll began moving on its own, its arms and legs lifting as if reaching out to us, rocking back and forth. This intensified my fear, and we ran faster. Needless to say, neither my uncle nor I have set foot in that basement since. I think it might have been the old man playing tricks on us, but I'm not entirely certain. From what I've heard, both he and his wife loved children, so I doubt that they would intentionally frighten us like that. I apologize if this story isn't entirely coherent. I'm recounting it as I remember, and I didn't pay much attention in class when it came to writing or storytelling. I've worked at Walmart for 3 years, and I've seen my fair share of weirdos. It's just something that comes with the territory. One particular person I met who worked there, however, is the closest I've knowingly come to true evil. This story isn't going to be like something out of a horror movie, but rather an example of how the scariest things can be the real-life monsters that lurk around us every day. I've changed the names in this story for the purpose of anonymity. To give some context, I'm a 24-year-old girl, and I've received unwanted attention from several older men over my years at Walmart. It's uncomfortable, sure, but usually I'm able to brush them off and avoid them. This all changed for me that day that Andrew started working there. Andrew was in his mid-30s. The first time he spoke to me, I immediately sensed something was off with him. He seemed very overly friendly and flirty, the way a guy speaks to a girl when he clearly has an ulterior motive. I tried to make it seem like I wasn't interested with my body language. He made sure to ask me for my name, which I kind of had to give him since it's right there on my name tag. After our interaction, I thought to myself, I'll just try to avoid him from now on. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't avoid him. We didn't work in the same department, but I would encounter him often while walking through the back room and the sales floor. I could feel his eyes on me every time I walked past him. I just had this intense gut feeling to stay away from him. One day, I had to go down the aisle that Andrew was stocking items in. This was a very narrow aisle, and I really didn't want to be in there alone with him. When he saw me, he immediately started up a conversation. He asked me when my birthday was, and wanted to know how old I was turning. I told him that I will be turning 25, and he seemed in disbelief. I've always been told I look younger than I am. I also have braces, which doesn't help in that regard. His shock about my age set off a major red flag. Did he want me to be younger or something? Another time, the two of us alone in an aisle, Andrew asked me if I lived alone. Again, immediate red flag. I told him that I didn't and that I have a roommate. He then prodded for more information. When I told him I lived with a male friend, he asked if I was dating him. I told him that no, I'm not dating my roommate. He said that his heart sunk at first when I told him that I lived with a man. I wanted to roll my eyes. While talking to other female co-workers, I learned that they also got creepy vibes from Andrew. He treated many of the young women that worked in the store this way. One night, I was on Facebook, and I came across his profile in the People You May Know section. Being curious, I clicked on his page. In one of his recent posts, he said that he had been in jail at one point in his life. This piqued my interest, so I googled his name. I felt my stomach drop as I read the headline that popped up. Man charged with self-loathing 12-year-old girl. Upon clicking the article, I saw his mugshot. It was him. The neck tattoos matched and everything, except for one thing. Andrew wasn't his real name. The article named him as Jeremy. He must have changed his name in an attempt to hide his past. My heart was beating out of my chest as I came to the realization that I, along with my co-workers and friends at Walmart, had been targeted by an actual predator. The next day, I told my manager that I was scared of Andrew and mentioned the article that I had found. Several weeks later, I learned that Andrew was fired. The reason? A 17-year-old employee reported that he was making inappropriate comments to her. He was also found drinking on the job. Doing the math, his 12-year-old victim is 18 now. All I can hope is that she finds peace. I was 18 years old, going through a serious rough patch at home, sleeping a lot during the day, partying at night, drinking, but not taking anything else as I had just stopped smoking weed due to some undesirable effects that made me question my sanity. I generally was not really getting anywhere in life. My parents were arguing a lot at home, and I just didn't want to be anywhere near them. Things were pretty bad. I was semi-flying in private and was definitely sold out so. I worked in a factory at the time and hated every second of it. During one lunch hour at work, I dozed off. This was a normal occurrence for me, and on this occasion, I woke up recalling a vivid dream at which I had a nosebleed at my station. I didn't think much of it. I went back to work, sat at my station, and within minutes, I had the most severe nosebleed of my life without any warning. It was as if a tap had been turned on in my nose. I hadn't had a nosebleed since I was a young child, and that involved falling off my bike. This freaked me out so much that I went home for the rest of the day, much to the annoyance of my supervisor, who had no idea what I had just experienced. It just looked like a nosebleed to him. He had little idea of the existential nightmare going on in my head. When I got home, the house was empty. I did what I normally did when I felt scared and alone. I slept, falling asleep on the sofa which faced the glass French doors in our front room. This time I dreamt that my friend Chris came around and asked me if I wanted to make a spontaneous trip to the south of England, I live in the north, to see our friend Doug for the first time since he moved there several months ago. This wasn't something we'd ever discussed, nor was it something we had ever planned. I was woken up by a knock at the glass. I opened my eyes, and there stood Chris. I opened the door, and word for word, exactly like in the dream, he asked me if I wanted to go to Ipswich to see Doug. I just stood there in bewilderment. I agreed to go with him. I was so disturbed by the dream that I felt that I really had no other choice. And in all fairness, I'm glad I went. I stayed there for several weeks and had a real coming-of-age experience in a vibrant city, experiencing some great times that really opened my eyes. I didn't tell my parents where I was going, and when I finally returned home, the arguing had stopped. I enrolled in college, and things got a little brighter for me. I'm 36 now, married with kids, and the combined experience of that day still freaks me out. I've tried to rationalize it and tried to put it down to just being chance, but it felt so bizarre. The events were exactly the same as in my dream. Were they pivotal moments in my life? Or just like monkeys on a typewriter writing out the entire works of Shakespeare? Sleep enough and dream enough, and one day, you'll dream out the day's events. I like to think the choice to leave work and go to Ipswich to see my friend forever set my life on a different course. Who knows? So, about 3 or so years ago, I dated this guy. Let's call him Jay for security reasons. He told me a story about when he was younger. He ended up finding this old Ouija board. And of course, being the curious kid he was, he messed with it. From that exact day, his life would be forever changed. An ancient presence would forever haunt and stalk him. Jay always told me that ever since then, he has felt like something watches him, and that he encounters things pretty often. I didn't know whether to believe him because I had not witnessed anything while being with him. Now, I'm definitely a spiritual person, and I'm very open-minded when it comes to things, especially the supernatural. So that's why to this day, I still think about that one night. It still gives me chills. Me and Jay liked to listen to creepy encounter podcasts pretty often, and in the back of my mind, I couldn't imagine to think what it would be like. Like if something like that were to happen to me, you find yourself in a situation that seems like it was straight out of a horror podcast or horror movie. The kind you used to listen to for thrills, never expecting to live out your own tale. So one night, me and my ex were winding down for bed and watching Mort's Chilling Tales on YouTube. It started with a scream, chilling and distant, like a little girl's cry from the shadows, the kind that makes you pause and ask, did I really hear that? I muted the TV, and a couple of seconds later, there it was again, a haunting sound on a loop, breaking the silence of the night. It was such an odd sound. Yes, it sounded like a little girl screaming, but it was just off, like something wanted to lure me outside to investigate. The scream sounded like it was on repeat, as if on a record player. For some reason, all my cats reacted, all 4 of them, all at once gathering and hissing towards the door, as if they saw what we couldn't. Then came the tapping, a persistent and sinister rhythm on the windows, doors, and every entrance, as if something unseen was insisting on being let in. This was the most sinister experience I have ever had. After all that, I decided to immediately hide under the bed, and Jay crawled under with me, my heart beating so loud that I thought that whatever was out there could hear me. We held hands as I tried not to make a noise, while tears rolled down my face. Finally, a few minutes later, everything went silent, and my ex and I, frozen with fear, chose not to investigate, to remain within the safety of our home. But now, in hindsight, part of me wonders what might have happened if we had dared to look. To hear about such a story is one thing, but to live it is indescribable. The fear is tangible, a thick presence in the air. Every sense is heightened. Every shadow is suspect. It's an experience that blurs the line between the world we see and the one we feel in the pit of our stomach during our most vulnerable moments. It's a story that leads me to wonder, what lurks in the corners of our reality. I know some of you won't believe me, but what I heard that night was unforgettable. If you guys know anything about skinwalkers, I truly believe that what we encountered that night was just that. Feel free to share any opinions you guys have. So I have a creepy story that happened to me when I was 12. My grandparents were staying with my family for a while, and during that period, they decided to go for a walk one day. I didn't want to go at first, but after about half an hour, I decided to follow after them. I told my mum and went off. It was late evening, almost nighttime, so it was pretty ominous outside. So anyway, I'm walking into the park because I assumed they went that way. And when I get closer to the playground area, it's a relatively straight path to the playground as you can see it in the distance after you enter the park, and I see a man crouched behind the bigger kids' play structure. He was bald and kind of creepy looking. I couldn't get a great look though, due to the darkness and distance still between us. I didn't think much of him and took a few more steps, but then I noticed him staring at me, like dead on. I got pretty nervous and just stopped, and I think he moved a little, and I turned around and ran away fast. I looked back while running, and I'm pretty sure he was following me because he was gone from the playground. I kept on running as fast as I could to my house. Luckily, it was close, and got inside quickly and nervously told my mum. I swear I could hear footsteps running on the pavement in the distance behind me as I ran back. But I didn't look back, too nervous to do so. I never saw him again, but it still worries me occasionally to this day. I think I would have been kidnapped, possibly, or something else bad, if I didn't think thoroughly. Michael Joseph Jackson, often hailed as the King of Pop, left an indelible mark on the world with his music, dance, and unparalleled showmanship. However, his life came to a tragic and abrupt end on June 25th, 2009. The circumstances surrounding his death were a mix of personal struggle, professional pressure, and medical mismanagement. In the weeks leading up to his death, Michael Jackson was preparing for his highly anticipated This Is It comeback tour, scheduled to start in London on July 13th, 2009. The tour was meant to be his return to the stage after years of relative seclusion. The rehearsals were intense, with Jackson working tirelessly to perfect every detail. Friends and colleagues noted that he appeared frail and exhausted, yet he remained determined to give his fans a spectacular performance. Dr. Conrad Murray, a cardiologist, had been hired as Jackson's personal physician to oversee his health during the tour preparations. Jackson had a long history of insomnia and relied on several different medications to help him sleep. In the weeks before his death, Dr. Murray administered propofol, a powerful anesthetic, to Jackson on a nightly basis. Propofol is typically used in surgical settings and requires careful monitoring due to its potency and potential risks. On the morning of June 25th, 2009, Jackson was in his rented mansion in the Holmby Hills neighborhood of Los Angeles. Dr. Murray was present, having stayed the night to monitor Jackson after administering propofol. At around 12 p.m., Jackson was found unresponsive in his bedroom. Dr. Murray attempted to revive him using CPR and other measures, but Jackson showed no signs of life. At 12:21 p.m., a 911 call was made by a security guard, and paramedics arrived at the scene shortly thereafter. Despite their efforts to resuscitate him, Jackson was pronounced dead at the Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center at 2:26 p.m. The news of his death spread rapidly, causing an outpouring of grief from fans worldwide. The Los Angeles County Coroner's Office conducted an autopsy, which revealed that Jackson's death was caused by acute propofol intoxication, exacerbated by the presence of benzodiazepines, which are sedatives. The autopsy report classified his death as a homicide, noting that the drugs had been administered by another person, specifically Dr. Murray. Dr. Murray was charged with involuntary manslaughter in February 2010. During the trial, prosecutors argued that Murray had been grossly negligent in his care of Jackson. They pointed to his decision to administer propofol in a home setting without proper monitoring equipment and his failure to provide adequate emergency response when Jackson stopped breathing. Murray's defense contended that Jackson had administered the fatal dose of propofol to himself, but this claim was not supported by the evidence. On November 7th, 2011, Dr. Murray was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. He served 2 years before being released in 2013 due to good behavior and overcrowding in Californian prisons. Michael Jackson's death was a significant cultural moment, sparking a global reaction. Fans gathered at makeshift memorials around the world, from Los Angeles to Tokyo, to mourn the loss of an icon. Tributes poured in from fellow musicians, celebrities, and public figures, all acknowledging Jackson's profound impact on music and pop culture. His family, particularly his mother Catherine and his children, were devastated by his passing. Legal battles over Jackson's estate ensued, with various parties contesting the distribution of his assets and the guardianship of his children. Despite these challenges, Jackson's legacy continued to thrive. Posthumous releases of his music, such as the This Is It documentary and album, allowed fans to celebrate his artistry and remember his contributions to the music industry. Jackson's death also brought increased scrutiny to the use of propofol and other sedatives outside of hospital settings. Medical professionals and regulatory bodies emphasize the importance of proper monitoring and the risks associated with the misuse of powerful anesthetics. Michael Jackson's death was a tragic end to a life filled with both immense talent and profound personal challenges. While his passing highlighted issues of medical ethics and celebrity pressure, it also reaffirmed his lasting influence on music and popular culture. Jackson's work continues to inspire new generations of artists, and his story serves as a poignant reminder of the complexities faced by those living in the public eye. In the years following his death, efforts to preserve Jackson's legacy have continued. His estate has worked to maintain his music catalogue and support charitable causes he cared about. Despite the controversies that surrounded his life and death, Michael Jackson remains an enduring figure in the pantheon of music legends, remembered for his extraordinary talent and his lasting impact on the world. On August 5th, 1962, the world was stunned by the sudden death of Marilyn Monroe. The iconic actress and sex symbol of the 1950s and early 1960s, found dead in her Los Angeles home at the age of 36. Monroe's demise was officially ruled a probable suicide due to an overdose of barbiturates. Yet, even over half a century later, questions and conspiracy theories continue to swirl around the circumstances of her death, keeping the mystery alive. Monroe's life had always been a blend of the extraordinary and the tragic. Born as Norma Jean Mortensen, she overcame a troubled childhood in foster homes to become one of the most famous women in the world. Her beauty and talent made her a star, but her personal life was marred by failed marriages, substance abuse, and struggles with mental health. By the time of her death, Monroe's career was in decline, and she was reportedly battling depression. The night of her death, Monroe had spent the evening at her Brentwood home. According to her housekeeper, Eunice Murray, Monroe retired to her bedroom at around 8 p.m., taking her usual cocktail of medications. When Murray awoke in the early hours of August 5th, she felt something was wrong. The light under Monroe's bedroom door was still on, and there was no response to her knocks. Panicked, Murray called Monroe's psychiatrist, Dr. Ralph Greenson, who arrived and broke into the room through a window, discovering Monroe lifeless in her bed. The official investigation was swift. The Los Angeles Police Department concluded that Monroe had died from an overdose of nimbutyl and chloral hydrate, ruling it a probable suicide. However, several inconsistencies and unanswered questions in the official account have fueled decades of speculation and theories suggesting foul play. One of the most persistent theories involves Monroe's alleged relationships with President John F. Kennedy and his brother, Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy. Rumors of Monroe's affair with JFK had been swirling for years, and some sources claim that she also had an affair with Bobby Kennedy. This theory suggests that Monroe's connections to the Kennedys put her in a precarious position, knowing too much about their personal and political lives. Some conspiracy theorists argue that Monroe was silenced to prevent her from revealing sensitive information. The timeline of events on the night of Monroe's death has also been questioned. Some witnesses reported seeing Bobby Kennedy in Los Angeles that evening, despite his official alibi placing him elsewhere. Allegations have been made that the scene of Monroe's death was staged to look like a suicide, and that vital evidence, such as phone records and a diary that Monroe kept, disappeared mysteriously. Adding to the intrigue is the role of Monroe's doctors, Dr. Ralph Greenson and Dr. Harmon Engelberg. Monroe's personal physician were both closely involved in her treatment and were among the first on the scene after her death. Critics argue that the handling of Monroe's medications was reckless and that they may have inadvertently caused her overdose or have been part of a cover-up to protect their reputations. Further complicating the narrative are the inconsistencies in the autopsy report. The official cause of death was acute barbiturate poisoning, but the autopsy revealed no traces of pills in Monroe's stomach, leading some to speculate that she may have been injected with the fatal dose. Additionally, there were unexplained bruises on her body, raising questions about a potential struggle. Over the years, numerous books, documentaries, and investigative reports have delved into Monroe's death, each presenting new theories and evidence. In 1982, the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office reopened the case, but ultimately concluded there was insufficient evidence to support any of the conspiracy theories, reaffirming the original ruling of probable suicide. However, the mystery persists. In 2012, a new documentary titled Marilyn Monroe: The Case for Murder suggested that Monroe was killed by a lethal injection administered by her doctors, possibly under orders from powerful figures. The film cited new forensic analysis and witness testimonies, reigniting public interest and debate. Another compelling aspect of the mystery is the psychological state of Monroe in her final days. Friends and colleagues reported that she was in a fragile emotional state, but also determined to revive her career. She had recently been rehired by 20th Century Fox for the film Something's Got to Give, after being fired earlier that year. Some argue that Monroe was optimistic about her future and would not have taken her own life. Despite the numerous theories, the truth about Marilyn Monroe's death remains elusive. The blending of fact and speculation has created a legend that continues to captivate the public imagination. Was she a tragic victim of her own demons? Or was she silenced by powerful interests? The enduring mystery keeps Marilyn Monroe in the spotlight, a testament to her lasting impact on popular culture. In the end, Monroe's death symbolizes the quintessential Hollywood tragedy, a bright star extinguished too soon, leaving behind a legacy shrouded in mystery and speculation. Her story serves as a poignant reminder of the perils of fame and the often unseen struggles of those who live in the public eye. As new evidence and theories continue to emerge, the fascination with Marilyn Monroe's life and death shows no sign of waning, ensuring that her name will remain etched in the annals of Hollywood history for generations to come. James Dean, an emblem of youthful rebellion and cinematic prowess, remains a cultural icon despite his tragically brief life. His untimely death in 1955 has captivated audiences and has sparked numerous theories surrounding the circumstances of his demise. Born on February 8, 1931, in Marion, Indiana, James Dean's rise to fame was meteoric. His breakthrough came with roles in East of Eden and Rebel Without a Cause, which established him as a symbol of teenage angst and rebellion. Dean's intense performances and brooding persona resonated deeply with audiences, making him one of Hollywood's most memorable stars. Dean's life ended abruptly on September 30th, 1955, when he died in a car crash at the age of 24. The accident occurred on a remote highway near Cholame, California, while Dean was en route to a car race in Salinas. Driving his new Porsche 550 Spider, a car that he had dubbed Little Bastard, Dean collided with the 1954 Tudor, driven by Donald Turnipseed. The impact was catastrophic, with Dean's car overturning and Dean being pronounced dead at the hospital. The official cause of death was attributed to the severity of the crash and Dean's injuries. However, several aspects of the accident have fueled speculation. The Porsche 550 Spider, associated with Dean's death, was rumored to be cursed. Reports of subsequent accidents involving the car and its parts contributed to the legend of its curse, adding to the intrigue surrounding Dean's death. The details of the crash remain enigmatic. Witnesses reported Dean speeding, but there was confusion about whether he was racing another vehicle or simply driving fast. The intersection where the collision occurred was known for poor visibility, leading to questions about whether the road conditions contributed to the accident. Conflicting statements from those involved and the chaotic nature of the crash left many questions unanswered. Some speculated that Dean might have been distracted or trying to evade another vehicle, while others wonder if mechanical failure played a role. Despite various theories, no definitive evidence emerged to clarify the true cause of the accident. Dean's death has also been viewed through the lens of his cultural impact. His portrayal as troubled youths and his tragic end contributed to his mystique as a symbol of youthful rebellion. His career, though brief, left a lasting impression on cinema and popular culture. The fascination with James Dean's death reflects broader themes of fame and its consequences. His story highlights the pressures faced by young celebrities and the often unseen struggles behind the glamour of Hollywood. The mystery of his death, coupled with his enduring legacy, ensures that James Dean remains a poignant figure in American culture. In conclusion, the enigma of James Dean's death continues to captivate and intrigue. The combination of his tragic end, the supposed curse of his car, and the unanswered questions about the accident contribute to his lasting allure. Dean's influence on film and culture endures, and his story remains one of Hollywood's most compelling mysteries. I was finishing up my workday when I received a message from Malik, a guy who I had met on Tinder. His texts were engaging and thoughtful, with a great sense of humour. When he suggested that we meet at a vintage arcade for our first date, I was excited. It seemed like a fun and relaxed setting. The arcade was buzzing with the sounds of old-school games and flashing lights. I spotted Malik right away. He was standing by the entrance, looking just like his photos. He greeted me with a friendly hug, which felt a bit longer than usual, but not alarming. We started playing games and chatting, and I was having a good time. As the evening progressed, I began to feel uncomfortable. Malik's touches became more frequent. His hand would linger on my back, and he stood too close. I tried to brush it off, thinking that he might just be overly enthusiastic. But his behavior soon crossed a line. While we were playing air hockey, he touched my waist and leaned in much closer than necessary. I began to feel uneasy. Malik's face was now too close to mine, and I noticed he seemed to be inhaling deeply, as if he was getting too close on purpose. I tried to step away, but he followed, placing his hand on my lower back. "Malik, can we have a bit more space?" I asked, trying to stay calm. His smile faltered. "Why? I'm just enjoying our time," he said, though his voice lacked its earlier warmth. I moved to another game, hoping the change would help, but his behavior only became more invasive. When I laughed at a joke, he leaned in and took an unusually long sniff near my neck. I was taken aback. "Malik, what are you doing?" I asked, stepping away. His demeanor changed abruptly. His face hardened, and his tone became sharp. "What's your issue? We're just having fun. Why are you acting so weird about it?" he asked, gripping my arm. "I think I need to go," I said, trying to pull away. Malik's expression grew angry. "So you're just gonna leave now, after all this?" he said, his voice rising. I managed to free myself and walked quickly towards the exit, my heart racing. I glanced back to see him standing there, looking frustrated and confused. I didn't stop till I was safely in my car, locking the doors and driving away. That night, I deleted Malik's contact information. Based on our conversations prior to meeting up, I could have never seen it going this way. But I suppose there are plenty of fish in the sea. I matched with Tom on Bumble a few weeks ago. His profile was charming, intelligent, adventurous, and with a smile that suggested he genuinely enjoyed life. We hit it off instantly over messages, and after a week of messaging, we decided to meet at a local bar. The bar was a cozy spot with dim lighting and a relaxed vibe. Tom was waiting at a table when I arrived, and he greeted me with a warm hug and a friendly smile. The evening started off well. We talked and laughed over drinks, and Tom seemed to be exactly as he appeared online. But as the night wore on, I noticed something unsettling. Tom kept ordering more drinks for me, insisting that I tried this or that cocktail. At first, I thought he was just being considerate, but as the drinks piled up, I began to feel increasingly off balance. I was a lightweight when it came to alcohol, and by the time I was on my third drink, my vision was starting to blur. Tom's behavior became more peculiar. He kept encouraging me to drink more, even suggesting shots of something strong. I hesitated, but his persistent cheerfulness and insistence made me acquiesce. "Just one more, it'll be fun," he said with a grin that now seemed a little too wide. By the time I finished the shots, I was feeling quite drunk, my inhibitions melting away. Tom's attempts to make me drink more were starting to raise red flags. My mind was clouded, and I struggled to keep my thoughts coherent. It was then that I noticed something strange. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw another man, a tall guy with a grim expression, sitting at the bar, occasionally glancing over at us. Tom was now pressing me to go with him to the bar's back room for a quieter spot to talk. My sense of unease grew, but I was too intoxicated to protest effectively. As we stood up, Tom's hand felt surprisingly firm around my arm, guiding me towards the back. The tall man at the bar followed us at a distance. Once we reached the back room, which was dimly lit and empty, Tom's demeanor changed. He closed the door behind us, locking it. "I think you've had enough," he said, his voice taking on a more sinister tone. "Let's just relax here for a bit." I was beginning to feel panicked. The room seemed to close in around me, and the effects of the alcohol made me dizzy. Suddenly, I heard a muffled conversation outside the door, and then a voice I didn't recognize. "Is everything set?" the tall man asked Tom. My heart raced. What's going on? I slurred, trying to make sense of the situation. Tom's expression was cold now, and he moved towards me with a menacing look. Before I could react, the tall man burst into the room, and I realized they were in this together. Tom grabbed my arm, and the tall man approached with a sinister grin. Panic surged through me, and I started screaming like a banshee. Just then, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. An undercover cop, who had been watching from the bar after growing suspicious of Tom's behavior, stormed in. "Police! Stop right there!" he shouted. Tom and the tall man froze, and the cops swiftly subdued them, pulling out handcuffs and restraining them. The bar's patrons had been alerted, and within minutes, more officers arrived. I was taken outside and given medical attention, while Tom and his accomplice were arrested. The whole experience left me shaken, but the undercover cop's timely intervention saved me from a much worse fate. That night, I deleted my Bumble account and vowed to be more cautious in the future. I was on holiday in Dublin, soaking up the sights and pints like any self-respecting bloke from England. The city was alive with its usual blend of lively pubs and historic charm, and I was determined to make the most of it. Eager to meet some locals and spice up my trip, I jumped on Hinge. That's where I matched with Erin. Her profile stood out. She had this infectious laugh and smile that practically leapt off the screen. We swapped messages about everything from our favourite pints to the quirkiest local spots, and our conversation quickly turned flirtatious. Erin was exactly the kind of woman that I had hoped to meet. She had that irresistible mix of charm and confidence, and the idea of spending an evening with her was even more enticing than any pub crawl. After a few days of back and forth banter, she suggested we meet at her place. Her flat was a bit off the beaten path, but I was up for it. She mentioned it would be a casual night with a few friends. I imagined the evening would be filled with laughs, good drinks, and hopefully, some sparks flying. The night of the meetup, I was buzzing with excitement. I had dressed smartly, hoping to impress, and followed the directions to her place. The route took me through increasingly deserted streets, and the quietness of the area set me on edge. I tried to shake off the feeling as I approached her flat, envisioning a warm welcome and a night to remember. When I knocked on Erin's door, I was greeted by two blokes who looked like they'd stepped straight out of a dodgy crime drama. One of them was a bulky guy with a scowl that would make anyone flinch, while the other one had a shifty, almost predatory look in his eyes. The contrast between them and Erin's bubbly personality was jarring. My initial excitement started to wane, but I brushed it off, trying to stay optimistic. "Hello, I'm here for Erin," I said with a forced smile, my heart still racing with anticipation. Without a word, the bigger bloke shoved me into the hallway. The sudden violence took me completely by surprise. I staggered, trying to regain my balance, but before I could react, he kicked me hard in the shins, sending a shockwave of pain up my leg. The other guy, meanwhile, was already diving into my pockets. I could barely breathe, the pain and confusion overwhelming me. My wallet, phone, and watch were quickly taken, and I struggled to fend them off, but they were relentless. As the bigger guy grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the back of the flat, I felt my adrenaline begin to pump. The dim light from a single bulb made the situation feel even more claustrophobic. The room seemed to close in, and my mind raced with desperate thoughts. "What's happening?" I gasped, trying to get some answers as I was shoved roughly. Suddenly, the bigger guy punched me in the stomach, making me double over in pain. I felt like I was losing control over everything. I tried to fight back, but the blows kept coming. I managed to wriggle free from the grasp and bolted out of the flat, my pulse pounding in my ears. I stumbled down the darkened street, the fear and adrenaline making each step feeling heavier. My escape made it feel like everything was happening in slow motion, each second stretching into eternity as I scrambled for safety. I ducked into a nearby phone box, my heart pounding as I dialed 999. My hands were trembling as I tried to explain the situation to the operator. The urgency in my voice betrayed the panic I was feeling.
"Help! I've been robbed! They've taken everything!"
I managed to say, my voice cracking. As I waited, the shadows around me seemed to deepen, and every sound made me jump. The quietness of the street only heightened my sense of vulnerability. After what felt like an age, the flashing lights of police cars appeared, cutting through the darkness. Relief washed over me, even though I still felt tense and exposed. The officers quickly assessed the situation and headed towards Aaron's flat. I stayed in the phone box, watching anxiously as they went in. My nerves were frayed, and every minute felt like an eternity. Finally, the police returned, their expressions serious.
"The place is empty,"
one of them said.
"It looks like they've cleared out."
I was both relieved and disheartened. The robbers had vanished, leaving no trace of their presence. The officers took down my details and gave me advice on how to stay safe in the future. They assured me they would keep an eye on the area and follow up on any leads. I walked back to my accommodation, each step heavy with the weight of the night's events. The excitement I had felt earlier had turned into a grim reminder of the dangers of meeting strangers in unfamiliar places. I deleted Aaron's profile from Hinge and vowed to be more cautious in the future. It was a harsh lesson learned. The allure of a promising date can quickly turn into a nightmare. It was a late Friday evening when I found myself scrolling through dating profiles on OkCupid. After hours of swiping left on countless profiles, I stumbled upon Derek. He was drop-dead gorgeous. Tall, fit, with a chiseled jawline and a smile that seemed to light up his face. His photos were flawless, stylish clothes, fancy parties, exotic vacations. He looked like someone straight out of a magazine. Desperate for a change of luck, I swiped right. To my surprise, Derek swiped right back. Our conversation started off great. It was charming, witty, and the connection felt real. We decided to meet up the following weekend at a trendy cafe downtown. On the day of the date, I was a bundle of nerves and excitement. I arrived early, nervously checking my phone every few minutes for any updates from Derek. So when a man walked into the cafe, I did a double take. He was nothing like the Derek in his photos. This man was significantly heavier, dressed in worn-out clothes and had a face marked by deep scars. He didn't even remotely resemble the Derek I had been chatting with. He came over and introduced himself, and I could barely mask my shock and disappointment. I hoped this was some kind of cruel prank or horrible mistake. I forced myself to sit through the date, trying to be polite. while my mind raced with questions. The conversation was strained, and every second felt like an eternity. As soon as I could, I made an excuse about having a sudden emergency and stood up to leave. But as I tried to walk past him, his demeanor changed drastically. He stood up and blocked my way, his face twisted with anger.
"What's wrong?"
he shouted, his voice echoing through the cafe.
"You're just going to leave me like this?"
I felt a wave of panic. I tried to push past him, but he grabbed my arm with a grip that was surprisingly strong.
"You think you're too good for me now?"
he yelled, his voice breaking with desperation. The cafe fell silent as people stared, their eyes flicking between us. I felt a hot rush of embarrassment and fear. Several patrons stepped in, trying to defuse the situation, and someone called the police. Derek's rage only intensified as he screamed after me, his pleas growing more frantic. By the time the authorities arrived, Derek was being escorted out of the cafe, his shouts fading as he was taken away. I was left shaken and humiliated, surrounded by sympathetic staff and concerned patrons. The experience left me uneasy and wary of meeting people online. I never swiped right again without thoroughly vetting someone. That night, I learnt the hard way that not everyone is who they seem, and sometimes the consequences of deception can be terrifyingly real. I met Laura on Plenty of Fish, and we clicked almost instantly. Her profile was full of bright, engaging photos, and our conversations flowed naturally. When we decided on an ice skating date, she mentioned that it was a place that she used to visit with her ex. She seemed a bit apprehensive, but I reassured her that it would be a fun, relaxing way to spend time together and hopefully ease her nerves. Arriving at the rink, I spotted Laura immediately. She was already lacing up her skates, her face lighting up when she saw me. We hit the ice with a mix of excitement and nervous energy. We skated around, enjoying each other's company, and I couldn't help but notice how Laura's initial apprehension seemed to melt away with each lap. But then, I noticed a man lingering near the rink's entrance. He was scruffy looking, his clothes rumpled as if he had just rolled out of bed. He kept glancing at us, his eyes fixed on Laura. A knot tightened in my stomach as he drew closer. Laura's smile faltered as she recognized him. Her eyes widened and she stiffened. "That's Mark," she said quietly, her voice tinged with unease. Mark's presence was like a sudden chill in the air. He marched over, his face a storm of frustration and anger.
"Laura!"
he demanded, his voice carrying over the rink's ambient noise. Laura's initial attempt at calm was met with Mark's growing hostility. I could see Laura's anxiety rising as Mark's gaze shifted to me, his expression darkening.
"So this is who you've moved on with?"
he spat, his tone harsh and accusatory. Laura tried to explain that it was just a casual date, but Mark wasn't interested in explanations. His anger seemed to grow with each word, and the tension between us escalated quickly. Mark's aggression was unsettling, making me feel increasingly uncomfortable. I could see Laura trying to manage the situation, her attempts to calm Mark only making his anger more volatile. The other skaters and rink staff began to take notice, their concerned whispers and glances adding to the mounting pressure. Suddenly, Mark shoved me roughly, causing me to lose my balance and fall against the rink's barrier. Laura rushed to help me up, but Mark's anger showed no sign of abating. The rink staff quickly intervened, asking Mark to leave and escorting him out. Mark's angry shouts continued as he was led away, and I could see Laura's distress. Laura and I decided to cut the date short. We left the rink, both shaken and uneasy about what had just happened. Although Mark's threats were loud and disturbing, the immediate danger had passed. We reported the incident to the police, who assured us they would look into it, but no further action was taken. In the following days, Laura and I occasionally received unsettling messages from Mark, but he never appeared again. Despite the ordeal, Laura and I tried to move on, but the memory of that night lingered, a reminder of how quickly a seemingly innocent date can take a turn for the worst. I used to live in a neighborhood across the street from a graveyard. Strange things have occurred throughout my life, even when I didn't live in that neighborhood. However, when I did live there, things happened more frequently than normal. I lived with my stepdad, my mum, my biological sister, and some step-siblings at the time. My stepbrother and I shared a room. We were in the 3rd grade. We slept in a bunk bed, and I slept on the top bunk. One night when we were going to bed, I heard something that made my eyes open wide. Our closet door, which was straight ahead beyond the foot of our bed, slowly crept open, making a haunting, almost vocal sound. I remember not knowing if my stepbrother was asleep in the bottom bunk, so I whisper yelled, "Zone!" I then tried a bit louder. "Zone! Did you hear that?" I heard my brother make a horrible gasp, the kind of gasp someone makes when they see something terrible. I looked into the closet and saw 2 green eyes staring at me, and then at Zone. The 2 horrible eyes were hanging above a green, toothy grin. It kind of reminded me of the eyes and smile of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. It gave me goosebumps and made my eyes water. I wasn't sure what specifically it was that caused this reaction. As terrifying as it was, I threw my Spider-Man body pillow at it. My brother had one just like it. I know it was a pretty stupid move, but I was a kid and didn't have a clue how to handle the situation. The door nearly closed because of my excellent throw. However, it didn't latch closed. It was still barely open. After my brother and I sat in silence for a second, I asked him, "Did you see that?" He said, "Yeah. One of us has to go and get your mom and my..." Right when he was about to finish his sentence, the door to the closet started to open again. The high-pitched noise was even louder and slower than before. We were both horrified when we saw it again. The door revealed its glowing green face once more, still giving an ear-to-ear sickly green smile. This time though, Zone threw his Spider-Man body pillow at the door. The door squeaked and almost closed again. We watched it for about a minute. Then, it started to creep open a 3rd time. I don't know what came over me, but I said, "F this," and ran as fast as I could down the long hallway to my mum's room. I yelled and woke them up. My stepdad went into the room and switched the lights on. He opened the closet door and turned on the closet light. There was nothing there. My brother and I were yelling and babbling, trying to convince him of what we saw, but he didn't care. He tried to say it was the crappy fake glow-in-the-dark vampire teeth in the closet, but my brother and I both knew it was more than that. Even if that explained the face, it wouldn't explain the door opening on its own several times. Everything went back to normal for a while, except for when I woke up with a nosebleed a few mornings in a row. The next summer, I had to take summer school in a town not too far away. It sucked. I didn't know anyone. One day, everyone was sitting in the cafeteria area to watch a dumb play. It was Peter Pan. I started talking to a kid next to me. We seemed like we had a connection, like maybe we could be friends and hang out sometime. I told him about the green-faced thing. I think maybe because the play reminded me of that night. The kid's face went blank. He looked like a deer in headlights. He started speaking Spanish. Then his eyes started tearing up. and in a nervous whisper, he said,
"That is Azazel. He's a demon."
A part of me felt bad for leaving my brother in the same room with that thing, but if I didn't, I don't know what would have happened. I have many more stories of true supernatural experiences. I'll have to share more. Thank you for reading. P.S. There are things out there in reality. If you know someone who says they've experienced something, please be there for them. It's hard to cope with these experiences, especially when you have to, all by yourself. This happened about 5 years ago when I was going through hard times and was homeless. I used to live in Denver, Colorado, which is where this took place. There are several cemeteries in the Denver area, but there's one on the outskirts of Denver which is very large and very old. I think it may be the oldest one that's still being actively used. Before I became homeless, I didn't know much about this area. I had always gotten a creepy feeling around there, but I didn't know why until I was on the streets. I heard from many different people that it's got lots of underground tunnels, and some homeless people live in these tunnels. But in the deeper tunnels, there is cult activity. These tunnels have secret entrances all over the area, and the homeless that live around this area avoid some of these spider holes because people have been known to disappear near them. Mostly women. This area has a river going through it, alongside the graveyard. One side of the river has a darker feel than the other. It's eerie over there and smells like death. One time, I was wandering the area with a few other acquaintances. Safety in numbers and all that. We had nowhere to go and decided to hang out in the abandoned part of the graveyard, the older side. It had just gotten dark, and it was windy. It was also fall, so it was cold. We were huddled up against gravestones to block the wind. One of the people I was with knew the area better than I did, and he had warned me to be very vigilant. I figured this was so we didn't attract the attention of security, police, or fellow homeless, but I later found out why he was so anxious about the area. It was probably around 10 p.m. We had all been just sitting in silence, trying to stay warm, hoping the night would pass quickly, when I heard my acquaintance, let's call him Jay, whisper, "Hey, heads up, keep quiet." I had already been quiet, but I immediately tensed up, assuming that he spotted security or something. But as I looked around, I saw in the distance some small flickering lights appearing here and there all around the graveyard. It was like people had been spread all around the large graveyard, and they were all holding lighters that they flicked on, which only then showed that they were all over. After my eyes adjusted a bit, I recognized they seemed to be candles. I looked harder and could sort of see the outlines of people holding these candles. Jay whispered, "We gotta go." We clumsily started grabbing the few items that we had around us. Jay came right up next to me and said, "Follow me, and don't look at them." I was thinking, WTF? My other friend and I quickly started following Jay, moving at a quick walk straight to the break in the fence where we had come in. I was stupid enough to look behind me, and saw the light/figures continue to appear all around us, and they were walking to the middle of the graveyard to stand in a circle. I passed by a few and saw out of the corner of my eye they were wearing black cloaks. I could feel the menacing presence and stares, like they were daring me to look at them. But I had an overwhelming feeling that if we left them alone, they would leave us alone. One thing that haunted me afterward was the way they seemed to move towards the middle. They moved quickly and smoothly, like they were gliding. A stereotype I know, and just seemed to morph out of the darkness. My instincts were on high alert. I knew whoever they were pure evil. We got the heck out of there, and once we got to the fence, we full-on sprinted for a few blocks. Jay didn't explain much, He just said to avoid those people and don't look them in the eye, or they could have power over you. I definitely had gotten that feeling from the encounter. I asked why they weren't scared of cops or security, and he said basically that they got away with what they did because the authorities didn't want to risk looking into it, because they didn't want to be targeted. I don't know how true this is, but I do know what I saw and felt. I had several scary experiences during my time in Denver, and some other stories about this area, so you guys let me know if you want more background, or want to hear about the other things I've experienced or heard about this area. Jake and I had been best friends since high school. We both loved horror movies and creepy urban legends, often staying up late and talking about the scariest places in our town. So, when we heard about the old graveyard on the outskirts, we decided to visit. It was supposed to be one of the most haunted places around, with countless stories of strange noises and ghost sightings. It was a chilly October night, and the moon was hidden behind thick clouds. The perfect night for a spooky adventure. We parked my beat-up car at the entrance and hopped over the rusty gate. The graveyard looked even more eerie than I had imagined. Tombstones were scattered haphazardly, some tilted at odd angles, others broken and covered in moss. Tall trees surrounded the place, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, casting long shadows on the ground. Man, this place is super creepy, Jake whispered, trying to sound brave but failing miserably.
Yeah, but that's why we're here, right?
I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. We walked deeper into the graveyard, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. Every sound seemed amplified. The crunch of leaves under our feet, the rustling of the wind through the trees, and our own breathing, which grew heavier with each step. I tried to remember the stories I had heard about this place. The phantom woman who wandered the paths at night, the ghostly whispers, the flickering lights. It all seemed so silly in the daylight. But now, in the pitch-black night, it felt all too real. We stopped at an especially old-looking tombstone, the name and dates almost completely worn away. I shined my flashlight on it, trying to make out the engraving.
Hey, check this out,
Jake said suddenly, pointing to a large gnarled tree nearby.
There's a hole in the trunk. It looks like it could be a hiding spot for something.
We walked over to the tree, our curiosity piqued. The hole was just big enough for a small animal, or, as I half-jokingly suggested, a ghostly hand to reach out and grab us. Jake chuckled, but I could see he was just as nervous as I was. He reached into the hole, feeling around.
Nothing in here but dirt and leaves,
he said, pulling his hand back out. We continued exploring, but as the night went on, the unease in my stomach grew stronger. It wasn't just the graveyard itself, it was the feeling of being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows. After about an hour, we decided to head back. We started to make our way towards the entrance, but the graveyard seemed different. The path we had taken earlier now looked unfamiliar, and the trees seemed to have shifted. I told myself it was just my imagination, but Jake seemed uneasy too.
Did we come this way?
He asked, looking around.
I thought so,
I said, trying to sound confident.
Maybe we just took a wrong turn. Let's keep going.
But no matter which direction we went, we couldn't find the gate. The graveyard seemed to stretch on forever, the tombstones blending together in the darkness. Panic began to set in. I checked my phone, hoping to use the GPS, but there was no signal. Typical.
Let's just stay calm,
I said, more to reassure myself than Jake.
We'll find our way out, we just need to think.
We walked for what felt like hours, the cold seeping into our bones. Then, we heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the whisper grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from behind us.
Did you hear that?
Jake asked, his voice shaking.
Yeah,
I replied, my heart pounding in my chest.
Let's keep moving.
We quickened our pace, but the whisper followed us, growing closer. I dared to glance back and saw nothing but darkness. The whisper turned into a low moan, sending chills down my spine. Suddenly, Jake stopped dead in his tracks.
Look!
He shouted, pointing ahead. In the distance, I saw a faint light. Relief washed over me. Maybe it was another entrance, or someone who could help us. We hurried towards the light, stumbling over roots and gravestones in our haste. As we got closer, the light grew brighter, revealing a small clearing. In the center stood a figure, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, holding a lantern. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching us.
Hello?
I called out, my voice trembling. The figure slowly raised its head, and I felt my blood run cold. Its eyes were hollow, empty sockets staring right through us. The lantern flickered, casting eerie shadows on its face.
Run!
Jake shouted, grabbing my arm. We turned and ran, not daring to look back. The whispers turned into shrieks echoing all around us. I could hear footsteps behind us, fast and relentless. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Finally, we burst through the trees and saw the gate. We scrambled over it, collapsing on the other side. The graveyard was silent once more, the only sound, our ragged breathing. We didn't say a word as we got into the car and drove away, our minds reeling from what we had just experienced. Neither of us spoke about it again, but the memory of that night haunted us for years. It was the night of December 21st, 1978, when the quiet skies over the Kaikoura mountain ranges on New Zealand's South Island became the scene of an extraordinary and frightening event. A routine cargo flight, TE-901, operated by Safe Air, was en route from Blenheim to Christchurch. On board were Captain Vern Powell and co-pilot Ian Petty alongside their crew. Their flight was intended to be uneventful, a simple hop over the mountainous terrain of New Zealand. But as they approached the Kaikoura coast, something strange happened. Around 11 p.m, the crew noticed an unusual light in the sky. At first, it appeared as a mere speck, distant and unthreatening. But within minutes, the light began to move in erratic patterns, darting across the sky and performing maneuvers that seemed impossible for any known aircraft. The crew, initially dismissive, soon realized that they were witnessing something far beyond the ordinary. The lights, described as pulsating and orb-like, appeared to be following the aircraft. They seemed intelligent, as if they were observing the plane, maintaining a close yet unnerving distance. The phenomena was so compelling that the crew contacted air control in Wellington, which confirmed that unknown radar targets were indeed tracking the plane. As news of the strange lights spread, the incident quickly gained media attention. On December 30th, just days after the initial sighting, a television crew from Channel Zero, now TVNZ, was on board another flight to investigate the mysterious phenomena. This flight, led by Captain Bill Sardup, was accompanied by a journalist and a cameraman. To their astonishment, the lights reappeared, bright, glowing orbs that seemed to dance around the plane, disappearing and reappearing in ways that defied logic. The camera crew captured the eerie spectacle on film, and the footage aired on New Zealand television, creating a nationwide sensation. The media dubbed them the Kokoda Lights, and soon the story became an international phenomenon, attracting the attention of UFO enthusiasts and skeptics alike. As the mystery deepened, numerous theories were proposed to explain the lights. The New Zealand Ministry of Defence, alongside the Royal New Zealand Air Force, conducted investigations but found no conclusive answers. Some skeptics suggest that the lights were simply reflections from squid boats, while others speculated about atmospheric conditions or experimental aircraft. However, these explanations failed to account for the erratic behavior and high-speed maneuvers that witnesses observed. Dr. Bruce Maccabee, a US Navy physicist and UFO researcher, examined the radar data and film footage. He concluded that the lights were indeed unusual and could not be easily dismissed as conventional aircraft or natural phenomena. Maccabee's findings fueled further speculation, leading to debates between those who believed in extraterrestrial explanations and those who sought more earthly causes. More than 4 decades later, the Kokoda Lights remain one of New Zealand's most enduring mysteries. Despite numerous investigations and countless theories, the true nature of the lights has never been fully explained. For the witnesses, the experience left an indelible mark, a sense of awe mixed with a lingering unease. The pilots and crew involved were seasoned professionals, not prone to flights of fancy, which only adds to the credibility and gravity of their accounts. The incident has since become a part of New Zealand's cultural fabric, often cited in discussions of unexplained phenomena. It also stands as a reminder that even in a world dominated by science and reason, there are still mysteries that defy explanation. The Kokoda Lights continue to fascinate, not just as a UFO story, but as a profound and unsettling encounter with the unknown. For many, the events of that December night invoke a sense of wonder and dread. It's a reminder that even in the most tranquil and picturesque places on Earth, the unknown can suddenly break through the veil of the ordinary, leaving us with more questions than answers. The Kokoda Lights, with their eerie presence and unresolved nature, remain a haunting chapter in New Zealand's history, one that continues to captivate and disturb all who hear about it. In the peaceful town of Aramoana, nestled in the Otago region of New Zealand, tranquility was shattered on November 13th, 1990. The sleepy coastal village, with its serene streets and picturesque views, would become the backdrop of one of New Zealand's most harrowing crimes. David Gray, a 33-year-old resident, had always seemed like an ordinary member of the community. But beneath the facade of normalcy lay a growing rage that would erupt into unimaginable violence. On that fateful day, Gray embarked on a horrifying rampage that would claim the lives of 13 people, including a police officer, and would leave a community forever scarred. It began with a seemingly innocuous event. Gray had gotten into a heated property dispute with a neighbour that would leave him very angry. By the late afternoon, his agitation reached a fever pitch. Armed with a semi-automatic rifle, Gray embarked on a spree of violence that would send shockwaves through the small community. Gray's first victim was Gary Holden, his neighbour with whom he had a property dispute, but it wasn't long before he turned his eyes to the rest of his neighbourhood. The once quiet streets of Aramoana became a battleground. Gray moved from house to house, gunning down anyone who crossed his path. Neighbours who heard the gunfire, at first, thought it was an accident or fireworks. The reality was far more sinister. Among the first responders was Senior Constable Stuart Guthrie, a seasoned officer who arrived at the scene to find the village in chaos. As he tried to restore order and protect the remaining residents, Gray's violence showed no sign of stopping. Guthrie, brave and determined, tried to negotiate with Gray, but his efforts were met with more gunfire. Tragically, Guthrie was shot and killed while trying to shield a family. Desperate calls for help flooded the police dispatch, with witnesses reporting that Gray was methodical in moving through the streets, targeting anyone he could find. The scene was described as a nightmarish tableau, Gray's rifle spraying bullets, people fleeing in terror, and the distant sound of sirens struggling to pierce through the cacophony of violence. For those trapped in their homes, the ordeal was a living nightmare. One family, huddled together in a small bedroom, held their breath as Gray's footsteps approached their house. They could hear him moving through the garden, the sound of his gun, and anguished cries from other homes. The terror of not knowing if he would break into their home or move on was palpable. They prayed for survival, their fear intensifying with each passing minute. As night fell, the village was cloaked in darkness, but the horror persisted. Gray continued his rampage under the cover of night, moving with a methodical cruelty. Local and national media were soon covering the tragedy live, capturing the unfolding catastrophe in real time. The nation watched in horror as the small community of Aramoana became synonymous with terror and grief. The situation reached its climax when a police tactical team, armed and ready, arrived at the scene. After hours of relentless pursuit, Gray was eventually cornered. The final confrontation was intense and chaotic, with Gray continuing to fire at the officers. He was finally shot and killed after a fierce exchange of gunfire that left the area strewn with spent shell casings and shattered lives. The aftermath of the Aramoana massacre left the community in ruins. The once peaceful village was now a place of mourning and fear. The tragedy had claimed 13 lives and left countless others traumatized. Gray's motives remained as murky as the night he unleashed his fury. His psychological profile revealed deep-seated issues, but they did little to explain the scale of his violence or offer solace to the victims. In the years that followed, Aramoana slowly began to heal, though the scars of that night remained deeply etched in the community's memory. Annual memorial services were held to honor the victims and to remind future generations about the horrific events that transpired in their quiet town. Today, Aramoana stands as a chilling reminder of how quickly the veneer of normalcy can be stripped away by unthinkable violence. The massacre remains one of New Zealand's darkest chapters, a real-life horror story that continues to haunt the collective consciousness of those who lived through it and those who have learned about it since. On February 22nd, 2011, Christchurch, New Zealand was struck by a devastating earthquake that shook the city to its core. Occurring at 12:51 p.m. local time, the earthquake registered 6.3 on the Richter scale and was centered near Littleton, just southeast of Christchurch. The earthquake's shallow depth of about 5 kilometers intensified the shaking, leading to severe damage in the city's central business district. The timing of the quake, during the lunch hour, meant that many people were out and about, which contributed to the high number of casualties. In the heart of Christchurch, the quake caused the collapse of several buildings. Among the most tragic losses was the CTV building, a 6-story office building that crumbled, resulting in the deaths of 115 people. The Pine Gould Corporation building also suffered catastrophic damage, claiming the lives of 18 individuals. The destruction extended to iconic structures, such as the Christchurch Cathedral, which saw its spire collapse and significant damage to the building. The human toll was profound. The earthquake claimed 185 lives and injured over 2,000 people. The immediate response involved emergency services, including police, firefighters, and paramedics, who worked tirelessly to rescue survivors trapped under the rubble. The scale of the destruction made rescue operations challenging, and international aid was sought to support the local response. The economic impact of the earthquake was substantial. Businesses faced closures or relocations, and the cost of rebuilding or repairing infrastructure was immense. Key roads, bridges, and utilities were disrupted, affecting both daily life and emergency response efforts. The earthquake also led to severe emotional and psychological impacts on the community, with many residents grappling with trauma and displacement. In the aftermath, Christchurch faced a complex recovery process. The immediate focus was on providing temporary shelter and support to those affected. Efforts included setting up temporary facilities, such as the Restart Mall, which offered retail and business spaces while the city's permanent structures were being restored. Rebuilding the city required careful planning. The focus was on not just repairing damage, but also improving earthquake resilience. New building codes and standards were implemented to ensure that future constructions could better withstand seismic events. The central business district saw extensive redevelopment, including the demolition of unsafe structures and the construction of new buildings. Community resilience played a crucial role in the recovery. Residents, local businesses, and organizations came together to support each other through the challenging times. The solidarity and determination of the Christchurch community were vital in overcoming the adversity brought by the earthquake. The 2011 Christchurch earthquake stands as a significant event in New Zealand's history. It underscored the importance of preparedness and resilience in the face of natural disasters. The lessons learned from this tragedy have influenced disaster management practices and building standards across the country. Christchurch continues to rebuild and recover, honouring the memory of those who lost their lives and working towards a more resilient future. The earthquake remains a sobering reminder of the power of natural forces and the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of disaster. I've always been a curious person, the type who hears about something shady or secretive and immediately wants to see it for myself. That's how I found myself getting into the dark web one night. I had read about it on some forums and watched some YouTube videos about the bizarre things that some people had claimed were out there. Illegal markets, creepy videos, all that stuff. But honestly, I thought most of it was just hype. Stories people told to scare each other. I figured I'd poke around, see some weird stuff, and call it a night. Setting up was easier than I expected. After downloading Tor, I started browsing, hopping from one site to another. It was mostly underwhelming. Sketchy marketplaces selling fake passports, stolen credit cards, and other illegal junk. But nothing that really shocked me. Just as I was about to give up, I stumbled on a site called The Watchers. The site was super basic, with a black background and a single red eye as its logo. There were no details or descriptions, just a single link that said, "Enter if you dare." I hesitated for a second, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked it. The screen went black for a moment, then a video player loaded. The title read Live Feed 23. At first, the video was just static. I almost closed it out, thinking that it was broken or another dead link. But then, the picture cleared up, and I saw a man sitting in a chair in what looked like a basement. His hands were tied behind his back, and there was a gag in his mouth. His eyes were wide, and you could see the fear in them. It felt different from the usual horror stuff online. Too real, too raw. The camera was shaky, like someone was holding it but trying to keep still. It panned around the room, showing the guy tied up, the bare concrete walls, and a single dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling. It looked like an unfinished basement or some abandoned building. No windows, just one door behind him. It had this unsettling vibe, like something horrible had happened there, or was about to. The chat box on the side of the screen started lighting up. There were about a dozen people watching, typing these vile comments like, "Cut him and make him scream." I felt a knot in my stomach. This wasn't some movie or a prank. This was real, and these people were getting off on it. The guy in the chair started to squirm, his muffled cries barely audible through the gag. He was looking right into the camera, his eyes pleading for help. I wanted to look away, to close the browser and forget I'd ever seen this, but I couldn't. It was like I was frozen, my hand hovering over the mouse, but not clicking. Then the camera shifted, and I saw someone else in the room. They were wearing a black hoodie with the hood pulled up, so I couldn't see their face. They walked into the frame slowly, almost deliberately, holding something in their hand. It was a knife. My breath caught in my throat. The chat went wild, people urging the person to do it, to hurt the man in the chair. The guy started thrashing, trying desperately to break free, but he couldn't. The person in the hoodie moved closer, raising the knife. They dragged it across the man's arm, just enough to draw blood, and he let out this muffled scream that made my skin crawl. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This wasn't some sick joke or a fake snuff film. It was happening live, right in front of me, and I was watching it. I slammed my laptop shut, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt sick, like I was about to throw up. What the hell had I just witnessed? I couldn't get the image of that guy's face out of my head. The way he looked at the camera, like he knew we were watching, like he was begging us to do something, anything. I tried to tell myself it was just a hoax, some elaborate fake, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that guy, the fear in his eyes, the blood running down his arm. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made a huge mistake. I deleted Tor, cleared my browser history, and tried to forget the whole thing, but it kept gnawing at me. What if that guy was still out there? What if the people running that site could track me somehow? A couple of days later, I got an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was blank. I almost deleted it without opening it, but something made me click. It was just a single line of text. "We saw you." My blood ran cold. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. How could they have seen me? I hadn't used my real name or anything that could have been traced back to me. I was careful, at least I thought I was. I tried to convince myself it was just some spam or phishing email, someone messing with me, but the timing was too perfect. It had to be connected to that night. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go to the police and tell them I'd been on the dark web watching God knows what. They'd think I was part of it or something. So I ignored the email, hoping that it would stop there. But it didn't. The next day, I got a text from an unknown number. It was just a photo. When I opened it, my heart nearly stopped. It was a picture of my house, taken from across the street. The same angle I would have seen if I looked out my front window. My chest tightened. Whoever was behind this knew where I lived. I started to panic, pacing around my house, double-checking all the locks on the doors and windows. I even considered calling the police. But what would I tell them? That someone might be stalking me because I clicked on the wrong link online? I spent that night huddled in my room, every little noise setting me on edge. But nothing happened. No more texts, no more emails. After a few days, things went back to normal, or as normal as they could be after something like that. I started to think maybe it was just a scare tactic, that they'd moved on to someone else, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, watching. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of someone standing across the street, or feel like I'm being followed. I don't know if it's my mind playing tricks on me or if they're really there, and that's the worst part, never knowing where or when they'll decide to do something. So, if you're ever tempted to check out the dark web, take it from me, don't. Some things are better left unseen. Curiosity might not kill you, but it'll make you wish you never started looking in the first place. I used to think I was untouchable, that the internet was just a playground of information where I could explore anything and everything. I was naive, a little too curious for my own good. That's how I found myself deep in the dark web where I shouldn't have been. It started innocently enough. I'm a journalist, always on the hunt for the next big story. I had heard rumors about the dark web, a shadowy underworld of illicit activities where everything from illegal drugs to human organs were up for sale. I wanted to expose it, to shine a light on the darkness, but I was so wrong about what I thought I knew. I started small, lurking in forums, reading threads, but then I stumbled upon something that piqued my interest. A hacker named Mike, notorious for his skills. He was well known in those circles, someone who could crack anything and find anyone. I thought if I could just get him to talk, it would make for a great story. I created a fake identity, as I always did when working on these types of stories. Sarah Green, a tech enthusiast interested in learning the ropes of the dark web. I reached out to Mike, not expecting much, but he responded almost immediately, intrigued by my apparent innocence and curiosity. We chatted for weeks, mostly about harmless things at first. He would show me how to navigate the dark web, how to stay anonymous. I could feel him testing me, seeing if I was trustworthy. I played along, feeding his ego, letting him think he was teaching me, but every day I felt more and more like I was playing with fire. Then, one night, the tone of our conversations changed. Mike started to ask more personal questions. Where did I live? What did I do for fun? Did I have a boyfriend? I brushed it off, deflecting with vague answers, trying to steer the conversation back to our original topic. But Mike was persistent. His messages became more suggestive, laced with innuendos that made my skin crawl. "Sarah," he typed one evening, "I feel like we've become close, closer than I've ever been with anyone online." I froze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I should have cut off communication then and there, but I didn't. I was in too deep, too focused on the story. "I guess we have," I replied, hoping to keep him on track. His response came almost instantly. "I think I deserve something in return for all the help I've given you." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. I've been more than generous with my time and expertise. I want something from you, Sarah. Something real." I tried to laugh it off. "What are you asking for?" His reply was blunt. "Pictures. I want to see you." My heart raced. This wasn't just harmless flirting anymore. This was a demand, a dangerous one. I typed out a refusal, trying to keep it light, trying not to anger him. But Mike didn't take no for an answer. "I've been nice, Sarah, but I can find out who you really are, where you live. I have that power, you know." I stared at the screen, the reality of my situation hitting me like a ton of bricks. Mike wasn't just a hacker, he was a predator, and I had walked right into his trap. I quickly logged off, heart pounding in my chest, but I knew it wouldn't be that easy to escape him. I shut down my computer, unplugged it, but the fear gnawed at me. I couldn't sleep that night, every noise in the house making me jump. My phone buzzed around 3 a.m. It was an unknown number. "I'm waiting, Sarah." Panic set in. I didn't know what to do. Blocking the number wouldn't help if he really could find me. A fake identity wouldn't protect me anymore. My mind raced through the possibilities. What could he do to me? Could he really find me? I had been so careful, but Mike was no ordinary hacker. He was skilled, determined, and now obsessed. The messages didn't stop. They flooded in at all hours, each one more threatening than the last. "Send me what I want, or I'll make you regret it." "I know where you live, Sarah. I'm close, Sarah. So close." I began to dread the sound of my phone buzzing, my stomach twisting into knots each time. I felt trapped, hunted, like prey being circled by a predator. I started seeing shadows in every corner of my home, feeling eyes on me wherever I went. I barely slept, barely ate. I didn't know who to turn to, or who would even believe me. Finally, after days of torment, I couldn't take it anymore. I reached out to an old colleague who specialized in cybersecurity. I told him everything, voice shaking as I recounted the nightmare that had become my life. "You need to disappear," he said, his voice deadly serious. "Delete everything, every trace of your existence online, and you need to move. Now." I didn't want to believe it, but I knew he was right. Mike wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted, or until he destroyed me. So, I packed up what little I could carry and left. Left my apartment, left my job, left my life behind. I changed my name, moved to a different state, and started over, hoping against hope that Mike wouldn't find me. But even now, months later, in a new city, in a new life, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there, watching, waiting. Every time I open my laptop, I expect to see his message. Every time my phone buzzes, I feel that familiar dread. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, haunted by the fear that one day he'll find me again, and this time I won't be able to run. The dark web isn't just a place, it's a trap, a vortex that can pull you in and never let you go, and I was foolish enough to step into it. Now, I'm just trying to survive the darkness that followed me back. I remember the first time I stumbled onto the dark web. I was 15, and the world felt so small, so suffocating. I had always been an outsider at school. The kids called me a freak, and I was okay with that, or at least I pretended to be. The truth was, I was lonely, and every day I fought off the constant sense of being invisible. It started off innocently enough. One night, after another dismal day, I was scrolling through a random forum when someone mentioned the dark web. I had heard whispers about it, but had never given it much thought. But the idea of a place where I could be anonymous, where I could see and do things without the prying eyes of the real world, was too tempting to ignore. I downloaded the Tor browser, and within hours, I was navigating through a maze of hidden sites, each more bizarre than the last. At first, it was just idle curiosity. I visited forums where people discussed obscure topics, buying and selling strange items. It felt exhilarating to be a part of something so secretive, but then, one night, I came across a thread that piqued my interest. People watching, the ultimate reality show. It was a live streaming site where users could watch hidden cameras placed in random homes. My heart raced with a mix of excitement and guilt. I clicked on the link and was immediately confronted with a live feed of an unfamiliar living room. It was like I was peering into someone's private life, and it was strangely captivating. Soon, the feeds grew more unsettling. I saw people who were being watched, people who didn't know their privacy had been shattered. It was disturbing, but the dark curiosity that gripped me made it hard to look away. It wasn't long before I realized that some of the people being filmed seemed familiar, like kids from my school. I started to notice patterns. A girl named Emily, who always sat alone at lunch, was frequently featured. There was Lucas, the football player who had once shoved me into a locker. The feeds showed them in the most mundane, private moments. Emily brushing her teeth, Lucas arguing with his parents. It was like I was a ghost, hovering over their lives, watching every detail unfold. The more I watched, the more I felt a twisted sense of power. I knew things about them that they would never share with anyone. I began to feel a sick pleasure in knowing that I could see them, but they had no idea that I existed. But I wanted to know more, to dig deeper, so I found a way to hack into their personal devices. Using skills that I picked up from online tutorials, I bypassed the security on their phones and computers. One night, after weeks of lurking, I found something I wasn't prepared for. I accessed Emily's computer and discovered a folder labeled Diary. It was full of her most private thoughts, her fears, and her dreams. I felt a pang of guilt, but quickly buried it under the thrill of my discovery. Lucas had similar files. His struggles with his family and his deep-seated insecurities. I had a front row seat to their personal lives, and it felt like I was living inside their heads. Then, something changed. I started to get strange messages on my dark web account. They were cryptic at first, just short, unsettling lines of text. I see you, you're not alone. I brushed them off as pranks, or just other users trying to scare me. Then came the video. It was an anonymous upload titled Watch and Learn. I clicked on it, and a chill ran down my spine. The video showed a montage of scenes from the feed that I had been watching. Emily, Lucas, and others, but there was something different. In the background of each clip, there were shadowy figures moving, barely visible but undeniably present. It was as if someone had been watching me watch them. I couldn't sleep that night. My mind raced with paranoia. What if someone had been tracking me too? What if my actions had consequences beyond what I could comprehend? The thought of being discovered and facing the people that I had intruded upon was terrifying. The next day at school, the atmosphere was different. I noticed students casting wary glances at me, and whispers seemed to follow me wherever I went. It felt like I was suffocating under the weight of their scrutiny. I tried to brush it off, but the feeling of being hunted was overwhelming. As the days passed, the messages and videos continued. Each one was more direct, more threatening. One message read, "Time to pay for your sins." I realized that someone was onto me, that the anonymity that I had so relied on was slipping away, that I had become the prey in a game that I never meant to play. One evening, I decided to confront the source of my torment. I accessed the dark web again, determined to find out who was behind the messages. I found a thread that seemed to discuss the same video that I had seen. The users were talking about how the Watchers would expose and punish those who abused their power. The reality hit me like a freight train. I was being hunted by the very people that I thought I could control. That night, I received an email from an unknown address. It contained a single line of text, "Come and see what you've done." Attached was a link to a live stream. I hesitated but knew I had no choice but to click on it. The stream opened to a dark room with a single chair in the middle. The room was empty except for a camera pointed directly at the chair. The feed was eerily quiet. Then, a figure appeared on screen. It was me. The realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. They had hacked into my room, my space. They knew everything about me. The figure in the chair was an exact replica of me, and it was clear that this was no ordinary prank. They had found a way to invade my privacy and were now taunting me with the consequences of my actions. The next morning, I woke up to find that my personal information, my address, my family's details, had been posted online. It was a nightmare come to life. I was paralyzed with fear, knowing that the anonymity that I had once taken for granted was gone. I was exposed, vulnerable, and my once anonymous existence had been turned into a living nightmare. In the days that followed, I realized the full extent of my mistakes. I had played with something beyond my understanding and had paid the price for my curiosity and recklessness. The dark web had promised anonymity and power, but had delivered nothing but fear In consequence, I had become a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of crossing lines that should never be crossed. As I slowly retracted from the dark web, I tried to rebuild my life, but the lessons learned were permanent. The echoes of my actions haunted me, and I understood that some boundaries should never be breached. The dark web wasn't a playground, it was a realm of shadows, and I had learned that the hard way. When I got sentenced, I thought 2 years was no big deal. I mean, it was just a bar fight. Sure, I broke the guy's nose, but it wasn't like I killed him. I'd never even been in trouble before. I figured I'd keep my head down, do my time, and get out. Easy, right? But that was all a lie I told myself to sleep at night. The minute those bars slammed shut, I realized how stupid I was. You don't just do your time in a place like this. I was just a kid, barely 19, and the place was filled with hardened criminals, guys who spent more time behind bars than I'd been alive. The first day was the worst. I tried to keep to myself, but it didn't take long for some of the older guys to sniff out fresh meat. They could smell the fear on me like blood in the water. It wasn't long before a group of them cornered me in the yard, led by a guy they called Big Dave. He had a shaved head, muscles like a pit bull, and a spiderweb tattoo creeping up his neck.
"Hey, kid,"
he said, his voice like gravel.
"You looking to join up with your own kind? Or you want to get real familiar with the inside of the infirmary?"
I didn't even know what he meant at first. I'd heard about prison gangs, sure, but I didn't think it applied to me. I wasn't racist or anything, I just wanted to stay out of trouble. But in here, that choice wasn't mine to make. You either join a gang, or you become everyone's target. And it wasn't like I had the option to join the Mexican or black gangs. Not that I wanted to. They wouldn't have me. I was white, and that means I had to stick with the Aryan Brotherhood, or AB, whether I liked it or not. Big Dave wasn't giving me a choice, so I nodded, figuring that was all it would take. But I was wrong. Dead wrong. A couple days later, one of the other AB guys, a dude named Mitch, came up to me in the shower block. He was skinny, with a mean look in his eyes, and a scar that ran from his eyebrow to his chin. He shoved a shank into my hand, a piece of sharpened metal, cold and heavy.
"You want to be with us? You gotta earn it,"
he hissed, his voice barely above a whisper.
"See that guy over there?"
He jerked his head towards a Mexican dude on the opposite side of the showers.
"His name's Jorge. He's been eyeballing our stash in the yard. He's gotta go, and you're gonna do it."
My stomach dropped. I felt like I was going to puke right there. I can't do that, I stammered, my voice trembling. Mitch grabbed me by the collar and slammed me against the wall, the cold tiles pressing into my back.
"You either shank that piece of shit, or we'll do it to you. And trust me, kid, it won't be quick."
I didn't have a choice. My hands were shaking so bad I thought I dropped the shank, but somehow I kept hold of it as I walked across the shower block, every step feeling like it was dragging me to my own grave. Jorge was facing the wall, humming to himself, completely oblivious. I almost stopped right there, but Mitch's eyes were burning into me from behind. I gripped the shank so hard my knuckles turned white. I told myself it was him or me, but that didn't make it any easier. I don't even remember plunging the blade into his back, but suddenly it was in, and Jorge was screaming, a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. Blood sprayed everywhere, mixing with the water on the floor, and I just stood there, frozen. As Jorge collapsed, it felt like hours passed before Mitch yanked me back. His face twisted into a grin.
"Welcome to the Brotherhood,"
he said, and that was it. They pulled me out of there, and we left Jorge to bleed out on the floor. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, The way it twisted in pain and shock. And the blood. So much blood. After that, I was one of them, but I never felt like I belonged. The others were laughing, joking how I had finally manned up. But I didn't feel like a man. I felt like a monster. I had nightmares every night, and whenever I saw another Mexican guy in the yard, I'd feel my heart race, terrified that they'd know what I had done. I started counting down the days until I could get out, but I knew that even when I was free, I'd never really escape. Jorge's blood was on my hands, and no amount of time would wash it away. I'd gone in for a bar fight, just a stupid mistake, but prison turned me into something else, something that I couldn't even recognize. 2 years. It felt like a life sentence. When I first hit the yard, I was green, lost, and ready to do whatever it took to survive. That's when Jason, a long-timer with a nasty reputation, took me under his wing. At first, I thought I'd caught a break. He showed me the ropes, kept me out of the worst trouble, and I figured I had a decent ally. But it was all a setup. Jason had a plan, and I was just a pawn. One night, he handed me a package wrapped in brown paper with a slick grin. "This is gonna make us both some cash," he said. "Just be smart with it." I didn't ask questions. I took the package, thinking it was another routine hustle. Little did I know, I was being set up. A few hours later, I was yanked from my cell by the guards. They tore the place apart and found the package. Inside were bags of heroin, coke, and bundles of meth. They tossed me into solitary, and that's where things went south. In isolation, the guards laid into me. They were rough, demanding answers that I didn't have. They trashed my cell, ripped my clothes, and every attempt I made to explain was met with more violence. I was beaten and battered, left alone in the dark. Days later, when they finally let me out, I was a marked man. Word had spread. I was branded a snitch, Jason's pawn. Life on the inside turned brutal. Every day, I had to fight for scraps, food, space, and respect. I was constantly in brawls. My face was swollen, and my ribs took a beating. Jason had vanished, leaving me to handle the fallout. One night, a group of guys grabbed me and dragged me into a dark corner of the yard. They were furious, their anger explosive. They pounded on me, shouting about my betrayal. I fought back, but it was a losing battle. They left me bruised and broken, a stark reminder of my misplaced trust. The worst part wasn't the beatings, it was the isolation. I was left to fend for myself in a hostile environment, constantly watching my back. The few allies that I thought I had turned their backs, fearing retribution. Every day was a struggle, and every night was spent in dread. The guards, who once turned a blind eye, now had no sympathy for my plight. They watched with cold eyes as I struggled to stay alive. Now that I'm out, the scars are still there, both physical and the constant reminder that I got played. I'm sharing this story so people know the stakes. In a place like that, trust is a luxury you can't afford. Jason used me, and I paid the price in blood and bruises. It's a harsh lesson about survival and the cost of deception in a world where every move counts. I should let you know, I'm a woman. I'll never forget the day I was thrown into that hellhole. I was barely 17, scared out of my mind, and completely lost. The prison was a grim fortress of concrete and metal, and I had no idea how to navigate the chaos of life behind bars. For the first few weeks, I kept my head down, trying to blend in. I thought that if I stayed invisible, I'd be safe. But safety was a luxury I could hardly afford. It wasn't long before I noticed Officer Harris. He was one of the guards that seemed to take an unusual interest in me. At first, I brushed it off as paranoia, but his glances, the way he lingered around my cell, it made my skin crawl. One night, as I was trying to sleep, I heard a knock on my cell door. Officer Harris was standing there, his face hidden in the shadows. He told me there was a problem with my paperwork and that I had to come with him. I hesitated but followed, not wanting to draw attention. He led me to a back room, away from the main cell block. The place was dimly lit, filled with the stale smell of disinfectant. He shut the door behind us, and suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Harris's demeanor shifted from professional to predatory. "You know," he said, stepping closer, "you've been real quiet around here. Sometimes quiet people need a little attention." I tried to back away, but my heart was racing, and my limbs felt like lead. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. His breath was hot and stale as he leaned in. Panic surged through me as I realized the danger that I was in. "Please, don't," I begged, but he ignored me. His hands were everywhere, and I felt trapped. It was a nightmare I couldn't wake from. He was relentless, and I was powerless to stop him. It felt like time had stopped, but I was acutely aware of every horrifying second. When he finally let me go, I was left in a heap on the floor, my clothes torn and my body shaking. He left me there, saying nothing, just walking out as if nothing had happened. I felt humiliated, violated, and utterly alone. The worst part was knowing that this wasn't a one-time thing. Harris became a regular presence in my life, each visit a reminder of what he had done. I knew I couldn't report him. Who would believe me? Besides, there were whispers amongst the other inmates about how Harris had a reputation. I was stuck in a vicious cycle where I had to endure his abuse to avoid his wrath. Some people think female prisons aren't as bad as men's facilities, that we're somehow spared from the brutality and corruption. My story proves that that isn't the case. Inmates who noticed my bruises and distant demeanor started to question. I tried to deflect, but the rumors spread. I was labeled as someone who had special treatment from Harris. It only made things worse. The other prisoners became hostile, and I was isolated even more. The fear of Harris's visits was constant. Every knock on the door sent my heart racing. Every shadow made me flinch. The guards didn't help. They were either indifferent or complicit. I felt like a piece of meat, prey to a predator who had all the power. One day, Harris came into my cell while I was alone. He didn't say a word, just stood there, a smirk playing on his lips. I knew what was coming. My heart pounded in my chest as he approached, his footsteps echoing in my tiny cell. The wall seemed to close in on me. I braced myself, trying to prepare for the inevitable, when suddenly, the door burst open. Another guard walked in, catching Harris in the act. Harris quickly stepped back, his expression shifting to one of anger. He barked orders at the guard, and within moments, I was left alone with another officer who barely looked at me. The reprieve was brief. Harris had retreated, but he left behind a trail of fear and anger. I lived in a constant state of dread, knowing that Harris would find a way to retaliate. His visits became more sporadic, but more violent when they happened. I was left in a state of constant anxiety, never knowing when the next incident would occur. As time passed, I tried to cope with the trauma in my own way. I learnt to keep my distance from the guards and other inmates, using my isolation as a shield. I began to study the patterns, the routines, anything that could give me a slither of control over my life. But the fear never fully left me. I had to find a way to survive each day, knowing that my tormentor could strike at any moment. Now, as I look back on those days, the memories are still fresh. The fear, the helplessness, the constant vigilance, it's all a part of me. I tell my story not for sympathy, but to share the light on the reality of prison life and the abuse that can occur behind bars. Officer Harris used his power to exploit me, and I paid a heavy price for being a victim in a system that failed to protect me. My experience is a harsh reminder of how fragile safety can be in a place where control is an illusion, and trust is a dangerous gamble. I've been a prison guard long enough to witness my share of horrors. The kind of stuff that keeps you awake at night, makes you question how you ended up in this line of work. But there's one night that stands out, a nightmare I can't shake. It started like any other night. I was making my rounds, checking cells, ensuring everything was in order. The prison was unusually quiet, too quiet. I passed by the isolation unit, where we kept some of the worst offenders. It's not a place anyone wants to end up. That's where we had an inmate who had drawn more hatred than anyone I had ever seen. Around midnight, I heard a commotion coming from the isolation unit. Shouts, screams, the unmistakable sound of fists meeting flesh. I rushed over, my heart pounding. I swung open the heavy steel door to a scene that stopped me dead in my tracks. The inmate was on the floor, surrounded by a dozen other prisoners. They had somehow managed to get through his cell door, something I still can't explain. They were attacking him with a savage fury, using makeshift knives, broken broom handles, and their bare hands. The sight was so gruesome, it felt unreal. I moved to intervene, but the scene was too chaotic. The prisoners were in a frenzy, their faces twisted with rage and glee. I had to force my way through them, physically pulling them off the inmate. His face was a mask of blood and bruises, his clothes in tatters. His screams had turned into pitiful gurgling noises. It was like a mob had descended on him, driven by something much darker than mere revenge. When I finally got the attackers restrained, the reality of the situation hit me hard. The victim was barely recognizable. A broken, battered shell. The medical team arrived, but their efforts were futile. The damage was too extensive. As the chaos subsided and the prison returned to its uneasy silence, the truth emerged. The inmate they had so brutally torn apart was a child predator. A man who had molested his own daughter. The prisoner's rage was fueled not just by his crimes, but by the sickening details of his offences. The fact that he preyed on a child, his own flesh and blood, was the kind of horror that ignited a primal fury in anyone who heard about it. The aftermath was a blur of paperwork and investigations, but the scene left an indelible mark on my soul. It wasn't just the brutality. It was the cold, unrelenting justice emitted out by the other prisoners, a visceral reminder of the darkest corners of human nature. Every night, as I walk the dimly lit corridors, the memory of that night haunts me. The blood-soaked floor, the twisted faces of the attackers, and the horrifying truth of the victims' crimes replay in my mind. It's a reminder of the brutal reality that lurks behind these walls. A nightmare that refuses to let go. Okay, listen up. I gotta get this off my chest. I'm not a writer, so don't expect any fancy words or whatever. I'm just a regular guy. And something happened last 4th of July that still keeps me up at night. So, I live in this small town in the middle of nowhere. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and fireworks are the biggest event of the year. Last year, my buddy Dave insisted we go out to the old quarry to set off our own fireworks. It was a dumb idea, but hey, we were bored. And the quarry's got this eerie charm, you know? We loaded up Dave's truck with a cooler full of beers and a bunch of illegal fireworks. You know the type, the ones that could blow your hand off if you're not careful. We drove out there just as the sun was setting, and by the time we arrived, it was pitch black. We set up camp near the water. The quarry is this huge pit filled with murky water, surrounded by cliffs and dense woods. It's kind of creepy, even on a good day, but that night, it felt particularly sinister. We cracked open a few beers, and Dave started setting up the fireworks. Now, I gotta tell you about Dave. He's a big guy, thinks he's invincible, and loves taking risks. Me, not so much. I prefer to keep my limbs intact. Anyway, Dave was getting more and more reckless as the night went on. He lit up a Roman candle, and for a few minutes, we were just laughing and watching the colors explode over the water. It was beautiful, almost magical. Then we heard it, a rustling in the woods behind us. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or something, but the noise got louder, like something big was moving through the trees. I told Dave to knock it off. The noise kept coming closer, and then we saw a flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I was relieved for a second, thinking that it might be someone else from town, but as the light got closer, we saw it wasn't just one person. There were 3 of them, all dressed in dark clothing, faces obscured by bandanas. Now, I don't know about you, but when 3 masked guys show up in the middle of nowhere, it's never a good sign. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Dave, in his infinite wisdom, decided to confront them. He walked right up to them, beer in hand, like he was invincible.
Hey, you guys here for the fireworks?
He shouted, his voice slurring. One of the guys stepped forward and pointed something at Dave. It took me a second to realize it was a gun. My blood ran cold. This was no joke. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were glued to the ground. "Give us your keys," the guy with the gun said, his voice deep and frightening. Dave, being the idiot that he is, laughed and said,
"You gotta be kidding me."
The guy didn't flinch. He just raised the gun higher. Now Dave's laughter died in his throat. He tossed his keys to the guy, who caught them with one hand. I could see Dave's bravado melting away, replaced with genuine fear. "Get on the ground," the guy ordered. We had no choice. We got down, face first in the dirt, and I could feel my heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst out of my chest. They went through our pockets, taking our wallets, phones, everything. I was sure they were gonna kill us. You hear stories about stuff like this, and you never think it will happen to you, but there we were, at their mercy. But instead of shooting us, they tied our hands behind our backs with zip ties and started talking among themselves, like we weren't even there. Then, one of them said something that sent chills down my spine. "Leave them. We'll deal with them after." They walked off, taking our stuff and Dave's truck. We were left there, tied up and helpless. For what felt like hours, we lay there, not daring to move. Every sound in the woods made me jump, thinking they were coming back to finish us off. Eventually, we managed to wriggle free from the zip ties. I don't know how we did it, but adrenaline is a powerful thing. We stumbled through the dark, back to town, terrified that they would be waiting for us around every corner. When we finally made it back, we went straight to the police. They didn't seem too surprised, which made me think this wasn't the first time that something like this had happened. They took our statements and promised to investigate, but I never heard anything more about it. So yeah, that's my 4th of July story. It's not something I like to talk about, but maybe sharing it will help me sleep better at night. Just remember, next time you're out in the middle of nowhere, be careful. You never know who or what might be out there. My last 4th of July was wild, and not in a good way. It was me, my best buds Ethan, Jake, and Jason, chilling at Ethan's place. His parents were out of town, so we thought, why don't we have our own little fireworks show? Ethan got these fireworks from some older dude at school. They were supposed to be legit. like the kind that makes the sky explode with colors. We set up in Ethan's backyard, which is huge and backs onto this huge wooden area. We started off small, with those little poppers and sparklers, just goofing around and having a good time. But then Ethan pulls out this massive firework he called the Destroyer. It was as big as my arm, and Ethan was hyped to set it off. He sets it up on this old picnic table at the edge of the yard. We're all backing up, excited but kind of nervous as well. Ethan lights the fuse, and for a second, everything seems fine. Then, the firework tips over. It's like slow motion. The thing's pointing right at us, and then boom, it explodes. I hit the ground, covering my ears. The noise was insane, like a bomb went off. When I looked up, the backyard was chaos. Jake was screaming, holding his hand. Blood was dripping from his fingers, and he was shaking. Jason was on the ground, clutching his leg. Ethan was just staring at the mess, his face white as a sheet. I could feel the heat from where I was lying. I managed to scramble to my feet and grabbed my phone. I dialed 911, my hands shaking like crazy. I could barely talk, just yelling our address and that we needed help. The paramedics and cops showed up fast. They took one look at us and got to work. Jake and Jason got rushed into ambulances. Ethan and I got checked out for burns, but we were mostly just in shock. The cops were cool about it, surprisingly. They asked where we got the fireworks, and Ethan owned up to buying them from some dude. They took the rest of the fireworks and gave us a lecture about safety. In the hospital, it was tense. Jake needed stitches on his hand, and Jason had a nasty burn on his leg. They were lucky it wasn't worse. Ethan and I felt awful, like idiots who almost got a friend seriously hurt. We had to call our parents, of course. Mine flipped out, especially when they saw the hospital bill. I got grounded for weeks, which sucked, but I guess it was better than what could have happened. That night changed things for us. We used to love fireworks, but now they freak us out. Every time I hear one, I'm back in Ethan's backyard, feeling the fear and hearing the screams. It's a reminder of how dumb we were. So, if you're thinking about doing your own fireworks show this year, just be careful. It's not worth risking your life or your friends. Trust me, we learned that the hard way. It was July 4th, and I was more than happy to be spending it alone. Fireworks and parties have never really been my thing. I preferred the quiet, the simplicity. So when my friends invited me to a barbecue, I politely declined. I had my own plans, pizza and a Disney movie marathon. I had ordered from Tony's Pizzeria, my go-to spot for the best pepperoni pizza in town. After making the call, I curled up on my couch, wrapped in a soft blanket, and flipped through the Disney Plus catalog. Beauty and the Beast sounded like the best choice for the evening. Halfway through Belle's opening song, there was a knock at the door. I paused the movie, grabbed my wallet, and went to answer it. Through the peephole, I saw a man in a Tony's Pizzeria uniform holding my pizza. Relieved it had arrived so quickly, I opened the door.
"Hi, ma'am. Your large pepperoni pizza,"
the delivery guy said, handing me the box. He had a friendly enough smile, but something about his eyes made me uneasy. They were too intense, too focused on me.
"Thanks,"
I said, forcing a smile as I handed him a 20 and told him to keep the change. He lingered a moment too long before finally turning and walking back to his car. I shut the door, locked it, and took a deep breath. I was probably just being paranoid. Back on the couch, I tried to shake off the weird vibe and get back into my movie. The pizza was as delicious as ever, and soon enough, I was lost in the world of Belle and the Beast. But then, just as the Beast was starting to soften, I heard another knock at the door. I paused the movie again, my heart skipping a beat. It was unusual for anyone to visit me unannounced, especially on a holiday. I walked to the door and peered through the peephole. The same delivery guy stood there, fidgeting nervously.
"Did I forget something?"
I called through the door. not opening it this time.
Yeah, I think I gave you the wrong order. Can I check the pizza?
Seriously?
I muttered to myself. I glanced at the pizza on the coffee table. It was exactly what I had ordered. Something felt off.
No, it's fine. I got what I ordered, thanks.
There was a pause, then a low chuckle.
All right. Have a good night, ma'am.
He left, and I watched through the peephole as he disappeared from view. My skin prickled with unease. Why would he come back if I clearly had the right pizza? I tried to relax, pushing the thoughts to the back of my mind. But it was hard to focus on the movie now. I decided to double-check all the locks of the house. Front door, back door, windows. They were all secure. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. About an hour later, I was finally starting to relax when I heard a soft tapping at one of the windows. My heart leapt into my throat. I muted the TV and listened. There it was again, a faint, rhythmic tapping. I crept to the window, moving the curtain just enough to peek outside. My blood ran cold. The delivery guy was standing there, staring into my house with a crazed look in his eyes. He had his hand pressed against the glass, his fingers drumming softly. Fear paralyzed me for a moment. Then, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. As I waited for the operator, I watched him. He didn't move, just kept staring, his eyes pouring into mine through the small gap in the curtain.
911, what's your emergency?
There is a man outside my house. He delivered my pizza earlier, and now he's at my window. He won't go away.
I whispered, my voice shaking.
Stay on the line, ma'am. Police are on their way.
I stayed on the phone, describing the man and my location. He finally moved, slowly circling the house, trying each window and door. I could hear the rattling as he tested the locks. Panic surged through me. What if he found a way in? Minutes felt like hours. I could hear the distant sound of sirens, but he seemed oblivious. He was at the back door now, jiggling the handle. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as he threw himself against it. I screamed, backing away.
Stay calm, ma'am. Officers are almost there.
The operator assured me. The sirens grew louder, and I could see the flashing lights approaching. The man must have heard them too, because he abruptly stopped his assault on the door and bolted into the darkness. The police arrived moments later. I watched through the living room window as the man tried to scale the fence in my backyard. One officer tackled him to the ground with brutal force, and the others quickly surrounded him. He struggled, shouting obscenities and trying to break free. But the officers were relentless. They pinned him down, cuffing his hands behind his back. I could see the delivery guy's face contort with pain and anger as the officers roughly dragged him to his feet. One of them gave him a shove, making him stumble. They weren't being gentle, and I could hear him yelp in pain. They forced him into the back of a police car, slamming the door shut. An officer knocked on my door a few minutes later, and I opened it cautiously. "Ma'am, are you alright?" he asked, his face kind but serious.
Yes, thank you. I was really scared,
I admitted, my voice trembling. "We've got him in custody. He won't be bothering you again," he assured me. "Do you have anybody you can stay with tonight? It might be a good idea." I nodded.
Yes, my friend Hannah. She's coming to get me.
Good. We'll patrol the area for the rest of the night. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call.
Thank you,
I said again, feeling a wave of relief. Hannah arrived soon after, and we gathered my things quickly. I didn't want to spend another second in that house alone. As we drove away, I looked back at my quiet, seemingly safe home. The glow of the distant fireworks illuminated the night sky, but all I felt was a lingering sense of dread. The holiday was meant to be a time of celebration and freedom, but for me, it had turned into a night of terror that I'd never forget. Hannah's place was a sanctuary, and I finally felt safe. But as I lay in her guest room, I couldn't help but wonder if he would have succeeded in breaking in if the police hadn't arrived in time. The thought haunted me as I drifted into a restless sleep, the echoes of fireworks mingling with my fear. hot summer day, I was home alone, sweating buckets because the AC was busted. I had all the windows wide open, trying to catch a breeze. It was quiet, too quiet for a neighborhood that's usually bustling with noise. I was chilling in the living room, trying to read, but mostly just nodding off. As the sun started setting, I noticed the kitchen window was still open. I went over to shut it, annoyed at myself for forgetting. Just as I was about to close it, I saw a shadow move past the front door. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. "Hey, who's there?" I yell, trying to sound tough, but my voice wobbling. No answer. I grabbed a heavy book and tiptoed towards the hallway, where I heard noises from my bedroom. Peeking around the corner, I saw someone rummaging through my stuff, stuffing things into a bag. "Get out of my house!" I shouted, trying to scare him off. He turned towards me, big and scary looking. Instead of running, he charged at me. I swung the book, but he grabbed it and knocked me down. I scrambled to my feet and bolted to the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I called 911, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial. "There's a guy in my house, hurry!" I whispered urgently. I heard him banging on the bathroom door, yelling to let him in. "I'm calling the cops!" I screamed back, hoping he'd back off. He cursed at me and I heard him running through the house. Outside, I heard sirens approaching. Relieved, I stayed in the bathroom until the police came in. They searched the house, but the guy was gone. They said a neighbor saw him fleeing who called 911 as well. I was scared out of my mind, but grateful I was safe. After that, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked tight, and I double-checked them every night. It was one of those sticky summer nights when the air was thick and the stars barely peeked through the haze. My buddy Mike and I decided to take a walk down the old trail near town, looking for a quiet spot to have a campfire and crack open a few beers. We were always up for an adventure, especially in the summer, when the woods felt alive with mystery. As we strolled along the trail, the sounds of crickets and rustling leaves filled the air. The moon cast eerie shadows, making everything seem a bit spooky, but exciting at the same time. We found a clearing by a small creek, perfect for our night out. We set up our makeshift campfire, laughing and joking about old times as we cracked open our first beers. The fire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the darkness. The warmth was comforting, the beer cooling our throats as we talked about anything and everything. But as the night wore on, a sense of unease settled over us. Maybe it was the way the trees whispered in the wind, or the way the shadows seemed to stretch a bit too far. Mike joked about ghosts and monsters, trying to brush off the eerie feeling creeping up on us. Suddenly, I noticed movement at the edge of the clearing. A figure standing among the trees, watching us. My stomach dropped, and I nudged Mike, pointing discreetly. He squinted into the darkness, his face growing serious. "Hey, who's there?" Mike called out, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet night. No response. The figure didn't move, just stood there, silent and unmoving. A chill ran down my spine as we both stared, waiting for something, anything. Then, without warning, the figure started walking towards us, slow and deliberate. Mike stood up, stepping in front of me, protectively. "Hey, stay back!" he shouted, his voice trembling slightly. As the figure came closer, we could make out more details. A tall, thin man with a ragged jacket and wild eyes. His face was hidden in the shadows, but we could feel his intent. Something dark and menacing. I grabbed a stick from the fire, holding it like a makeshift weapon. "We don't want any trouble!" I called out, trying to sound braver than I actually was. But the man kept coming, his steps quickening. Panic surged through me as I already realized he wasn't going to stop. Mike yelled again, louder this time, warning him to stay away. Then in an instant, the man lunged at us, a guttural scream tearing through the night. Mike swung the stick, catching him across the shoulder. but it didn't slow him down. He knocked Mike to the ground, the force of the impact knocking the wind out of him. I screamed, scrambling backwards as the man turned towards me, his eyes burning with rage. Adrenaline flooded my veins as I swung the stick, desperation giving me strength. It connected with his arm, but he barely flinched, grabbing me by the collar. Fear consumed me as he pulled me close, his breath hot and foul against my ear. "You shouldn't have come here," he hissed, his voice low and menacing. I struggled, kicking and punching, trying to break free. Mike recovered quickly and tackled the man from behind, knocking him off balance. We scrambled away, adrenaline and fear driving us to run as fast as we could through the woods behind us. The man cursed and shouted, his footsteps thundering after us. Branches slapped against our faces, roots tripped us up. But we didn't stop until we burst out onto the main trail, gasping for breath. We didn't look back until we were safely back in town, surrounded by streetlights and the comforting hum of civilization. We called the police, trying to explain what had happened through shaky breaths and tears. They searched the woods but found no trace of the man. They told us to stay safe and call if we saw him again, but the memory of those wild eyes and that chilling threat haunted us long after that summer night, a reminder that darkness could lurk, even in the most peaceful places. This is one of the most traumatic experiences from my childhood. I don't like talking about it, but I figured that if I just write this out once, it will bring me some closure. It was the hottest summer I could remember, the kind where the air sticks to your skin like syrup. School was out, and every day felt like an adventure waiting to happen. I was 9 years old, full of energy and curiosity, and my best friend Ellie and I spent every moment we could exploring our neighborhood. One scorching afternoon, Ellie and I decided to ride our bikes to the park. It was a favorite hangout, with its sprawling fields and shady trees offering relief from the relentless sun. We played on the swings and raced each other around the empty playground until our laughter echoed throughout the empty park. As the afternoon stretched on, we noticed a man sitting alone on a bench near the edge of the park. He was wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes, even though the sun was already starting to set. Ellie nudged me, whispering that she had never seen him there before. We watched him quietly, a feeling of unease sitting over us like a heavy blanket. Curiosity got the best of us, and we decided to ride our bikes closer to get a better look. As we approached, the man glanced up, his eyes locking onto us with an intensity that sent a chill down my spine. I felt uneasy, but Ellie, always the bolder one, greeted him with a tentative smile.
"Hi,"
she said, her voice tinged with nervousness. The man didn't reply at first, just stared at us with an unsettling expression. Then with a slight grin, he asked, "Do you girls like ice cream? I know a place not far from here that has the best ice cream in town." Alarm bells went off in my head. Ellie looked at me, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Something about the man's offer didn't sit right with either of us, but we were too polite and too scared to just turn around and leave.
Maybe another time,"
Ellie replied hesitantly, her hand tightening on her bike handle. The man's grin widened, revealing yellow teeth. "Come on, it'll be fun. I'll even buy you both a cone," he urged, his voice coaxing but firm.
"We really should be going,"
I piped up, my voice trembling despite my attempt to sound brave. That's when things took a sinister turn. The man's smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. In a swift motion, he stood up and lunged towards us. Ellie and I screamed in terror, pedaling our bikes as fast as we could. The man chased after us, his footsteps pounding on the pavement behind us. Heart racing, I glanced back and saw him gaining on us. Panic surged through me as I urged my legs to pedal faster, tears streaming down my face. Ellie was ahead of me, her bike wobbling as she fought to keep her balance. We raced through the park, weaving between trees and playground equipment. Fear consumed us, but we dared not look back again, knowing the man was still hot on our heels. The sun was setting fast, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out and grab us as we rode. Finally, we reached the edge of the park where our neighborhood began. With a burst of adrenaline-fueled strength, we pedaled even harder, tears blurring my vision. I could hear Ellie crying ahead of me, her sobs mixing with mine. Just as I thought we couldn't go on any further, we turned onto our street and saw our houses up ahead. We screamed for help as loud as we could, praying that someone would hear us and come to our rescue. Thankfully, a neighbor watering his lawn heard our cries and rushed over. The man, realizing he had been spotted, turned and disappeared into the fading light. The neighbor comforted us, calling the police while Ellie's mum came running out of her house, tears streaming down her face. The police arrived quickly, but the man was long gone. They took our statements and searched the park, but there was no sign of him. Ellie and I were shaken to the core, clinging to each other as our parents held us close. That night, as I laid in bed, the events of the day replayed in my mind like a horror movie. I couldn't shake the image of the man's sinister grin or the sound of his footsteps chasing us through the park. Summer, once a season of freedom and fun, had turned into a nightmare I would never forget. To start off, I'm a 5'8", 150-pound male with the strength and ferocity of a cold, moist noodle. I'm a morning person and thought I'd shift off some packages before work. It was about 5 a.m. I parked my car facing the parcel machine, left the engine running, and went about my business. I noticed two guys in dark hoodies. It was 75 degrees Fahrenheit outside, about 50 feet from me, conversing with each other. I didn't pay much attention. Just when I had pulled out my wallet and was about to pay for shipping, both made a beeline towards me. They seemed quite nervous and were looking around. They were about 10-15 feet from me, and my fight or flight response started to kick in. At least I hope it would, because all I did was freeze and look dumbfounded. I have a conspicuous dash cam mounted under the rearview mirror, well visible to anyone passing by, and difficult to mistake for anything else. One of the guys most likely caught a glimpse of the camera, turned his head away, and tried to cover his face. The one closer to me stopped, visibly confused, and confronted the one concealing his face. I couldn't hear what they whispered, but some of the words may have been "don't" and "away." The leader turned to me, mumbled something, and asked if I could tell him the correct time. I did, and they walked away. Sure, two guys in the smartphone era, and none of them has the correct time. Not to mention the fact that the business complex had a large exterior LED screen displaying the current air temperature and time. It seems absurd from every angle. Why would a common street thug fear a dash cam? They could have just yanked it out. Plus, the storefront had one camera pointing at the parcel machine. And if they weren't muggers, that's an awfully weird way to ask for the time. I'm keeping my dash cam as a good luck charm, if nothing else. In 2021, I was involved in a murder case involving the father of my childhood friend. I frequently slept over at his house, maybe 3 times a month on Saturdays. He and his father never got along, mostly because his father was an abusive alcoholic. However, they never argued in front of people, whether it was to save face or for some other reason. I don't know, but I never witnessed it. This was just what I was told about him. We were playing on his PS4 at the time when his dad called him downstairs. I assumed he'd be back soon, so I paused the game and went on my phone. However, they kept shouting for so long that I got tired of it, turned the game back on, and raised the TV volume close to maximum. Despite this, I could still hear them, though it mostly sounded muffled. About 20 minutes later, I heard what sounded like a glass bottle breaking. I was scared and didn't know how to respond, so I stayed in the room for 30 minutes. Eventually, I decided to check, since my friend still hadn't come upstairs. When I went downstairs, I saw his dad lying in the conservatory, bleeding from the back of his head. I initially thought they had argued, leading my friend to hit his dad, rendering him unconscious, but the man was dead. There was no pulse. I could elaborate on how he acted, but I'll skip that. We hid the body in a barrel, similar to a white oak American barrel. We were young and knew it would be discovered eventually, but it was mostly to buy time. I was also worried about being sent to jail and didn't want to confess my involvement. My friend gaslighted me into helping, saying that I would suffer too if I didn't. I wasn't in the right headspace when I was young, so I believed everything that he said. We put the body in the barrel to cover the smell, as there were no openings aside from the cover. 3 days later, my friend turned himself in. I didn't get charged because they considered my age and mental state. My former childhood friend, whom I'm not allowed to contact again, got 6 months in juvenile detention. The court ruled it as self-defense because the father was abusive and the act was accidental. He was close to being charged with manslaughter because we hid the body for a few days, but he was lucky. He claimed he was just scared his father would kill him, though I know he acted in a fit of rage. These events took place when I was about 8 years old. I lived on the second story of an older yellow house. My bedroom had a big walk-in closet with something unusual living inside of it. As a child, I didn't understand that something was imaginary until one day I was playing in my room and mentioned to my brother about seeing a tall figure in a black cloak. He didn't seem to know what I was referring to, so I dropped it. I wanted to keep playing with my Barbies without him leaving, so I didn't say anything further. The tall figure had black skin and bright red eyes. He would talk to me, but he mainly liked to stay inside the walk-in closet, so I would play in there with him. My mum would catch me talking to him, but she told me years later that she thought I was just talking to myself since no one else could see him. One event I still remember is when my grandmother came up from Texas to stay at our house for a few days. She slept in my room since there was nowhere else to put her. I remember during the first night, we had to close the closet door, essentially trapping my demon friend. He screamed the whole night, telling me to let him out. It was a loud, deep voice that made the floor shake. I would try to talk back to him, but he wouldn't listen to me. I cried the rest of the night, but my grandma never woke up during this. Eventually, I did fall asleep, but the next day, he disappeared from the closet and didn't return for weeks. That was the scariest thing that ever happened to me in that house as a child. I remember when we moved houses. My parents needed to go back to get a few final items. I feared the house and wouldn't go in. So I sat in the car. I remember looking at the house since we were parked across the street. I looked at the windows, and there he was, standing at the window, staring directly at me. I was frozen, staring back at him. I was alone in the car, so I screamed and moved down in the seat. Now as an adult, I realized that wasn't a normal imaginary friend. It was a demon of some sort. Come to think of it, I never knew his name. I made up a name for him as a child. I used to call him Mr. Potato Head, because his skin looked curled up, like when you peel a potato. His skin was red underneath, and looked infected. His eyes were bright like burning coals in a fire. I remember not being able to look directly into them without feeling faint. Instead, I would just look at his hands, which were burnt as well. However, he was kind to me when my brothers were not. He would calm me down when I cried about anything bad that had happened that day. But I guess overall, maybe he had other plans for me. Thankfully, I'll never know. I was 14 at the time, living at home with my parents and my 10-year-old sister in a typical suburban house in Connecticut. I had always believed in ghosts, but I had never experienced anything paranormal, and I never wanted to. My mum has always been infatuated with ghost shows and paranormal TV. She finds it fascinating and is always open to it. 6 months prior to the event, my aunt, my mum's sister, was diagnosed with melanoma. It was terminal, and treatment did almost nothing as the disease progressed. It was really a waiting game to see when, not if, the treatment would stop working. Towards the end of her treatment, I distinctly remember a heaviness in the house. Whether it was my mum's sadness or just a general feeling, being home felt dark. For context, it's important to know the layout of my upstairs. My house was a standard 2-story, 4-bedroom home. My room was directly next to the staircase, with my parents' and sister's rooms being on the other end of the house, right next to each other. My house was oldish, not haunted old, but maybe 30, 35 years. The floors upstairs would creak if you walked on them, something my sister and I knew all too well as we would sneak around all night looking for snacks, only to be caught by my father. One night before my aunt's passing, I was lying in bed with my door open. The hall nightlight dimly lit the area, just enough so it wasn't pitch black. As I was lying there, I distinctly remember a gut-wrenching feeling of heavy energy and uneasiness in the house. I hated having my door open, but my parents had a rule that it needed to be for safety. Suddenly, I heard horrific, heavy footsteps running from my parents' room, down the hallway and then down the stairs. Fast, heavy footsteps. I sat up immediately and just listened. The footsteps went down the stairs quickly, with a heaviness that was the scariest part. Imagine a big man in work boots going down the stairs as if his life depended on it. Next, the light turned on, and my father hauled ass down the stairs. I could hear him searching the house while my mum stood at the top of the stairs looking down. I asked, "What's going on?" And she asked me, "Were you out of bed?" I said no. My dad came back up, asked me the same, checked on my sister, who was sound asleep, and then double-checked to make sure no one else was there. My mum ended with, "Just stay in bed for the night," and left it at that. Nothing more. I remember being more scared than I had ever been before. It was my first unexplained encounter. My mum told me it might have been someone coming to visit before taking your aunt home. I didn't know how I felt about that, but either way, those footsteps remain in my memory. Forever. This wasn't that long ago. I went on a road trip to my family for a small reunion, because the family was starting to break apart again. I was far away from all of them, so it was obviously going to be a long ride. After about a day of driving and pulling into gas stations, I needed sleep. Obviously, you shouldn't drive when you're tired. I pulled into a motel, which seemed normal at first. There weren't many people there, just some workers and a couple. Despite all the stuff that had happened in my past, motels weren't that scary, and I knew everything that happened at them was only in horror movies, not in real life, but I still felt slightly on edge. I went to the front desk, got my room, and brought my bags. I'd only have to stay there for a night. The room was cozy and had nice lighting, the type that comforts you. I got to sleep fine, but at 2 a.m, I woke up. A weird feeling washed over me, and I now felt very uncomfortable. I figured getting up and getting a drink or something could make me calm down a little. There was a coffee/tea machine in my room, and a cup, so I made myself some warm tea since I wasn't a fan of coffee. I drank the tea and then attempted to go back to sleep. Probably 5 minutes after I closed my eyes, the phone that you used to call the front desk went off. I knew it was best not to answer, but I was too scared, and I wanted to know why I was being called. I picked up the phone and just heard a faint buzz, like the sound you'd hear when the signal of a TV is cutting out, and it makes that glitching noise. I ran to the reception area, opened the door, and realized no one was there. Not the receptionist or any of the workers. Again, just a faint buzz and a radio going off in the back room of the reception. It wasn't a walkie-talkie, it was the type of radio that plays music. Keep in mind, this wasn't in the 90s or earlier. This was recently. Classical music was playing on the radio. In a way, this wasn't really that weird. Maybe I got a prank call, and the receptionist was just sleeping or something. And all the workers were too. This thought comforted me a little. I turned around, and a man was there. The man was tall, definitely above 6 feet. "What do you need?" the man asked. I told him about the call. He said it was a regular occurrence, and that it only happens to people who deserve it. Deserve what? I didn't ask. I didn't want to prolong the conversation any longer than necessary. I walked back to my room. During the rest of the night, the phone kept going off. It didn't stop at all. I got up again and went outside when I noticed the man standing outside my window, but with his back turned towards it. "What are you doing?" I asked him. He told me he just wanted some air. I went and got a drink from the vending machines. I walked back and realized that the man was gone. My door was wide open. I went back in, closed and locked my door, and got back into bed. Yes, I ignored my door being wide open. I was too tired and couldn't be bothered with anything else. I woke up again after sleeping for probably about an hour to the sound of knocking on my doors, not just my front door, but my bathroom door as well. Oddly, my door wasn't locked, but I ran at it. If someone was out there, I'd knock them over and have time to get to the front desk. I got to the front desk, and this time the receptionist was there. I told him about everything that had just happened. He told me I sounded crazy. I told him about the call. He told me that that never happens, and that whoever told me that doesn't work there. I went back to the room with the receptionist, and the man wasn't there. In fact, there was no sign of him at all. But I know it was real. I know it happened. I never saw that man again.
Hello everyone, it's Misfit here. I'm keeping my voice down because they're sleeping. I hope you don't mind. Thank you very, very much for watching my mega true scary story horror compilation. This is my first ever video like this, so let me know what you think. Now please hit the subscribe button, which is on your screen now, because only 8% of the people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. Thank you very much for watching.
Mortis Media.
Good evening all, and welcome Tonight, we are delving into some truly creepy stories. I hope you're ready, because it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. Years ago, when I was in jail, I used to pray every night. When you're little and you pray, it's because you want something from the world that you don't know how to get. And when you're older, it's because the world wants something from you that you don't know how to give. The lights would go out at 11 p.m. and I would pray to be a better man, humiliating myself before the arbitrary silence of my thoughts, begging and pleading and even screaming when the thoughts became too loud to contain. Then one night, an unscheduled cell search interrupted my routine. The inmates all had to wait against the wall while our block was cleared. And it wasn't until after midnight when I was able to begin my prayers. All those years, my mother used to drag me down to the church. She never once told me that God isn't the one who listens to midnight prayers. I began as I always do. I kneel on my bed, close my eyes, and with my hands clasped together, I'll ask, is anyone listening? This was the first night that someone answered. Yes. I didn't dare open my eyes, terrified that the reality of my cell would be all I saw. The voice was soft, patient, and infinitely sad, as though it had seen and heard more than its heart could bear, but had such respect for the suffering that it stoically refused to turn away. I'm afraid, I said, because I knew at once that I could not lie to such a voice. I'm afraid that I'm going to die in here, that the world has decided who I am because of one mistake, and that there's nothing I'll ever be able to do to convince them otherwise. You are right to be afraid. You will die in this cell, the voice said. My whole body went tense. For a moment I thought I was talking to a guard who was trying to screw with me. But the calm certainty of the voice was enough for me to keep my eyes closed and believe. If I couldn't have faith here and now, what hope did I ever have? But that doesn't mean that this is the end. Your body has been branded and discarded, the voice continued. Do not waste any more time trying to save what is already lost. My soul, then. Your soul is hungry to keep living, and this is how you must feed it. Find and kill a human, and then take your own life. When these eyes close for the last time, the eyes of your victim will open, and you will be looking out. The strain to look at my saviour was excruciating, but some instinctual terror forbade me. Either I would look upon some unspeakable abomination and be forced to abandon my hope of a new life, or I'd see some impostor and know it to be a lie. And if I don't like who I've become, I can kill again. I barely breathed the words. Will I become a new person each time? As many times as you like, purred the presence. When you're old and tired, taking a child will let dance this mad show again. My mind was racing immediately, disgusted but enthralled by the idea. And if I die by chance, if I'm hit by a car or something and I haven't killed anyone yet, where will I go? That will be up to me to decide. The voice was smiling now. I don't know how, but I knew. I couldn't take it anymore. If this was some sick joke, then I wanted to know before I betrayed anything anymore. I opened my eyes and flung myself in a rapid dash against my cell door. There was no one on the other side. No one in the corridor which stretched open before me. The voice did not speak to me again. I have prayed to be a good man, and this is how my prayers were answered. I will become a good man, but I had to find and kill him first. Killing another inmate would be pointless. Why start life again in another cell? It had to be a guard. Someone with access to the outside, so that I could make my way out and then kill again. It took about a week for me to get a metal shiv that would be up to the job. I took my victim into the yard during the bedlam of gang squabble. He was innocent of everything, but standing next to me when the opportunity arose. And I do not wish to dwell on the incident with any more detail than that. I only had a few seconds before the other guards tackled me, but it was enough to force the shiv into my own heart. And the light bled from me, and the pain dissolved into oblivion. I prayed again for forgiveness. No answer came, but the welcome darkness. And the searing white light, which roused me in the hospital. I wasn't shackled. There was a woman leaning over my bed, shedding tears of joy that I was all right. Her name was Mariah, and she didn't know that she was a widow now. There was a boy who wouldn't stop wailing and laughing. He didn't know his father had died on that prison yard, or that I had taken his place. Was it a kindness that kept me from telling them the truth? They were so happy that I was alive, that they readily accepted my memory loss, although I did seem to maintain some of his muscle memories and habits. It started off as guilt that made me unwilling to leave them, but guilt alone could not endure through the years as I have done. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you I loved them as strongly as they love me, but waking up with my new wife and staying strong for my boy, I've never been so happy as that. I lived with them for 5 years, until I suffered a minor heart attack. I felt like a ticking time bomb after that. The big one could happen any day, and this new life I had worked so hard for would be replaced by some unspeakable unknown. Giving up this new life would be the hardest thing I'd ever have to do, but I couldn't take the anxious suspense any longer. It was time to kill again, and again, and again. I wouldn't let myself get tied down like that again. That one was famous, or another had a better house, or a hotter wife. The lives were a blur, fading in and out so quickly that I became everyone and yet no one. It turns out killing people is quite easy. It's not getting caught that's hard. But since I always sacrificed my own life in the same moment, getting caught was never an issue. I wanted to experience everything that life had to offer. One day I was a schoolgirl, the next I was a professional athlete or a race car driver. Taking highly skilled people was my favorite, because with little practice and their muscle memory, I was just as good as they ever were. I spent several years as a number of prominent musicians, leaving a wake of scandals as I inevitably took my own life to move on. I don't know how many lifetimes I could have spent this way, but I never had the chance to explore them all. I was using a healthy body to experiment with a variety of drugs when I was ambushed by an undercover cop. I didn't have a chance to switch bodies again, and before I knew what was happening, I was back in jail. It was a minor possession charge, and I had plenty of money hidden away for bail, so I didn't make any fuss. The point is, that I saw her again at the station. Mariah was dating again. I guess she had a thing for a man in uniform. Seeing her sitting and laughing, knowing that she moved on from me so easily, it just made my blood boil. I guess I hadn't realized until that moment that throughout all the glamorous lives I'd lived over the last few years, I hadn't once been as happy as I was as when I was with her. It wasn't as easy as I thought to slip back in. I killed her new boyfriend without trouble, but she didn't stay with me long. It was as though she noticed the change right away, dumping me almost as soon as I stepped foot in her house. It took 2 more bodies trying to seduce her, only to be turned away each time. Frustrated, I consented to bide my time, waiting until she began dating again, so that I could replace him and have her. 3 boyfriends later, the same story each time. I killed each of them, only to be rejected the moment I appeared in their body. It seemed as though she could sense my presence somehow, but each time she turned me away. I only wanted her more. It didn't help that she was becoming unstable. I hadn't counted on how psychologically devastating it must be to continue dating new people, and yet sense that they are all the same. She practically stopped going outside altogether, and I was going crazy trying to figure out how to reach her. You don't know how much it hurt me to tell you what happened next. This is my confession, and before God, and the man and otherwise, I wish my sins to be known. There was one person in her life that Mariah would never abandon, and children are always the easiest of targets. I caught him leaving school one day. He's been taking the bus since his mum started locking herself in. I was wearing the body of a policeman he'd grown up around, and he'd had no reason to suspect my intentions when I offered him a ride. I didn't drive him home though. I was taking him out into the woods where there wouldn't be a scene. Trying to get close to Mariah through her son might seem strange to you, but after living so many lives, I wasn't encumbered with such artificial distractions as romance or maternal love. I wanted to be close to her again. I wanted her to love me, and if she was too broken to love another man, then I was willing to make a compromise on her behalf. Get out of the car, I ordered the boy who was once my son. Where are we? I thought we were going home. Just get out. Those big almond eyes stared at me for a long time. Then he smiled. Okay, I trust you. We're going to play a game, okay? I've got out of the car with him. My hand was cramping up from flexing beside my gun. Okay. Close your eyes. Okay. Don't open them. Promise me. Okay, Dad. He closed his eyes. My blood froze. Why'd you call me that? I asked. Sorry. His little brow furrowed in deep thought. I don't know. It's just that you smell like him. Only I don't feel it in my nose. Where do you feel it? The boy crossed his heart, still clenching his eyes shut. I slid my gun back into its holster. The game goes like this. You count to 100 while I hide. When you open your eyes, you have to find me. Ready? Ready. When we finished playing, I told him to get back in the car, and we drove back to his home. I didn't go in to see Mariah. I just dropped him off and didn't look back. No matter what happens from this moment on, I know this life is going to be my last. I know it doesn't mean much, but for what it's worth, I'm staying on as a cop. I'm going to protect that boy and his mother for the rest of my life. And when chance or old age takes me at last, I'll deserve whatever happens to me next. I have prayed to be a good man, and this is how my prayers are answered. Me and the guys were just doing a sweep of an old oil refinery when I found the eggs. I guess they liked the heat, because they were all clustered right around the fractal distillation chamber, which gets up past 720 Fahrenheit, when the crude oil is being heated up. The whole building was scheduled for demolition though, and it was our job to make sure the place was cleaned out. "Anyone want a souvenir?" I shouted. Guess the crew was in the other parts of the building. The eggs were about the size of my fist, all black and covered with thick bristles, like an especially paranoid cactus. Only one of them was really even intact. Maybe it's because the refinery hadn't been running in a while, but 5 out of the 6 eggs were cracked and leaking some kind of thick, rotten-smelling jelly. I was more motivated by the clock than curiosity though, and I was about to mark the room as clear when... "A souvenir? Want a souvenir?" The voice was muffled and frail, but it was definitely coming from inside the egg. I crouched down next to it, scooping up the tiny ball in my worker's gloves. "So what are you supposed to be?" "Supposed to be," was all that it chirped back. Yeah, maybe it was the fumes in this place getting to my head, but there was something profoundly sad about that little echo. I dropped the egg in my pocket of my overalls, intending to show it off to everyone at the pub after work. Intending being the key word there. We didn't finish clearing the place until almost 6, and then there was a last-minute permit issue that had me driving around collecting signatures until past 9. I was dead tired and so ready to collapse at home that I barely remembered the weird egg in my pocket. If it wasn't for the little spikes, it would have been forgotten entirely. It must have liked my warmth though, because it seemed to keep trying to huddle closer to me in my pocket. When I got home and put it on the counter, I could actually hear a soft rattle as its spines shivered against the tile. "You got a name?" I asked it. You got... Can't you say anything more?" "I'm Phil." "You got... a Phil." That's all it could do. Echo me. Was I weirded out? Yeah, sure. But it was cool too. I felt like a hero for saving it, and I guess I was feeling protective, because I hated watching it tremble like that. I put the thing on an oven rack and set it to 100 Fahrenheit, keeping the light on and checking on it occasionally. "Any more, Phil? Anything more?" Just still an echo, but it felt like there was more deliberate thought behind it. The voice was getting stronger, but it was still shivering. I turned the heat up, incrementally, and it continued to encourage me until I hit the max temperature of 550. I figured that if it could survive being pressed up the fractional distillation chamber, then it could survive this too. The egg seemed to be loving it sure enough. "Supposed to be, thank you, Phil." I never remembered saying thank you, but it could have picked that up whilst listening to me from inside my pocket. I was only intending to let it bake and warm up for a little while, but I was so tired that I just fell asleep on the couch, watching TV. "Phil, Phil, Phil, Phil!" Shrill, insistently urgent. The first sound I heard when I woke up, still half asleep. I raced to the oven and turned on the light. Thick black jelly was dripping through my oven rack. Had I accidentally killed it? I opened the door and a wave of sulfuric air brutally forced itself into my nose and down my throat. I gagged and reeled back, desperately searching for an oven mitt to save the little guy. The shell had been shattered into a dozen pieces, and there was nothing inside but the charcoal goo. "Phil, over here, look what I found!" It wasn't dead, it was hatched. and it was peeking out from my cupboard with a bottle of seasoning in each hand. Wide red eyes without pupil or cornea took up the entirety of its face. Black skin with green fuzzy splotches, like fresh moss. 2 long fingers on each hand, with little mouths on each end of it, which it was speaking from. I wasn't afraid of it or anything, but shit was I surprised. It had already formed a perfect circle of spilled herbs and spices on my counter. There was a wide assortment of opened bottles and jars that would stick its fingers into before deciding whether to spill the contents into the circle or not. "Stop that, you're making a mess!" Phil, it's a circle, Phil!" It squealed with pride. "What the hell are you?" The hell you!" It mimicked in a voice which was obviously a crude impersonation of me. I spent the next 20 minutes chasing it through my apartment, trying to trap or corner it somewhere. Of course, the little bugger thought it was just a game, and squealed and giggled with delight as it evaded my grasp over and over. I briefly considered calling my landlord, but somehow this seemed like something that would end up adding to my next rent payment. I was already late for the demolition though, and I couldn't fool around forever. Eventually, I lured it back into the oven where it seemed almost comfortable and slammed the door tight. I used a bike lock to secure the oven shut and cranked the heat down to 220 and left for work. I was worried about leaving that thing in my apartment all morning, but I managed to sneak off on my lunch break, race home and check on it. Just seeing that my building hadn't burned down or anything was a bigger relief than I realized. Then there was a palpable tension as I opened my door, half expecting my place to be torn to shreds. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Even the oven was still closed, although the bike lock was on the ground and it had been turned back up to 550. I took a deep breath and turned on the oven light. Jumping back, I saw the wide red eyes blinking in sluggish contentment on the other side of the glass. No harm done. I fastened the lock back on, this time pushing a heavy recliner to block the door as well. Imagine my surprise when I saw the creature hiding under the chair I was moving, or the bump from inside the cupboards, or the squealing giggles coming from my bedroom. I counted at least 6 of them before my lunch break was over, and the more I searched, the more circles I began to find. On the carpet, in the closet, on top of the TV, little circles of herbs and spices. And when they ran out of those, they improvised with whatever they could get their hands on. Mustard, mayonnaise, crumbled chips. There must have been 100 circles in my place. Meanwhile, my phone was ringing every 5 minutes. The demolition crew yelling at me, wondering where I was. I couldn't leave them in here. God knows what they get up to. I couldn't stay to watch them either though. I just opened a window and did my best to chase as many of them out as I could. They seemed bigger than they were this morning, almost the size of my head now, and their strong fingers had no trouble scaling down the brick building to escape. Anything more, Phil? Perhaps that was the original one, but I couldn't tell for sure. It clung to the outside of my building, hesitating to look back at me. Supposed to be happy here, Phil. Supposed to be home. My phone was ringing again, so goddamn impatient. Answering with one hand, I grabbed a broom in the other to push the creature further away from the window, hoping the rest of them would find their way out when they were ready. I followed the siren call of my cell phone and went back to work. That was the last time I've seen one of them, and I guess I should be thankful for that. But I'm not. I could tell something was seriously wrong when I was still a few blocks away from home. A dozen trash cans were lined up in the center of the road, and I had to get out of my car to move them. All the trash had been removed, and it was spread on either side of the cans in the shape of a long, evenly curving line. When the trash had run out, it was replaced with anything and everything to continue the unbroken line. Broken wood, loose bricks, stolen bikes, and streetlights, all jumbled together. It just looked like a giant mess here. But I bet if I looked from the air, it would be shaped like a perfect circle. 2 or 3, maybe half a mile wide. Please, tell me that's not another summoning circle. 11:50 p.m. on New Year's Eve. The raucous beat of the music is echoed by the pulse in my veins. Iridescent lights lance through the air all around me, and the teeming heat of pressed bodies forces me to swallow great lungfuls of heavy air, thick with sweat and cheap perfume. I can't be the only one who isn't dancing, but anyone who notices me will immediately recognize that I don't belong here. Smiles and sniggers look the same to me, and all laughter is tainted with condescending jokes at my expense. Living with crippling anxiety is my personal nightmare. Just trying to start a conversation with someone feels like standing on the roof of a tall building. One little push, and I'm free. The clenching knot in my stomach has frozen me in place. I must have started walking towards Chase at the DJ table a dozen times so far at this party, but I've never gotten within a few feet before I had the irresistible urge to check my phone, go to the bathroom, or disappear off the face of the earth entirely. Guys like Chase don't look twice at girls like me. It doesn't matter if we like all the same music. It doesn't matter if there is electricity which ignites the air between us. Maybe things would be different if he was the one to say hi first. But how was that supposed to happen when I couldn't even get close to him? Looks like you could use a drink. I don't understand how I heard the words so clearly over the pounding music, but I didn't turn to the barman. Maybe if he thought I didn't hear them, he'd give up and leave me alone. Maybe too. What's your poison? He insisted. I don't drink. I dismissed him over my shoulder. You mean you didn't used to drink? I finally turned to see an elderly man with a closely groomed grey beard and a vest which fit so closely that it might as well have been sewn onto his skin. His dark eyes drilled into me with undistinguished fascination. You didn't used to do a lot of things, he continued. There was a time you'd never walked before, but then you started, and you haven't stopped since. Now it would be silly to say you don't walk, wouldn't it? You aren't even the same person who couldn't walk anymore. What do you mean, not the same person? A sudden lull in the music was punctured by Chase's voice on the loudspeaker. 5 minutes to midnight, who's ready to burn the rest of the year? He was answered by an overwhelming cheer, but the old man's words still clearly punctured the chaos. I mean, you're remembering someone else's memories. Next year you'll be new again, and then you'll remember all the memories you have now and think that they're yours. You'll have all the same habits, be afraid of all the same things because you think that's who you're supposed to be. But it's not. The new you will have to decide for herself whether she wants to keep copying a failing strategy or learn from it and try something else. I don't have a failing strategy, you don't even know me. How could I? He replied promptly. You're a blank slate tonight. Even you don't know you yet. So how about that drink? I nodded, not fully understanding why. He spoke with such a simple surety that I couldn't muster anything to refute him. The barman pulled a purple bottle from under the shelf and spun it deftly between his hands. A fountain of thick, rich liquid, like cough syrup, sprouted into a perfectly placed mug, which I hadn't noticed a moment before. What is it? Just what you need. Cheers. He poured a second glass for himself and toasted me. May we make room for new growth by pruning the dead branches, and may we leave what's dead behind. I took a long drink, forcing myself not to gag as the thick liquid dribbled down my throat like oil. He finished first, slamming his glass upon the table and wiping his beard with the back of his hand. Before I had a chance to finish mine, the barman added, "Those who die a little each night will never feel the pain of those who go all at once. You're the lucky ones." Huh? I wiped the last of the thick residue from my mouth. It's almost midnight. Are you ready to let the old you die? Almost midnight. I was running out of time. I felt a certain tranquility while walking towards the DJ table. The old me would have turned away by now, but I didn't slow down even when Chase looked right at me. The electricity wasn't a barrier anymore. It was charging me, an exhilarating fuel which propelled me through the churning dance floor. I even allowed myself to step in time with the music, bobbing and swaying with the mesmerizing beat. It almost felt like I was flying, until suddenly I was close enough to finally say, "Hey Chase." My wildest paranoia couldn't have prepared me for his reaction. Glancing up from his computer, Chase's face contorted into a horrified caricature of his self-assurance. He lurched out his chair so fast that it tumbled over backwards. I rushed to help him, but that only made him kick the chair in my direction and scramble across the floor. The music was deafening this close to the speakers, but it wasn't enough to completely drown out the grotesque retching as he vomited on the floor. Through the beat, I could still clearly hear the wailing sob rising in my throat as I sprinted away from him and turned to the bathroom. I couldn't understand what happened until the burning began. My fingers gingerly grazed the swiftly swelling lumps on my face. I covered myself with my hands as I ran, brutally shoving my way through the crowd and then slamming through the bathroom door. A girl in a black sequins party dress dropped her makeup and screamed. I almost trampled her on my way to the mirror, but she wasted no time in ducking under the sink and crawling towards the door. Looking in the mirror, I honestly couldn't blame her. Some of the lumps in my skin were the size of golf balls, and they were growing by the second. The larger ones were actually wriggling, almost as though there were an insect squirming just beneath the skin. More lumps were appearing on my hands, and the itching, burning radiating down my body left no ambiguity about what was happening under my clothes. I would have screamed if my tongue weren't swelling too, but it was all I could do. Just try to keep my airway clear. Then the first boil popped, and I couldn't contain the howl which ripped from my lungs. I heard the door open, but it snapped shut immediately. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the mirror. More boils were rupturing by the second, splattering the glass with thick purple syrup, which clung on like long strands of mucus. More of them exploded in my mouth to trickle down my throat with the same oily taste of the drink. My hair was sliding from my scalp in great clumps, matted and greased with the bubbling purple liquid. The only thing which kept me from completely losing my mind was the sight of fresh pink skin which shone beneath the savage gashes in my face. The burn was growing more intense by the second, but each exploding boil revealed more healthy skin below it. I started ripping at the tattered shreds, peeling them and dumping them in a soggy pile around my feet. Beneath all the skin that was falling off, I didn't even recognize myself. My new skin was lighter and clearer, and the new hair which sprouted was a short ruffled blonde that was nothing like the long dark hair which lay in clumps around my feet. Nothing was the least recognizable, except my eyes, which were stretched wide with a familiar anxious terror. What the hell? Chase must have been following me into the bathroom, as those were the words that exited his mouth. How long had he been watching? Long enough. I stepped away from the wet pile of old flesh that littered the ground. My clothes were still soaked in the liquid though, and more chunks continued to rain out my dress and down my legs. He looked like he was about to vomit again. "Hey Chase, I want to try something, come here." He didn't move, but he didn't have to. I crossed the space between us more quickly than I thought possible, and all at once our faces were inches apart. But he didn't turn away. Outside, I could hear the countdown towards midnight. 5. I pressed my finger to his lips to silence the budding question. 4. I cupped his head in my hands and drew him towards me. 3. I felt his hard lips soften against mine. 2. The taste of his sweat as my mouth made its way down his neck. 1. The squirt of blood through my teeth as they sank into his flesh. He was thrashing now, but each movement just forced my jaw to tighten until I could feel the first vertebra crunch under the pressure. All the shouts of Happy New Year drowned out his terminal scream, which strangled to a whisper when his trachea collapsed. Part of me died that night, alongside Chase, but the old man knew what he was talking about. It's much easier to leave your dead parts behind than let them weigh you down. And for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid anymore. The devil is known for his patience. He will see a ripening sin in our youth and wait all the long years of our life before the harvest. And why shouldn't he? What is one more soul to the untold billions in his dominion? What is one more year in the infinite span of his corrupted reign? Perhaps by waiting, he is even giving us a chance to spend our lives repenting for what we've done. But I wouldn't know. Sins such as mine are so terrible that no absolution is possible. So I suppose there was no reason for him to wait. He came for me in the woods, while the mutilated woman I killed was still in my arms, warming my body with her blood. It's strange that I cannot remember why I even killed her, or even who she is. But this feeling of guilt so permeates my being that I would have walked to hell myself if I had known the way. I will not waste effort describing the devil. The impoverished words at my disposal have only been designed for this material world. Even as he stood before me, he was more removed from my understanding than the glorious sun was to a blind worm. It is suffice to say that he could not be perceived with any one of the senses, but the pressure of his presence so commanded my consciousness that I was aware of nothing else. Escape was impossible. Words were meaningless. I let this woman slip from my arms and stood to face him with all the dignity remaining to a man so removed from God. When he turned from me and began to walk through the fading light of this dying world, I kept pace with him and did not turn to either side. Where we walked, I do not know, but it seemed as though he could have relived my entire life in the time it took for him to stop. As long as he was beside me, I could not make sense of what else might be. Even the thoughts in my head and the temperature on my skin were insignificant to his companionship. As terrifying as it was to know my fate, I had found certain tranquility in the mindless journey at his side. Now that I could feel him begin to depart, however, my mind revolted, as though starting from a nightmare. I forced out the first thought I could muster to delay his departure. Who was she? You will suffer more if you do not know. And he was gone, and with him the curtain lifted within me, to reveal the horror of his empire I now found myself mirrored within. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call hell a person than a place, however, considering the unceasing sentient screams which pummeled me from the land itself. Writhing shadows sensitive to the touch, grasping endlessly at me with hands that were not hands. Endless cities sprawled before me as open wounds upon the rotting corpse that I stood upon. The sky was unobstructed by stars. Instead, vaulting endlessly into a timeless abyss. And looking at it, I experienced the ghastly sensation of balancing on an eroding precipice, which poised to tumble me endlessly into its yawning void. Charnel winds slithered their way into my nose and mouth with tangible substance, forcing me to let oiled coils like writhing serpents penetrate my lungs with each breath. Beyond the cities in the distance rose the obscured ghost of monstrous beings and gods who roared in endless decay, which fate had forgotten them to. Through this blasphemous temple to the end of the universe I went, cowed constantly by half-conceived winged terrors which beat the air with a sound like the ceaseless wet bludgeoning of fists on flesh. There are two kinds of pain which I had come to expect from the world of the living: the physical and the emotional. Never had I experienced a physical pain so excruciating as the boils which began to swell across my body, nor the mental burdens as debilitating as the taunting echoes which sneered at me from the living tissue beneath my feet. Every good memory of my life was poisoned against me, and each shame and guilt was mangled 1,000 times over by the leering spectators which narrated my ordeals with intimate knowledge and exaggerated effect. Worse than either was the spiritual pain I endured, however, the gnawing hopelessness and depression which robbed even my sense of self. I was not a person in hell. I was hell. I did not feel pain. I was pain, inseparable and indistinguishable. It was then, in the lowest reduction of my humanity, as I crawled across the putrid ground in a trail of my own ruptured boils, that she took pity on me. Gentle hands shed my skin from me, not as a torment, but as a release. My disfigured limbs were cut away by her flashing knife, each slice bringing a pain so pure and clean that I welcomed it without question. Layer by layer, she flayed me, until at last there was nothing left to cut but my soul. Again, it is difficult to describe her without the resilience of my moral senses, now stripped from me. But if you understood me when I told you that I was pain, you will understand again when I tell you that she was beauty. My husband was wrong about you, she told me. You didn't kill anyone, and you don't deserve to be here. I'm going to help you escape. I couldn't comprehend how anything could exist outside of this. What universe would accept me, as torn and broken as I was? What universe could accept knowing it had the capacity to so punish an innocent soul? I don't deserve it. What left of me, I replied. I know I killed her. It's something you can never cut from me. She killed herself by loving you, and for that, you are not to blame. Do you see these hands? When she cupped my hands in her own, I knew she was creating them as she spoke. Clean, strong hands, untouched by the blemishes of hell. These hands could never be used for hurt. These eyes could never look upon such evil as its own creation. I didn't even have a face before she spoke, but my entire body was growing with each word. It was as though the seed of my soul was sprouting new life. Shards of bone lanced out and flourished with muscles like thickening bark, organs dropped and swelling like ripening fruit, and the network of veins and arteries blossomed towards her as though seeking nourishment from the sun. Through the macabre landscape we sped, dancing across the festering world as softly as light through a drop of water. I could see her more clearly, and further we traversed, although she never stayed still long enough for me to get a proper look. Bare feet skipped across the rotten land and twirled her through the looming spectres which besought us on all sides. It is a wonder that the oppression of this unending night had failed to extinguish her spark, and invigorated by the purity of her wake. I was whole again. You are his wife, then? It was difficult to speak to her as we raced, but I managed to slip in a few words every time I was able to draw near. We are bound to each other, yes, she replied. And then she was gone again, leaping fearlessly between fragile grips as she vaulted upwards. I followed her, up the tortuous broken hands the size of hillsides, which stretched vainly from the ground towards the vacuous sky. Of all the madness in this cursed place, that must be king. My husband is not mad, and neither am I for being with him, she replied. She was pulling herself up, through the fingers now, stopping to wait for me atop one of their monstrous joints. And if I were to love you instead, I asked, would that be mad as well? She smiled at me and stretched her slender hand to help me clamber up beside her. We sat together, staring upwards from the bottom of an endless sky, the slightest brush of her leg against my own intoxicating me with rapture. All love is paradoxically mad, she replied. It is an assault on reason, but in doing so it creates its own reason. But it won't do any good, because this is where you have to leave. And will you leave with me? She shook her head. You can't prefer to stay here. She nodded, saying, but you are free now, and that is what matters. All you must do is jump from this point, and with the body I have given you, you will be able to fall all the way back until you've left hell altogether. I've already left hell, I said, since the moment you found me. And if I were to leave you here, then I know wherever I found myself would be hell again without you there. You are being silly, wasting time. If my husband finds you with me, he won't, because you're coming with me. I cut her off, preferring not to dwell on the thought of being found. I can't. I made a promise. Then I can't either, and that's my promise to you. To prove my point, I even slipped down the finger we sat upon and began crawling backwards towards the massive palm. Stop it! If he'll find you, he'll what? I shouted back. What can he possibly do that he hasn't done already? I saw in her something I could not live without, and she must have seen something in me that she could not let die. I hadn't even made it back to the giant palm before her hands clasped me and heaved me back onto the twisted finger. We stood there for a while longer, together, hand in hand, staring up at the terrifying fall. Then the wet bludgeoning drums of the winged creatures began, and I could feel the tension wash through her body. I watched her, although she could not meet my gaze, and just the drumming began to close in around us, I felt her coil to leap. We jumped together, flying and falling simultaneously, in a dizzying tumble. The massive hand snatched at us as we began to depart, but it was too slow to prevent our liberation. The entire world screamed with more agony than could be contained. But though the lands reverberated with its echoes, even this deafening cacophony was quickly falling behind. The gut-clenching freefall distracted my attention, but I never let go of her hand as we whirled through the timeless void. It wasn't until the initial exhilaration began to fade when I could tell that something was wrong. I didn't have to look at her to feel her hand withering in my grasp. Her skin wrinkled and dried as though years of heat began into it. Her skin wrinkled and dried as though years of heat beat into it with every second we passed together. Soon it began to crack and bleed, washing me with her warm blood. While I still felt healthy and strong, I was forced to watch with helpless terror as her body was devastated by the passage through the void. Her smooth hair began to mold and free fall in greasy clumps. Her face was torn, as though blasted by relentless sand, and though her fingers clutched onto me ever more desperately, I could feel the strength fleeing from them. No torment in hell could match the guilt, knowing she was enduring this for me. As the spinning abyss began to slow, I was able to swim through the air and clutch her onto me, cradling her in my arms as her body continued to deteriorate. Blood was now flowing freely from 1,000 sourceless wounds. When finally the black sky relinquished us back into the woods where I began, I was soaked in her blood and my own freely falling tears. Staring at her mutilated form, she was completely unrecognizable from before. My head was clouded, as though freshly waking up from a dream, and though I tried to hold on to the details, they were stolen from my mind with an inexorable decay. Soon I could not even remember who I was holding, or how she'd gotten there. All I knew is that it was my fault, and the weight of the guilt which her death bade me carry. When the devil came for me again, I knew I would follow him willingly, no matter what horror lay in store for me. I knew I deserved it for what I had done.
My mother costs $10,000. That's the standard price for a hit. My father was $25,000 because he was considered an important person. At least important enough to demand a formal investigation into his death. From what I've heard, the police never found anything besides the single razor blade used to cut each of their throats. Of course, I know who did it. I even saw it happen. But I never had the chance to tell anyone before I was taken. No kids. That's Mr. Dakin's only rule as far as I can tell. The killer doesn't like to leave behind orphans either. So after my parents were dead, he took me with him. I remember being too afraid to even look him in the face. I just stared at the blood dripping from his black leather gloves while he talked, not hesitating to obey when he told me to get into his car. When you're not looking at the black gloves, Mr. Dakin doesn't seem like a killer. His face is warm and doughy with nothing but a mischievous twinkle in the eye to hint at what he's capable of. His voice is soft and low, a patient professor subtly guiding you toward discovery. A couple of the kids even like him, although they were the ones who were taken so young that they barely even remember the life Mr. Dakin stole from them. We don't see the assassin very often. Mostly it's just his mother, who all the kids call Sammy D. She keeps the place clean and cooks for us. Not survival food either. Real, home-cooked meals, with favorites that our own mothers used to make. Sammy D gives us all chores too, but she works harder than anyone. She even splits the kids up by age and spends an hour a day with each group to homeschool us and assign reading. It's not nearly enough to forgive them, but I haven't tried to run away either. I don't know where else I would go, and besides, the other kids were quick to tell me what would happen if I did. We've had 2 runners this year, Alexa told me the first night after steering me to my bed in the dormitory. She's a late teen, a few years older than me, with tight blonde braids and sharp, humorless features. They're buried out back, next to Spangles, the cat we used to have. No kids and no witnesses. I guess Mr. Dakin has 2 rules, and the second is more important than the first. Doesn't anyone try to fight back? I asked. I did. I almost got Sammy D too, a younger boy around 12 said from his adjacent bed. I had a kitchen knife and hid behind the door. She knew you were there the whole time, another boy, probably the older brother considering they both sported the same mass of unruly brown hair. She just wanted to test you. It wasn't a test, the first insisted. If you'd grabbed her legs, we could have got her. Did you get punished? I asked. They looked at each other and shrugged. If it was Mr. Dakin, we would be dead. Sammy D just took the knife away, the younger brother admitted. And showed us a different grip, chimed in the other. Said we were wasting our body weight by slashing upward when we didn't have to. They both began to mime a controlled slashing motion in the air. That's Simon and Greg. Simon's the younger one, but they're both idiots, Alexa said. Don't listen to them. Fighting is only going to make it worse for you. The comfortable routine may have been enough to distract us during the day, but the nights were harder. The darkness would blur the unfamiliar room into ghastly, shuddering specters. The heavy silence did nothing to distract each of us from reliving our private nightmares. And I grew accustomed to falling asleep listening to the muffled sobs of those who couldn't drown out the sound with their pillow. I almost wished we were treated worse, that we were beaten or forced to work to destroy this facade of a family that Sammy D tried to shove down our throats. I didn't want to wait so long that I became indoctrinated into complacency like the others, though, so I knew I had to act. I tried rat poison the first time. I mixed it in the brownie batter to disguise the taste and warned all the other kids so they'd stay away from it. Sammy D figured it out somehow, though. She threw away the whole batch before Mr. Dakin even came home. All she said was, "You better think hard about who your friends are before you try something like that again." Try something like that again. It wasn't a warning, it was an invitation. I didn't sleep much the next few nights. I found a vent which opened into the AC ducts, but Simon was the only one small enough to climb around. I kept watch for Sammy D while Simon explored until he found the place directly above the kitchen. There was a heavy iron light fixture that I thought we could drop on someone, but it was screwed into place so tight that Simon couldn't find a way to budge it. Think I heard a wild animal skittering around the crawl space last night, Sammy D said the next morning while laying out plates of scrambled eggs. Yeah, I guess, I said. No one looked up from their plates. I just hope he's smart enough not to be crawling around when my son is here, she added innocently. We're running out of space in the backyard. Nobody had anything to say to that. Not until that night when we all started arguing. That's mine. Give it back, Greg was saying. You're just going to get yourself killed. Alexa dodged away from Greg's lunges. Mind your own business. Alexa sighed and dropped a heavy object wrapped in wires on the floor, an electric screwdriver and an extension cord. Where'd you get that? I asked. Sammy D must have left it here, Greg said. Simon was already unrolling the cable to measure out how long it would stretch. If she knows, then Mr. Dakin knows, Alexa snapped. It's just another test, and you're going to get killed if you try something. She never told Mr. Dakin about the rat poison, I said. Or if she did, he didn't do anything about it. Well, if she doesn't tell him, then Alexa caught herself mid-sentence. Simon and Greg were so busy with the drill that they didn't seem to notice. Alexa caught me staring, though, and she dragged me aside to whisper in my ear. I can't reason with them, but I need you on my side. If we don't warn Mr. Dakin, then he's going to. Not if he's dead. You can't be serious about this. After everything they've done for us? Alexa coughed and looked away. She must have become aware that the brothers were staring. As she was pulling back, she muttered, He's going to know, and you're going to be sorry. This wasn't the first time someone tried to kill Mr. Dakin or his mother, but they always seemed to know about it beforehand. It wasn't Sammy D who was telling him, though. If anything, she seemed to be helping us. It was Alexa. She was the one foiling the plans, and if any of us were ever going to get out of here, then we'd have to account for that. Alexa was standing in the driveway waiting for Mr. Dakin when he got home. I couldn't hear what she said to him, but I saw the smile wrinkle up his pudgy face like an old pumpkin. The glimmer of a razor blade appeared in his hand. I don't think any of us are going to get a second chance. Sammy D was waiting in the doorway. She helped him with his coat and tried to steer him toward his recliner in the living room, but he had only one thing in mind. He wordlessly stalked around the perimeter of the kitchen, carefully eyeing the iron light fixture from all angles. The whole while he paced, he kept playing with the razor in his hand, letting the light sparkle for everyone to see while it danced through his fingers. "Where is Simon?" he asked at last. No one replied, but I caught Alexa glance up at the ceiling. Mr. Dakin must have noticed it too. His eyes twinkled. "Don't bother coming out, Simon. The hunt is my favorite part," he called. "Be careful, it's going to fall," Alexa said. "Don't worry, we'll take the light down," Greg said, winking at Alexa's confusion. I helped Greg carry a chair in from the living room that he could stand on. "What are you doing? When he catches Simon," Alexa hissed. "Shh," I muttered. Greg was already climbing onto the chair. Mr. Dakin was still fixated on the light fixture, chuckling to himself. "Now!" I shouted, flinging myself at Mr. Dakin to pin his arms. Simon exploded from his concealment in one of the kitchen cupboards to latch on to the man's legs. "Behind you!" Alexa screamed, but it didn't matter anymore. Greg had already launched himself from the chair, using the extra elevation and his body weight to drive a knife deep into the man's back with vicious force. I latched on even tighter as the blood started flowing over me, our combined weight forcing the man to the ground. For a second, his hand holding the razor blade broke free, but it twisted into a feeble claw as the thrusting knife drained the last of his strength. It only took a few seconds before the rest of the children joined in, stomping, kicking, scratching, biting, all piling on top of the man who killed their parents, tearing him to pieces like 100 years of decay condensed into a second. "What about Sammy D?" Alexa was screaming. "Who do you think gave him the knife?" Sammy D asked, leaning in the doorway. "But he's your son!" Alexa wailed. "He's my assassin," she corrected. Mr. Dakin wasn't moving anymore. One by one, the kids pulled themselves off the body, some giving a few more swift kicks as they parted. "But I only lost one assassin," Sammy D said. "And look how many new ones I have now." We were all frozen in place, trying to read all the other blank faces in the room. Sammy D fished inside her purse and pulled out several large wads of cash wrapped neatly in rubber bands. $20,000 because he was dangerous. That was your first job, she said. You have a family here, after all. A home. A way to make money and even help people if you choose the right targets. The first one is the hardest, but after that it's just practice. I want all of you to clean this mess up and wash up before dinner. Training begins for real tomorrow. She left the cash on the ground, but none of us followed her. The thrill of the kill was still hot in our blood. Could I do it again? Almost definitely. From this day on, I was a killer no matter what else I did besides. No kids, though. You've got to draw the line somewhere. Sammy D taught us that there are 3 distinct ways to kill someone. The first is a murder of opportunity. The victim is alone on a dark night, or is blackout drunk, or some other circumstantial convenience which makes it the right time to act. Then there is the assassination, the calculated and premeditated kill which we will be training for. Finally, there is the murder of passion, when the blood boils too hot and we allow rage or hatred to force our hand. This is the most risky way to kill someone, both physically in the moment and regarding future forensic investigations, and it is strictly forbidden to us. I don't think there exists a term to describe exactly how Mr. Dankin died. The premeditation was inherent, as was the opportunity of his distraction, but neither compares with the utter brutality of his execution. I noticed when we were burying the body that the knife wounds in his back were surprisingly superficial. I think it was the shock, more than anything, which toppled him over. The actual cause of death? The lacerations of a dozen children skinning him alive with fists, nails, teeth, kitchen utensils, and anything else we could get our hands on. And of all of us who shredded him like a pack of wild dogs, none did so with more ferociousness, more glee, or more hunger than a small boy named Maker. I'd barely even noticed Maker during my first few days at the house. He was only 10 years old, seeming even younger because of his diminutive, almost emaciated frame. He never spoke without prompting, and his rare answers would be muttered with the volume and assurance of a self-conscious mouse. I hadn't counted on his help during the actual killing, but the moment Mr. Dakin had dropped to the ground, Maker had transformed into something new altogether. Even long after the man was dead, it took 3 of us to pry open the Maker's jaw from around the assassin's throat and drag the boy into the living room so he wouldn't disturb the burial. Hope I'm not paired up with that little demon, Greg had said during our first physical training session. I swear, he just licked his lips when Sammy D was talking about safe words. Shut up. You have no idea what he must have gone through to act like that, Alexa scolded him. What are you even doing here? Greg shot back. I figured you'd be ratting us all out to the police by now. I nudged Greg hard. Sammy D was waiting for us to be quiet with her arms crossed. She may look like a babushka with her short gray hair tied back in a handkerchief, but she made disarming and pinning someone look like a ballet. Sammy D let the silence drag out for a few more excruciating seconds before she turned back to the chalkboard with its grotesquely detailed drawing of the human anatomy. Trust me, if I had somewhere else to go, I'd be there. Alexa couldn't resist whispering back. Bullshit, Greg mumbled. Weren't your parents hotshot musicians or something? You're probably loaded. Alexa didn't need to answer. The angle of her glare from under her brow spoke volumes. Greg and Simon, Sammy D barked. You're up first. Let's see those stances. We didn't get to the actual combat training until after dinner. Sammy D says that if your victim is fighting back, then you've already failed. Her teachings focused more on concealment, tracking, the preparation of poisons, and accuracy with projectiles. As long as she was teaching the theoretical stuff, it just felt like the coolest class I've ever taken in my life. The illusion couldn't last, though. Once the fighting started, it was impossible to ignore the deadly purpose that we were approaching every day. I was paired off against Maker. I asked to switch, since he's over 5 years younger than me, but Sammy D just said, "The most difficult blows to strike are against those weaker than us." I think she was just placating my ego, though, because there was nothing weak about going up against Maker. How am I supposed to hit him? He's not even in the right stance, I protested. Then teach him why he's wrong, she said. But what if he goes psycho and makes up all his own stuff? Then he'll teach you why you're wrong. Maker didn't exactly jump at me. Jumping would imply pushing off from something, and I'm not positive his feet never touched the ground. Before I knew what was happening, he was crawling all over me, raking my face with his fingers, grabbing my hair, digging his knee into my back. I don't understand how Sammy D thought this was okay. She talked a big game about calculating approaches and precise controlled motions, but she just stared and smiled while that wild thing pummeled me from all sides. The safe word? Completely ignored. One of his nails dug a deep trench above my eye, and I couldn't see a thing through the blood. I tried just protecting my face with my arms, but he was relentless. He had lots of openings, but I couldn't let my guard down for a moment without getting absolutely savaged. When I'd finally had enough, I just ran through the hail of blows to tackle him to the ground. I straddled him with my superior body weight and pinned him tight, and that should have been the end of it. "This is your chance to teach him," Sammy D shouted. I give, Maker wailed, struggling feverishly against my grip. I started to stand, but powerful hands clamped onto my shoulders and pushed me back down on top of the boy. He's not going to learn like that. Hurt him bad. What? I'm not going to... The vice of Sammy D's hands closed. You let him just walk away from this, and he's going to think it's okay to lose. That's not how this game is played. You lose once in the real world, and you're dead. Now make him feel it. The blood was flowing freely into my eyes, and the whole world had gone red. My face was on fire from a dozen scratches that greedily drank in the blood. Do it now! Sammy D shouted in my ear. Maker clenched his eyes shut underneath me, his face tormented into a mask of sheer terror. I wanted to slam my fist into the little bastard's mouth so hard that all those sharp teeth rained down his throat. I wanted to hurt him so bad my whole body was an ocean of pressure begging release. Maker wasn't a criminal mastermind or a killer, though. He was a frightened little boy who only knew one way to survive. And overflowing with how badly I wanted to hurt him just because I could, that scared the shit out of me. I slapped Sammy D's hands away and scrambled off of Maker. Everyone in the yard was staring at me. I turned a slow circle, then looked down at the boy on the ground. His eyes were still shut and he was trembling all over. I don't know how much of the blood was mine and how much was his. Then, at Sammy D, her hands and her hips scowling at me like she'd just caught me breaking a promise to her. This isn't who I am. This isn't who any of these kids are. But it's what they'll become if they stay. I turned and ran, half expecting a bullet or a tripwire or something to spin me to the ground before I'd taken a dozen steps. Not a word or sound behind me, not even the footfalls of a pursuer. I was free. I waited about 10 minutes to catch my breath and let my head clear. Then I circled around to the front of the house. I heard the shouts from the other people still in the yard, so I guess the rest of them were still training. I slipped up to the dormitory to take my share of the $20,000 I had stuffed under my mattress. That's all I needed to start a new life. I sure as hell didn't need this. She gave us our first mission. I practically jumped out of my skin at the voice. It was Alexa, sitting on her bed in the dark. I ignored her and moved to retrieve my money. Maker took it. He volunteered. Alexa added. You can just leave with me, I said. Alexa shook her head. I volunteered too. Why? Because Maker's staying, and I have to keep my little brother safe. That little monster is... I know how he gets when there's a fight. I kept trying to avoid fights with Mr. Dankin because I knew Maker would go crazy and get himself killed. But I promise it's not his fault. He's only like that because... I don't care, I shouted. I had my money and wasn't going to waste any more time here. I'm never coming back, and I'm never going to see any of you again. Yes, you will, she called after me. Our first mission is you. You haven't felt alive before you've killed someone. The symphony in your nerves in that moment will drown out every thrill you've ever had. I've never seen a color brighter than Mr. Dankin's blood, nor heard a sound truer than the death rattle rasping from his final breath. And if I go the rest of my life wading through a sea of muted colors, I will accept it gracefully because I know I have tasted of the forbidden fruit and hate myself for how sweet the juices ran. I didn't waste time plotting counterattacks or defensive measures. I stashed my money in a shallow hole and ran the whole 4 miles to the nearest police station. The blood had stopped running from the gash above my eye, but no one needed to look twice at me to know I've been through hell. We're going to send a squad car with 2 officers to investigate the premises, the man in the station told me. Do you feel comfortable going with them to show where the bodies are buried? Of course I wasn't comfortable, but neither would I be okay sitting at the station and letting 2 men go unprepared into that den of evil. 2 won't be enough, I said. You'll be walking into a war. We have no intentions on fighting anyone. We're just going to take a look around, and we can always call for a backup if anything doesn't feel right, Sergeant Sinclair said. He had enough gray hair around his temples to know better, but he talked with a rigid arrogance that left no room for debate. Sinclair and Deputy Erickson escorted me to their cruiser and told me to sit in the back, and I allowed them to take charge. One way or another, this would all be over soon. I hadn't wanted to sabotage my own credibility by telling them the assassins were children. I'd only said that I knew who killed my parents, knew where the orders were coming from, and knew where at least 3 bodies were buried. I didn't work up the courage to tell them more until we were already parked outside Sammy D's house. She brainwashes people, I splurted without context. She kidnaps children and she brainwashes them to fight for her. You can't let your guard down, not for a second, not with anyone. Stay in the car until we come back. You'll be perfectly safe, Sergeant Sinclair said. I nodded rigidly, my face pressed against the window, straining to get a glimpse of what might be in store for them. Maybe Sammy D just took her money and ran for it. She must have some contingency plan in case she was discovered, right? She couldn't intend to take on the whole town. The officers were about a dozen feet from the parked cruiser when Maker appeared around the side of the house. He was limping in an exaggerated motion, his face and body further smeared with blood and bits of gore. He was crying and wailing for help, but the moment the police started advancing, Maker turned and began staggering in the opposite direction. It was so real it made me sick. At least until Maker skipped a step, accidentally limping on the wrong leg. but I don't think either of the cops noticed. "Don't follow him, it's a trap," I shouted through the glass. "Stay in the car," Sinclair barked without turning. Erickson had already disappeared around the corner after Maker. Then came a shrill scream from the yard on the other side of the house, and a moment later, Sinclair was gone too. Just me, pressed against the glass and wondering if it was already too late to run again. Then another face, an inch from mine, peering through the window at me. Alexa knocked sharply and said, "Hey, can you hear me?" She must have been kneeling beside the car because her body was obscured behind the door. I couldn't tell if she was carrying a weapon. I triple-checked that all the doors were locked before I replied. "It's over, Alexa. Turn yourself in or run. You don't need to go down with these people." "You still don't understand, do you?" she asked. The sincerity in her voice and the pleading furrows in her smooth skin were disarming. "Sammy D is going to take care of us forever. She loves us. Like she loved her own son." There was a gunshot from the yard. I jolted so bad that I hit my head on the ceiling. Alexa didn't even react. "Like everything was so perfect before," Alexa said, her voice still gentle and coaxing. "Do you know what would have happened to Maker if Sammy D hadn't saved him?" Saved? I couldn't believe my ears. Why was there only one gunshot? What the hell was going on over there? "We'd go weeks at a time without even seeing our parents," she continued. "Sometimes they'd remember to hire someone to take care of us. Sometimes it was just me and Maker. Even when they were home, we weren't allowed to leave our room when they were partying out there. And with the meth, that could go on sometimes for days at a time." A second gunshot. A third immediately afterward. That wasn't a warning. That was an execution. "Do you have any idea what it's like to hold your little brother and wait for him to stop shaking? Only he wouldn't stop because of the chemicals going through his veins. But I couldn't understand that. I thought he was just scared, and that it was my fault I couldn't get him to feel safe." 2 more gunshots in rapid succession. I could imagine Sammy D kicking over the second officer's slumped corpse so clearly that I might as well be staring at it. Maybe it wasn't like that for you, but someone must have wanted your parents dead for a reason. Ever think about what they were hiding that made this happen? Ever wonder if they deserved it? Everyone out there deserves to die. Everyone but us. Sammy D wants to give you another chance to join the family. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to see what was going on. If the police were dead, then staying here wouldn't protect me anyway. Alexa stepped back as I slowly opened the door. It was impossible not to notice the razor blade clutched between her fingers. "What's it going to be?" Sammy D was walking around the house, a handgun casually hanging from her fingers. That was it then. It was over. Alexa grinned, moving to stand in solidarity beside the old woman. "We're leaving here within the hour," Sammy D added. "You're coming with us, or you're staying here. Doesn't matter to me, either way." Sammy D's finger twitched around the trigger. She might pretend to be relaxed, but I could see the tension which twisted her fingers into a claw around the gun. I didn't have any delusion that staying here meant anything other than buried in the backyard. "What's the matter?" Her voice was a gravel avalanche. Too scared to answer? I shook my head. "You taught me better than that." Half a smirk played about her lips before they drew back into a tight line. Alexa was still smiling. "You taught us all better than that. Except for Maker, right? You never seemed to care that he was out of control." Alexa's smile flirted with a snarl. "I couldn't understand why, but I see it now," I said. "You never thought he had what it took to become an assassin, did you?" You never even bothered to show him how to defend himself, because you only ever planned on using him once. The front door opened, and I could see the rest of the children huddled inside. They were laden down with duffel bags and suitcases, ready to go wherever they were told. "You're better than that, though," Sammy D said. "I'm not going to throw you away. I'm going to take care of you." Alexa's eyes flashed across the children. She ran back to peer around the side of the house. I could practically see the gears in her head turning beneath the frantic lashing of her braided hair. 2 gunshots for each of the 2 cops. Where did the first shot go? "Sammy D, no," Alexa started, her words dying in her mouth. "Your brother was a hero, Alexa," Sammy D cooed. "We all owe our lives to him." I caught the eye of Greg and Simon inside the house. I didn't miss the curt nod. I didn't underestimate the light burning in Alexa's eyes. None of us needed so much as a word to know what had to happen next. Sammy D felt it too. Her gun was leveled in a flash. 1 bullet escaped the muzzle, but I was already behind the armored door of the police cruiser. She never got a second chance. Children were pouring out of the house, leaping on the old woman and dragging her to the ground. The flash as Alexa's razor traced a line in the air like a spear of light. It wasn't the death rattle or the color of blood which filled the air, though. There was no sound so haunting as the pitiful howl which ripped itself from somewhere deep inside of Alexa. There was no color like the fire in her eyes being tempered by the rush of her swelling tears. The thrill of the kill was still hanging in the air, but one look around was enough to know that it was nothing compared to the burden of loss. We had money and a chance at a new life together. The most important thing we gained from the assassin's orphanage is knowing you can't buy yourself a new life at the price of someone else's. Life can't be bought or sold or stolen in any form. It can only be built, and it's a whole lot easier to build when you have a real family like I have now.
Do you know what it's like to live without a soul? Because I do. It's like watching a romantic movie that's so perfect. You find yourself falling in love with the character. Then the lights come on, and you suddenly remember that person didn't exist. And even if they did, they would never care that you exist. It's like running the wrong way on a racetrack. It doesn't matter whether you ever finish or not, because everyone else has already crossed the line and gone home. You've run further than anyone else. Your legs are in agony, and there's a fire in your lungs. But you're still running, because you're afraid of the silence when you finally stop. Living without a soul is sitting in the eye of the hurricane. Life is moving all around you, and sometimes it feels like you're part of it when it passes too close. But in the end, nothing and no one can even move you. And though the wind howls fierce in its savage glory and sweeps all the world from under your feet, you'll never know what it feels like to join that wild dance. And that's okay. You tell yourself that, at least, you won't be hurt like all those other fragile humans, burdened with their souls. But deep down, you wish that you could feel that hurt, just for a moment. Just so, once in your life, you knew there was something important enough to be hurt over. I lost my soul while I was only 6 years old. My father didn't want me. My mother told me so. She said I was the reason that he left. and I believed her. I was in first grade at the time, and our class project was to make a paper lantern which was closed at the top. The hot air from the candle was supposed to lift the lantern, although mine wasn't sealed properly and couldn't leave the ground. I was getting really frustrated, and after the 4th or 5th attempt, I got so mad that I actually ripped the whole thing to shreds. My teacher, Mr. Hansbury, a gentle dumpling of a man with a bristly moustache, squatted down next to me and gave me the lantern he had been building. I was so mad that I was about to destroy that one too. But he sat me down and said, "Do you know what I love most about paper lanterns? They might seem flimsy, but when they fly, they can carry away anything that you don't want anymore. You can put all your anger into one of these, and the moment you light that candle, it's going to float away and take your anger with it." That sounded pretty amazing to me at the time. I settled down to watch him glue the candle into place, concentrating all my little heart on filling the lantern with my bad feelings. It started off with just the anger at the project, but one bitterness led to the next, and by the time Mr. Hansbury was finished, I'd poured everything that I was into the paper. All the other class lanterns only hovered a few feet off the ground, but mine went up and on forever, all the way to the top of the sky. The other kids laughed and cheered to see it go, and my teacher put his hand on my shoulder and looked so proud. But I didn't feel much of it. How could I? With my soul slowly disappearing from view. I remember asking Mr. Hansbury if I could go home and live with him after that, but he said he didn't think my mother would like that. I told him that she would, but he still said no. I didn't suppose it would have mattered one way or another though, because it was too late to take back what I did. There's something else besides the numbness that comes when your soul is gone. I didn't see them the first night, but I could hear them breathing when I lay down to sleep. Soft as the wind, but regular and calm like a sleeping animal. I sat and listened in the darkness for a long while, covers clutched over my head. The breathing seemed so close. I could feel its warmth billowing under the sheets. I cried for what seemed like hours, but Mum didn't come up, and I was too afraid to get out of bed. I don't think I fell asleep until it was light outside. Mum was angry at me in the morning for keeping her awake. She heard me, but she thought I would give up eventually. I didn't get breakfast that day, and I didn't mention the breathing again. That was only the beginning. I think a soul does more than help you appreciate the things around you. It also protects you from noticing the things you aren't supposed to see. And with it gone, they were everywhere. Beady eyes glinting from under the sofa, a dark flash at the corner of my eye, scuffling in the drawers, and late-night knockings on the door and windows. I never got a good look at them, but they were always watching me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and feel their weight all over my body, pinning me down. Rough skin against me, dirty fingers digging into my nose and mouth. Worse still, their touch penetrated my mind, inserting thoughts so vile that I knew they couldn't be my own. Although, the longer they were in my head, the more difficult it was to be certain of that. Did I want to insert a needle into my eye and see how far it would go? Probably not. Then why could I not stop thinking about it? Were they making me think about beating my classmates into bloody pulps, or setting fire to people's homes to watch them weep on the sidewalk? Or was that all from me? The first few nights I lie awake and cried myself, but I soon learnt to be more afraid of my mother than I was of the creatures. As much as I hated the shadows, they never hit me after all. I wouldn't call it living, but I continued to exist for years like that. During the day, I kept to myself, exhausted and numb. All colours seemed muted, except for the glittering eyes which tracked me from unlikely crevices, all around muffled for their scrapings and breathings. The only time I would really feel was when I would lie awake in the darkness. But these were the times I wish I felt less. Neither screams nor silence brought any comfort from the intrusive probings, and my mind was flooded with persistent images of violence, self-destruction, and despair. Over time, I found a trick to help me get through the insufferable nights. I convinced myself that my body was not my own, and that nothing it felt could do me harm. The real me was lying safe somewhere, high up in the sky inside a paper lantern. No matter what my flesh did to anyone else, that had nothing to do with me. I kept everything below the surface as best I could, until I was 14 years old. By then, I'd lost the ability to distinguish the origins of my thoughts. All I knew is that I wanted to hurt someone. Hurt them as badly as I wanted to be hurt in return. I picked fights at school. I pushed my classmates around, and they stayed cleared of me. I once drove a pencil into someone's hand where they weren't looking, grinding it back and forth to make sure the tip broke off inside the skin. I heard the creatures sniggering at that, but it was a disdained kind of laugh. When I was called into the principal's office afterwards, I was surprised to see Mr. Hansbury there too. The principal was all rage, lecturing me about stamping around like the Spanish Inquisition. Mr. Hansbury didn't say much. He just looked tired and sad. He didn't speak up until the principal dismissed me, at which point he put his hand on my shoulder and leaned in real close to ask, "Have you looked for it?" I didn't have the faintest idea what he meant. I gave him a stare that a marble statue would find cold. "Your lantern, did you ever try to get it back?" I told him to piss off. "I'm sorry for telling you to send it away," he said, gripping my shoulder to stop me from leaving. I thought it would be easier than facing, but I was wrong. People can't hide from themselves like that. The pencil was good, but it wasn't enough. My thoughts matched the sardonic tone of the laughter, mocking me for my pitiful attempts, as the creatures crawled over me at night, and their intentions mingled with my own. I decided to bring a knife next time. I considered a gun too, but resolved that it wasn't personal enough. I'd rather look a person in the eyes when the blades slipped them than shoot a dozen scurrying figures from a distance. And what happened to me afterwards? It didn't matter, because the real me was safely floating in a breeze 1,000 miles away. It wasn't going to be at school this time. I wanted to take my time and not be interrupted. Instead, I went out at midnight, the taste of those dirty fingers still fresh in my mouth. I didn't care who my victim was. as long as they could feel what I was doing to them. My neighborhood was quiet at night, and there weren't a lot of options though, so I decided to head down to the 24-hour gas station on the corner. The kitchen knife gripped between my fingers, cold air filling my lungs, corroding laughter and applause from the creatures thick around me in the darkness. I almost felt alive there for a second, just like I did with the pencil. But this would taste better. Holding the knife, I felt like a virgin on prom night, with my crush slowly unzipping my pants. I wasn't in the eye of the storm anymore. I was the storm, and tonight would be the night that I saw the paper lantern floating in the air, just a few feet off the ground. The shell was so filthy and stained that I could barely see the light inside. It was impossible for the fragile thing to have survived all these years. More impossible still for the single candle to have burned all this time. But I knew without a doubt that it was my light by the way the creatures howled. They hated it with a passion, and would have torn it to shreds if I had not gotten there first. I plucked the lantern from the air and guided it softly to the ground, the shades screeching as they whirled around me. Feral animals cowed by the miraculous flame. Holding the lantern close, I found the note that was attached. I found this in the woods. Took a couple of days to find it. Mr. H. I collapsed on the sidewalk, trembling for all the time I'd spent away from myself, blubbering and sobering like an idiot until the flame guttered out from my tears. The howling creatures reached a feverish point, and then there was silence, all rising together into the sky with the last wisps of curling smoke from the lantern. It hurt like nothing I'd felt in years, but it was a cleansing kind of hurt. I didn't hide from it. I didn't send it away. I didn't drown it with distractions or fight its grip on me. I won't go so far as to say that pain is a good thing, but it is undeniably a real thing, and I'd rather hurt than send it away to live with the hole it leaves behind. I just wanted to get home that night. An impromptu board meeting ran late, and I had to stay until almost 9 p.m. just to take notes. When I finally did get out of there, waiting for the elevator was absolute torture. My heels were killing me. My bra was a dagger in my back, and all I had to show for my hard work was a legal pad full of insane political drivel and off-colored jokes. 5-10 minutes before the door opened. Inside, a pair of giggling teenagers were shoving each other back and forth. One girl, one boy. Baggy hoodies, ripped jeans. They smell as though marijuana was a perfume. It didn't take a legal secretary to guess they had been playing an elevator game by pushing every button. I thought about reprimanding them, but the moment I stepped inside, they went dead quiet. Maybe they knew they were busted. The building should have been on lockdown by now anyway. I don't even know how they even got in here, but as my energy was so depleted, I didn't really care. "Where are you going?" I asked, just to be polite. The boy started to giggle again for a second, then stopped. So abruptly, I almost thought I was imagining it. It looked like the girl was holding her breath. She hid her face beneath her hair and went to push floor 1. Not my kids, not my problem. What was my problem is the elevator was going up instead of down. I moved towards the row of buttons, and the girl fell flat on the floor and scrambled out the way like I was made of lava. I mashed the highlighted number 1, but we were going up quicker than ever, faster than it had ever gone before. There was nothing to hold on to, but I had to press myself to the back of the wall from falling over. It was shaking now too, buckling back and forth as it screeched up the cable. The lights flickered, and a cold wind started to whistle through the cracks in the doors. It wasn't like a storm or anything though. It was more like all of the heat in the elevator was flooding out into the shaft. Another lurch, the hardest one yet. I fell straight on my ass. The kids playing the elevator game were holding on to each other and managed to remain standing. But even after we'd stopped, they kept clinging on as though holding on for dear life. The number 1 button went dark and number 10 turned on. Slowly, ponderously, as though it was struggling against a near insurmountable pressure, the door slid open. I started to stand, then slipped again as one of my heels snapped clean off. I took the other shoe off, so frustrated that I just threw it at the kids. "Now look what you've done, you've broken the bloody elevator." The boy glanced in my direction, but immediately turned away again. They were straining to look outside, but terrified to get close to me. Good. They should be scared. Vandalizing a legal office was a stupid thing to do. As stupid as picking a fight in a police station. "I want your names, your IDs, both of you," I snapped. "You will be held responsible for any damages incurred, as far as the trespassing is concerned." But they still wouldn't look at me. The boy grabbed the girl by the hand and darted out the hallway. I couldn't just let them run havoc. "Hey you! You can't go in there!" I had to run to keep up now. "That's Mr. Bogle's office, you aren't allowed to." Of course, I patted myself down for my cell phone, but it wasn't there. I must have dropped it when I fell in the elevator. I half turned back, but the door was already closing. I took a step in the direction, but then I heard something crash from the office. I spun again, sprinting down the hallway in my bare feet. The boy was sitting on Mr. Bogle's desk, while the girl stared out the window. "Look at the sky," she said, "and how tall the buildings are." "Dude, this is crazy," he replied. Either they were stoned out of their minds, or it wasn't just marijuana. They were running their hands over everything, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they were rolling too. The boy was even poking the potted plant like it was some alien creature he had never seen before. "That's enough!" I roared. Finally, they both looked at me, and at each other, and then back at me. Did they regret playing this stupid elevator game yet? "Let's get out of here." The boy rammed straight through me with his shoulder, sending me spinning back to the ground. The girl was trying to jump over me now, but I managed to grab her by the ankle and drag her down. She thrashed melodramatically on the ground for a few seconds, but before I could get to my feet, she planted a kick in my face and broke free. The door was already closing by the time I got to my feet, and they were both inside, staring at me with wide, trembling eyes, as though they were somehow the victim in all of this. I felt absolutely feral as I lunged at them. I managed to get my fingers in the cracks before the elevator closed, and the sensor reflected the door was open wide. Half a dozen buttons had already been pushed, glowing like one big middle finger. The final stage of the elevator game had been played. They were cowering in the corner as I loomed over them, an inferno of retribution burning in my eyes. Fine, let the elevator take the long trip down. That was just longer for them to be trapped in there with me. Now they couldn't run. The struggle was absolutely pitiful. The boy's throat was almost comically fragile, and I was amazed how little pressure I needed to ram my broken heel through it. The girl was almost gone by the time I got to her, withering to a husk in seconds after the venom from my nails coursed through her legs where I had grabbed her. I got out of the elevator at the bottom, straightening my dress. I found my phone again and fixed my hair after snapping the other heel off my shoe. I was able to look almost presentable again. I thought I could finally go home after all of that, but it didn't take long to realize that I'd never been further from home in my life. What strange green plants they have here. The dark blue sky was nothing like the purple and orange we have at home. No wonder they were so surprised by everything in my world. If everyone here is so fragile as these two little ones, then I think I'm going to have a lot of fun here. I am at least 15 feet from the frozen shore when I hear it. The ice feels as solid as concrete, so I take another step. The Winnebago Shishish is like most of the Minnesota ice-out lakes, which will remain frozen until spring. There's no chance of breaking through. At least, that's what my girlfriend Amy keeps telling me. There's a knock. I hear it cracking. We shouldn't go so far out. I hear something cracking. Is it the voice of my terrified boyfriend? I glare at her, or at least at the waddling bundle of winter coats, which has devoured her without a trace. Somewhere in my head is faintly echoing the song, "I will do anything for love, but I won't do that." I can't turn it off, but I do my best to turn down the volume so I can take another step. The thick blanket of snow which covers the ice keeps me from sliding, and if I really concentrate, I can pretend I'm walking on a regular snowy field. Knock. It's just so hard, with that sound like an ephemeral gunshot deep below the ice. Reverberating echoes insidiously linger, somewhere between hearing and imagination. There isn't any reason to be afraid, but I'm trembling. It's just because it's 14 degrees outside. If you don't hurry up, I'm going to start stomping and throwing rocks, Amy shouts. Then we'll see how solid it really is. When did she get so far ahead of me? It's amazing how quickly the world can pass you by when you're staring at your feet. I scramble and slide another few shambling paces towards her. It's easier to move if I just focus on her. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look. And that is when I hear another knock from under the ice. I look down. My body doesn't ask for permission first. I couldn't help it. When the sound comes from directly below me, I stare down into the blank patch of ice where the snow is thinner. I stare down into the blurred blue-tinged face on the other side and the hand which pulls back. But the knock doesn't come. This time, the hand simply presses against the underside of the glassy window. Fingers spread wide in an intimate gesture, as though inviting my touch from the other side. Seriously, dude? I'm gonna freeze to death waiting for you. Amy? My voice is muffled from my scarf, but I can't look up from the lake. The face is coming into focus as it presses itself against the ice. Amy's skin had never been so pale. Her eyes never so blue, as though staring up at me from below my feet. I swear to God, if you're gonna pussy out on me, then I'm leaving your ass here. You said you'd go all the way out with me. Amy. The other Amy. Underneath the ice. Her mouth is moving too. It isn't hard to read her lips when it's only one word. Run. "You've got 5 seconds before I leave you here," my girlfriend shouted. 4. My knees buckle, and I tremble down to peer into the ice. The other Amy isn't exactly identical. Her clothing is different, but familiar. She's wearing the purple sweater my girlfriend had been wearing yesterday when we'd gone out skiing together. "Amy, wait!" I put my hands against the ice to mirror the girl underneath. She recoils immediately, her face twisting into that of desperate fear. Amy and I had been separated for about an hour yesterday, when she moved onto the advanced slopes while I was practicing on the bunny hill. Had something happened to her during that time? 2. There was another knock, her fist slamming into the underside of the ice, which vibrates underneath me, then slamming again. Her movements frenzied in their urgency, her mouth straining as the silent screams ripped from her body. The muscles in my legs coil beneath me, so tense they may as well be a brooding avalanche which needs only the weight of one more snowflake to begin. 1. The voice was different. It was still Amy, but it wasn't her, like comparing a black and white photo to the original. All the colour, all the life, all the flavour had been drained from the sound, leaving only the barest skeleton of her voice to hang in the frozen air. "Run!" screams the girl from under the ice, but I can't leave her there. I clasp my hands together to raise them above my head, smashing them into the window. It feels like the bones in my fingers are rattling together from the impact. Underneath, the girl is flinging her entire body against her side of the ice. "I'm giving up on you," shouted the colourless voice. It sounded like it was further away, but I didn't look up. The girl below the ice is growing weaker with each stride. Her fingers are stiffing and inflexible. Her mouth is still working over the same word again and again, but each iteration comes more slowly as her jaw resists the effort. I can break through. A deep hollow crack is resonating with each blow. Flurries of snow and ice shrapnel explode in the air as I strike the ice again and again. The girl below is sinking now, but I'm not giving up until glacial waters spray from the crack. One more blow and I'm through, plunging my hand into the numbing chill to seize the stiff fingers slipping deep into the water. The skin is so hard and cold it feels like metal, but life surges into her as she responds to my touch. She's gripping me now, and if I can just get stable footing, I'll be able to haul her out. But she pulls before I have a chance, and I'm already tumbling into winter's gaping mouth. Water so cold that it burns my skin, closes over my head. The other Amy braces her feet against the underside of the ice to pull me deeper still, launching off with her legs to send both of us spiraling downwards. I can feel my eyes freezing all the way to my skull, but I can't shut them if I want any chance of finding the hole in the ice. She's still clinging to me, but a few wild kicks buy me enough space to start crawling my way back towards the surface. I expect my impetus to rocket me straight out the water, but my head only slams into the impenetrable ceiling of ice. Even down here, it sounds a lot like the knocking I've heard since I arrived. My wild finger probes the ice as far as I can reach in every direction. I went straight down and back up. The hole should be here. My skin rivets against the numbing darkness. The pressure in my lungs is mounting by the second. My body demands a scream, but I refuse to waste the last remnants of my precious air. I'm pulling myself along the bottom of the ice in every direction, but the strength in my fingers is swiftly fleeting. The hole is gone. The light is dying, and soon I will follow. Soon, but not yet. Fingers grip around my ankle. I'm not strong enough to kick free anymore, but another hand latches onto me and begins to drag me, and I know in my heart that it's the hand of death. Then the pull. Water rushes over me, but I can barely feel it anymore. There's a momentary pause as the hands refocus their grip and then pull again, dragging me deeper still. My last uncertain thought is wondering why it's growing brighter around me instead of darker. An idle curiosity of no consequence. She's pulling again, and at that moment, my legs are pierced by a sudden wind. My brain can no longer process how that's possible. Then another pull, and the water begins to pour off my body. My head is suddenly clear from the water, and I collapse onto my back on solid ground. I'm coughing and spitting up water, but a warm blanket is being wrapped around me. My eyes flutter open from the life-giving pressure, and Amy is there. Amy, in her purple sweater, perfectly dry. She's holding me to her and wailing incoherently. I must have passed out after that, but when I woke up, I was back inside her house. She said I must have been crazy to break the ice underneath me, but she ran back as soon as she saw me fall in. I was upside down in the water, but she managed to pull me out by my ankles. What on earth were you thinking? You could have died. I didn't tell her about the face under the ice though. I didn't ask her how she could have changed back to her purple sweatshirt in the middle of the ordeal. And above all else, I didn't ask her about the knocking, which I still hear resounding far above my head, almost as though it were coming from another world. I don't think I'm ready to find out. You can feel Missy enter a room before you see her. The ambient sound of the college classroom dissolve when she speaks. All the raucous shouting and laughter-filled, muffled, besides the softly spoken melody of her voice. She wears light and shadow with equal grace, every angle making her appear as though she were posing for the painter's canvas. From the depths of her eyes to the supple curve of her body, Missy was a walking captivation. She was a dream, and I, her dreamer. But it was all too soon that I had to wake. She called me the night before she died, an event I've kept private until now, out of its sheer impossibility. She'd been absent from class a week before that, but now she spoke fast, rattling off a string of letters, demanding that I write down everything. I was scrambling to keep up, unable to ask questions. 20 letters total, ranging from A to D. They want more from me than I can give, she explained in a breathy rush. I have to go now. Memorize it, okay? You'll understand when they take you. The line went dead, and I couldn't reach her again. She wasn't in class the next day. Our psychology professor announced that she met with a fatal accident, refusing any further details. No one else seemed to care, but each passing day, I felt the burning of her empty chair in front of me. All I could do was memorize the list she gave me, and wait, hating myself for not doing more to get to know her while I had the chance. Then came the test. Just think of it as a survey, Professor Russell said, distributing the papers. Do your best and don't worry. It won't affect your grade. It's just a little experiment for the department. The impossible test. Indecipherable characters. Enigmatic equations. Utter nonsense. Students were looking around and starting to laugh. Professor Russell smiled indulgently. just urging us to take our best guess. The only thing that seemed familiar was the Scantron answer key. 20 questions, 20 letters. Coincidence or not, I filled them in from memory. I could feel the professor's eyes lock on me as I wrote with purpose. But I didn't care. I was consumed with the mystery of Missy's disappearance, savoring this last connection before she faded from the world altogether. Tests were collected, but I could tell the only paper the professor was interested in was mine. His keen eyes kept flashing between my test and my face. Then he excused himself to go to the bathroom, fishing out his phone as he left. I took the opportunity to follow. I've got another one from my class. Professor Russell was talking on the phone, his back to me as he walked. Perfect score, just like Missy. I tried to get closer to hear the voice on the other end, but the professor heard me and turned around. Going somewhere? He asked, pressing the phone against his chest. Bathroom, I grunted, rushing ahead, feeling his eyes on me all the way down the hall. He was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, patiently waiting for when I got out. We need to talk, Elijah. His voice was flat and dark. How did Missy die? I hadn't meant to blurt it out, but there it was. It had been on the tip of my tongue for so long that I'm surprised I even lasted this long. The professor arched his eyebrows, studying me. She isn't dead. Not exactly. I can take her to you, if you want, but you might not like what you see. The professor wrote something on a notepad and handed it to me. Midnight, room 031. Pack a suitcase. The psychology building? I asked. I didn't know the rooms went below 100. He pressed a key into my hand before turning back towards the classroom. This will let you into the basement. Oh, and Elijah. He glanced back as he opened the door. You might want to make an appropriate excuse to your friends and family. They won't be seeing you again for a while. Missy and I were never close before the night she called me. Our relationship was little more than collaborating on the occasional assignment, or exchanging a covert smile across the room. Is it possible to love someone when you don't know the first thing about them? Regardless, I was impotent against my overwhelming curiosity. Professor Russell's doubtlessly counted on that purposefully, withholding details to bait his hook. It seemed so obvious looking back, but at the time I couldn't think of anything besides the frantic desperation in Missy's voice. She needed me somehow, and that's all I needed to know. If only I had known what waited for me, then no compulsion, mortal or otherwise, could have made me step through that door. Instead, I was outside the room 5 minutes before midnight. I'd called my family to let them know I was accepted into a foreign exchange program and that I might be out of touch until I got set up there. I felt the strangeness of the place the second I opened room 031. A descending stairway cut deeply into the ground. Steps and walls hewn from large uneven stones that would better be suited to a medieval castle than a university. I had to use my phone as a flashlight, laboriously struggling my suitcase behind me. The stairway terminated in what can only be described as a wall of flesh. Taunt skin so tight as to be almost transparent, stretched from wall to wall. The outline of faint blue veins was pulsing rhythmically beneath a single great eye. Almost a foot across was embedded the center. It blinked at me as I approached. A small stool was placed in front, with a serrated knife resting on top. Another note with my professor's handwriting read, "Continue until you can go no further." The door I entered at the top of the stairs slammed shut, and I jumped at the sound. I pushed the feeble flashlight of my phone as far up as the stairs as it would go, but it couldn't reach the top. If someone had entered behind me, then I wouldn't know. "Hello?" My voice cracked like it hadn't done since puberty. I picked up the knife and turned back to the wall of skin. The eye strained wider, staring at the blade in my hand. The whole wall began to violently tremble, goosebumps even appearing on the surface. I slowly set the knife back down, watching the wall visibly relax as I did so. Footsteps on the stairs. "Hello?" I tried again, stronger this time. "Quiet," hissed a male voice from the darkness. "We'll go further if they don't see us coming." Black eyes greedily caught my pale light. The boy who entered my illumination was about my age, probably no more than a college sophomore. Bumping along behind him came his own suitcase, considerably larger than my own. "Did you pass too? What's going on?" I asked. "You should know if you read the test. We've been accepted to the MC Academy." "MC?" I stared in open confusion. "Mortal Coil." A flash of sneer as he pushed past me. He grabbed the knife from the table, and I flinched. "How do you not know this? We're going to demon school." "You mean a school that teaches demons? Or a school that teaches... What are you, stupid? You couldn't have even read the paper if you didn't have demon blood in you." I opened my mouth to ask more, deciding instead to hold my tongue just in time. Somehow, it didn't seem wise to tell the condescending guy with a knife that I cheated my way through and didn't really belong here. "You want to do it or should I?" he asked, holding the knife handle towards me. The wall was shaking so badly now that I could feel a gentle wind wafting from its convulsions. The other student must have noticed that I was frozen with confusion, because he pulled the knife back a moment later. "Fine, but you get the next one. I'm not going to carry you the whole way." He spun and thrust the knife directly in the giant eye on the wall. It clenched shut, lurching and thrashing against him. He grunted and leaned the blade, pushing it even deeper as blood flowed freely to drench him up to the arm. The flesh was rumbling like a man trying to scream through a mouth that was sewn shut. 5, maybe 10 seconds before the trembling stopped, the boy withdrew the knife to make a few savage slashes until the flesh relinquished its hold on the walls and fell into a heaping mass on the floor. "Guess this is mine now," he said, wiping off the dagger and storing it in his suitcase. He lifted his case a foot off the ground and stepped through the leaking monstrosity on the ground. "You coming or not?" he added. I nodded, but it was nothing more but a reflex. I tried not to look down as I gingerly stepped over the mess on the floor, almost vomiting as I felt it squelch beneath my feet. What have I gotten myself into? He introduced himself as Michael Suland as we continued. Not the company I would have chosen, but he at least seemed to know what he was doing. I was careful not to ask anything that would betray my ignorance after that, but I was able to pick up a few clues from his idle conversation. Michael didn't know he had demon blood until recently, but he'd suspected there was something different about him since birth. He accidentally watched the original Saw movie when he was 8, and his parents only caught him when they heard how loudly he was laughing. He'd broken his arm skateboarding so badly once that the bone ruptured from his skin, and he spent an hour playing with it before going to the hospital. He even said he felt like he was nocturnal sometimes, describing the night as something which fit him as naturally as second skin. The shrill wailing of an infant broke the conversation. We exchanged glances, his face a mask of greedy excitement, like a child in the candy shop. When we stopped next, there was a closed door blocking the hallway. Wooden this time. At least, although that did nothing to distract from the crying infant placed upon the matching wooden table. He couldn't be more than 2 months old. I picked him up, trying to get him to stop crying. Michael was reading the note. The key is inside. Inside what? I asked. He just smiled. I'm not going to do that. My response was visceral and immediate. This is sick. The first note just said to go as far as we were able. That means we can stop whenever we want. That means it's a test, Michael corrected, stooping to open his case. He glanced at the dark hallway behind me. I could leave. I could close the door and pretend none of this ever happened. I turned back to see Michael producing the serrated knife, still wet with blood. Leaving wouldn't stop these tragedies, though. I would only enable the school to continue training these monsters. Doubtlessly, preparing them for the worst atrocities yet to come. Maybe that's why Missy led me here. Maybe she wanted me to help her put an end to all of this. We're here because this is the only place for people like us. Might as well get used to it. Michael offered me the knife, and I instinctually shielded the child with my arms, backing away from him. Kill it now! His voice was edged with a sudden intensity. Quick! We give up, I shouted to no one in particular. Whoever is watching, we give up. This is as far as we can go. Elijah, you idiot! Give it to me then. No, I won't let you. Michael lunged at us with the knife, but I managed to scramble out of the way. I lost my balance on the uneven stones and fell straight onto my arse though. I covered the child with my body, but had to let go a moment later as a piercing pain like a fistful of needles was gorging into my hand. The infant had latched onto me with unnatural ferocity. It shouldn't have even had teeth yet, but I could clearly see multiple rows of razor edges burrowing into my skin. I screamed and strained to pull it off, but every movement did nothing but give it a fresh angle to burrow further. Bash it against the wall, Michael shouted. I did so, again and again, beating the tiny body into the stone, feeling the fragile bones inside splinter with every iteration. The grip finally began to slacken, until finally I was able to stomp the tiny creature's body and rip my bloody hands free. It almost looked reptilian where it lay on the ground, its yellow eyes boring into me as they closed to slits. Welcome home, master, croaked the dying monstrosity. Ready now? Michael asked, handing me the knife once more. I didn't hesitate this time. I plunged it straight into chest and tore a long hole straight down into its navel. A hot mess of insides oozed out, and I had to actually dig my fingers into it to retrieve the bronze key. It bled profusely from a dozen puncture wounds. I wrapped it as best I could with one of my extra t-shirts, but I can only imagine what ghastly infections might come from those wounds. I don't know whether it was loss of blood or horror of this place, but I felt so lightheaded that I almost toppled the second I stood upright. Come on now, easy there. I was surprised by the gentleness in Michael's tone as he helped me to my feet. We're in this together, so let's do it right. We both want to get to this school, right? I nodded meekly, allowing him to guide me to the door. Then let's not give up before we have to, he said. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing how far this rabbit hole goes. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I really hope that you enjoyed tonight's extra long video. One of these creepypastas, the Assassin's Orphanage one, was actually one of my favourites, and when I released it about 2 or 3 months ago, I was surprised that not a lot of you were actually that into it, so for those of you who missed it, I hope you enjoyed it this time round. If there's a story that you would like to share, all that you need to do is send it to me via email or share it to my Reddit. Please remember to paragraph your stories, include plenty of punctuation, and paragraphs are your friend. But anyway, for now guys, I'm going to sign off. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.
Broken Dawn Day 1. I can't believe what just happened. It was like the sky exploded. There was this blinding light, brighter than anything I've ever seen. Nothing works anymore. No phones, no internet. Dad's old radio crackled something about a gamma ray burst. Everyone is scared. My little brother Rohan is crying. Mom and Dad are staying strong for us. But the grave expression on Mom's face says everything. I'm scared too, but I can't show it. Not now. Day 7. Hospitals are overflowing. Priya from next door is really sick. Her skin looks burned, and she can't stop vomiting. Our neighborhood is in chaos. People are fighting over food and water. Dad tried to get more supplies, but he came back with just a few cans. I don't understand why this is happening. It feels like a nightmare. Day 14. The crops are dying. Our garden, which was always so green, is now brown and lifeless. Animals are dying too. The air smells terrible, like something burning. We can't drink the water anymore. It makes us sick. Dad says we need to be strong, but he looks weaker every day. I'm trying to help Mom, but there's so little we can do. Day 21. Delhi is in chaos. We heard on the radio that the government declared martial law, but it's not helping. People are desperate. We've seen gangs roaming the streets. We stay inside as much as we can. I try to keep my brother Rohan calm, but he's so scared. I am too. The world outside our door is falling apart. Day 28. Food is almost gone. We're down to the last few cans. The air is getting harder to breathe. It's so hot all the time now, and there hasn't been any rain. Dad is coughing a lot. He says it's nothing, but I know he's lying. Mom prays every night, but I'm starting to lose hope. I miss school. I miss my friends. I miss feeling safe. Day 35. Dad is gone. He died last night. We couldn't do anything to save him. We buried him in the backyard, but it feels wrong. Everything feels wrong. Mom is barely holding on. Rohan is too young to understand. He keeps asking when things will get better. I don't have any answers. I just want to hold him and never let go. Day 42. There's no more food. We haven't eaten in days. Mom is very weak. She can barely stand. I'm scared she won't make it. The air is so toxic now. My skin feels like it's burning all the time. We've heard rumors of people turning to cannibalism. I can't let that happen to us. I won't. Day 49. Mom passed away in her sleep. I buried her next to Dad. Rohan's crying all the time. I don't know how to comfort him. The nights are the worst. So quiet. So dark. I feel like we're the last people alive. I don't know how much longer we can go on. I don't want to die, but I don't see any way out of this. Day 56. I'm so weak. We haven't had any food or clean water in days. Rohan's barely conscious. I can't leave him, but I don't know how to save him. My vision is blurry, and it's getting harder to breathe. I think about the end a lot. Day 57. This will be my last entry. I can barely hold the pen. Rohan's gone. I held him as he took their last breath. I'm so tired. I'm so scared. I don't want to be alone. I can hear the wind howling outside. It sounds like it's crying too. I'm going to lie down next to my family now. I hope we'll be together again somewhere better. Good night. My brother's starting acting strange after our father's death. Ever since our father died because of a bear attack, my brother John started acting weird. He locked himself away from everybody and kept on watching movies about people getting tortured. I didn't think much of it. Some people are into watching that type of stuff, but the timing made it seem weird. Our mom came to visit me and John. Her and Dad had been divorced for a long time now. From what I can remember, it was because of Mom's intense drinking habits. Now she went and bettered herself, admitting her mistakes. When John saw Mom, he didn't pay attention to her at all. He just walked by, as if the two of us didn't exist. Later, when Mom was gone, I confronted him about it, and he wasn't even looking at me, or at least talking to me. "What's wrong, John?" I asked him calmly. He looked up and pointed at the ceiling. "The only thing you saw was Dad's lifeless body, glued to the ceiling. My friend, the shadow ghost." It happened like a year ago. While I was in the kitchen, I was preparing my coffee because it was early morning and I was ready to go to work. I grabbed the milk from the fridge, and after I turned around, I saw off to the corner a black round head and a long neck. After I looked at it, it disappeared. I grabbed my phone and wanted to call the emergency services, but I said, "And what the fuck are they going to do? Call the Ghostbusters?" I put the phone down and went in all the rooms to search the ghost. I didn't find it, so I thought that it disappeared forever. I went to work and I said what happened to me. Some of them didn't even believe. After I finished the work, I went home. Outside, it was already dark. It was winter. I live in an apartment at the last floor, and when I entered in the apartment, I realized that I left my backpack in the car, so I went back. After I closed the door, I saw the ghost. I saw it very clearly. It was going on the stairs, toward me at very high speed. I entered back in my apartment and closed the door, but later, with a knife in my pocket, I went to my car to get my backpack. Since then, I didn't see him anymore. My sleep demon. I went out with an unknown group on Halloween to collect candy. I can't recall the costumes we wore. It was already dark as we went from door to door. Arriving at an apartment with a stairwell illuminated through a window, I saw a black figure at the window. The body seemed human, but it had horns on its head and white glowing eyes. At that moment, I didn't understand what I had let in, what it meant, but all this was just a dream, a nightmare. In the following days, I didn't think much about this figure. as it seemed to be a one-time occurrence. However, from that dream onwards, I suffered from depression triggered by family, friendship, and school problems. At that time, I was 21 to 22 years old, studying and still living with my parents. The problems in my family had worsened due to the death of a family member. My friendships with two of my closest friends also began to crumble, as we were unable to have mature conversations about our problems. The increasing stress at university made it even harder for me to manage everything. A particularly strange experience happened during dinner with my family at my grandma's place. We were in her old apartment, although she hadn't lived there for 10 years. The place gave me goosebumps, old, gray, and smelling of cigarette smoke. The food tasted only of onions, which spoiled my appetite. While my family chatted and ignored me, I felt as if someone was looking over my shoulder. An uncomfortable feeling of being watched followed me. I felt a magical pull towards Grandma's bedroom, but as I entered, it became dark, and the sounds of dinner ceased. A dark shadow appeared on the wall, with a large hump, horns, and white eyes. Panic gripped me, and I just wanted to flee. My eyes slowly closed and reopened. I was lying in my bed, drenched in sweat, looking around. I couldn't move, and the blanket felt heavy on me. The depression intensified, and my behavior became increasingly strange. I felt as if someone else had taken over me. Indecision, confusion, and fear accompanied me from then on. The nightmares became more frequent, and I suffered from sleep paralysis. Again and again, I thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, or saw someone fleeting by. But the worst was the sleep demon, who lurked as a silent observer in my dreams. He blended into the surroundings, sometimes a drawing, sometimes a shadow or an outline. But no matter how he appeared, he took my breath away. A particularly oppressive experience happened when I was climbing a staircase with my mother. The way seemed endless. The walls were white, and the stairs yellow with black steps. The atmosphere was gray and empty. The higher we climbed, the emptier and grayer it became. Finally, we reached an apartment door, opened by an unknown woman. As we entered, I stood by the window and saw him standing there with his hump, his horns, and the glowing white eyes. He showed me a suffocating smile with his sharp teeth. Emotionless, I followed the woman into the room she wanted to show us. But the room was charred, and the furniture looked as if it had melted. Panic gripped me, and I felt an indescribable fear. Darkness surrounded me, with no solid ground and no clear sight. Everything I tried to hold onto turned to smoke and vanished. A deep, dark hole formed in my stomach, swallowing all the good and bright things until only darkness remained. Did I feel guilty about everything? Was I wrong? Was I just a burden? Was I in everyone's way? I wandered along a beach, the surroundings veiled in darkness. Is this really a beach? I heard the sound of the waves, but saw no water. The sand beneath my feet did not give way easily, but it tickled with every step. Without thinking, I followed the endless beach and let myself drift. Now I am 23 years old. The phase of depression is over, and I have regained my balance by practicing acceptance and taking care of my body, mind, and surroundings. The sleep demon has not appeared in my dreams for 6 months, and I can now sleep without any issues. Was he real or just a manifestation of my problems, or a part of myself? To me, he seemed very real, and even if not, it seems he only embedded himself in me because I had lost my inner balance and could only drive him away by returning to that balance. Bloody signs of Satan. You know the first rule of abandoned buildings. No graffiti, run. So in my story, there were graffiti, but they indicated danger. I was 15 years old. I often climbed through various abandoned places. My friend and I wanted to explore an abandoned place on the outskirts of the city. We stocked up on a knife, flashlights, light bulbs, and necessary first aid items. We agreed to meet at 21.30. After all, it's scarier and more interesting at night. We met, and a friend said, "You can wait for my friends." I didn't mind, we waited. They were gone for about an hour, but they still came. I was the first to enter the abandoned building. I saw a symbol with an asterisk in a circle and an inverted cross. We didn't know what it meant. I saw a note on the floor. I took it to read, and it said, "Invoco te, Deum meum, Satanam meam, molabo tibi coitus populorum." But we didn't plan to retreat. We looked at our feet. After all, in an abandoned place, there are always syringes, fittings, and sharp knives lying around. We went up to the 3rd floor. We smelled rot. We put on our masks and explored. In the middle of the corridor, we saw a light. There were people in red cloaks. They spoke in an incomprehensible language. And there we saw a tied-up man. He tried to scream, to get out, but his attempts were to no avail. The strange people stopped saying something, and one took a knife and stabbed the man to death. After that, they began to disperse, and one saw us. He shouted, "Witnesses, catch them." We started running as fast as we could. We were very scared. Most got out, but one slipped under on the way out and was grabbed. We couldn't save him. Everyone went home, and the next day our friend was declared missing. Since then, I have a note that I picked up from an abandoned place. Something is creepy about my friend's family. I had a friend named Amy. She was a shy person, but I was always there to encourage her, or I helped her get things when she was sheepish at times. We were really close with each. Despite being in different grades, we managed to meet each other. One day, we were texting on the phone when she spontaneously texted me an invite to a dinner party that was going to start in the evening. I accepted the invite and told the punctual time I would be arriving at. When it was 6:40 p.m., I got out of bed and took a warm shower. After that, I dried myself up and wore my clothes. Then, I combed my hair and wore diamond earrings to match my outfit. I was so excited. I then hailed a cab by the sidewalk and told my location. While I was traveling, I texted her on the way. After a while, I arrived there. The house looked really strange, and the heat place was creepily quiet and cold, but I was sure I was gonna meet nice people. Well, it was something I didn't expect. Nobody greeted me, only Amy. The rest was staring down at me coldly. "Oh, so you are the one?" her mother said. "Yes, I'm her friend," I replied with a smile. She rudely smiled and left. I quietly sat on the couch, talking to Amy. On my right, I could see a couple of smokers staring at me. Finally, dinner was served. I arrived at the dinner table, and everyone was full on staring at me. And there was something fishy about the food. "Excuse, what did you cook?" I asked. Her sister looked angry and smiled. "Why? It's fried rice." "It smells weird," I said. "Is this beef?" "Oh, right, you are Indian. Here, let me get you the chicken salad." She got up from her spot and passed me the salad. It was a sheepish moment for me. It was 8 o'clock. Dinner finished. I was talking to Amy at the balcony. Then I experienced a sudden blackout. Then I woke up. Right, I was asleep. I was in the same dress. I jumped out of bed and ran downstairs. It was creepy. The mother in the kitchen seemed like a crazy lady chopping meat, her eyes in dark circles underneath, and her siblings were smoking. "You are a little shit, aren't you?" they said. I ignored it and ran away in a cab. It was so weird. How could she be leaving with them? My neighbor's basement is hiding something awful. I naturally fell into babysitting around the age of 14. Through friends and family, I got leads for babysitting to score some cash, which definitely beat having to work at a restaurant. The job had its ups and downs, but overall, it wasn't a bad gig at all. Yet, as many good experiences as I had, they were all eclipsed by one night. A new family in town talked to my dad at work, and it turned out that they needed a babysitter. I happily took the job and found myself watching their 10-year-old boy a couple of weeks later. There was nothing out of the ordinary about the family themselves. They were the model citizens of suburban America, complete with the white picket fence and blue shutters. Nothing about their house was strange or even unique. Their son, Avery, was very mild-mannered and polite. Even their car was basic. Not that these were bad things, but I expected it to be a very boring night. What I did not expect was the uncomfortable, inexplicable feeling that I got when I set foot in the house. A chill ran through me, but there was no draft. I rubbed my arms as I gazed at their staircase as we passed. They gave me a brief tour of the house before they left a note of instructions and all the usual information I expected from a job. While trying to figure out what was making me so uneasy about the place, I noticed something about their basement door when I passed it. A padlock was placed on the door, along with a deadbolt in place. "Any questions?" the father asked, as my mind was pulled out of my curiosity. "No, sir. Everything looks great." So they left, and Avery and I played some games before I made dinner. A couple of times, I thought I heard Avery call me into the den. Both times, I found him sitting on the couch in what most recognize as the TV zombie state. He denied having called me, and I went back to making dinner. After the third time, I told Avery it wasn't funny and that he should stop. "I'm not doing anything. I'm just watching TV." His voice went to that higher tone of pleading, sounding desperate for me to believe him. "Avery, I know it's my first time, and sometimes you want to test things out, but I'm trying to get dinner ready, so if you call me again, I'm not checking on you, okay?" I didn't say anything. The child glared at the TV with a pouting face, and I began to feel bad. As many times as I've heard lies, I was starting to sense that he was telling the truth. So what was I hearing? "Hey, it's fine. I'm not mad. Promise." Avery turned his head back towards me, seeming to test if I was the one fibbing now. "How about I let you stay up a little later if we forget about it? Do you really promise?" With our contractual pinkies interlocked, spirits were raised again, and I was able to finish dinner. Although I didn't finish without hearing Avery's voice calling me once more. I ignored it, and when Avery didn't mention it at dinner, I figured it was him fooling around again. The whole time we chatted as we ate, I couldn't help but feel that something was not right about this house. As hard as I tried to not look, my eyes kept diverting to the heavy padlock and chain on the basement door. Curiosity got the best of me, and as we were cleaning up, I couldn't help but ask, "So Avery, what's the deal with the basement door?" "What do you mean?" His words did not match his demeanor. It was obvious he didn't make eye contact as he forced his sentence out. "Come on, you know what I mean. The padlock, chain, and deadbolt. You all have dangerous chemicals down there. Avery's face grew paler, and he stared at the wall for a moment. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to tell me. I didn't mean to. Dad said no one can talk about it anymore. This really threw me off, and I couldn't possibly finish my sentence now. A thick veil of tension materialized between us. So you guys aren't allowed to talk about it? Avery shook his head. Okay, that's cool. No big deal. It was nothing but a big deal. Was their dad doing something illegal down there? Or was it something strange that no one could do anything about it? Maybe their dad was in denial about something going on. There were way too many questions going through my head now. Hey, how about we put on a movie? Yeah, sure. What am I saying? Everyone likes movies, right? Now excited, we decided on a fun movie that quickly pulled our minds away from the mysterious basement door. Well, that's not entirely true. Maybe Avery was distracted, but it was killing me. As we ate popcorn, I couldn't help but watch Avery, wondering what was going on in that little head of his. Was there something awful going on in the house, and there was nothing I could do to stop it? Or maybe the dad was just... Stop, I told myself inwardly. Mulling over it all endlessly was not doing myself any favors. So the movie ended, and I ushered the drifting child to his bed. Now, the house was all to myself until 12, so I had a good 3.5 hours to myself. Immediately, I began texting my friend to tell her all about the weird experience I was having that night. She dismissed it, saying that I was getting spooked by a new place. This annoyed me to no end. I'd been at bigger, way creepier looking houses, but never got weird vibes like this. Then, I heard it. Stephanie. I went instantly still and listened intently. You didn't hear that, Steph. Just keep texting your friend and... Stephanie... There was no mistaking it this time. It was definitely coming from the basement. The acoustics couldn't have been from Avery upstairs. The voice sounded like a little girl's. In fact, I'm not even sure he could make his voice like that anyway. Slowly, I stood up from the couch and approached the door. Maybe like earlier, I was just hearing things. Maybe being creeped out by the house was starting to mess with my head. That made sense. Right? Stephanie? I jumped back from the door, almost wetting myself in the process. There was no way I could dismiss it as anything else now. There was a little girl's voice coming from the basement. Hello? I responded. I couldn't keep my voice from shaking. Is this Stephanie? Yes, it's Stephanie. Can you help me? Who are you? Why are you locked in the basement? My name is Meredith Rosenberg. They kept me locked up for a long time now. The police were almost onto them, and that's why they moved. Can you get me out? A cold shock washed over me and made it hard to respond. Was I actually babysitting for a family that kept a little girl prisoner? Oh my God. How long have you been locked up with them? Ever since I can remember. I felt somehow hot and cold at the same time and wanted to throw up. This all made sense now with what Avery had told me. Of course his father didn't want him talking about the door. I just need to find the keys, and I can. They're hidden in the garage, underneath the metal shelf. It's inside a magnetic key holder. Okay, just hold tight. In a panic to free the poor girl, I darted into the garage and began feeling the space underneath the bottom shelf. And sure enough, there was a magnetic key holder there. Running back, I popped the key holder open and began to insert the key into the padlock. Did you find it? Yes, sweetie, I'm almost there. Oh, please hurry. Sometimes they come home early. This sent me into even more of a rush, and I barely managed to fumble the key into the padlock. I finally heard the successful click of the padlock, pulled the chain off, and slid the deadbolt to the right. "I'm coming, Meredith. Hold on." I turned the doorknob and threw open the door, only to be met with darkness. Now full of adrenaline, my hands felt around for the light switch. Finally finding my purchase, I flicked the light on, which lit up most of the stairs. "Meredith?" I called out. Unless I was remembering it wrong, it sounded like her voice was just on the other side of the door a minute ago. In fact, it was quite strange that she wasn't waiting for me at the top of the stairs. Wouldn't you immediately run out of a basement that you were locked in for God knows how long? "I'm down here," the little girl's voice called out. Judging from the distance, it sounded like she was calling from somewhere at the bottom of the stairs. My brain suddenly began piecing all the details of this interaction together, and the idea of going down into the basement became absolutely terrifying. "Meredith, you can come up now. The door's open." I couldn't hide the tremor in my voice. Why I was scared of a little girl was beyond me, but much like the house itself, something felt very wrong here. "I hurt my leg. Ow. When you said you were getting the key, I went back down to get some of my things and got hurt." Her sounds of pain filled me with sorrow, but an invisible force was holding me back from taking another step into that basement. "Can you move? Maybe pull yourself up on the railing?" "I can't. It hurts too bad." "Okay, sweetie, what's wrong? Won't you help me?" It's just really dark down there, and I don't want to get hurt too. Is there any way you can get to the stairs? Any way at all? I tried to sit up, but my shoulder hurts too much. I thought you said your leg got hurt." The words hung in the air like a noose. It was only after I said it that I realized there were several things seriously wrong about all of this. A question popped into my head I didn't even have time to think about until now. How did she know where the padlock key was? A deathly silence took up the space between me and wherever this girl was. It was a standoff, and I couldn't think of anything else to say. There were questions I could ask her to figure out what was happening, but I felt that her answers weren't going to be honest. Perhaps at this point, the truth was too frightful to know. "Meredith, are you still there?" It was a stupid question, but it was the only thing my mind could conjure. The additional silence only unnerved me, so I decided to try and get a better look. Fishing my phone out of my pocket, I clicked on the flashlight. It didn't do me any good because of the awful range, so I did the one thing I'd already told myself not to do. I took a step forward. Maybe it was the angle of the stairs or the lighting, but that one step gave me more information than I ever wanted to know. I caught a better view of the bottom step, which was essentially a ledge into a black abyss. Something looked different on this step, but it took a second to register what it was. The step was wet, a pool of some unknown liquid overflowing into the darkness of the basement. I knew for sure that the father hadn't mentioned any flooding, so it would be way too random for that. So I stood there, watching in frozen curiosity as the puddle then suddenly rippled, and I realized the abominable truth. It wasn't water, it was a puddle of saliva, and something was drooling into it from the dark. My wife of 7 years wore a red ribbon on her wrist. When I found out why, it shocked me to my core. I am 35, male, and have a wonderful wife who is 32 female. We have been married for 7 years and have 3 beautiful children that gave me shivers of excitement down my spine when they were born. My wife, Marianne, has suddenly been starting to wear a red ribbon around her wrist ever since our last date night, July 18th, 2023. I wonder sometimes why she wore it. The day I found out why she did was the day I almost hung myself out of confusion. "Honey, you're back from work," she said with a slight grin on her face, whilst tightening the ribbon around her wrist. "Hi, babe. The office was a bit crowded today, so my boss let me come home early." As I replied, a disgusting stench drafted into my nostrils. I immediately gagged, wonder what the hell the smell was, and noticed it came from the direction in which my wife sat. "Babe, what is that smell?" I say, pinching my nose in disgust. "Oh, nothing," she said a few moments later. I looked at the red ribbon and noticed it was a bit stained, so without warning, I just pulled it off. Beneath the ribbon was the most vile thing I have ever witnessed in my entire life. There, underneath the ribbon, was bits of torn flesh, rotting as maggots swarmed her hand. I instantly shrieked and ran out of the room, barfing in the bathroom. I'm currently writing this post as she is banging on the bathroom door, begging me to open it up. What should I do? This is the absolutely disturbing experience I had with my friend. Let's call her Sarah. Sarah and I went for vacation, just the two of us, to this Airbnb apartment in a calm neighborhood. We were exploring the place. It was cool. We liked it cozy and all. We unpacked our baggage, freshened up, and went outside to explore the areas. We returned at 11 p.m. and immediately felt something odd. I can guarantee my life that I left the living room's lights off, but they were on. "Okay, no worries. Sarah just told me. Oh, you probably forgot or something." I brushed it off, not taking it as a big deal. At first, I thought maybe the owner came in, but anyways, we went to the kitchen to make dinner while talking about Sarah's deceased boyfriend and how much she misses him and all. Liam, her deceased boyfriend, was a genuinely nice guy. I have nothing bad to say about him. We had our dinner while watching Conjuring 2. In bed, we kept hearing some loud banging at 2:30 a.m. from neighbors. It was really hard for us to have a good night's sleep because of the noises, but we managed to sleep anyways. Suddenly, Sarah's phone started ringing. "Who's calling at this time?" I said to Sarah. I looked at her. She was pale like she saw a ghost. I asked her what was wrong. She received a text from Liam, her deceased boyfriend, saying, "I miss you." What kind of sick joke is that? Of course she tried to answer, asking who's this and why they're using Liam's phone. No answer. We kind of lost sleep. It was 4 a.m. Sarah was still spamming the number and calling, and of course straight to voicemail. I kept feeling some strange vibe, like someone is watching us or something. I didn't feel comfortable. Then she received another text. "Help me. It's cold and dark down here." I honestly was shitting my pants. Sarah, on the other hand, was furious that someone was playing with her emotions that way. She kept receiving texts that only they knew about, and some weird, disturbing pictures. She got a phone call from him. She picked it up, and she could only hear some sort of breathing. It was really, really weird. After that night, we kept experiencing some unexplained things. Like every time we go out and come back, we find things misplaced. Like lights on, our stuff missing, and Liam's phone is on. All of these things were really disturbing for me. My toenails were painted black. The sheets on the hospital bed were rough against my bare legs, and the blanket the nurse had given me was even rougher. My foot poked out of the blanket, and all I could stare at were my toes. My toenails were painted black. They told me I had been in a car accident. My car had flipped over many times, and it was dumb luck that I was alive. I didn't remember much of the accident, but I could definitely feel all of the bones I had broken. I remember driving, and another car speeding towards me, and then nothing. The next thing I knew, I was in a hospital bed with an IV in my arm. My toenails were painted black. It just didn't make sense. I hated the color black, and I didn't even remember painting my toes, let alone the color black. The door to my room suddenly opened. "Are you okay?" I relaxed a bit, knowing that my husband was here. I gave him a small smile and a shrug, happy to be alive. He was staring at me, at my injuries, trying to see if I was lying or not. I had a meeting with a client in the city when I got the call from the hospital. That's why I'm so late. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I've been having the time of my life here. My husband gave a small, choked laugh and sat down in the chair next to my bed. He was staring at me, scanning the length of my body, utterly shocked that I was alive. Looks like we also have that in common. "Do you remember anything from the accident?" he asked. "Nope, I remember driving and then nothing." I felt disappointed that I didn't have more to offer anyone. "No white light or anything?" I gave a snort. This isn't a movie. I wasn't sitting in a waiting room deciding whether or not to come back to life. He had a small smile on his face. Not every day you get to talk to someone who had a near-death experience. Let's hope I'm the only person you know that almost died. There was a question that was nagging at me that I so badly wanted to ask. What client were you meeting with today? My husband was a third-grade teacher. What kind of a client would he have needed to meet? A frown immediately appeared. The new client interested in our firm. He needed representation for the lawsuit. I told you this last week. Do you not remember? My heart stopped. I didn't know what to say, and I was afraid of being trapped in the hospital for longer than I already was. I gave him a laugh and hoped that was enough to dissuade him. Jokes. I thought you needed a good laugh. Amnesia and broken bones are a wicked combination. I could tell. He didn't believe me, but thankfully, he let it go. I also had another question, and I was scared of his response, but I needed to ask this too. Oh, also, if you're here, where's Daisy? Daisy was our daughter, and I was immediately filled with a concern over who was watching her if both my husband and I were sitting here. She's with your parents, totally safe and missing you. They send their love, by the way. I relaxed a bit. Daisy loved her grandparents, but I was ready to get out of the hospital. My husband could sense my restlessness to get out of the hospital, and he gave another smile. Come on, let's get out of here. I think I might have a concussion. I'm debating going back to the hospital and asking the doctor who examined me for a refund. We made it home a few minutes ago, and I just feel off. Kind of like looking at yourself in a funhouse mirror. Everything seemed right, but it was just slightly off. The carpet was too soft, and the walls were the wrong shade of gray, even down to the smell of our living room. I flinched at the sound of the doorbell. I could see my mom through the window. At least she looked the same. I opened the door, and she gave me the biggest hug. She was crying, and then I was crying. It was nice to be alive. I couldn't wait any longer. Is Daisy with you? My mom gave a small laugh. and then pointed through the door. She is safe and sound, as promised. There my dad was, walking towards me, holding a small dog, white, small, and fluffy. Cute, but not my daughter. This was getting too strange for me. My dad gave me a hug and held up the dog, waving its little paw. "Look who missed you. Say hi, Daisy." I could feel the meal I had at the hospital coming back up. Suddenly, feeling extremely nauseated, I excused myself and sprinted upstairs. I threw the door open to what should have been Daisy's nursery, and instead found a home office, without a trace that my daughter had lived there. I tore apart room after room, searching for some proof that my daughter had existed, but I could find nothing. In my closet, I ripped apart boxes of boxes before I remembered that I had a folder where I kept important documents for my husband and me. Nestled deep in the folder was a hospital stay bill with my name and the big glaring word, miscarriage. Also in the folder was an adoption certificate for a dog named Daisy, dated mere months after the supposed hospital visit. I sank to the floor with the sickening realization that this was not my life. Something had changed after the car accident, like everyone was in on some sick practical joke, and this was the spectacular punchline. I knew that there was only one thing to do. I had grabbed my husband's spare car keys from the bedroom, took the back door out of the house, and I'm now sitting in his car that I just parked on a random street. I'm sharing this story with you all as proof that this really happened. This is not my life, and I can't stay here. It's just not right. I'm going to stop this the only way I know how, by going back to the beginning. Goodbye. I'm going to get my life back. My daughter asked me where nightmares come from. I told her the story my father told me, and his father told him. Long ago, there were no nightmares, only memories. Memories of the things that men do and the things men see. Then sometime around the 5th century, during the migration of Germanic tribes into what would become most of Western Europe, there was a lord, and like many lords of the time, he acquired land. He acquired this land the way everyone acquired land then. He conquered it. It was in the aftermath of a particularly brutal battle, near the edges of a deep crevasse, that the Lord found a pale child wandering among the littered corpses. It was a girl, blackened by smoke and stained with the spattered blood of the fallen. She had dark eyes and a misshapen body with deformities that made even the bravest soldiers avoid her gaze and step from her path. Now this lord was a generous one, loved by his men and his people, and he felt pity for this impish girl, and he took her in, raising her within the confines of his castle. He named the girl Nocturne for her dark eyes, and her peculiar habit of avoiding sleep and staying up late into the night, seemingly for days and weeks at a time. Despite her appearance, Nocturne soon showed a jester's talent for making the lord and the neighboring aristocracy laugh and enjoy themselves at her stories, tales, and tricks. This lord also had a handsome son, a prince who would one day inherit the throne, the castle, and its lands. The prince, like the others, enjoyed the antics of this little girl who was always by his father's side, telling stories and riddles to delight the crowd. But each night, the prince would watch as Nocturne would whisper into the lord's ear at day's end, leaving the prince to question this girl jester, and the way his father seemed so enthralled by such a grotesque and deformed comedian who never seemed to sleep. Soon, the prince was of age, and he prepared to leave the castle for his studies. He embraced his father tightly, knowing they would not see each other for years. As he rode away, leaving the only home he knew for the very first time. He glanced back at the castle and the people surrounding his waving father. The last thing he saw before the castle slipped from view was Nocturne, there at his father's side, whispering her whispers in his ear. The stories reached the prince in the final year of his schooling. They seemed fantastical at first, claiming that his father had become a monster, a bane to his very land. It seemed the Lord had begun taxing his people harshly and imprisoning any who could not pay, condemning them to the bowels of the castle to await some form of trial and eventually a horrible death. There were tales of lavish, sin-fueled parties where the Lord would fly into rages at others, often baiting guests into heated debates, only to shackle them in chains for disobeying his view or command. Neighboring lords and landowners avoided the castle, fearing the tales of torture and staying clear of the screams that lasted well into the night. And within each chilling account, what each witness never ceased to mention was that the girl Nocturne was there, with her strange whispers for only the Lord's ear. It seemed that Nocturne was either immune to the Duke's blood rage, or the very cause of it. Now, with this madness consuming his father, the prince was told that neighboring lords were preparing to siege the castle and divide its lands among them. As the prince rode quickly for home, he knew that any such battle would be short, since recent tales told that much of the castle had been abandoned, and now only the Lord and Nocturne lived within its bloodied walls. As the prince neared the castle, he galloped past the villages he remembered as a young man. Once vibrant and alive, they were now shells of towns filled with the starving, the desperate, and the dead. The castle road was littered with bloated corpses, and the creek he once played in as a boy ran red with blood. The prince burst into the castle, sword drawn, and called for his father. From a splintered bench in the corner of the throne room, the Lord's feeble voice replied. The prince's father was now thin, with sunken eyes and trembling hands, but he stood feebly and reached longingly for his son. The prince embraced his father and asked if the stories were true. The Lord nodded, shame washing over his pale face. Gripping his sword tight, the prince roared for Nocturne, vowing to end this damnable reign of madness. She appeared behind him, whispering a welcome to the prince. She was seated on the Lord's throne, her small, crooked body dwarfed by the immense gilded chair. The prince lunged at Nocturne, but his sword was halted inches from her throat by the call of his father, who cried no. In labored gasps, the weak lord told his son that Nocturne was no girl, but a witch raised from hell that day on the battlefield. It was her whispers, her foul and tiny voice in his ear that spread the madness, a rain of nightly tales of horror that he would in turn make real by day. The Lord said he kept Nocturne here in the castle, fearing that her tales, should they spread through the land, would inflict the very same horrors that happened here at his home. With this, the Lord gripped his son's hand, looked to Nocturne's black eyes, and let out his last cold breath. The prince's eyes filled with tears, seeing his dead father. As for Nocturne, she laughed. It was a tiny laugh, but a laugh that filled the prince with rage. He stood and stared into the eyes of that small witch, and in one swift motion, sank his sword through her down to its hilt. Nocturne's laugh went silent, and her eyes bulged black. Dark blood seeped from her stunted mouth. A watery, bubbling sound crept up from deep within her, traveling up her throat and past her bloodied lips. It was one last whisper. an evil sound that echoed throughout the castle, past its gates, past its lands, and rang out into our world. Years went by, and the prince was eventually killed in battle, and the castle was divided among the aristocracy. The tale of Nocturne, the Lord, and the prince was almost lost to time and the long shadows of a growing and aging Europe. But some still shared the tale of the sleepless Nocturne, the girl who was something not human, a creature beyond the grip of sleep, or night, or day. For what the king said that day to his son was true. When Nocturne was killed, she was released into the ether and sent adrift into our world. She is now free to whisper to more than just one old lord. Her whispered stories and tales and riddles can now reach us all while we sleep. Gone are the kings, dukes, and lands of old. Now there are factories, industry, automobiles, and airplanes. But Nocturne remains, creeping silently into the bedrooms of men, of women, and especially of children. As she did with that long-dead lord, she whispers into your ear while you sleep and breathes vile tales of terror, of dread, and the drip, drip, drip of human poisons she has witnessed on this earth. Maybe she'll whisper in your ear, or maybe she already has, because like I told my daughter, she is where nightmares come from.
Lately, my life has become a tapestry woven with strange and unsettling events. To set the stage, my husband, a truck driver, traverses the roads for 3 weeks at a stretch, leaving me in solitude. Our abode is nestled deep within the woods, with the nearest neighbors a daunting 2 miles away. It is an inconspicuous haven, hidden unless one possesses an intimate knowledge of its whereabouts. I, a recluse by nature, toil away from the comfort of my home, sharing scant details about my existence on social media. My online presence, particularly on Facebook, is minimal, reserved for maintaining ties with a select few family members. Thus, it struck me as disconcerting when, a week ago, a Facebook user with an obviously fabricated identity reached out. This interloper not only discerned my true name, concealed behind a pen name on Facebook where I share memes and artwork, but also wielded knowledge about my residence, town, and workplace. A disquieting episode, yet I opted to dismiss it. The following day brought another message from the same enigmatic user, delving into invasive queries and uttering unsettling proclamations about their dark desires, even insinuating the ease of breaching the sanctity of my home. Alarmed, I shared this with my husband, who, to his dismay, found himself besieged by similarly distressing messages from the same source, probing into the recesses of my private life. In response, we deemed it prudent to sever ties with this unsettling account. Despite our efforts, the haunting messages persisted, manifesting as calls and texts, each time met with nothing but ominous, labored breathing before the line fell silent. Fearing for my safety, I took matters into my own hands, installing trail cams and security cameras to surveil my abode and its periphery. Today, while I ventured into town for errands, my Ring doorbell sounded an ominous alert. On screen, a man cloaked in a black hoodie, visage shrouded in darkness, stood menacingly on my back porch, pounding on the door with increasing intensity, his voice piercing the solitude, calling out my name. This eerie spectacle endured for an agonizing 15 minutes until, abruptly, he ceased, vanishing into the depths of the woods. Hastening to action, I summoned the authorities, who, upon inspection, found no trace of the intruder. Armed with images from my surveillance devices, they regretfully informed me that without immediate peril or breach, their hands were tied, suggesting the acquisition of a guard dog as a feeble defense. Despite my husband's conjecture that it might be a neighbor or friend indulging in a tasteless prank, the bizarre conduct does not align with the known behavior of anyone in my circle. The unsettling queries and malevolent intentions articulated by this shadowy figure transcend the realm of mere jest. Despite the skepticism from my family, the sight of an intruder in my secluded backyard at an unearthly hour is far from ordinary. Genuine fear courses through me. and I find myself paralyzed by uncertainty, grappling with the ominous unknown. Story 2. I cannot recall the app I was on, but my quest for love led me astray, stumbling upon a facade in the form of a TSA agent. Initially, our conversations revolved around matters of the heart, but soon she delved into territories of banking, loyalty, and the order of things. Her demeanor shifted, becoming a vexing presence. Frustrated, I attempted to sever ties on Google Chat, a realm best avoided unless plunging unwittingly into the dark web. Yet, it was on this very app that my encounter with her unfolded. I cannot recollect her name. Sierra, perhaps. Regardless, our exchanges deepened, weaving a deceptive tapestry of affection. Alas, her discussions veered towards the ominous notion of a shared bank account, an unsettling proposition, and an undeniable crimson flag. As her petulance escalated, I deemed it necessary to expunge her from my social realms. In a twisted turn of events, she unearthed my phone number, bombarding me with a barrage of harassing messages. Her threats of tormenting both me and other women for not reciprocating her affections plunged me into disarray. Swiftly, I sought refuge in the solace of my mother, frantically sharing the incessant stream of texts. The ordeal prompted me to discard my phone, ushering in a new one just in time for Christmas. A fortuitous escape, as my old device reached its expiration date. This unsettling episode serves as a stark cautionary tale, exposing the deceptive facade that individuals on dating platforms may adopt. Google Chat, an innocent communication tool, unraveled as a gateway to the murky depths of the dark web. Even though I had not willingly shared my phone number, the leak occurred, reinforcing the need for vigilance. May this account serve as a somber reminder that the allure of dating apps conceals potential peril, urging all to tread cautiously and avoid the siren's call of the digital. Story 3. Years have passed since this chilling incident, a narrative I have kept locked away, shrouded in the shadows of my own silence. The specter of fear lingered long, delaying the sharing of this unsettling tale. Forgive me if my recollection seems fragmented. I will delve into it direct. In those days, I toiled in a multifaceted establishment comprising a hotel, banquet halls, and a restaurant. My youthfulness and amiable disposition fostered acquaintanceships with some coworkers, while others remained fleeting hellos in the backdrop of my nights after school and weekends, frequently enmeshed in special events. One fateful Saturday morning, the front office manager approached me with an air of concern, even panic, etched on his face. He probed into my interactions with his son, someone I regarded as more of an acquaintance than a friend. SS, laboring in a different department within the hotel, was linked to me through another coworker. T. My exchanges with S were limited to polite greetings. E, admittedly, exuded a certain awkward. The front office manager's inquiries took an unnerving turn as he asked about plans to meet S the previous night, and whether I had ever mentioned marriage to him. Perplexed, I responded in the negative. Unraveling the bizarre tapestry, it transpired that S, plagued by mental issues exacerbated by drug use, harbored delusions. The night prior, his parents discovered him in his room, cocooned under a blanket, rocking back and forth to loud music. Beneath that blanket lurked a chilling ensemble, the backpack housing rope, a knife, and drugs. In a twisted declaration, S claimed we were to meet that night and embark on matrimony. When reason failed, his parents had no recourse but to involve the authorities, resulting in S's confinement to a mental institution for months. The front office manager, visibly drained, revealed the extent of this nightmarish ordeal. Subsequently, S faced a ban from the premises, and henceforth, I was accompanied in my car each night, the shadows whispering unsettling. In a conversation with T, I learned that the same night, S had attempted to coax him out of his house under the guise of wanting to talk. When T resisted, S resorted to shouting warnings to stay away from me. Odd, but not alarming to T, given S's peculiar nature that never hinted at violence. The backpack, a haunting constant. Upon his release from the mental institution, I remained oblivious. Unfortunately, my guard waned, and I failed to detect him trailing me home one day. The moment arrived when he knocked on my door, catching me unguarded. An uneasy encounter unfolded as he sought conversation, and I found myself outside, hoping to outmaneuver or appease him. S painted a facade of improvement, claiming enrollment in school during the summer, a claim easily debunked. The conversation delved into the unsettling terrain of my attire at Mother's Day brunch. 2 years passed, and the unnerving inquiry if I still possessed the dress. Fabricating excuses about work and diverting to discussions about his father, who remained employed at the hotel, I managed to coerce him to depart. Subsequent encounters revealed a menacing persistence. My brother, summoned to intervene, issued a stern warning, but the shadows continued to harbor his presence, a stalking specter undeterred. The echoes of his appearance persisted, a phantom menace that haunted my surroundings, driving me into seclusion. What became of him remains unknown. My terror endured. This harrowing episode, coupled with 2 other stalkers in my early 20s, cast a pall over my existence. It is crucial to emphasize that one's appearance or actions bear no responsibility when someone fixates upon you. Despite societal standards deeming me attractive, I shrouded myself in self-imposed exile, altering my appearance and averting gazes, a somber testament to the enduring impact of those who seize upon obsession. Story 4. Allow me to preface this by acknowledging the numerous comments and messages I have received. While I appreciate the concern and advice, let me clarify that I am not a young person seeking attention. I assure everyone that I am of sound body and mind, and I am not fabricating these events. I do not grapple with a mental illness, though I empathize with those who do. I admit my lack of familiarity with the internet and this app, so my apologies for still grappling with how to post pictures and such. I will figure it out eventually. Now, for an update. The police have confiscated my cameras, holding them as evidence, or so they claim. Yes, more pictures were captured. During my younger brother's visit, a college student, we hoped the presence of a larger male would deter the mysterious intruder. However, a few nights into his stay, both of us were jolted awake by banging on the front door. A review of the security cameras revealed the same eerie figure, hood obscuring his face, standing there. My brother threatened to call the police, to which the man nonchalantly responded with an okay, laughed, and strolled off into the woods. We reported the incident to the police, once again, but their response lacked the seriousness we expected. Sleep became a luxury neither of us could afford. The subsequent week, with my husband's return, seemed quieter, and I dared to believe the tormentor had abandoned their twisted game. Yet, this past weekend, after a celebration with friends, we discovered a roll of duct tape and a screwdriver on the front porch, items not belonging to us. Reviewing the cameras exposed glimpses of the culprit pacing the porch and peeking through the front window. Hastening into town, we reported the unsettling findings to the police once more. This time, they combed the property and ventured into the woods, yet no trace was found. Hopes now to hinge on identifying the individual through the camera footage. Despite my husband's attempt to rationalize that the intruder may be mentally ill without malicious intent, the fear persists. Adding to the nightmare, my friend and neighbor have reported sightings matching the troublemaker's description outside a large, white, windowless van at my friend's workplace, tailing her home on multiple occasions. My neighbor shared similar encounters, mentioning the man stopping at her house, inquiring about the neighbor up there, with my house being the sole target. Disturbingly, reports circulate about a van resembling the one in question linked to trafficking schemes in the vicinity, heightening my unease. Whether the intruder is mentally ill, involved in human trafficking, or just orchestrating a sick joke remains unclear. Terrified and sickened by the thought of remaining home, my husband's absence compels me to seek refuge away from town. This decision, undisclosed to anyone, stems from a lack of trust in family and friends. With my whereabouts undisclosed, I am left to witness the unfolding events. I am aware that to some, I may sound irrational, with accusations of fabrication lingering. But at what cost? I had a private, contented life, gaining nothing from these circumstances. Living in fear, I yearn for a return to normalcy and find myself regretting the move to this small town. Story 5. I am a college student, dedicating most of my time to studying inside the school premises. Yesterday, after class and a library study session, I decided to grab some chips from a campus store around 5:00 p.m. Taking a moment to eat, I eventually headed to my car. However, before reaching the parking lot, I noticed a guy leisurely wandering around. Sensing something amiss, I quickened my pace, but he turned towards me, matching my speed. His intense gaze locked onto mine, unsettling me. Something about it fell off, different from a normal. As he closed the distance, he abruptly stopped and exclaimed, "Whoa. I'm so sorry, I just had to stop for a second. You are just really pretty." Caught off guard, I stood there, speechless and uncomfortable. A feeble mention of having a boyfriend prompted an apology from him, and the conversation ended as he walked toward the library, leaving me to head to my car, hoping he had not witnessed my departure through the library's glass walls. The incident did not bother me much until today. Arriving at school late, I skipped my first class and spent 2 hours in the library before heading to my last class. Upon exiting the library, the same guy reappeared, engaging in that familiar deep eye contact. It felt awkward, but I dismissed it, continuing towards my class. Oddly, he followed suit. Doubts arose about his affiliation with the school. His small, non-academic backpack and solitary wandering raised suspicions. He walked so slowly that my normal pace overtook his sluggish progress, and his gaze intensified as he trailed behind. Concerned, I hastened my steps, seeking the company of someone familiar. Luckily, I found a classmate and walked with her to class. Glancing back, he was still there, fixated on me. Panicked, I sped up, regretting leaving him behind. His persistent presence behind me intensified my anxiety. Desperate to find someone I knew, I reached my class and, upon entering, no longer spotted him. After class, my boyfriend joined me, and I recounted the unsettling events. As we exited the building, there he was again, walking in circle. I pointed him out to my boyfriend, who observed his suspicious behavior. The man then diverted toward the library, a route he knew I frequented. Disturbed, I altered my path, hoping to evade him. Upon turning, I noticed he did not continue walking but retraced his steps in my direction. Distressed, I entered the library for tutoring, while my boyfriend investigated. The man's actions raised further concern, prompting my boyfriend to inform a school officer. I earnestly hope my instincts are wrong, but my growing unease for my safety persists. Story 6. In the dying days of summer 2019, I thus sought solace from the mundane shackles of university revisions, drowning my ennui in the digital realm of Tinder, a haven for the bored and the solitary. Amidst the myriad of faces, one stood out, a man I will refer to as Ted. He claimed to share the same academic corridors as I, his profile portraying a visage of allure. Little did I know, the lens of attraction can be a deceptive illusion. Our initial exchanges were innocuous, mere echoes in the vast cavern of digital dialogue. Ted, harmless, persuaded me to relinquish my number. The ensuing weeks unfolded in nocturnal conversations, his voice an unwelcome companion in the solitude of my night. An insatiable self-indulgence manifested in his monologues, leaving my solitude untouched. Then came the fateful proposal to meet. The city center served as our backdrop, and upon laying eyes on Ted, the chasm between expectation and reality yawned wide. Deceptive angles and digital sorcery had crafted an illusion, and I, a reluctant participant in this facade, pressed on. Red flags fluttered like warning signs in the night. Odd questions and discomfort danced beneath the surface. Despite misgivings, the night continued, lubricated by the intoxicating elixir of alcohol, a decision driven not by desire but by the distortion of beer mojito vodka goggles. Morning brought regret, and as I drove Ted to the train station, an unspoken agreement lingered. This was a fleeting encounter, a mistake made in the haze of inebriation. Yet, the tendrils of this mistake tightened their grip. Ted, persistent and oblivious to my unspoken reservations, demanded a repeat performance. Obligation and guilt conspired, leading me to acquiesce. The ensuing encounters unfurled like a macabre against Ted's presence, a haunting specter, a relentless shadow cast upon my every step. Attempts to sever ties met with futility. Ted's infatuation transformed into obsession, a ceaseless pursuit that infiltrated the sanctuary of my campus life. A menacing silhouette trailing my every move, his eyes fixated upon me. Friends became unwitting messengers, cautioning of his proximity. I was a puppet, and he, the puppeteer orchestrating a sinister symphony. In the depths of this disconcerting torment, salvation arrived in an unexpected guise. Elliot, once Ted's companion, now estranged Elliot bore witness to a darker truth. Ted's veneer of normalcy shattered, revealing a sinister underbelly. Elliot unraveled a narrative of disturbing proclamations, violent fantasies, and a chilling revelation. Ted was an imposter, a phantom infiltrating the sanctuary of academia. Terrified and compelled by a duty to protect Elliot and I embarked on a journey to expose this malevolent intruder. University security mobilized, posters adorned the walls, and a shroud of vigilance enveloped the campus. The police, though restricted by the nuances of legality, etched a cautionary note on Ted's record. Elliot's revelation unmasked Ted's identity, a mentally unhinged, drug-addled menace, imprisoned in the confines of mental institutions. The specter of attempted rape cast a sinister shadow over his existence, revealing a volatile concoction of addiction and violent tendency. As the echoes of this harrowing chapter faded, the specter of Ted lingered. The pandemic-induced exile to online realms shielded me from his physical presence, yet the fear remained, an indelible mark etched into the recesses of my consciousness. The hope, a fervent prayer, to never cross paths with the malevolent phantom that once haunted my every step. Story 7. Post-college life beckoned, and with a diploma in hand, I yearned to escape the clutches of Florida. As a 23-year-old, brimming with possibilities, I charted a course to a new existence on the opposite side of the country. The plan was meticulously laid out. I bid farewell to my job, entrusting a friend to take the reins of my lease. Alone in my townhouse since my previous roommate's graduation, my friend settled into the vacant room as I prepared to embark on my journey. One fateful night, the veneer of normalcy shattered. At the witching hour of 10 p.m., the tranquility of a shared TV session was disrupted by an insistent knock at the door. My friend, the unwitting harbinger of an unsettling saga, rose to answer the call. Returning with a bag of food from an unknown sandwich delivery, confusion gripped us. My name and address adorned the receipt, but the phone number, a clandestine, dialing the mysterious digits. A chilling void greeted my ears. Ambient sounds and labored breathing spoke louder than words. The number, traced to an elusive app, hinted at a prank or misunderstanding. A week's interlude birthed another knock, a delivery manifesting an unwarranted intrusion. My friend, the reluctant gatekeeper, faced a persistent driver, recounting a tale of a man who ordered with an eerie familiarity with my preferences. Calls to the enigmatic number echoed into the abyss, unanswered, except for one occasion. A ghostly whisper confirmed my continued residence. Fear coiled around my existence, each unanswered call amplifying the ominous uncertainty. The delayed move prolonged the ordeal, transforming my sanctuary into a chamber of dread. The stalker's persistence transcended the realm of food deliveries, manifesting in a symphony of harassment. Calls, relentless in frequency, pierced the veil of night, the stranger's silent vigil a menacing specter. Social media became a battleground, besieged by unfamiliar friend requests, peddling fabricated encounter. An unsettling crescendo ensued as eggs. Projectiles of malevolence assaulted the townhouse, laying bare the stalker's intimate knowledge of my whereabouts. Paralyzed by terror, my refuge became a gilded cage. The stalker, an unseen puppeteer, choreographed my every move. The invisible menace wielded a sinister omnipotence, orchestrating a reign of torment. The torment subsided with my eventual escape. The stalker's number blocked, but the scars lingered. Even in the sanctuary of distance, the trauma lingered, echoing in the refusal to answer unknown numbers or the dread that accompanies contactless deliveries. The specter may have receded, but the ghostly touch of anxiety lingers, a perennial reminder of a malevolent presence that refuses to fade away. Story 8. In the tapestry of my childhood, a chapter etched in the early 90s unfolds, a time when my family dwelled in a house bordered by a sizable, wooded expanse. The allure of this hinterland, while not vast enough to consume one in its depths, beckoned exploration, a magical world to my 9-year-old self and friends, a sanctuary for summer escapades. The 90s, an era of different norms, granted us the freedom to venture into those woods, until the curtain of dusk descended. My best friend and I reveled in the enchantment, weaving tales of hide and seek, mimicking army exploits, and engaging in epic Star Wars battles. Yet, our paramount delight was found in the ascent of trees. A colossal pine, nestled in the heart of the woods, became our arboreal haven. Its branches, a ladder to a vantage point above the forest canopy, offered respite in solitude. On solo sojourns, I would ascend its boughs, basking in the peaceful embrace of solitude, gazing upon the world below. A pivotal Sunday evening marked a shift in the narrative. The late summer sun lingered, casting a warm glow on my clandestine retreat. As I waited for the sunset, an inconspicuous snap echoed, a twig yielding beneath an unwelcome intruder. Looking down, my gaze met a man in a filthy brown jacket, his beard patchy, hair disheveled from relentless fingers running through his eyes, filled with an unsettling amalgamation of wonder and delight, pierced through me. A silent exchange ensued, a tableau of discomfort. I dared not provoke this peculiar spectator, frozen in a tableau of dread. Breaking the silence, he queried, "Are you coming down any time soon?" My head shook in vehement refusal, an unspoken plea for him to retreat. A moment's discomfort should have sufficed for any decent soul, but his grin persisted, revealing the sinister agenda veiled behind his gaze. An attempt to ascend the tree met the frailty of its branches, a divine intervention sparing me from an unwelcome visitor. Panic gripped me, and my cries for help pierced the air. The man, undeterred, mumbled curses, his limbs flailing in an unsettling rage. A phantom battle unfolded as he gestured to an unseen adversary, his retreat marked by stumbling steps into the shadows. The echoes of my pleas went unanswered, and I clung to the sanctuary above, uncertain if the malevolent presence had truly dissipated. The descent, a fearful plunge as the sun dipped below the horizon, culminated in a sprint home, terror gnawing at my heels. My revelation to my parents yielded no trace of the intruder. The house harbored us for another 2 years before we relocated across town. The woods, once a realm of childhood fantasies, transformed into a haunting memory. The man in the filthy jacket, an enigma lingering in the shadows of my thoughts, whispering unanswered questions into the silence of the night. Story 9. In the shadowed recesses of my basement suite, a peculiar and unsettling tale unfolds, a narrative interwoven with the mysteries lurking beyond our window. Our abode, nestled beneath an ordinary dwelling, shelters us from the world outside, or so we thought. Our neighbor, a man, and his young daughter shared the same abode but remained distant acquaintances. The backdrop, a detached home with windows flanking only its sides, offered no view into the backyard. A fade of normalcy veiled the unsettling events that would soon unfold. Beyond our backyard, a ravine cradled a tiny creek, its steep banks shrouded in bushes and trees. The backdrop of our lives took an ominous turn 3 months ago when the tranquility of our nocturnal abode was shattered. A cacophony of banging, flashlights piercing the darkness, and the disquieting presence of strangers encroaching upon our space ushered in an unsettling reality. The police, summoned by our neighbor above, were swift to respond. They bore witness to his distress, a man haunted by the specter of harassment on his property. A dance with the unknown ensued, leaving us grasping for answers amid the uncertainty. The neighbor's plea to investigate the creek as the point of ingress remained unanswered, dismissed by the fleeting glares of a week-long reprieve offered a semblance of normalcy. But the malevolent forces returned, a recurring nightmare that gripped our neighbor's sanity. A despondent vigil unfolded, with a baseball bat as his companion, as the man feared for his daughter's safety. The installation of cameras, vigilant sentinels against the unseen tormentors, cast a fleeting shadow over the unease. Yet, the lights persisted, laser pointers, flashlights, piercing the veil of night, emanating from the murky depths of the creek. Skepticism waned as our neighbor's nightly ordeal unfolded, a relentless torment that defied reason. The disquieting revelation of someone lurking in the creek, tormented from the shadows, eclipsed our initial doubts. Driven by concern and a sense of shared vulnerability, I ventured forth to uncover the enigma. An outdoor camera, equipped with the prowess of night vision, stood as a testament to our newfound vigilance. As it made its journey to our abode, I embarked on a journey of my own. tracing the path along the ravine, a route accessible to the public. The journey unraveled a disconcerting truth. An established path, well-trodden and marked by footprints, led to our property. A clandestine thoroughfare emerged, veiled by bushes and thick brush, a nefarious route ending precisely where our neighbor had pointed. The creek harbored a malevolent presence, someone who had infiltrated our lives, tormenting us without rhyme or reason. As the arrival of the security camera looms, questions linger. How did the intruder know when the cameras went up? Why the persistent focus on our neighbor's bedroom? The enigma remains unsolved, an unsettling reality that refuses to recede into the shadows. I am left with an unsettling mix of disbelief and horror, grappling with a malevolence that seems to thrive just beyond our awareness. Story 10. As the shadows of the Los Padres National Park embraced our camping escapade, a tale unfolded, blending camaraderie with an unexpected and unsettling nocturnal encounter. The year was 2016, and a group of friends, fueled by an adventurous spirit, embarked on a camping venture in Southern California, blissfully indifferent to the impending El Niño rainstorm. Undeterred by the storm's imminent arrival, we traversed the 45-minute journey to our chosen campsite, nestled within the forested expanse of Los Padres. The campsite, boasting family-friendly appeal, featured a clearing embraced by 100 campsites encircling the forest. Our chosen spot, beneath the sheltering canopy of towering trees, promised respite from the rain, with the added convenience of restrooms a mere 30 yards away. The camaraderie of the group infused the campsite with energy as we swiftly erected our tents, forming a protective enclave against the impending rain. A 30-foot by 30-foot thick blue canopy tarp, a stroke of genius on my part, draped over our tents, a pragmatic shield against the elements. The plastic tarp, however, betrayed our movements, echoing our footsteps with a symphony of crunches. As nightfall descended, the campfire became our communal hearth, casting a warm glow that belied the unease stirring within the forest. The revelation of sparsely occupied RVs in the vicinity marked a contrast to our humble encampment. Unfazed, fatigue from a day's work crept over me, and I succumbed to its embrace, beckoning my friends to follow suit. Before surrendering to the embrace of slumber, a mischievous impulse took hold. A prank call, veiled in darkness and mystery, unfolded. Whispered conspiracies and stifled laughter accompanied the anonymous calls to friends in neighboring tents. The night air resonated with tension and amusement as the unsuspecting victims grappled with the enigma of the late-night calls. Morning broke, and as promised, I initiated a culinary awakening with pancakes sizzling on the campfire. The savory aroma roused my friends from their tents, creating a jovial ambiance. However, the lightheartedness gave way to a revelation that transcended the realm of harmless pranks. AJ, with a solemn tone, addressed the elephant in the room. The prank had taken an unexpected turn. Our laughter yielded to a remorseful acknowledgement, as Ajay recounted a nightmarish episode that unfolded after my descent into slumber. Unknown to me, as the nocturnal hours unfolded, a disconcerting presence disturbed the tranquility of our camp. Footsteps echoed on the blue tarp surrounding our tents, initially dismissed as harmless until their rhythmic cadence exposed a human origin. A mysterious figure wove intricate patterns around our tents, fingers tracing the fabric walls in eerie contemplation. The climax of the nocturnal intrusion unfolded when the silhouette of a man's face breached the confines of the tent, casting an unsettling gaze upon Ajay and S, feigning sleep in the darkness. The intruder, silent and stoic, ventured no words, leaving an indelible mark of discomfort. A retreat into the night followed, but not before the unmistakable sound of footsteps faded into the obscurity of the forest. The breakfast table became a forum for heated exchanges and bewildered revelations. Accusations of nocturnal trespassing echoed, each friend convinced the other was the orchestrator of the unsettling events. Amidst the bickering, an unexpected visitor materialized, a man of disheveled appearance, marked by the scent of liquor and the weariness etched into the man, uninvited and oblivious to social norms, extended a dubious invitation to visit his RV. The atmosphere thickened with unease as we rejected his offer, only to witness his departure with a toothless smile and an implicit threat lingering in the air. The disconcerting encounters persisted, culminating in a proposition to sell an RV, shadowed by the man's tale of marital woes. As the day unfolded, The man's erratic presence persisted, and the group resolved to remain vigilant. The inexplicable choice to use our campsite's restroom, despite an RV equipped with facilities, fueled suspicions. The man's departure before sunset brought relief, but the lingering disquiet left a lasting impression on our weekend escapade. Story 11. In the nostalgic echoes of Ohio's 70s, where childhood reveries found expression in the vast expanse of Joe's farm and the adjoining forest, a tale unraveled, blurring the boundaries between innocence and disquiet. The tapestry of adventure woven in those early years took a turn as the duo, now in high school, sought to recreate the essence of Stand By Me, wandering the railroad tracks in pursuit of bridges, rivers, and clandestine campsites. Fast forward to a summer in the mid-to-90s, and Joe and the narrator found themselves reunited, fueled by nostalgia and the alchemy of beer. An impromptu decision birthed a plan to retrace the tracks of their youth under the looming shadows of a bygone era. Armed with memories and a map, they set forth from their hometown, not along the familiar route but veering into the unknown for a touch of adventure. The day unfolded with the sun's warmth, interspersed with moments of melancholic reflection. A bridge became a haven for shared moments, infused with a joint's haze. But as dusk approached, they ventured into the woods, thick with trees like a tunnel alongside the tracks. It was here, in this sylvan retreat, that the veil between past and present would be lifted. Amidst the tranquil setting chosen for their night's camp, the duo's instinctive caution led them to scout the surroundings. A short hill beckoned, and as they ascended, an old building emerged in the distance, weathered, abandoned, and hauntingly resembling a church. A cross stood sentinel, and the absence of doors or windows rendered it a skeletal structure, a relic in the wilderness. Unease gripped them, but curiosity compelled a closer look. The journey downhill unraveled the church's abandonment, peering inside, revealing pews and a forgotten pulpit. Yet, as they retreated to their chosen campsite, a subtle disquiet lingered, an unspoken agreement that the abandoned church, though eerie, was just another facet of the wood's natural mystique. As night draped its shroud, the tranquility was pierced by an unexpected symphony, singing emanating from the direction of the church. Suspicion gave way to bewilderment as the duo strained to discern the otherworldly hymns, their nocturnal vigil bathed in moonlight. What began as distant singing evolved into a spectral chant, echoing through the forest. A decision to ascend the hill once more revealed the source. Flickering candlelight within the church. Figures, shadows cast by the dim illumination, engaged in an enigmatic ceremony. The duo, frozen with disbelief, witnessed the congregation within, voices rising and falling in a cadence that defied understanding. The eeriness intensified as the lone male voice, resonating like an Old Testament preacher in an unfamiliar tongue, reverberated through the intensity reached a crescendo, culminating in a sustained wail that penetrated the very essence of the forest. The auditory assault forced the duo to cover their ears, a futile attempt to escape the unsettling chorus. As silence claimed the night once more, Joe's hand on the narrator's shoulder signaled an ominous revelation. The congregation was emerging from the church, holding hands and terrified. The duo abandoned their campsite, fleeing towards the railroad tracks, the haunting echoes of the ethereal procession haunting their retreat. Lights, erratic and shaking, followed them down the hill. Running in a frenzied escape, they eventually reached a road in a small town, seeking refuge in a 24-hour gas station as they pondered the surreal encounter. To those who dismissed the tale as mere mischief, the voices lingering in the woods told a different story. The haunting melodies and the enigmatic congregation etched an indelible mark on the narrator's memory, forever casting a shadow over the idyllic adventures of their youth. The woods, once a realm of innocent play, now held secrets that defied explanation, a testament to the eerie unknown that lurks within the heart of nature. Story 12. Amidst the quiet expanse of the southern countryside, where nature's beauty intertwined with solitude, a tale unfolded, resonating with the eerie undertones of a night that transcended the realm of the ordinary. Shared on Reddit as a culmination of unspoken experiences, this narrative emerged as a farewell post, a testament to an encounter etched in the storyteller's memory. The backdrop was a rural setting, where the absence of traditional hangout spots compelled the narrator, during teenage years, to seek solace in late-night drive. A ritual of cruising through desolate country roads, accompanied by music and the solitude of the night, became a way to escape monotony. Yet, one fateful night, the routine morphed into an unexpected journey. The chronicle unfurled in summertime, July or August, as the narrator ventured towards a park at the end of a desolate country road. The road, flanked by gradually vanishing houses, meandered into the heart of the park. A storm-laden night, post a severe tempest, set the stage for an unusual encounter. Upon reaching the park, a fallen tree obstructed the exit, casting a shadow over the otherwise scenic route. Attempting to navigate around it, the narrator found their car ensnared in wet, muddy grass. Panic set in, but with cell service as an ally, a tow truck was summoned. The solitude of the park at 3 a.m., devoid of campers, introduced an element of vulnerability. As the wait unfolded, the narrator observed a field populated by deer, offering an ephemeral sense of calm. However, a nap interrupted by an inexplicable sense of being watched unleashed an unsettling reality. The deer, once serene, became harbingers of an unseen menace, staring fixedly into the unknown. The anticipation intensified when the deer, prompted by an imperceptible force, fled the field. In the silence that ensued, an unsettling feeling persisted. Relief arrived in the form of tow truck lights, dissipating the eerie ambience. The driver attributed the unease to a bear or bobcat, reassuring the narrator. Yet, as the tow truck operator cleared the fallen tree, a man emerged from the tree line, an unexpected spectator to the nocturnal ordeal. The unsettling image of the man, standing in the middle of the road, watched as the narrator drove away, imprinting a haunting memory. The tow truck driver, nonchalant, offered a mundane explanation, but the lingering unease endured. The tale, hidden from the narrator's parents for years, carried an unsettling weight when finally shared. The avoidance of the park, even in daylight, and the abandonment of late-night drives epitomized the lasting impact of that night. The narrative concluded with an emphatic plea to the mysterious man in the woods, an invocation to a destiny where their paths would never intertwine again. Story 13. I have never shared this story with anyone, not even my parents or those around me. This incident occurred when I was between the ages of 14 and 15. My friends and I used to spend our free time at the local mall. One day, I arrived earlier than my friends and waited at a seating area in the food court. There were several couches arranged nearby, and it was a common area for anyone to sit. I did not pay much attention when a man sat on a couch across from me. I was engrossed in my phone, not paying attention until he initiated a conversation by asking if I frequented this place. I looked up to see a man in his late 50s or early 60s. I told him that I often spent time here with my friends, and he introduced himself. I still remember his first name because it was the same as my dad's. At first, I did not feel uneasy. He was a normal person, and there was no initial reason to be suspicious. So, I shared my name, and we engaged in small talk. I am a sociable person, and I have been that way since an early age. So I did not mind chatting with what I assumed was just an older man wanting to have a conversation. He started asking about my interests, and I mentioned that I enjoyed going to the local lake to fish and swim. To my surprise, he said he frequented the same lake every weekend for the same activities. I also mentioned my love for making music, particularly playing the piano, and he enthusiastically shared his own passion for music. As the conversation continued, I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. It was as if he was trying too hard to impress me and win me over. He claimed to have a boat at the lake and suggested we should go there sometime. He even mentioned that he lived right across the street from the mall and invited me to visit his place to play the piano. He went as far as describing the housing complex and providing directions. He even offered to have me come over and play his piano on the same day. With each passing minute, it felt like he was making more effort to get me to hang out with him. Speaking with him gave me an unsettling, primal instinct that something was wrong, like I was in the presence of a person with malicious intent. After about 5 to 10 minutes of conversation, I fabricated an excuse, claiming that my friends had arrived and I needed to find them. He reluctantly accepted and wished me well. A couple of weeks passed, and my friends and I returned to the mall. As we walked through the mall, I spotted the same man, wearing a hoodie, passing us in the opposite direction. Our eyes briefly locked, and my heart sank. I did not look back and soon forgot about it. Over the next 2 months, I continued to see him randomly at the mall. I brushed it off as a coincidence, assuming that there were regular visitors at the mall. Although I felt a bit uneasy each time, I dismissed it. Then, one day, I went to the mall with my friends. We spent a few hours there before parting ways to go home. When I got home, no one else was there, and I was alone for a couple of hours. Around 8 p.m., my mom came home and appeared worried. She asked if I had noticed a man outside. I said no, and she showed me her phone. We had 2 cameras, one in the front of the house and one in the back. About 20 minutes after I had arrived home, someone approached our house. Our front wall blocked much of the view to the street, so we could not see a car or anything, just a man walking up to our house from the street. The camera near our front door showed him approaching the driveway. I realized it was the same man I had seen at the mall. I felt a wave of sickness as he peered through the front door glass. He then moved to the side of our house near the driveway, out of the camera's view. My room was not located in that area, so I had no idea what he was doing there. After a while, he returned to look through the front door again before walking away. I did not know if I was too embarrassed or scared to say anything, so I told my mom that I had not noticed and did not know who he was. She found it strange that he was looking into our house, but suggested he might have been a homeless person or someone with substance abuse issues due to our house's proximity to a busy street with a bus stop. My dad added more security cameras after this incident to deter such incidents, but I never admitted to having seen the man before. After he showed up at our house, it was confirmed to me that he had been following me, and I could not discern his intentions. He never returned to our house. We moved to a different part of the city not long after, and I was too far from that mall to encounter him again. I have not seen him since, and hope I never will. Story 14. For context, I moved into my new house about a year or 2 ago. I had been living in the area for a year before, but we were evicted due to the owners of our old house wanting to move in. I am a young female, still living with my family, which makes this story even more unsettling. From my window, you can see our fence and the neighboring house. They are situated on a small hill, so the fence does not obstruct the view. My first encounter with this man happened late at night. I was with some friends while all our parents were out at a party. I must emphasize that my friends and I are old enough to stay home alone, and we were responsible. We were just relaxing in my room with no lights or music on. We had turned the TV off when we were alone. We initially heard my dog barking for a good 10 minutes, which we attributed to her tendency to bark at anything, including birds on the power line or a bug on the front porch. However, we started hearing stranger noises, like rustling sounds circling the perimeter of my room and scratching on the walls. Just when we were starting to feel scared, the loudest bangs I have ever heard started pounding on my glass sliding door. All 4 of us rushed out of my room to investigate what could be making so much noise. We were met with an aggressive dog relentlessly pounding on the glass door. My dog was frightened, which was unusual for her, and she backed away behind me with all her fur standing on end. Then we saw him, a man dressed entirely in black, standing at the door. We all stood there motionless, but my friend's fight-or-flight response kicked in, and he lunged to lock the door. Simultaneously, the man reached for it too. My friend shouted, "What are you doing here? Who are you?" The man responded simply with, "I don't know," and then walked away with his dog, which was on a leash. When our parents returned, we recounted the incident to them. They asked us why we did not call them, and in truth, we should have, but I did not want to spoil my mom's birthday party. I have since learned from that mistake. 2 days later, my mom confronted our neighbor while he was mowing the lawn. He admitted that it was indeed him and claimed that his dog had run into our gate and he was retrieving it. He said he had meant to come and talk to her earlier about it but did not. I initially thought it was a straightforward story until I reflected on that night. The gate that his dog ran through had a secure clasp that was closed that evening. We had it there to keep our dog inside and to prevent anything from coming in, but it could be opened manually. This indicated that the man had opened the gate and let himself and his dog in. My theory is that he heard the music stop and did not see any lights from his house, prompting him to decide to come over and, well, I do not know, potentially rob us. Strange noises we heard must have been him skulking around the perimeter of my room for 10 minutes before attempting to enter. We filed a police report, but nothing happened for a few months until one night. I was in bed, nearly falling asleep but still adjusting my pillows. As I turned around to make myself more comfortable, I saw a face outside my window, staring back at me. The person wore a black face covering, and I immediately texted my mom before freezing. I heard a movement, and my mom came to check, but there was nothing there. This was not a product of my imagination, as my neighbor's lights were visible through the crack in my curtain, but the face obscured most of the light. Since then, I have noticed this person watching me, and whenever I catch them, they quickly get up from their balcony and leave. To my neighbor who relentlessly watches me, let us never meet again. Story 15. This incident occurred years ago when I was a naive teenager, a girl who loved walking alone in the city after dark. This took place in Eastern Europe, in a city with a tramway system. On one night, I found myself waiting at a tram station, waiting to catch the last tram that would take me home. There were 3 trams that stopped at this station, and 2 of them were headed in my direction. This detail becomes important later. It was around 10 p.m., and I was lost in thought as I sat there waiting. I barely noticed a man quietly walking up and standing near the shelter. At first, I thought nothing of it, assuming he was just another person waiting for the tram. However, as the minutes passed, a strange feeling began to creep over me. The streets were quiet and dark, with no one else in sight except for me and this man. I wondered why he had chosen to stand so close to me when there was ample space to avoid other people. It seemed unusual for someone to strike up a conversation so late at night, especially given that I was not particularly so. I stole a glance at the man, trying not to overanalyze the situation. He was a bald, imposing figure, tall and built like a bear, with a big belly and muscular arms and legs. What alarmed me was not his physical presence, but the unblinking, expressionless stare he fixed on me. He made no effort to look away or act embarrassed. It was as if he wanted to make me uncomfortable. A sense of weakness washed over me, sending cold shivers down my spine. This situation was far from normal, and I realized I was in an uncomfortable position. Missing the last tram was not an option. Walking home was out of the question, and my phone was dead. I was a timid kid and did not have the courage to scare this man away. I knew I had to try, so I mustered the courage to utter a small hi, to startle him out of his disturbing behavior. However, my efforts failed in the face of his silent, threatening presence. He continued to stare, and it was clear he wanted me to feel. My panic continued to rise, and I told myself to stay calm and think rationally. Minutes passed, but he maintained his unrelenting gaze. He relished my discomfort. Frustration began to replace my fear, and I decided that I would not let this man continue to enjoy my distress. I took a deep breath and attempted to reason with him, asking, "What do you want?" "Stop staring." There was no response. He had heard me, and his intent was clear. Faced with his malicious silence, I knew I had to take control of the situation. As time passed, I realized that ignoring him was not working. I could not fight him off if he made a move, and there was nothing I could say or do to make him stop. I did not know his intentions, but they were not good. Walking away might lead to him following me, and running was not a feasible option, as he could easily catch up with his longer legs. Even if I managed to lose him, walking home through dark alleys, past potential dangers, was a risk I did not want to take. Pretending to call someone might provoke him to act sooner, making my situation worse. The only realistic option was to outsmart him. I began developing a few contingency plans, depending on which trams arrived and whether I could find any help. I could not let him know where I lived, so I had to be prepared to employ any available strategy if he followed me. I had to stay rational and aware of my surroundings. The first tram arrived, one that could have taken me home, but it would lead him to my neighborhood. I hoped he would board it and leave me alone, but he did not. He continued to watch me intently, and I sensed he was satisfied with how things were unfolding. I allowed the tram to depart, hoping it was not the last one heading. I endured another 15 minutes, trying to formulate a new plan. I contemplated pretending to need a different tram, one going to a different part of the city, and riding it to the next station. However, I had to be careful not to end up too far from my destination. As I continued pondering my options, the next tram arrived. My heart was in my throat as I boarded and took a seat near the door. The man got on as well, but he sat far from me at the back of the tram. I felt relieved, hoping that this would resolve. As the tram reached the next station, I got up and exited, not looking back. I hoped it was over, but when I reached the pavement and observed the tram driving away, I could not see the man inside. I slowly turned my head and was horrified to see him walking toward me, appearing slightly agitated. He stopped just a few steps away and resumed his intense stare, this time with a clear sense of malice, still not uttering a word. Tears of despair welled up in my eyes, but I could not cry, give up, or allow him to carry out his twisted plan. The possibility of what might happen was too real. My mind was filled with unanswered questions, regrets, and terrifying scenarios. I desperately wished I did not have to think anymore and could relinquish my composure, but I knew that doing so would be the signal for him to enact whatever plan he had in mind. Then, I saw the final tram approaching, the only one I could take now, and I boarded as quickly as my trembling legs allowed. With 3 stops left, I knew this was my chance. I took a seat near the front, trying to get the driver's attention, but he was an elderly man who remained blissfully unaware of my distress. We passed the first stop, and there was no one else waiting to board. I turned around, expecting to see the man following me again, but this time I was shocked to see him sitting right behind me. He was not taking any chances. He was making sure I would not attempt anything like before. I glared at him with anger, determined not to tolerate his behavior any longer. I got up and purposefully walked to another seat in the middle of the tram car, making it clear that I would not tolerate his action. He got up as well and took a spot 2 seats behind and diagonally from me, wearing a slight arrogant grin. I anticipated his next move and stood by the middle door instead, making sure he could not predict which station I planned to exit. He remained where he was, convinced I was bluffing. This was the last tram, and he assumed there was no escape. My defiance seemed like an act to him. I decided to take a risk. I had no other choice. As the tram approached the next station, I let the doors open and remained still for the full 5 seconds before they began to close. Then, I bolted out and ran for it, reaching the back door and hitting the button to open it again. With adrenaline surging through my body, I waited for a painful second, jumped back inside, and crouched behind the nearest seat. I shut my eyes tightly and exhaled slowly, thanking the gods I did not believe in for that button. I hoped he had not seen me before I re-entered. The tram. I pictured him frantically searching for me, both on the tram and at the station. Was he still on the tram, his face contorted in anger as he scanned the surroundings? Or was he on the station's pavement, his mad eyes searching the darkness for me? The tram continued its journey, and I fought back tears as it rattled and clanged in rhythm with my pounding heart. With cautious optimism, I dared to smile, imagining his reaction when he realized he had made a mistake. With my hand on my chest, I did my best to discreetly look around the corner. I saw no one looking back. I stood up with excitement and threw myself at the foggy back window. There he was, standing alone on the station, looking helpless and defeated, watching me leave him and his sinister plans behind. Giving someone the middle finger had never felt so satisfying. I made it home and kept my story to myself, fearing I would be chastised for my naivety. But I was safe, proud of myself, and had learned a valuable lesson. To the creepy stranger, I hope that day taught you not to underestimate girls and deterred you from a life of criminality. Let us never meet again. Story 16. This story unfolds in the summer of 2023. I, Ms. 17, and my friend F were hanging out at her house, discussing a shared passion of ours, urbex. While chatting, she mentioned an abandoned factory located just 30 minutes away from her home. Without hesitation, we grabbed our backpacks filled with cigarettes, food, and water and set out on our adventure. We took occasional 5-minute breaks as we made our way to the location. Upon arrival, we were immediately captivated by the eerie atmosphere and the complete absence of life in this place. Allow me to introduce the 4 buildings, as they will help you understand the rest of the story. The first building was locked, and we had no further information about its purpose, but it served as a storage facility for wood and metal. The second building was the most significant, housing a large factory with 3 floors. It included a basement, a working space, and an eating area on the top floor. The third building was a wooden structure designed to house machinery and equipment. The fourth building was a small gas station that contained keys to other rooms. It had 2 floors, although we never ventured to the second floor, as you will soon discover. With excitement, we entered the second building, the big factory. Initially, we felt a sense of unease, but as time passed, we grew more comfortable in our surroundings. I will not deny that alcohol played a role in this. Then came the moment we could not resist. Curiosity got the best of us, and we found ourselves standing in front of a mysterious door. We opened it and descended into the basement. As we explored the room, we stumbled upon a small office with a cup of fresh coffee. At first, we dismissed it, thinking that other explorers like us had been here. We had not even begun to form theories when we heard something, a clown horn. We exchanged nervous glances and chuckled, attributing the sound to a toy or some other random object. But then, the clown horn sounded again, right behind us, followed by a sinister and traumatizing laugh. We sprinted toward the exit, fleeing the scene as fast as we could. We stood outside, trembling with fear. At this point, we struggled to believe what had just occurred, so we laughed it off with another sip of our beer. Soon after, we made the questionable decision to return to the site, fully aware of the potential risks. However, our second visit lasted less than 5 minutes before we spotted a hand opening the same basement door. That was the breaking point. We ran back home faster than I have ever run in my entire life. To emphasize the gravity of the situation, here is a crucial detail. About an hour later, while we were heading to a restaurant, we heard gunshots from the exact location of the abandoned factory. That night, we could not sleep at all, and to this day, I have never returned to that city. Story 17. I am not certain if my story belongs here, but it has always given me the creeps. I was a 25-year-old female at the time, and this happened in 2018 when I lived with my boyfriend, who is now my husband, in our hometown. It is a small city with some economic struggles and a few drug-related issues, partly due to a lack of activities. This Saturday night, my boyfriend had gone to his friend's house, which was about a 20-minute drive away, and he mentioned he would be home around 9. We lived in a duplex, with separate upstairs and downstairs units. The building used to be a single large house converted into a duplex. My cousin rented the downstairs apartment, and she could be quite noisy. I was aware of when she was or was not home, and she was not home that night. Our street was arranged in such a way that the backs of the houses on my street and the parallel street all faced a narrow alley, and the driveways were mostly accessible through this alley. The downstairs unit had a front porch with a door and a side door, while our upstairs unit had the back door, which was at the top of an exterior wooden staircase. So, I was at home, watching TV alone, and I heard someone coming up the stairs and knocking on the door. It was only 8:30, and it would not have been unusual for my boyfriend to return early. They got tired of playing video games, or he just wanted to leave. I usually unlocked the door for him when he came home instead of him using his keys, especially in the dark, which could be a hassle. So, I got up and opened the door, fully expecting to find my boyfriend. To my shock, it was not my boyfriend at all. Instead, a thin man stood there, wearing oversized jeans and a hoodie. He had about 4 teeth and was swaying back and forth. I was so taken aback because I was certain it was my boyfriend returning home. The man at the door asked, "Can I use your phone?" Behind him, down the stairs and in the alley, I spotted a large SUV, a Ford Explorer type of vehicle, idling with someone in the driver's seat. Panic washed over me, and I simply replied, "Yeah, hold on." I then closed and locked the door. The initial shock came from the fact that a stranger was at my door instead of my boyfriend. I hid, making sure he could not see me through the front door's window, and I felt frozen in place. Something just did not feel right about the situation. After a few minutes, I heard him descending the stairs. I cautiously approached the door and saw the car driving down the alley. I called my boyfriend, told him what happened, and he said he would come home, even though he was about to leave anyway. After he arrived, I calmed down and honestly felt a bit silly. Why didn't I just lend him my phone? Was it really that weird? However, in the days that followed, I could not stop thinking about it. This happened in 2018. Between the two individuals, neither had a phone, and it was not as if they were experiencing car trouble. Why would they approach a stranger for a phone in a dark alley, behind a house, up a flight of stairs? They did not go to my cousin's front door downstairs, as I would have heard someone on the porch. They did not approach any other house, and I saw them leave the street entirely. Also, why would they go to a house to ask for a phone when there was no car in the driveway? To make things even more unsettling, our battery-powered security camera was dead at the time. I am genuinely unsure about what they wanted. If anyone has any ideas or thinks I might be overthinking it, please let me know. As for the creepy guy at my door, I hope we never meet again.
Story 18.
In the desolate embrace of rural Midwest, a decade ago, I dwelled in a house perched right off the highway, a dwelling sandwiched between towns, straddling the county line with its ominous circular driveway. A driveway leading straight to our barn it followed, while taking a sinister curve to the right led to the garage. One could continue past the garage, encircling the house, only to emerge where one started. The front facade of our house boasted 2 grand double doors, seldom graced by our presence. Our usual ingress was through the door nestled inside the garage. On a night steeped in darkness, the wail of a doorbell pierced the silence. My husband, our 3-year-old daughter, and I lay wrapped in the cocoon of sleep. The intrusive chime roused me from my dreams, initially dismissed as figments of my slumberous state. Yet, the persistent ring persisted, awakening my husband after the 3rd toll. The night was shrouded as the door creaked open. An apparition materialized. A young woman, veiled in her early 20s, in ordinary guise, marred only by the grotesque circumstance of her nocturnal visit. My gaze delved beyond her, discovering her vehicle parked askew in the driveway, far from the house or the circular path. She pleaded to use our phone, citing the demise of her car's battery, rendering it inert. Skepticism clouded my judgment, unwilling to usher her into our sanctuary. The phone call to the county sheriff seemed a more prudent choice, an invocation of the unseen protector. She retraced her steps, vanishing into the night toward her dormant car, stationed some 50 feet away. My call to the police promised their imminent arrival in approximately 15 minutes, a duration that did not evoke urgency in their response or my anxiety. Just a girl stranded with a genuinely dead battery. The trunk popped open in futile attempts, darkness enveloping her endeavors. Then, the driver's door creaked ajar, and a male figure emerged. Following suit, the rear passenger door creaked open, and another male entity materialized. They delved into the trunk's mysteries, yet no gleam of light emerged. I strained but failed to decipher their hushed conversations and obscured actions. A clandestine council concluded with their retreat into the car's shroud. 5 agonizing minutes elapsed, my silent prayers echoing for the swift arrival of the sheriff. Another 10 minutes away. The car sat in ominous stillness, bereft of movement or light. Their presence inside the car was elusive. They had not traversed the front of the house under the beckoning dusk-to-dawn light. I thought I glimpsed the driver igniting a cigarette, though certainty eluded me. Then, an unexpected silhouette emerged. Approaching the car from the right, a man of unfamiliar countenance. Our nearest neighbors were miles away, and this interloper materialized from the recesses of my property, terminating at a creek. Undeterred, he sauntered beneath the oppressive dusk-to-dawn light, converging on the car without sparing a glance toward the house. He slipped into the back seat, igniting the car as they reversed out of my driveway, heading north. The county sheriffs arrived 10 minutes later, but my agitation had already reached its zenith. A fruitless search ensued, leaving us bereft of answers. Their inquiry into a license plate number proved futile, as the car lingered too far from our scrutiny. The authorities urged us to report any recurrence, an implausible expectation. My husband, fortified by his shotgun, sought refuge in sleep. The eerie trio never returned. Their enigmatic motives linger in the shadows, etched in the memory of a night when creepy figures in an operational car materialized at our doorstep. May we remain forever unacquainted with such unsettling.
Story 19.
In the heart of my town, Halloween was revered, a grand spectacle where each house competed to terrify children and outdo one another with the best candy. This year, the mantle of trick-or-treating independence finally descended upon my friends, Ashley, Sherry, and me. Preparations were a day-long affair, perfecting our vampire, witch, and werewolf costumes. Midway through my bloody embellishments, Ashley's gasp pierced the excitement. "What's wrong?" I inquired, my gaze steadfast on the mirror. "It's snowing." Halloween, a sacred tradition, now faced an unforeseen challenge. Snow, a rarity etched in the annals of my town's history. A childhood event a decade ago loomed in memory, etching a sinister significance. The elders, in the days leading to Halloween, instilled the rules, engraving them in our minds. masks off for candy, an inexplicable dictate echoing through generations. Sherry, adorned in a werewolf mask, bore the burden of compliance. Jovial jests about her mask's complexity aside, we embarked on our venture, assured that Ashley's mom, less inclined to nag, would offer a cursory reminder at the door. My mom, a fervent nagger, disrupted my reverie with a phone call. Hastily, I preempted her queries, spewing assurances and obligatory adherence to the rules, ending the call with a chuckle at parental predictability. With scrutinized costumes and burgeoning excitement, we spilled onto the snowy neighborhood, planning to navigate the darker, eerier houses. Ashley, harboring a crush on Josh and his friends, speculated about their presence, a thought I dismissed as we approached the first house. As the night unfurled, Sherry mastered the swift removal of her mask, a commendable feat despite its repetitive nature. The last house, renowned for lavish candy largesse, awaited. A peculiar encounter awaited us. A masked scarecrow lingering in the company of Sherry. Trick or treat, we chorused. The woman at the door, benevolent yet cautious, invited us to take 2 bars, but demanded masks be removed. A second masked child, a scarecrow with jagged eye holes and stitched mouth, stood beside Sherry. My unease intensified, dismissing it as a candy-seeking child before grabbing my share. As Sherry hesitated, Ash urged her. Unaware of the looming dread, Sherry addressed the scarecrow, oblivious to the unspoken rules. Panic etched the woman's face as she withdrew her offering. "Run," she whispered, slamming the door shut. Our screams echoed into the night, propelled by terror we could not comprehend. Turning the corner, the scarecrow loomed close, its vacant eye holes piercing the shadows. "Faster," I urged, racing toward Ashley's house, safely a distant door away. A cacophony of straw rustling intensified as we fled, the scarecrow trailing behind. The illuminated porch promised refuge. Ashley grappled with the locked door, our panic palpable. Keys fumbled. Sherry and I pounded, pleading for entry. A deafening bang resonated, accompanied by window assault. The crumpled note on the side table revealed Ashley's solitude. Fear enveloped us, heightened by another resounding bang on the door. A barricade formed, desperation etched on our faces. "We have to hide," I declared, leading them upstairs. A closet became our refuge as the relentless assault persisted, a symphony of banging on windows and doors. Hours of torment ensued, our breaths stifled, our prayers desperate. As the clock struck midnight, the assault ceased, leaving us in deafening silence. Silent minutes transpired before we dared to unseal our sanctuary. We had survived the night, emerging from the closet into the spectral quiet of November 1, forever haunted by the scarecrow's malevolent pursuit.
Story 20.
With Halloween's approach, I am vividly reminded of a chilling encounter that has haunted me to this day. This tale, though extensive, serves as a stark reminder of how seemingly harmless decisions made in our youth can lead to perilous situations. The unsettling events took place during my first year in high school, precisely on Halloween night. My circle of friends and I had not reached the age where we were invited to Halloween parties, and we deemed ourselves too mature for the tradition of trick-or-treat. We were a close-knit group of 5 girls who had known each other since infancy, residing in a secluded, wooded area on the outskirts of town. To set the scene, this region was remote and heavily forested. One of my friends, whom we will refer to as T, had parents who raised chickens on a sprawling 50-acre property, complete with chicken houses. We frequently explored this vast domain on her 4-wheeler after school. In the lead-up to that fateful night, excitement and meticulous planning consumed us. In our small town, one of the more daring activities was known as rolling yards. If you are unfamiliar with the term, it involves hurling rolls of toilet paper into trees, causing the paper to drape down like eerie streamers. This practice served various purposes, from classic pranks to expressing admiration or seeking vengeance amid girl dramata. Sneaking down a pitch-black rural road, turning into a long, gravel driveway, and fearing the consequences of discovery evoked an inexplicable rush of adrenaline. If caught, not only would our parents be informed, but we would also be tasked with cleaning up the mess the following day. 2 weeks before Halloween, my friends and I decided that we would embark on a Halloween escapade, with the primary objective of rolling the eerie house situated along the rural road where T resided. This house had been the subject of countless frightening tales amongst us for years. During our afternoon strolls after school, we would pass it often. No one ever seemed to enter or exit the house, but T's parents had issued a stern warning to steer clear of the area. Looking back, T's mother worked in law enforcement, and her motives for keeping us away were far more sinister than what she initially disclosed. The night's plan was simple. T's older sister B, then 17 years old, would drive us to the local Walmart after T's parents had retired for the night. B was the type of cool, older sibling who enthusiastically participated in our escapades and considered chaperoning us during our wild endeavors enjoyable. All 5 of us squeezed into the back seat of B's car, piling on top of each other, blasting our favorite 2000 hip-hop tunes as we sped along the narrow, winding 2-lane road, a prospect that seems perilous in retrospect. But, thankfully, no mishaps occurred. Around 11:30 p.m., we parked in the empty Walmart lot and proceeded to the toilet paper aisle, our spirits soaring with adrenaline. We filled 2 shopping carts to the brim with 99-cent rolls of toilet paper, exchanging furtive giggles as the cashier eyed us suspiciously during checkout. Giddy with excitement, we raced back to B's car, popped the trunk, and stashed the multitude of toilet paper rolls inside. As we headed back toward T's remote hometown, beyond city limits, we hushed the music to outline the mission's detail. B would park along a dirt road leading to some cow pastures a mile from the driveway of our target, Mr. S. Our group of 5 would divide into teams, walking quietly along the forest edge, ready to drop to the ground and conceal ourselves in the event a car approached. We clutched our arms full of toilet paper rolls and advanced toward Mr. S's lengthy gravel driveway. Adrenaline pounded in our ears, while the crickets provided a deafening symphony. Pardon my descriptive flourish, but I vividly relived the experience. We advanced to within about 10 yards of the driveway's entrance, unburdened ourselves of the toilet paper we carried, and retreated quietly toward B's car to fetch the next load. Once all the toilet paper was amassed at our designated checkpoint near the forest's edge, we each collected 4 rolls and entered the woods on either side of the gravel driveway. In whispers, we urged each other to remain silent, knowing that discovery would spell disaster. Finally, we discerned a faint light emanating from the side of Mr. S's garage, and it filled me with a sense of dread like I had never experienced before. The house, already disconcerted in daylight, appeared 1,000 times more sinister. The prospect of encountering the man we had been explicitly warned to avoid was nauseating. T, the boldest and most audacious among us, decided to make a beeline for the garage along the edge of the wood. We watched her in shock as she positioned herself near the forest's edge, signaling to us that no lights shone within the house, and Mr. S was asleep inside. I stood rooted in place, fearing that my trembling legs might betray me, but another girl gestured toward a tall oak tree at the very front of Mr. S's house, which was, regrettably, my assigned target. I decided my loyalty to my team outweighed my fear and, ripping open a pack of toilet paper, hurled it toward the highest branch of the tree, watching as the streamers of white paper fluttered in the wind. Soon, white tendrils descended from every tree surrounding the house, and our growing audacity intensified as our courage grew. Suddenly, T froze in her tracks and let out a loud hush. I halted, concealing myself behind a tree, my heart lodged in my throat, and noticed lights within the house flickering to life out of the corner of my eye. T then whispered, shouted, "Run," and we abandoned our remaining rolls of toilet paper, bolting into the pitch-black forest. Another girl in our group tripped and fell behind me, and I turned to assist her when I heard it. Several gunshots rang out, shattering the silence, and Mr. S's voice echoed manically through the night. "You fools think you're clever. Not so amusing when I find you." We kept running, all of us crying, our hearts racing from the adrenaline in our frantic pace. As we neared the driveway's entrance, we heard something even more unsettling than gunshots, the rumble of a diesel truck engine approaching slowly. We hastily retreated into the woods, concealing ourselves as we silently prayed not to be detected. Mr. S parked his truck about 30 yards away and killed the engine. An eerie silence descended upon us. I had a clear view of him from my vantage point, and he carried a shotgun slung over his shoulder as he advanced to the opposite side of the driveway, his eyes scanning the surroundings intently. In that harrowing moment, we were on the brink of discovery and, quite possibly, a gruesome fate. Only B knew our whereabouts. Our parents lay in slumber, blissfully ignorant of our dangerous predicament. I strained to stifle my sobs and sniffles, desperate to avoid making any noise. Then, I witnessed Mr. S's shadow raising the shotgun into the air and firing a shot. I nearly fainted, my fear becoming unbearable. I observed car lights further up the road from the driveway, which ignited a fresh wave of panic. I wondered whether the lights would reveal our hidden presence in the woods. The car, however, slowed down, and it became apparent that it was B rolled down her window and spoke loudly to someone from her open car window, providing what I assumed was Mr. S's address to the police. This enraged him, and he charged toward her car for a moment, only to retreat, cursing vehemently and brandishing his gun in the air. As soon as Mr. S turned his truck around and headed back toward his house, we sprinted toward B's car and clambered inside. We were crying uncontrollably, unable to speak, our bodies drenched in sweat. None of us uttered a word as we wept the entire way back to T's house, showered, and wept well into the night and morning. We kept the incident a secret from T and B's parents, and we never discussed it among ourselves for years. We never engaged in rolling again, to say the least. What had begun as a juvenile prank had transformed into one of the most terrifying episodes of my teenage years. Given our remote location and our fear of the consequences of our actions, B later revealed, about a week after the incident, that she had fabricated the 911 call. It is a chilling thought. All I can say is that we were fortunate that night. Some guardian angels must have been watching over us. Looking back, B should have genuinely summoned the authorities. We were naive youngsters more concerned about getting into trouble than comprehending the risks we were exposing ourselves to, including the possibility of harm. Or to Mr. S, I will never understand why a few rolls of toilet paper hanging from your trees drove you to such anger and violence, but I hope to never encounter you again.
Story 21.
As the familiar specter of Halloween loomed over my school, our annual Halloween party beckoned. However, my friends and I, ever curious and drawn to the mysterious, embarked on a peculiar quest that fateful night. Whispers of a haunted theater, harboring a restless spirit, had ignited our collective intrigue. Clad in dark attire, we stealthily infiltrated the theater amid the bustling Halloween party, determined to explore the veracity of the long-standing rumors. Our covert journey unfolded through dimly lit hallways, hearts pounding not from supernatural fear, but from the apprehension of encountering vigilant faculty member. In the inky blackness, we descended the central staircase, each step resonating like a thunderclap in our ears. The theater's double doors beckoned, and to our astonishment, they opened smoothly, revealing a corridor cloaked in darkness. Our purposeful strides took us to the stage, the presumed epicenter of spectral. Equipped with a camera, I intended to capture our surroundings. However, the camera initially refused to cooperate, delaying our quest. Finally activated, the camera's flash pierced the pervasive darkness, offering a fleeting glimpse of the backstage corridor. A disconcerting revelation awaited us in the developed image. A shadowy figure peering from behind the dividing wall, its expression a haunting blend of fear and curiosity. A shared unease enveloped us as we cautiously advanced down the corridor, uncertain of what lay. The journey concluded in a small room at the stage's edge, noticeably cold due to the intrusion of frigid October air. A second photograph, taken with trembling hands, unveiled a face, pallid and distorted, with long, straight black hair. The features defied normalcy, and my friends appeared oblivious to this grotesque visage in the captured image. Dread consumed me as a soft whisper echoed in my ear. "Leave now." A shockwave coursed through my spine, propelling me toward the stage. Urgently, we retraced our steps, pushing against a stubborn door. As we fled into the night, confusion lingered over an unexplained presence, a mysterious force that defied comprehension. Seated at the bus stop, silence prevailed among us. None dared to articulate the inexplicable events that transpired within the haunted theater. The ride home carried an air of solemnity, and when I reached my house, the forest path, illuminated by lights, appeared menacing. As I encountered my father's questioning gaze, I fabricated a tale of a lackluster party and a jog up the hill. In the solitude of my room, I cracked open a book, attempting to dispel the lingering unease. However, the night brought forth a dreadful nightmare, leaving me with haunting words. "He can't disturb us any longer." The following morning, I awoke to physical distress, and the subsequent days unfolded in an uneasy silence. The theater, once a realm of curiosity, transformed into a source of nervous trepidation. A chilling secret held within, a tale concealed from others, marked that fateful Halloween night. As the days passed, a disquieting sense of change lingered, a harbinger of an altered reality yet to unfold.
Story 22.
This chilling incident unfolded after our Halloween party, lingering into the early hours of the morning, with the last remnants of guests departing around 3 a.m. As I relaxed on the front porch, an unfamiliar guy emerged, diligently cleaning up the aftermath of cans and cigarette butts. While not entirely unusual in our city setting, his presence raised some eyebrows. He was not visibly homeless, yet it was evident he was grappling with challenging times, hopeful for tips. I found myself without cash, but my roommate Mike generously went inside to fetch some change for the diligent cleaner. Although the amount was modest, I stayed behind, offered him a cigarette, and initiated a conversation. During our exchange, he shared the hardships of finding employment on parole, clinging to whatever work came his way. A disheartening incident at a pizza shop where he had been promised a small reward, only to receive a quarter and a soda, painted a vivid picture of his struggle. As the last remaining occupants, it eventually became bedtime for me, still buzzing from the party. Lying in bed, scrolling on my phone, 30 minutes later, an unexpected voice pierced the silence, emanating from within my house, downstairs. "Mike, you got the soda." Alarmed, I hurried downstairs, noticing the unusual closure of the door leading from the kitchen to the mudroom, a door we never shut. There is another door from the mudroom to the outside, typically left ajar. Filled with trepidation, I decided to fetch my roommate. Together, we approached the mudroom door. Bracing myself, I announced my intent to open it, urging whoever was there to leave. Gathering courage, I swung the door open, only to find an empty space on the other side. Strangely, the door leading outside was wide open. My heart raced with fear. I swiftly closed and locked the door to the outside and ensured the front door was securely latched. While testing the front door's knob, I heard the man from outside say, "I'm still here, just sitting outside." The unnerving part was that he had specifically asked Mike, "You got the soda?" This inquiry followed his account of being shortchanged with a quarter and a soda for sweeping. Mike had indeed given him some change. The bone-chilling realization that he had somehow entered my house gripped me with unease, casting a shadow over the mundane encounter.
Story 23.
This unnerving virtual encounter revolves around a TikTok account that took a dark and disturbing turn. The account's first post, innocently showcasing a decaying pumpkin through shaky camera work, seems harmless at first. However, the unsettling twist begins to unfold in subsequent videos. On the 7th day of the account's existence, 6 more videos were posted, sending shivers down the spine. The first 2 depict an empty road surrounded by trees, dimly lit by a solitary street lamp. Faint singing and voices can be heard in the background as the camera person walks. The third video reveals something wrapped in a plaid blanket lying on the forest floor, with the person filming kicking leaves onto the bundle. The unsettling journey continues as the man is seen dragging a small blue suitcase leaking blood as he drags it along, tightly bound with duct tape and containing something deeply disturbing. The 5th video takes a chilling turn as the man approaches the edge of a bridge, one sock on, visibly soaking wet. A trail of blood leads to a large patch, revealing the suitcase sitting on the ledge. In a macabre act, the man's gloved hand pushes the suitcase off the bridge into the water, accompanied by the eerie background song "It's So Hard to Say Goodbye" by Kenny Vance and the Planotones. The 6th and final video from that night showcases the man's terrifying drawings. What makes this even more disturbing are his hands, visibly shaky and covered in scratches. These scratches add a layer of reality to the situation, making it feel much more authentic than a mere creative project. The videos on this TikTok account leave an indelible mark of unease and uncertainty.
Story 24.
When I was young, I visited a house in town where the residents went all out for Halloween, spending thousands of dollars to make the place perfect. This place was incredibly well done, and I mean it was exceptionally impressive, even as an adult. It could compete with professional haunted houses. It was either 1999 or 2000 because I dressed up as Darth Maul. I remembered being really scared in the previous years, so I hoped that my character's badassery would give me some courage. They had blocked off the area with a black tarp and had everything you would expect to see at such a house. A psycho shower scene with a zombie crawling out of a toilet, ghouls and imps climbing trees, blood, gore, strobes, fog, and more. I was still terrified even with my double lightsaber. Despite being scared out of my wits to walk through it, I always admired the craftsmanship because I knew the props. They had been either expensive or required significant effort to make. To this day, I have never seen a yard as horrifying as theirs. Every year, I saw the house owners sitting on their porch, enjoying the terror they brought to the neighborhood and handing out candy. So, as I nervously crossed the yard past flying banshees and impaled corpses, I noticed the main attraction at the end of the line. There, on what I assume was the driveway, was the bottomless pit attraction. The illusion bewildered and chilled me. Though it was only lit by a single light bulb, it made the box glow like a low-burning furnace. I must have stared at it for a while when suddenly I heard a cough and a low, hushed voice to my right. I do not recall exactly what was said, but it was something like, "Hey, check this out," or "Hey, I want to show you something," in a gruff, hoarse tone. I looked over and at first, I saw nothing but the wide gate to what was clearly the side of the owner's house. There was just a faint amount of light from the glowing pit to outline the gated fence. After my eyes adjusted, I noticed a figure standing completely still. In fact, it was so still that I initially thought it was another static prop. My young mind could not process much, and I was still searching for the source of the voice I heard, not realizing it had come from the figure, whom I could barely make out. After a few moments, I heard the voice again. I realized it came from the figure and began to approach it. This was, of course, a foolish idea, but compared to everything else happening around me, this figure seemed far less menacing. So, I cautiously moved closer, trying to understand it. Suddenly, the figure started to move, and I froze in place. The amber glow lit up his face just enough for me to discern his features. This part I remember vividly. It was a scruffy and rough-looking man with a coarse, gray beard and yellowed teeth. His weathered and tattered clothing appeared as though it had not been cleaned in ages. He was smiling at me, for reasons I could not fathom, but it deeply unsettled me under the eerie light of the bulb behind me. It just felt wrong. It was as if, in that moment, I gained some clarity and realized that his presence here was clearly not part of the show. Since I had already seen the owners, it was obvious he did not belong on the property. I screamed and ran out as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I might have attracted some curious glances from the other kids, but as I found my parents waiting outside, I told them about the man I had encountered. One of the owners approached and asked if everything was all right. I said something like, I didn't like the old man by the gate. He looked at me for a moment and asked, "What man?" I never let us not meet the creepy, shadowy man.
Story 25.
Sophomore year of college. Oh, the memories. October arrived, and it was time to embrace the spooky season, attend parties, and dress up. Halloween was my favorite holiday. About a week before Halloween, one night, my Tinder date was canceled due to studying for an exam. I was in a foul mood, and I did not want to hang out with friends in their dorm to get drunk. So, I decided to play some basketball at a secluded park. Basketball always helped me relax, and shooting around for about an hour sounded like the perfect way to unwind before heading back to my place to play video games. I arrived at the park as expected, and there was not a single car in sight. There was a nearby trail leading to a mountain, probably where all the stoners hung out, I thought with a chuckle. It was a great time to shoot some hoops and de-stress. I contemplated putting in headphones, but as night approached, I decided it was best to stay aware of my surroundings. As the sun set, a beautiful pink sky painted the scene perfectly. After another 15 minutes, darkness fell, and I planned to wrap up my basketball session soon. However, just as I was thinking about leaving, a loud, piercing scream echoed through the area, coming from the nearby trail. It was followed by eerie laughter. I was spooked but could not see anything, so I told myself to stay for another 10 minutes. Then, a car pulled into the parking lot and parked. I decided to use the nearby bathroom before leaving. While I was in there, I heard a whisper coming from one of the stalls, repeatedly saying, "Clowns." My heart raced, and I knew I had to get out of there. It could be a troubled person, a homeless individual, or worse. As I left the bathroom, I realized there was someone nearby, but it was not anyone I knew. A car door slammed shut, and I decided to peek behind the small building housing the bathrooms to see who had just gotten out of the car. What I saw shocked me to my core. 2 clowns were walking slowly toward the basketball courts, and then towards the nearby trail. I thought about following them to see where they were going, but I quickly dismissed that idea as unwise. I grabbed my backpack and prepared to walk back to my car. I made my way to the car, hopped in, and started making a phone call to tell my friends that I would be online in about an hour. Then, I noticed someone sitting on a bench near the court. I thought it might be the person from the bathroom. I had had enough at that point. I drove off and headed back to my place to relax. It could have been much worse if I had followed those 2 clowns into the dark trail. The clown sightings in 2016 were undeniably creepy. It was a strange time in many parts of the country, and I had even heard about it happening in other parts of the world. This was just a creepy encounter I wanted to share. Who knows, those clowns will come back.
Story 26.
In May 2017, my husband Jim and I owned a 5-story, 100-year-old building that housed our business, an antique mall on the main floor, our apartment upstairs, and various other tenants. Over the prior years, we have experienced several back-to-back burglaries, prompting us to fortify the front doors of our business with steel bars and additional camera. At 3 a.m. one fateful night, we were sound asleep upstairs when we received a call from Sonatrol, our security company. The motion detector had been triggered in an unusual location, not on the main floor where most of our valuable jewelry was kept, but downstairs. Typically, such alarms were caused by a spider on the camera or some other minor disturbance. We rushed to respond, unprepared for what awaited us. I was only dressed in a tank top and underwear, with flip-flops on my feet. Jim, at least, had put on pants. I went to check the intact front door, while Jim headed in the opposite direction to inspect the rear of the building. Suddenly, Jim called out, "Someone's inside." I fumbled with my phone, desperately trying to dial. In that terrifying moment, my instinctual panic overtook me, and my phone felt like a complex piece of technology. Eventually, I managed to call for help while describing the situation to the 911 operator. The noise of breaking glass and shattering windows echoed through the building. It was like everything inside was being ruthlessly destroyed. Listening to someone vandalize your livelihood is an indescribable feeling. Questions raced through my mind. Who was in there? How many of them? What havoc were they causing? All I could do was shout into the phone, pleading with the faceless voice for help that seemed agonizingly far away. Keep in mind, I had been abruptly awakened to a terrifying situation, barely clothed, and it was escalating rapidly. As it turned out, Jim had come face to face with the intruder Troy, as he was attempting to exit through the broken window, just before I arrived. They locked eyes, and Jim exclaimed, "Oh crap," prompting Troy to retreat into the depths of the building. Troy dropped his stolen merchandise-laden backpack, vaulted over a massive iron gate, smashed through the door of the restaurant tenant, and then exited through their main door. At this point, Troy had sustained numerous cuts from the shattered glass and was bleeding profusely. Jim chased him down and tackled him forcefully, pinning Troy to the ground. Adrenaline was coursing through our veins. I was still on the phone with the 911 operator, urgently begging them to hurry. I feared that I might witness my husband's death. I rushed towards the scuffle, driven by adrenaline, as you tend to do in such intense moments. They were in the middle of the street, dimly illuminated by the orange glow of streetlights, making it difficult to discern the details of the struggle. Fortunately, Troy was unarmed and ill-prepared for the madman who had tackled him in the darkness. Unbeknownst to us at the time, Troy had committed hundreds of burglaries without ever being caught. Jim had the upper hand and held him down, while Troy wisely feigned surrender. Suddenly, the roar of an engine and the screeching of tires filled the air. I started screaming in response to the approaching danger. It was Troy's getaway driver, his wife Kelsey, who leaned out of her window and threatened, "Get the heck off him, or I'm going to harm you." This threat was clearly captured on audio, but I have no recollection of it. Kelsey, unwilling to wait, attempted to run me over. I vaguely remember realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, but desperately trying to read the license plate number allowed into the phone. My focus, laser-like and idiotic, The plate was from out of state, and I struggled to make it out. That is all I can recall. My brain seemed to block out just how close she had come to turning me into a bloody mess, missing me by only about a foot as she sped by. I dodged her vehicle, clutching my phone in sheer terror. A year later, in the prosecutor's office, we had to listen to the 911 recording while watching the video footage from a nearby business with high-quality exterior cameras. Jim began to cry. He had no idea just how close he came to serious harm. At one point, the sound of the engine revving drowned out my frantic screaming. My voice was nearly gone, and I was chanting the license plate number like a desperate incantation, but it was barely audible due to the deafening noise. Jim eventually released Troy, who quickly jumped into the car, and they sped away. The police arrived about a minute later, but the culprits had already vanished. Afterward, Troy's blood was all over Jim from the door's shattered glass. Jim was deeply shaken by the experience. We suspected that Troy was using intravenous drugs, which later proved to be correct, and I had to inspect Jim for cuts, using a flashlight to ensure we did not miss any injuries. He underwent testing for any potential health concerns. This incident was treated with the seriousness it deserved, given the substantial evidence, the violence involved, and the attempted murder. Several months later, both Troy and Kelsey were arrested. Troy's DNA was found on the bloody clothes Jim had been wearing and all over the stolen car they had used, which had been ditched. It turned out that the couple was wanted in 5 different counties for hundreds of commercial burglaries over several years, all to support their addiction to oxycodone. We were their only mistake. They had not known we lived on the premises. Kelsey, Troy's wife, decided to cooperate with the authorities. She reached a plea deal, much to my dissatisfaction since she had attempted to kill me. Nevertheless, she provided valuable information that incriminated Troy on numerous counts. Troy, on the other hand, refused a plea deal. He insisted on going to trial, a prospect I would not wish on my worst enemy. During the trial, I was interviewed by the defense team, who, unbeknownst to me, could lie during these one-on-one interviews. They refrained from dishonesty in front of the jury, but in private, they sought to exploit any weaknesses. I had no legal representation. I was on the prosecution's team. While I could theoretically understand the purpose, it was still deeply frustrating. They began by interviewing me. They played the 911 tape for me, the second time I had heard it. They insisted that because I had referred to the intruder as they, I was lying about the presence of another person besides Troy and Kelsey. I explained that I used they as a non-gendered pronoun since I had not yet seen the individual. Subsequently, they interviewed Jim. They falsely told him that I had admitted to lying and claiming there was another person inside the building. Jim, luckily, saw through their deception and vehemently denied it. Finally, a day before the trial was set to begin, Troy accepted a plea deal, much to our relief. I had been spiraling into the most pointless concerns, whether I should change my hair color from purple. I had just spent $700 on it. What conservative shoes to wear, and how to hide my tattoos. I was grasping at trivial things because the trial was looming, and I had little control over it. Kelsey received probation, while Troy served time in prison from 2017 to 2020, before an early release due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As of now, Kelsey is living a clean and normal life, remarried with children, and appears happy. I occasionally wish her some minor inconveniences, but I am no saint.
Story 27.
This incident occurred 16 years ago, but it has lingered in my memory because it left me both terrified and feeling foolish. I reside in Honduras, a country with its share of issues, primarily violence and poverty. Growing up, I had become accustomed to the normalization of troubling things, one of which was the practice of families marrying off their daughters to wealthy suitors. Sometimes, this involved pressuring daughters to entertain the advances of affluent individuals, while other times it felt like outright sexual trafficking, especially in families where one parent was absent. This practice was more common in small towns, but not unheard of in larger areas. My family tried to shield my siblings and me from the darker aspects of life here. Our parents worked diligently to provide us with a good education, a safe living environment, and raised us to be cautious and avoid places where we were not supposed to be. My mother owned a cafe in a port town, and many of her customers were tourists and foreigners passing through on their way to their vacation villas or beach houses. Among them was an older American, whom my parents had befriended through casual conversation on a few occasions. They even invited our family to his beach house for a cookout. He always appeared friendly, exuding a kind and gentle aura. He even bore a resemblance to Santa Claus. One day, while I was taking his order, he asked me to sit down with him. We discussed my school and post-graduation plans, and nothing initially raised any red flags in my mind. I assumed he was simply bored and looking for someone to chat with until my mom returned from her break. Then things took a disturbing turn. He began commenting on my family's recent financial difficulties, primarily related to debts and my dad's inability to work due to an accident. I nodded along, thinking that my parents had sought his help or a loan. However, he revealed that he was talking about me going with him to the United States, where I had a visa, and assisting him while living with him. He made inappropriate remarks about my appearance, suggesting that everyone would rather wait until I graduated, which was only a few months away, but that my family needed help immediately. He argued that it would not be appropriate for him to step in if we were not his family, so if we got married soon, he would take care of everyone. I was dumbfounded and could only manage to murmur something like, "No, thank you, sir." He told me I did not need to decide right away, but suggested we go on a weekend boat trip to see if we got along. He claimed that my parents were uncertain about the situation, but had chosen not to inform me because they wanted me to finish school and make my own choice. He then twisted the narrative, saying that, as the eldest, I needed to look after my siblings, and since my parents had cared for me, I should now take care of them. At this point, I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach because it seemed as though he had genuinely discussed taking me away with my parents, and they were considering it. I started negotiating with him. I asked if I could bring someone along on the weekend boat trip, and if I could finish high school in the United States, among other conditions, all while holding back tears. He calmed me down and assured me that my parents had already said no, but he suggested that I think about it and wait for them to bring it up. He also made me promise not to tell them that he had informed me first, emphasizing that I needed to prove to him that he could. As it turned out, he was completely insincere. He did not mention the idea with my parents until 2 days after he had talked to me. My mom immediately rejected the proposal, and he insisted that she should inquire about my opinion. My mom refused, stating that I would finish school, go to college, and then decide the course of my life. This revelation occurred during dinner, 2 full days after my conversation with the old man, and I burst into tears, confessing everything to my parents. So, yes, I felt like the biggest fool in the world for believing, even momentarily, that my parents would simply hand me over like a sack of potatoes. But I was immensely relieved that they had my best interests at heart. So, wherever you are, creepy Santa, let us not meet again.
Story 28.
I confess that I am addicted to this subreddit. I spend 2 or more hours a day reading the posts, so I decided to share my own story. This incident took place when I was around 12 years old. My family and I lived in a small apartment that, despite its size, felt cozy to me. We knew some of our neighbors and occasionally invited them to our home. They were wonderful people. At the time, I slept next to my brother's bed, and his presence made me feel safe, as if nothing could go wrong. The only unsettling thing about our apartment was that our bedroom was adjacent to our neighbor's bedroom, which was slightly higher than ours. To see their room, you could stand on a chair, while they could effortlessly view our entire bedroom. While it was creepy, I did not think much about it because, as I mentioned earlier, I had the comfort of my brother sleeping in the same room as me. Oh, how innocent I was. The day everything began, I had just finished dinner and decided to go to bed early, with my brother not in the room at the time. Everything seemed fine until I woke up and saw something that still sends shivers down my... I witnessed a silhouette of a person right next to the window. While I could not see their faces at all, I knew they were staring at me. I screamed as loudly as I could and ran desperately to the living room, where my mom was watching TV. I explained what had happened, but she did not seem bothered in the least. She simply replied with an "oh, okay," and resumed watching TV as though nothing had occurred. A few days after that incident, I began feeling better about it, but I decided to keep the curtains closed, just in case, until one night, I woke up in the middle of the night and inexplicably had the urge to open the curtains. As you might expect, she was there, staring at me once again. Just like the first time, I could not see her face, only a dark figure. I do not know how many times she did this, but for the next several days, I would wake up ominous 3 times every night. Even with the curtains always closed, I had a persistent feeling that she was there, watching me sleep. A few days later, I decided to confide in my parents, and that's when things took a creepy turn. They informed me that an elderly woman, living right next to our apartment, was ill and had her son taking care of her. They mentioned that when they left to take out the trash, she would follow behind them and smile, patiently waiting for them to turn around. I tried to explain how paranoid I felt, convinced that she was constantly watching me, but they brushed it off with something like, "She's a sick old lady. Scary people are the highlight of her week. Just ignore her and continue sleeping." While I do not dwell on it much these days, I remember being quite upset with my parents. Why weren't they helping me? I followed their advice, ignoring her every night while keeping the curtains closed. It took some time, but I eventually began to forget about the experience. Then, a few weeks later, things took a darker turn. From my mother's perspective, our family was always different from others. She worked all day, while my dad was at home with us, taking us to school and picking us up. One day, while waiting for my dad to pick me up from school, a friend approached me and offered to take me home in her dad's car. I completely forgot that my dad was coming to get me, so I accepted her offer and got in the car. When I arrived home, I knocked on the door, but apart from my 2 dogs barking, there was no response. I became anxious, so I kept knocking repeatedly until I heard a loud noise coming from the elderly woman's apartment next door. It was then that I realized I had made a grave mistake. As soon as I heard the sound, I raced to the elevator and pressed the buttons incessantly. Our elevator had a window at the center, and I was terrified that she might appear in it, but luckily, she did not. After exiting the building, I chose to lay down on the street, attempting to process what had just happened. My friend spotted me and invited me to her house. I was watching cartoons when her dad called me to explain why I had not arrived at school. When my dad arrived, I ran to him and embraced him, crying. He reassured me, saying, "It's okay now. My brother's school typically ended 30 minutes after mine, so we had to return to school to collect him." During the entire journey, I was dreading my father's reprimand, but to my surprise, he remained very calm. He suggested that he was thinking of buying a cell phone so that I could message him if anything. After that experience, I became even more frightened of the elderly woman. I continued to keep the curtains closed, and I got used to the situation. Eventually, we moved to a different house, and I never saw that woman again. Not that I would have been able to recognize her, as every time I saw her at the window, her face was entirely black. That concludes my story. Fortunately, I did not have to see what she looked like. I realize that my story may not be as compelling as some others I have read, but I hope you enjoyed it. I apologize if some parts are unclear. English is not my first.
Story 29.
This incident occurred when I was 17 years old, just on the verge of graduating high school. I was homeschooled and highly encouraged to pursue entrepreneurship. At the time, I was working on establishing a photography business that I could run after graduation. To build my portfolio, I decided to ask a few friends and acquaintances to model for me, including a girl I worked with and her husband. It seemed like a win-win situation. They would receive free photos, and I could use them as sample work on my website. We planned a day to meet, and I asked them to join me at a local park one evening. You should know that this park was quite far out in the countryside. It featured soccer fields, baseball fields, a golf course, and walking trails, covering a large expanse of land and offering relative seclusion. The only house in view of the park was the caretaker's home, directly across the street from the entrance. Unless there was an event or a weekend, the park was usually not very crowded. I felt confident about meeting the couple there because I planned to arrive about 15 minutes early to set up, so I would not be alone for long. The park had an entrance that led to a parking lot, offering access to all the sports fields, the playground, and the pond. At the front of the park, there was a large grassy area where I intended to set up for my photo. I bypassed the main entrance and pulled into a small dirt section at the front of the park, starting to unload my props. Being a cautious person, especially as a young woman, I took a quick look around to check if anyone else was at the park. I noticed one car in the parking lot, and 2 guys playing catch on the baseball field with their pit bull. Across the street, I could see the caretaker in her yard, which made me feel more at ease. I decided to keep an eye out while setting it up. I would glance up every now and then to ensure the 2 men were still on the baseball field. I had no reason to believe they would bother me, but something in my gut told me to stay vigilant. The couple I was expecting seemed to be running late, and I completed my setup while occasionally checking on the two guys. To my horror, I realized they had disappeared. Their car remained, but the men and their dog were nowhere in sight. There was a slight hill in front of me that obscured part of the park entrance from view, so I considered the possibility that they had decided to take a walk on one of the nature trail. Yet, that nagging feeling in my gut persisted, hinting that something was wrong. I looked at the caretaker's house, and she had gone back inside. I could not pack up everything in my car quickly, so I grabbed my camera equipment, hopped into the car, locked the doors, started the engine, and got my phone ready. Just as I had settled into my car, I saw the two guys coming over the hill with their dog. My gut quickly turned to panic. You must understand that there was no logical reason for them to approach where I was. It was simply an open, grassy yard. If the dog needed to relieve itself, there were plenty of places closer to them, such as the wood's edge, the nature trail, or the path to the pond. They walked around my setup, and when they reached my car, one guy went around the front, while the one holding the dog on the leash circled my car. I assumed they realized I had noticed they were approaching and that I was no longer vulnerable, as they regrouped and walked further away, up, and around through the soccer field. Once I was no longer in danger, I glanced down at my phone and saw that the couple I was supposed to meet had seemingly forgotten about our appointment and were at the beach. At that point, I was so frustrated that I jumped out of the car, gathered up all my props, and shoved them into the car. This was my first experience of how frightening it can be for a young woman out alone. I have had multiple experiences since then, but this one stands out the most because I am convinced those guys had ill intention. And what chance would a 17-year-old girl stand against two grown men and a pit bull? One thing is for certain, I will never return to that park alone.
Story 30.
This story took place in 2020 when I was 18 years old. I lived in a safe neighborhood, although my country had a high overall crime rate, so that is worth noting. Earlier in the year, my dad had passed away, and as I had no siblings, my mom and I lived alone in our house. The COVID lockdowns were still in place, but certain restrictions were being lifted, and people were gradually returning to work. Between my house and the train tracks lay an empty field. This area became a peaceful, quiet space where I could escape whenever I needed a break from the house. I would often visit once a day for a cigarette or two, sometimes for a little picnic. My home situation was complicated, to say the least, and due to the pandemic, I had nowhere else to go. On this day, I went there for a few minutes to have a smoke. As usual, I was about halfway through my cigarette when I noticed a young man walking along the train tracks on the other side of the field. He was barefoot and wore dirty, worn-out clothes. He noticed me and made a hand gesture, indicating that he wanted a smoke. I should have just left, but as a teenager, I found it hard to say no to people. I crossed the field and handed him a cigarette. He took it, and immediately, I felt uneasy about the way he was looking at me. He asked me, "Don't you live in that house over there?" while pointing to my house. I evaded the question, realizing that I needed to leave. I had left my front gate that day, and for him to know where I lived, he must have observed me leaving from the back gate before. I told him I needed to go. He began insisting on giving me a hug to say thank you, and I declined several times. At this point, I turned around and started walking away quickly. But I did not get very far. He caught up to me, put his arm around my waist, and panicked, not knowing what to do. All I could think of was that I needed to get away. I tried to start running, but he grabbed me from behind and started dragging me toward a row of houses where the view from the road was completely blocked. The fences were high too, so no one could see the field from their backyards. We were completely isolated. I struggled and kicked, desperate to escape his grasp. He eventually threw me to the ground with him on top of me, still holding me down. I could not kick him, and my arms were trapped. That is when I realized my only option was to scream for help. Suddenly, I was free. I could move. He had let go and jumped off me, running away. My heart was still pounding, and I was in shock from the terrifying encounter. He vanished into the industrial area on the other side of the train tracks. I immediately ran toward the road, and when I reached it, I realized it was empty. No cars were parked in my neighbors' driveways, and no one had heard my screams. If he had realized that day could have had a far worse ending. He knew where I lived, and I was terrified of him returning. For months, I suffered from panic attacks and nightmares, and I could barely leave my house without breaking down. I moved away from there a year later, but I still get scared when I am home alone or walking around town. Fortunately, I never saw him again, and I hope I never will.
Good evening all, and welcome. Tonight, I have the pleasure of being joined by the incredible narrator, Darkness Tales. So get ready, because it's time to get comfortable, and let the darkness take control. I'd already found the engagement ring that my boyfriend Niles had hid in his sock drawer. Now, he was taking me on a romantic weekend getaway with a private dinner at the base of a waterfall. It was supposed to be the best day of my life, but now he's dead, and it's all my fault. I was ready to say yes. It's all I could think about on the drive through the state park. My family never thought it would last, but I was going to prove them wrong. Dad called Niles a pretty boy, and every time he saw a Disney princess he'd point and ask, "Hey, isn't that your boyfriend?" I'd just smile and roll my eyes. They thought that just because Niles was handsome, that I was being superficial for being with him. But he was so much more than that. He was kind and smart and funny. And even more importantly, he made me feel like that's exactly what I deserved. Everything was so perfect that night, except me. Something by the Beatles was playing on a handheld radio, and a dozen candles were scattered on the ground around us. There was chilled champagne in the ice chest, and stars in the sky, and the love of my life getting out of his chair to drop to one knee. Probably wasn't the answer he was expecting. It wasn't what I was expecting to say either, but it was the best I could do. He asked in disbelief. I didn't drive all the way out here for an I was frozen. I'd rehearsed this moment 1,000 times in my head, but my rehearsals hadn't prepared me for the breathless terror of the actual moment. All I could think about were my dad's words, wondering if it really was just his looks that I was attracted to. In 10 years, when he started to bald and put on weight, am I still going to think his jokes are funny? When we settle down and have kids, and romantic moments like these are replaced by daily chores and routines, will I still look at him the same way? Or even more likely, what if he's the one who gets bored of me? I said again. Unbelievable, he said. What? I didn't say no. You didn't have to. He wasn't kneeling anymore. He wasn't even facing me, just staring off into the emptiness of night. It's a serious question. I could have said yes then, but I felt obliged to defend myself. There's nothing wrong with taking a moment to think. Take all the time you need. I'm going for a walk. Again, I had a chance. I could rush up to him and hug him and say, of course I wanted to spend my life with you. But it only took him a few steps to exit the meager light of the candles, and Niles was gone before I could gather my wits. The radio finished playing, and I was able to distinguish a strange plopping sound separate from the crash of the waterfall. My rapid breathing became louder, but it didn't drown out the mumbling whispers from the dark water. Niles, are you still there? The whispering grew louder, a low rasping voice that sounded nothing like Niles, just coming beyond the ring of light. I couldn't make out every word, but a few were unmistakable. Your doubt, your fear. Delicious. That last word sounded with particular clarity, drawn out and savoured, as though each syllable was tasted. Niles was playing a trick to get back at me. That meant he couldn't have taken my hesitation too seriously. I breathed a deep sigh of relief, but didn't even have a chance to fully exhale before I heard the crack of twigs, then a muffled swear, all the way up the hill we'd hiked on. Niles? Was that you? My own voice so feeble and insignificant in the looming wilds. Come back, let's talk. All right, I'm coming. That was from the hill again. So he hadn't been the one whispering. I can tell you, hissed the whisper. A stir of movement behind me. I spun just in time to catch something like a long slug disappearing behind the light. How he feels. The whisper came from the same place. What he's really after, and whether you can give it to him. I heard Niles stumble, still a fair distance away. Okay, yeah, I said. I need to know. If a sound could curl like a smile, then that's exactly what the hiss did. Then it was gone. Its barely perceptible shadow slipping into the darkness, deeper, beyond. Hold on, I'm almost there, Niles shouted from the same direction. Niles, watch out! It had only just occurred to me what I'd done. There's something out! His screams overwhelmed the splashing water and filled the sky from horizon to horizon. Torturous, guttural, and long enough that he had to pause to draw breath to begin screaming again. I was rushing towards him as fast as I could, but I made slow progress as soon as I pitched into the blackness. I kept stumbling over hidden rocks, or blindly charging through thick underbrush, led by nothing but his screams, which seemed to go on forever. But forever is a dream, from which we are all forced to wake, and he was silent by the time I found him. The slug I glimpsed resting on his chest, pulsing as it burrowed his way into his flayed chest cavity. It was as wide as a tree trunk, maybe 4 feet long, perhaps more, depending on how deeply it moved with Niles' body. Do you still want to know? The whisper came from the free end of the slug. Everything he knew, everything he felt. His heart is not hidden from me. Would it be wrong to listen to this monster which feasted upon him? Or would it be disrespectful to turn away and forever lose his final thoughts? For the second time that night, I was frozen and said nothing. I can taste his admiration, mused the creature. From the first time he saw you, sitting alone reading a book. The intelligent focus on your face, the way the light played through your hair. He watched you for almost an hour before he worked up the courage to say hello. He never told me he was watching. I can taste his love, it hissed, fresh from his heart. It fills me, enough to endure 100 years of adversity, until the night at the end of all days, when age has stolen everything but the grace of your spirit. He would have loved you. I had to hear this. Even though I was crying, I wouldn't leave. This was my solace, and my punishment in one. The monster was silent a long moment, before it said, I love you too. It was enough of a shock to suspend my heaving sobs. With everything he was, I am, it hissed. I love you with all his heart. The creature pulsed, then again, the ripple cascading up and down its fleshy mass as if it wriggled free. Niall's heart was in full view, raw and wet, and still beating where it was clutched in the creature's mouth, then swallowing. The heart vanished, still beating all the way down. "I'm back," the second mouth said, speaking with Niall's voice as clear as the mounting air. "Let's just start over, okay? Don't overthink. Don't make assumptions. Don't be afraid. Will you marry me?" I started to cry again. Yes, Niles. It was always yes. I wasn't about to lose true love twice in one night. Besides, maybe my dad will finally shut up about me only loving him for his looks.
I hate my job. I hate selling days of my life while barely earning enough to sustain it. I hate my boss who tells me I'm lucky to find stable work in such an uncertain world. I hate my friends who treat dreams like an unfortunate symptom of youth that needs to be outgrown. And most of all, I hate myself for not doing anything to change. I keep waking up at the same time every day to sit in traffic. I read the same lines on the same billboard with the same happy models leering down at me. I don't think I could go on if I thought this was all there was. But if I'm waiting, then I don't know what I'm waiting for. That's why I started listening to self-help tapes in the car. Motivational speakers would tell me about how I had the power to change my life, and for a few minutes at a time, I'd believe them. That obstacles, no matter how great, were only in my mind, and that anyone could be happy if they just willed it hard enough. And if I wasn't happy yet, then I just had to buy another book and keep trying. My favorite speaker was a guy named John Fallow, who claims he used to be a day laborer making less than minimum wage. When there weren't any jobs available, his fellow workers would play cards or chat, but he kept going door to door, knocking on businesses until he found one that needed work done. Pretty soon, John had enough clients and extra money that he started hiring the other laborers to work for him instead. The more jobs he got, the more workers he hired, until lo and behold, he was running a business of his own. Then they had a second location, and a third, and before you know it, he was a millionaire with 500 stores across the country. But it was never about the money, says the guy selling $30 audiobooks. He gave it all up so he could give motivational speeches and help others achieve their dreams. And sure, it was a lot of hard work and took many, many years, but he was the man he wanted to be, doing the things he loved to do, and that's all that mattered in the world. Of course, hard work isn't the only way to solve your problems, John said on one of his tapes. In fact, there's a lot of you who are probably getting discouraged right now because you were hoping for a shortcut. Well, I've got news for you, because there's a solution as easy as apple pie. You go on now and kill yourself tonight. I couldn't believe what I heard. Had I heard that right? I had to rewind, but there it was. Are you too fat? Well, diet and exercise is a lot of work, but you could put a gun in your mouth and never eat again. Or maybe you're feeling down because your relationship didn't work the way you wanted. No problemo, just slip on that noose and suddenly your ex will be the one who hates herself, not you. John's warm, bubbling voice didn't miss a beat as he proceeded to list a number of foolproof ways to die. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Now, some of you are probably skeptical that this is the right choice for you, but don't you fret about it. I'll be hosting live demonstrations around the country, so check my website for details and come see me if suicide is right for you. Part incredulous, part morbid curiosity, I visited the website and found he was hosting an event in my city next week. Sure enough, his website had a video of him standing on a stage with a man who hung from the rafters by his neck. The crowd was cheering like wild as the dying man's body was racked with its final spasms. John Fallow lifted the dying man's hand to reveal it, giving a thumbs up. and the crowd cheered even harder as though their team had just scored the final goal. I bought a ticket and printed out the confirmation code. I don't know why I did it, but for the first time in a long time, I really felt like I had something to look forward to. John was a man's man, rugged and handsome as they come. He wore a cowboy hat pulled low over one eye, faded Levi's, and a button-up shirt the day of the event. He greeted everyone at the front door with a firm handshake and a beaming smile, laughing and carrying on with people he'd just met like they were his oldest friends. I expected there to be at least a little outrage, but everyone who showed up seemed legitimately happy to be there. The feeling was contagious, and by the time I sat down with the rest of the audience, I already knew several people by name. "Silly old me. I forgot what speech you all came to hear," John Fallow announced from the stage. "Was it the one about working hard from morning till night, day in and day out?" "No," chorused 100 voices around me. I was half surprised to recognize my own as one of them. "How about the speech about it being your fault if you aren't happy because you ain't trying hard enough?" "No." "So you're telling me all you fine folks showed up just to hear how to fix all your problems at once in less than 5 minutes? That's what you want to hear?" The enthusiasm was deafening. John Fallow mimed whipping out a pair of pistols from an imaginary belt and rattled off shots into the audience. Everyone remotely close to the line of fire made a dramatic show of taking the bullet and collapsing back with great big grins on their faces. Then cheers again, an ocean of sound beating against my eardrums. "Well, let's get started then," John roared. "How about a volunteer? Come on now, don't be shy. There ain't nobody going to look down on you where you're going." A sea of hands like a flock of birds all taking flight at once. John stepped down from the stage and took the open hand of a middle-aged woman to help her into the spotlight. He led her to a stool where she sat down. "What's your name, gorgeous?" he asked. The woman swooned and mumbled something I couldn't hear. "Caitlin, is that right?" John said in his booming voice. "Tell me, Caitlin, what's wrong with your life? Loud and clear, come on now."
"I was supposed to get promoted this year,"
she said, her voice trembling but audible.
"They gave the job to some young slut instead."
"Well, you aren't getting any younger, sweetheart. It's only going to get worse from here." She nodded and smiled as though that's exactly what she wanted to hear. "I got just the thing for you, though," John said. "A little medicine for what ails ya." He produced a pill from a small leather bag in his pocket and offered it to her. She snatched it gratefully and clutched it in both hands. "That's gonna take the sting right out. Go on now. One quick swallow. Cyanide tastes just awful if you let it dissolve in your mouth." I watched with horrified fascination as Caitlin tossed the pill back and washed it down with a water bottle that John offered her. She gave a feeble smile as her face flushed bright red. The room watched in anxious silence as she started panting for breath, each labored heave more desperate than the last. "Almost there, hun," John whispered, his microphone washing the sound over the audience. "Let's see those bastards at work take this one away from you." Caitlin fell off her stool and began rolling on the ground. The audience began to whoop and whistle. Within seconds, Caitlin lay still. 2 men wearing staff shirts hustled out to drag her off stage. There was a brief silence when she stopped moving. I had the sense that everyone was trying to read the room, unsure of whether or not to scream and cheer. Then the applause began to ripple. Tentative at first, but growing by the second until the whole auditorium vibrated with its intensity. I felt sick. An anxious feeling flooded my body, but the cheering confused me and made me think that it was all right. If we were doing something wrong, then surely someone would have said something by now. Unable to shake the uncertainty, I left my chair and headed for the bathroom to clear my head. Outside the auditorium, I saw the two men wearing staff shirts exit a side door. The woman wasn't with them anymore. Was she still back there? Was she alive or dead? Maybe she needed help. One of the staff noticed me, his face screwing up with suspicion. I snatched a nearby trash bag and made to enter the door they just exited from. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" one asked. "Bringing some more rope for John," I said, hefting the trash bag. "Backstage is that way, right?" The staff nodded and I slipped inside. I could hear the audience cheering again through the wall and felt the urge to cheer with them, but I thought better of it and stayed quiet. The hallway skirted the perimeter of the auditorium, and I was able to track my progress toward the back of the stage by the sounds coming through the wall. Another uproar. Perhaps the second demonstration has concluded. Another body to be dragged off stage. Not just a body, a human being. A father, or a mother, a son, or a daughter. That should have horrified me, but it didn't. They didn't ask to be alive. They didn't make the world the way it was, so why shouldn't they leave when they're ready? "Looks like we got a bleeder here," John's voice carried. "That's it, boy, let it all out. You're the lucky one. The rest of us have to clean up that mess." I must have been directly behind the stage at that point. The place was dark and cluttered with electrical and sound equipment. I saw no sign of the woman's body. The thought of stumbling across her splayed out on the ground nauseated me. I shouldn't be here. A shaft of light tore through the room as the stage curtain was pulled aside. The staff were dragging a college-aged boy by the hands. His throat was cleanly slit, and a sheet of blood soaked through his shirt and drained onto the floor. I hid behind an upright speaker and watched the staff prop the boy up against the wall before turning to the exit again. "Let's all take a break while they get this cleaned up," John said from the stage. 15 minutes, then you'll all get your chance." The boy was still alive, spitting and gurgling blood. He panted with feeble, wet gasps. His red-smeared teeth were locked in a vicious grin. I started to creep toward him, but another blast of light made me scramble back to concealment. John Fallow moved through the shadows to stand over the dying boy. The boy's grin twisted into one of agony. He struggled to stand, but John put a boot on his chest and forced him back down. "Shh, shh." He held a finger to his lips. "Don't fuss. A lot of folks are dying to be with you." He laughed at his private joke. The boy tried to answer, but the wet, sucking sound which escaped his lips carried no words. "You did this to yourself. You wanted to fit in so damn bad that you didn't care what you had to do. Now look at you." It was too late to save him. The boy was barely breathing now, and the pool of blood encompassing him was still growing by the second. John dropped to his knees to bring their faces level. "It don't matter what other people expect from you," he said. "The government wants you to make a lot of money to pay taxes. A holy man might tell you not to make any because it corrupts you. The people who sell burgers want you to be fat, and the people who sell diet pills want you to hate yourself for it. They all want something different from you. But you don't belong to them. You belong to you." The boy had stopped moving. I couldn't make out the faintest sign that he still drew breath. "So what if you flunked out of school? Does that make the stars any less bright or the taste of strawberries more sour? Will you no longer feel your lover's caress or the ocean lapping your bare feet? Fear, pain, doubt. They're just passing clouds. And floating in front of the sun don't mean the sun ain't still there. So I'm gonna give you another chance," John continued. "You get back up and go outside and tell me what you see. And if it's nothing but clouds, then pick one and call it beautiful and love it forever. Because it's all part of the same sky." With that, John Fallow pulled out a syringe and stuck it in the boy's chest. He began to buckle and squirm, but John held him down while wiping the blood from his neck with a handkerchief. It came off like makeup, leaving clean, fresh skin below. "Get out of here," John said, "and don't let me catch you back either." The boy scrambled to the door and disappeared. "You too," John said, looking to where I hid, "where it won't just be blood capsules and a temporary paralytic for you." I ran for it. Outside, I saw the boy with his head thrown back, looking straight up. Beside him was the woman who'd taken the fake cyanide pill, head back and staring with wild eyes. I don't know whether they thought they'd really died and came back or whether they knew it was a trick, but one thing I'm pretty sure is that neither of them had ever looked at the sky like that before. I know that I hadn't.
Patient name, Jordan Malone. Age, 42. Sex, male. Diagnosis, xenophobia. Time of death, to be determined. This report documents the performance of MJ220717 in the Skinner prison experiments. Due to the overcrowding of Varrock State Penitentiary, we have been provided with an operational license to transfer qualified subjects to our rehabilitation facility. MJ220717 was selected based on the following interview that our agent recorded in his blue notebook. Agent, please state the reason for your incarceration. MJ, Abina was threatening me, so I set his house on fire. You guys gonna get me out or what? The police statement says that you were armed and accompanied by 3 accomplices. The victim was unarmed, living with his wife and 5 children. How was he threatening you? 5 children? Damn. You were unaware? I knew there were too many of them, but I didn't know they bred like roaches. They're threatening our way of life, and will flood the country if someone doesn't burn them out. Do you plan to burn out all 11 million illegal immigrants estimated living within the country? We killed 6 million Jews last time. Yeah, I reckon we can do 11 if we work together. So, you and your hate group? We don't hate anybody. My mama didn't raise me like that. Let me ask you something though. You go to church? That's not relevant, 'cause I do. Me and Stan were doing God's work, doing the law's work, that the people are too chicken to do. Now I'm in jail, while those guys walk around free in my country. So yeah, maybe I do hate that. That's injustice, pure and simple. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Malone. I think we can help each other here. MJ220717 was transferred to our facility 2 days later. He was happy to be released and provided no resistance as he was introduced into his new living quarters. He was provided with a standard suite, approximately 500 square feet with a private bathroom and mini kitchen. There were no walls to them. I'm standing up to them. If a snake got in my house and I strangled it before it bit someone, that's bravery right there. I'm protecting my country. Are we finished? You said we could help each other. And I got you out of prison, didn't I? Now, it's your turn to help me with my study. Unless you'd prefer to go back, of course. Let's get this over with. What do I have to do? Talk to a counselor? Something like that. We're pursuing a form of exposure therapy. It's only going to take 2 hours a day. The rest of the time will be yours, with access to television and recreational facilities. I've heard of this exposure thing. So what are you going to do? You're going to lock me up with a spick? We're going to play checkers or some stuff? This isn't about your relationship with foreigners. We're more interested in the deeper, underlying issues your fear of the unknown. MJ220717 did not protest as he was locked inside his living quarters. Security footage continued to monitor him as he paced the room in agitation. This continued for several minutes before he returns to his bed and points the remote at the TV. The screen remains blank. He points again, mashing the buttons in visible frustration. He gets off the bed and approaches the TV, reaching to turn it on manually. He isn't expecting the hand which reaches out of the screen to intertwine its fingers with his own. He stumbles backwards and falls onto his bed. The hand is gone by the time he returns to the screen and smashes it with his fist. MJ220717 hyperventilates as he removes the shards of glass from his knuckles, but he otherwise seems unaware of the entity now sharing his living space. All agents have vacated the area to give it space to work. MJ220717 goes to the bathroom, presumably to look for medical supplies. He isn't expecting the swarm of spiders that flood from the medicine cabinet. The capacity is only a few cubic feet, but the contents are sufficient to cover the entire surface area of the bathroom within seconds. MJ220717 flees the bathroom and closes the door behind him. He presses his back against it for several seconds, his hyperventilation exasperated. When he notices the spiders crawling under the door, he retreats to the bed and pulls the sheets to block the space. He's hammering on the apartment door, calling for help. There is still an hour and 40 minutes left on his session, and the door remains locked. The entity does not remain idle during this time. The hand has reappeared out of the garbage disposal, feeling its way around the kitchen sink. MJ220717 notices it now. He approaches and stares at the thing, realizing that it's growing into the room rather than reaching, similar to the development of a time-lapsed plant or mushroom. The hand and arm are swelling, the joints growing more gnarled and misshapen, and additional fingers begin to bud. MJ220717 tries to turn on the garbage disposal, but the hand intercepts him and interlocks its fingers once more. They struggle briefly before the subject is able to maneuver his free hand to reach the switch. He turns it on, but the intertwined hands drags him into the blades. He manages to turn off the garbage disposal before his hand enters. He flees once more to the front door, pounding and screaming. The bathroom door opens. The spiders have been growing in the same manner as the hand, and each one are now the size of a rat. They're now large enough for him to realize that they are scuttling on tiny fingers instead of legs. MJ220717 spends the remainder of his 2-hour session pressed against the door while the growing entities crawl all over him. He's still crying when the agent retrieves him and permits him to move to a fresh living space. Ever seen anything like that? MJ220717 is crying quietly. We're not so different, you and me. Or you and those people whose house you tried to burn down. Or you and your ancestors 10,000 years ago. We're all pretty much the same, compared with something like that, don't you think? I want to go back to jail. Please. You have 22 hours before your next session. Feel free to take comfort with your fellow humans in the recreational area until then. You have more in common than you think.
I was almost friends with a monster when I was 11 years old. I would have preferred a human friend, but my family had just moved to a new city where everyone was cold and distant. My father promised that I would meet new people at school, but there were still a few weeks of summer and I had nothing to do. Elisa Williams was the one I really wanted to be friends with. She lived next door in a beautiful gray house with a high fenced yard. I used to sit with my back to the fence and listen to her playing and giggling, the sound bubbling up like music made for everyone. Everyone but me. I wasn't brave enough to introduce myself, but after a few days of moping around the house, my mother volunteered to do it for me. I stood behind her, carrying a basket of cookies while she knocked on the neighbor's door. "Lisa!" The man who opened it looked like a poorly shaved bear. "Get over here and meet your new friend."
"We're busy,"
came the shrill response from somewhere deeper in the house. My mother marveled about the woodworking and craftsmanship and asked the age of the venerable structure. "Now, Elisa," the bear bellowed, "I know you're alone up there." A short, angry sigh, like what circus lions must do before they're forced onto the stage. Then footsteps creaking down the stairs. "I've got cookies," I supplied hopefully. "Elisa spends all day playing by herself," the bear said. "She's been so lonely since her mother passed. Some company will be good for her." I thought about the giggling I heard through the fence, and I didn't understand how someone could have such a good time on their own. Elisa appeared a moment later, her head hanging low in surly obedience. She wore shorts and long socks pulled halfway up her thighs, one bright green and the other purple. That's all I really saw because I was so embarrassed that I couldn't look up from the basket of cookies I held out. Elisa snatched the whole basket and briskly turned around again. I glimpsed a wave of black hair, curly like her father's but not so wild. After a few steps, she turned to glare over her shoulder with an expression a vegan might give up barbecue. "Well, are you coming or not?" I hadn't taken my second step before she cut in. "Shoes off." I hasted to obey. "No, the socks can stay on. What are you, some kind of barbarian?" No, ma'am." I don't know why I said that, but I was scared of her and I didn't want to give her any reason to send me away. Elisa seemed satisfied with that answer, though, and she permitted me to follow her up the stairs toward her room. I felt like I was on solid ground until she said, "We don't need any more friends. None of our games have room for a third person." Your dad said, "He isn't my dad. He killed my father and took me prisoner." Oh yes," she said, pivoting her socked heel on the wooden floor so smoothly that she seemed to almost float. "But that's okay, because sometimes he brings me little boys to eat." I could only hope that my stunned silence was mistaken for composure. Elisa rolled her eyes and opened the door to her room. "Just kidding. You're not stupid, are you?" I didn't realize I was holding my breath until that moment. "I'm sorry. That wasn't a fair question. Most stupid people don't know they're stupid, and I suppose it's perfectly fine if you are, as long as you don't try to perform surgery or vote or do anything a normal person would do," Elisa rambled. The stairway and hall we passed were heavily decorated with framed portraits, hanging tapestries, and ornate tables littered with precious and intricate things. It was a stark contrast to Elisa's room, which had a simple metal frame bed in the corner and dark wood cabinet on the other side. The walls were painted black, and the window was concealed beneath a thick curtain. There was nothing on the hardwood floor to disrupt the monastic austerity. "How do you play games without any toys?" I asked. "We play blood games," she said, stressing the plural again. "The kind that need magic to work. You do know about magic, don't you?" "Yeah, of course." I didn't want to say anything more to betray my ignorance. I reached for a cookie from the basket, but she slapped my hand away. I stood in disbelief as she ate one of the cookies herself. "My mother taught me after she passed," Elisa said casually, moving to set the cookies on the cabinet. She retrieved something and turned to face me again. "If you want to play, then you'll need to give me your hand." "What do you mean after she passed?" I tentatively stretched out to her. Now close your eyes. She could have told me to jump out the window and I probably would have done it. She had the sweetest smile on her face and the soft brush of her fingers tracing my palm made me blush. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Don't scream. Mother hates screamers. I opened my eyes a sliver, just in time to see a metallic flash in the air. Elisa's grip tightened around my wrist while her free hand gouged a needle into the center of my palm. I didn't scream exactly, it was more of a shrieking, yelping sound, like a rabbit trying skydiving for the first time. I tore my hand away with the needle still in it, blood freely running between my fingers. Come back here, Elisa shouted. You're gonna make a mess. We both dashed for the door. I hesitated to avoid running into her, but she pushed me aside and didn't slow until she slammed it shut and locked it from the inside. You're wasting the blood. Give me your hand. No! You'll stab me again! I gingerly pulled the needle out of the skin, prompting a fresh swell of blood. I felt dizzy. Baby, she snorted. That hurt slightly more than the needle. You're already bleeding, so I don't need to stab you now, do I? Here, wipe some on me. She offered me the back of her hand. Bewildered, I rubbed the long smear on her pale skin. Her dark eyes sparkled as she watched with eager fascination. I almost took the opportunity to flee, but I couldn't resist asking, how does blood magic work? Mother said that when the world was young, all living things were connected and the same blood flowed from one to the next. Elisa plucked the needle from my fingers and pricked her clean hand daintily to draw forth a single drop of blood. We started to fight one another, though, and it got worse and worse until we had to pull apart into separate entities. We became so distant that we started taking different shapes, and some animals even preyed upon others until we forgot that we were ever the same. The blood is the only part of us that never forgot. Using the nail of one index finger, she deftly traced a pattern in the blood. A circle with a triangle inside, and a square inside that, and perhaps even a tiny pentagon within. With deep concentration, she pressed the single drop of her blood into the center of design on my hand. Now what are you doing? I asked. She smiled, but the gesture seemed strained and unnatural, like a dog baring its teeth for dog food commercial. Duh, she said. I'm making magic. And she was. The pattern of blood on her hand was glowing, soft at first, but growing brighter in even pulses. My heart began to race with excitement and the pulsing light increased to match its rhythm. What's it do? I asked. I'm going to grow you a friend, she said. That's what you want, isn't it? I wanted to tell her that I didn't need a friend anymore because I had her. But we don't always get what we want, even from ourselves. Well, especially from ourselves. Yeah, sure, that's what I came here for, I said. Okay, watch. The light grew stronger, but I couldn't look away. The pattern was moving now. The triangle was turning within the circle and the square within that, which moved in the opposite direction. And from the center grew a red stalk, like a time-lapsed bean struggling through her skin to sprout and curl into the air. Within a breathless moment, the stalk had grown over a foot. The veins of Elisa's hand glowed beneath the skin like a network of roots, and from that strange plant, an even stranger fruit began to swell. What is his name? Elisa asked. How about Sid? The fruit looked like an organ with a face. I didn't know what a fetus looked like at the time, but when I saw pictures when I was older, I knew that's what it was. How big will he be? I want to be taller than he is, I said. She smiled. What? I said. We'll be playing sports and stuff. I want to win.
What does Sid like to eat? She asked. I glanced around the empty room, spotting the basket. Cookies, I guess. It was larger now. I can make out tiny blue hands and feet pressing against its transparent cocoon. And what does he love? Her voice was fainter now, straining with exertion. Her glowing veins extended all the way down her arm now, and for the first time I realized the concentration on her face was mixed with pain. I don't know, I don't think I like this game. I don't want to play anymore. You can't stop now. What does Sid love? Elisa took a sharp intake of breath and grimaced. The plant had stopped growing, and the swiftly gorging fruit was about the size of a watermelon. How was it getting so big? Was it filling up with her blood? Stop it, I said. My voice cracked, but I didn't care. Make it go back. Cut it off. It's not an it, she grunted. His name is Sid, and he is already alive. You have to tell me what he loves, or he will be nothing but... I hate him. I hate him. Make him go away, please. Hurry. You're part of the spell too. I can't do this alone, she said. It wasn't a watermelon anymore. It was the size of a dog and beginning to grow coarse fur. Now it was heavy enough that Elisa had to kneel and rest it on the ground. The hands and feet were becoming more defined and solid by the second. My eyes fluttered once and then opened to pierce me with a pale, sightless orb. Mr. Williams! I screamed. Mr. Williams, help! It's hurting her! Thunder on the stairs, but the wretched thing reacted to the noise and flailed its arms. One wild claw pierced straight through its encompassing sack and clawed the open air an inch from my face. Bright red fingers clutched the tattered opening and ripped it wide with a rush of blood. All at once, Sid was free and on the ground, standing almost as tall as me, pounding on the door. It was still locked. What's going on in there, Elisa? Are you okay? She laid panting on the ground. The blood was beginning to evaporate into a thick red mist. I choked, fell to the ground to avoid breathing in the heavy, wet air. The tattered sack, the discarded dying stem, both withering before my eyes. Sid was crouched in terror, its matted blue fur showing through the evaporating blood. Open the door! Boy, are you in there? I crawled across the ground to unlock the door. More pounding, louder and more desperate than ever. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sid flinching at each resounding crash. The instant I fully turned away from it to unlock the door, I heard Elisa scream. I pounded back the lock, and the enormous pressure on the other side made the door spring like a trap. The man was roaring, but it was too late. Elisa's stomach had been savagely opened. Sid loomed over her, digging through her stomach as though searching for something. When it turned to face Mr. Williams' onslaught, it was shoveling a bloody clump into its mouth. Mr. Williams almost caught it, but it bounded away just in time. The bear man moved to the window to block its retreat, but he missed again, when Sid lunged for the basket on the cabinet instead. By the time the man caught up with it, Sid had already fled through the door. It's my fault, I heaved for air. Mr. Williams knelt above his daughter, clutching her soaked body to his chest. I could have shaped it, I said. I could have told it not to hurt anyone. I'm so sorry. We need to get out of the house, he said. I followed him downstairs, though I knew it wouldn't return. The monster had been born with but one desire, and it would stop at nothing to get it. There was nothing left to satisfy it here. A cookie monster was born that day. Well, hello everyone. My name is Darkness Tales. I really hope you enjoyed my narration tonight. If you did, make sure to hit the like button and click subscribe on this video. I'm sure the link to my channel will be in the description down below. I'm a creepypasta narrator as well as a horror film cinematographer. On most Fridays, I try to set out videos where I can interact with my audience,
as well as put out 4 to 5 videos a week. So I really hope you guys will come join me on over there, hit the subscribe button, and get ready for a journey into darkness. So with all that being said, I consider you all my Darkness Militia from here forth, and as always, have a terrifying evening.
The kid sitting across from me looked like everyone else in my pre-calculus class. He had a mop of brown hair on his head and was wearing an AC/DC shirt. He'd been assigned as my partner for a class project. I hadn't been looking forward to this. Historically speaking, I always end up doing most of the work on those. And then this kid, before he's even said a word to me, hands me a business card. This was a novelty unto itself, but then I took the thing and it said Nolan Beckett, Paranormal Detective. The project can wait. So, I said, Paranormal Detective, does that require any qualifications? Only that you're willing to look for stuff in places that other people aren't, the kid said. He extended his hand. I'm Nolan, by the way. Yeah, I saw the card, I said. I took his hand and shook it. The name's Joseph. I'm gonna call you Joey, Nolan said. Please don't. Can I call you Joe then? Let's go with that. And then Nolan just reached into his backpack and pulled out his pre-calculus notebook, and he starts to do research for our project like we didn't just have that conversation. Wait, we can't just leave it at that, I said. You don't just tell someone you're a paranormal detective and then just end the conversation there. I do, Nolan said. What I've learned is that no one believes me except for the people who hire me. Hit me, I said. Nolan sighed and closed his notebook. Okay, let me give you the short list of what I've done. I've shot a chupacabra with a shotgun at point-blank range. I have done pest control for a plane infested with gremlins, and I burned down a possessed barn. I don't allow my face to betray any emotion. It was the greatest test of will I'd faced in my life. You don't believe me? Nolan said. I didn't say that, I replied. I can tell. Look, if I told my story, you call me a liar. If I showed photos, you would say they can be faked. There's just no convincing regular people about what I do. Okay, so why hand me the business card? I like to see how people react. With most people, it's entertaining, but you were pretty boring. Nolan looked back down at his notebook, continuing to work. I didn't expect a kid who carries around business cards that say he's a paranormal detective to be so studious. At this point, I faced a choice. I could leave this alone, complete the project, never talk to this guy again, and then maybe laugh about this episode years later over some beers with some friends. Or, what if I were to tag along on one of your cases? I said. Nolan looked up from his notebook. You're serious? I nodded. No one has ever offered to do that before. Nolan grinned. And it just so happens, I am working a case right now. Nolan closed his notebook. I must warn you, though, if this case turns out like I think it will, things could get dangerous. Dangerous is my middle name, I replied. I highly doubt that, Nolan said. Later that day, I told my parents I was going to hang out with some friends, which wasn't far from the truth. I don't get out much, so they were happy that I was being social at all and didn't ask many questions. I think they would have stopped me if they knew who I was hanging out with. Nolan had given me an address and time to meet him at. As I pulled up to the address, I saw that it was a seemingly normal 2-story suburban house. In the driveway, there was a blue Chevy Tahoe. And then there was what I can only presume to be Nolan's car. It was a dirt brown Lincoln Continental that looked like it was being held together with prayer. Duct tape was covering one of the windows and was holding the back bumper up. It was scratched in what must have been a dozen different places, and the windshield had 2 chips in it. Now, the reason I assumed it was Nolan's was because he was leaning up against it, looking at his phone. He looked up as I drove down the street towards the house, and he waved at me with a huge smile on his face. I parked in the street and walked up to him. "Well, I'm here. Now what?"
Okay, now first take these, because we will need them if what I think is happening here happens.
Nolan reached into the back seat of his car through the open car window and pulled out some road flares. He handed me 2 and kept the other 2 for himself. "And what is happening here?" I asked.
Come on, I'll brief you inside.
Me and Nolan sat down at the kitchen table inside the house. Nolan had apparently been given a spare key by the owner.
Okay, so the owner of this place was hearing noises in his basement. This was way louder than any rat or anything, and when he went down to investigate, he found this.
Nolan pulled 2 Polaroid photos out of his pocket and put them on the table. One of the pictures was a hole in a concrete wall that looked like it was about 2 feet wide. The other picture was of some kind of deep freezer. It was open, and the meat that had been stored inside was strewn across the concrete floor.
Now, he didn't think the cops would do anything with a case this weird, so he called me.
"So, you got this thing solved?" I asked.
I think I do. If I'm right, then we just have to wait for the sun to set, and then we can kill whatever this thing is.
Wait, kill?
Yes, but trust me, if we don't get rid of this thing, then no one else is going to be able to.
So, now we just wait?
Yes.
We waited for about an hour for the sun to set. Nolan raided the owner's fridge, but I just sat on the couch playing games on my phone. Eventually, the sun did set, and me and Nolan were standing in front of the basement door. Nolan turned to look at me.
"You sure you want that proof?"
I thought about it for a moment, and then I said, "Yeah, I've come too far now to not get a little proof." Nolan grinned.
"That's the spirit."
Then he opened the basement door. The wooden steps descended into the darkness of the basement. There was a light switch to the left of the door. I tried flipping it, but it had no effect.
That thing must have broken the lights,"
Nolan said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flashlight, shining it into the darkness. He began to descend the steps, and I followed him. We reached the basement. There were cardboard boxes and crates piled high all around us, creating a maze.
"There. Look,"
Nolan said. Nolan swung the flashlight to his left. I followed the beam, and there it was, the hole in the concrete from the photo Nolan showed me. I walked over to it. Its edges and sides were rough, like the hole had been hurriedly made. "What could make this?" I said.
"That's what we're here to find out."
Suddenly, there was a skittering sound coming from behind all the boxes and crates. Nolan and I stopped and began looking all around us.
"Joe,"
Nolan said,
"get your flare ready."
Nolan took one of his flares and took off the cap, producing a bright red flame. I took one of my flares and struggled to do the same. Suddenly, something dropped from the ceiling onto Nolan. He dropped his flare and flashlight. I looked up from my flare, and I saw something hunched over him. The thing picked him up and slammed him against the concrete wall. I grabbed the flashlight Nolan had dropped and pointed its beam at whatever had attacked him. It was bipedal, about 6 feet tall. It had see-through skin. I could see its organs and veins, and I saw them throbbing as they did their job of keeping this thing alive. Its arms were longer than they should have been, and its hands had 4 claws that were a foot long each. The claws almost looked like they were made out of bone or something like it. The thing turned to face me. It had huge eyes that were completely black, and its teeth were long and sharp. As I pointed the flashlight at its face, the thing roared at me, revealing that it actually had row upon row of sharp teeth. This thing had Nolan pinned against the wall, and I ran. I booked it for the stairs and was almost at the top when I heard, "Joe!" I stopped. I couldn't leave Nolan down there, but what could I do? I turned back. The thing wasn't following me. Why? Then I remembered its eyes, all black. I remembered learning about that kind of thing in science class. Some species of animals have developed eyes that are essentially all pupil to absorb as much light as possible. That could be why it had roared at me when I shone the flashlight at it, and why it had taken out Nolan, who had a flare, first. Suddenly, I had a plan. I started descending the stairs again. As I did, I finally got my flare working. When I reached the bottom, I saw that the thing still had Nolan pinned against the wall. I looked at the floor. Nolan's flare was still burning. I grabbed it. "Hey, ugly," I yelled out. The thing turned to face me again, and I saw it flinch from the light of the flares. Then I ran straight at it. I sprinted right towards it, and before it could react, I jabbed the flares into its eyes. The thing let out the most blood-curdling screech I'd ever heard, and then it ran towards the hole in the wall. It frantically crawled inside of it, and then it was gone before I could do so much as get another decent look at it. I looked at Nolan. He was slumped against the wall, taking deep breaths, but he was grinning like nothing was wrong. "Well," Nolan said, do you believe me now?" Yeah, I believed him. Only question was, what do I do now? Nolan sat on a chair in the kitchen. He held a Ziploc filled with ice to the back of his head, where a lump was forming from when that monster slammed him into the concrete wall of the basement. I found it a miracle that the wound had only bled a little bit. At this rate, he'd be only left with a nasty bruise. I sat in a chair across the table from him. We were looking at each other, but not saying anything. An awkward silence hung in the air between us. I mean, what do you even say after something like that? Apparently, Nolan had the answer to that question. "So," he said, "was that enough proof for you, Mr. Joseph?" Yeah, I'd say that was definitely enough proof for something, all right. "Well, that's great." Nolan clapped the hand that wasn't holding the Ziploc on his knee and stood up. "So, I assume that means you're done with me and this whole supernatural business, yeah?" I opened my mouth to respond, but then I paused. I'd already experienced something that would make most people question everything. I stabbed the 2 road flares into the eyes of a monster that had come straight out of the imagination of dudes like Lovecraft and Stephen King. Wouldn't the smart thing to do be to dip out now? And yet, nah, I said as I grinned, either because of the insanity of the situation or my own cockiness. That seemed like light work. Nolan's face betrayed his confusion. He stood silent for a moment, seemingly processing what I just said, and then he laughed. You're a strange one, Joe," he said, "but strangeness is my business, so who am I to judge?" "So, what's next?" I asked. "Well, if you're up to it, there's another client I was hoping to help today. It'd be a shame if I had to cancel." I called my parents and let them know that the hangout had turned into me crashing for the night at my friend's place. They seemed nervous at first, but they softened towards the idea and eventually agreed on me staying the night. It was a Friday after all, so I wouldn't have to wake up in the morning for anything. After our conversation, Nolan had me duct tape the Ziploc to the back of his head. When I'd pointed out that this would look terrible, Nolan reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a beanie. Do you just carry that around?
Yes, this kind of thing happens quite a lot.
After we'd done our best to conceal the Ziploc full of ice, we walked out of the house and to our cars.
Wait,
Nolan said as we walked out.
Can you help me get the car started?
I paused for a moment and then decided asking as to why starting Nolan's car was a two-man job wouldn't hold a candle to the myriad of questions I could be asking him right now, so I just said, sure. Nolan instructed me to take a seat on the passenger side while he got into the driver's seat.
Okay, so when the engine turns, I need you to stop on the red X,
Nolan said. I looked down, and sure enough, an X made with red tape was on the floor of the car. I raised my foot in preparation.
Actually, it works better if you use both feet,
Nolan said. I raised both my feet in preparation. Nolan turned the keys, and as the engine turned, I stomped down as hard as I could on the red X. The old Lincoln Continental roared to life, its engine making the whole car rumble slightly.
Thanks,
Nolan said.
Getting that started is way easier with a second person.
What do you do if you don't have a second person? I asked. Nolan pointed his thumb over his shoulder at the back seat. I turned my head, and laying across the back seat was a wooden baseball bat. I got out of the Continental and got into my own car. Nolan pulled his land boat out of the driveway and went down the street, and I followed him to the next case. We ended up driving out to a house that was a little ways into the country. It was a 30-minute drive from the ring road that went around our city, so there was nothing but fields all around us. Me and Nolan parked our cars in the dirt driveway. We hopped out and walked up to the door. The house looked fairly normal. It was a one-story that could have been plucked out of the suburbs we were just in. Nolan walked right up to the front door and knocked. The door was opened by an old man. I mean, he was old, but not old. I would have put his age at somewhere around the early 60s. He had brown hair that was just beginning to gray on the side of his head, and he wore large black-rimmed glasses. He was smiling when he opened the door.
Well, hello there. How can I help you two boys?
Hello, sir. My name is Nolan Beckett, and this is my associate, Joe. We understand you are facing a certain situation.
The smile quickly faded from the man's face. Oh, so you're here about that? The man looked around, as though someone would have seen us out in the middle of the country.
Well then, come in.
The man stepped aside, and me and Nolan walked into the house. We sat on a couch in the man's living room. The man walked in carrying drinks he'd gotten from the kitchen.
I hope you two like soda, because it was either that or beer,
the man said. He carried 2 Dr. Peppers and a Heineken in his hands. He handed me and Nolan the Dr. Peppers, and he kept the Heineken to himself. He sat in a recliner that sat beside the couch.
Thank you, sir,
Nolan said. He cracked the tab on the Dr. Pepper and took a sip. I just held mine in my hands.
All right, so let me just start off with this, the man said. I was a doctor for about 40 years. I believe in science. In fact, a voice in the back of my head is telling me the two of you might be frauds looking to con some money out of an old man.
No offense, Doc, but you should probably see a doc if you're hearing voices,
Nolan said. He chuckled at his own joke. The man in me didn't laugh, though, so Nolan just took another sip from his Dr. Pepper.
Like I was saying, the doctor continued, I believe in things like the scientific process, but there's no way to use science to explain what happened a couple nights ago. The doctor stood up and motioned for us to stand up as well. We stood up and followed him to the door to his backyard. He put his hand on the doorknob and then looked to us. Just a fair warning, this is gonna be a lot. The doctor swung open the door to a lot of dead chickens. And I mean a lot of dead chickens, like an inordinate amount. The backyard was fairly large, but I could still see the barbed wire fence off in the distance. There was a chicken coop a short distance from the door. At least, I assumed it was a chicken coop. Because now, it was mostly splinters. As I stated, there were also a lot of dead chickens. They were littering the yard, lying still, leaving only the wind to be heard. I started keeping a chicken coop out here, the doctor said. Something to do in my old age, and now something has done all this. I was sleeping in bed a couple nights ago when I heard something that sounded like the devil himself tearing through my yard. Did you get a good look at what did it? I asked. You kidding? It sounded like a bear was right outside my house. I wasn't going to go out there and deal with that.
This seems like more a problem for animal control,
Nolan said. See, I thought that, but then I noticed something. There's no blood, the doctor replied. What? I said, and I looked around the yard again, and sure enough, he was right. Despite the volume of dead animals, there wasn't a drop of blood anywhere in the yard. The doctor walked over to a dead chicken and casually picked it up. He walked back over to us and parted some feathers near the chicken's neck to show its pink skin. Look, he said, there's just this bite mark. Me and Nolan looked, and sure enough, he was right. There was a series of punctures along its neck, but otherwise the chicken was unharmed. It's the same with all of them, the doctor said. I don't know any animal that attacks like this, and I got desperate for answers. That's when I called you. Nolan put his hand to his chin, seeming to think for a moment.
Did any of your chickens survive this? Any at all?
He said. Yes, actually. One of them slipped through the fence, and then they came running back. Hold on a sec. The doctor walked back into the house. He emerged a few moments later, carrying a dog kennel. He held it up so we could see the chicken inside. It didn't look like it had witnessed some brutal attack on its fellow chicken kind, but then again, it was a chicken. It probably didn't have much of a short-term memory.
Great, because I'm going to need that chicken and kennel,
Nolan said. What for? The doctor asked. Nolan turned to me and grinned.
To set a trap.
Night was beginning to fall as the doctor drove off into the distance. Nolan had convinced the doctor to leave the house for the night, while me and him conducted our investigation. Nolan had given the doctor his contact information as collateral, so if we just wrecked the place or stole anything, then the doctor could just call the cops on us. After the doctor had driven off, Nolan opened the trunk of his Lincoln Continental. Inside was a black suitcase. He took it out and then walked back into the house, and I followed him. Nolan took a seat on the couch, and I sat next to him. He popped open the briefcase, and inside were several guns. Whoa, whoa, I said, scooting away from Nolan. Where'd you get those?
Relax,
Nolan said.
These are just BB guns, really high-powered BB guns, but BB guns nonetheless.
Nolan picked up two guns that looked like Glocks, but with a way smaller muzzle.
These bad boys are powered by CO2 cartridges, he said. I can't get my hands on regular guns, but these are the next best thing. The BBs are silver, which is good since we're hunting chupacabra.
That's what you think did this? I thought those were just some urban legend, I said. Nolan turned to look at me with a bemused look. Right. Sorry, I said. But how can you be so sure?
Well, let's take a look at the facts, Nolan said. The good doctor heard a large animal wreaking havoc in his own backyard. When he goes out there, all his chickens are dead, but there isn't a drop of blood anywhere. A chupacabra fits the bill perfectly. In fact, chupacabra translates to goat sucker, because the first report indicated that it would simply drink the blood of livestock, including goats.
Okay, I said, slowly catching on to what Nolan was really saying. So you think that because this thing is technically a vampire, silver will hurt it?
Not just hurt it, my dear Watson,
Nolan said as he pulled the slide back on his BB Glock.
Kill it.
The moon cast a pale glow over the country landscape as me and Nolan sat in some lawn chairs on the roof of the doctor's house. Below us, the sole surviving chicken, which we were using as bait, and which Nolan had taken to calling Hoboken for some reason, was clucking away. We were each holding a BB Glock in our hands, drinking some Dr. Peppers that the good doctor had left in his fridge. As we sat there sipping soda while waiting for an urban legend to show up to chow down on poor Hoboken, a question came to the front of my mind. How many of your cases end with you killing something?
What are you talking about?
Nolan asked. Well, when we went to look at that basement, you seemed ready to frag whatever you found down there, and now here we are, not 24 hours later, waiting for some vampire dog to show up so we can waste it with airsoft guns.
BB guns,
Nolan corrected. He was silent for a moment.
Look, you saw how the doctor was acting, he said. Dude was mortified to even be talking to us. Most people don't want to admit when something truly strange like this has happened. They'd rather just ignore it, move on with their lives, all that jazz. But the thing is, ignoring something doesn't mean that thing will go away. If the doctor had contacted me, then this chupacabra would have moved on to the next poor guy's farm. So that's where I come in. I don't ignore the strange. I study, and if it's causing problems, I deal with it.
Nolan gestured with his soda towards where Hoboken was clucking into the night.
That's what I'm doing right now.
What we're both doing right now, I corrected. Nolan chuckled.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to get used to saying that, partner.
I grinned. I raised my soda. I'll drink to that. Nolan smiled.
Same.
And with the tapping of 2 Dr. Pepper cans, the Nolan Beckett and Joseph Garrett Paranormal Detective Agency was born. As we sat there drinking our sodas for the occasion, and putting our phone numbers into each other's phones, because obviously you need to be able to contact your business partner, we're professionals after all, I realized something. Nolan, Hoboken stopped making noise, I said. Nolan turned to where the chicken should have been. The kennel had been torn open. Bits of plastic and metal were scattered around the yard, but there was no blood. Shoot, we missed it, I said.
Wait,
Nolan said. He rose from his lawn chair.
I hear something.
I got up from my lawn chair, holding my BB Glock in my hand. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything. At least not anything that looked like a vampire dog. Then there was a sound. A low, gravelly growl that made my blood turn to ice. I looked out to where Hoboken's kennel had been. 2 pure red eyes were staring back at me. The red eyes belonged to the biggest dog I'd ever seen. It was a little bigger than some wolves I'd seen at a nature preserve once, but this dog didn't have any fur. Its body looked emaciated too, like it hadn't eaten in days. It reminded me of an animal with mange. And then it growled again. And then it started to run towards the house.
Shoot it,
Nolan yelled. He took aim and started firing BBs at it. The gun only made a small thunk-thunk sound as the CO2 propelled the BBs.
I saw the chupacabra actually flinch as some made impact, but I was frozen solid. I couldn't even aim my gun at the thing. And then it jumped with the most strength I'd ever seen in an animal. It cleared the house, and it was going to collide with me. Its muzzle was open, revealing its sharp teeth. And then my survival instincts kicked in, and my body moved on its own. Without even thinking about it, I dropped the gun and grabbed the lawn chair, raising it as a shield between me and the beast. The chupacabra collided with the lawn chair, knocking me flat onto my back. I held the chair with both hands as the thing tried to bite and claw its way through the scraps of vinyl and tubes of metal, trying to get me. Over the gnashing and gnawing of the chupacabra, I heard the thunk-thunk of Nolan's gun. I saw the beast flinch as BBs embedded themselves into its side. The BBs cut through its flesh like a hot knife through butter, and smoke began to curl out of the entry holes. The beast winced, and I sensed an opportunity. Using all the strength I had, I pushed up with the lawn chair, pushing the beast off of me. I tossed the chair aside and quickly got back onto my feet, grabbing the Glock I dropped. Nolan walked up to stand at my side. "You all right?" he asked. "I'll live," I replied. Then we both turned to look at the monster. It stood on the roof in a position like it was ready to pounce at us. "You ready to end this?" Nolan asked me. Yeah, I am." We both took aim and began to pelt the thing with BBs. The creature began to take steps backwards towards the edge of the roof as we unloaded our silver ammunition. "Don't let up," Nolan yelled. Eventually, we pushed the thing to the edge of the roof. Its foot slipped as it tried to find more roof to back onto, only to be greeted with empty air. The beast slipped and tumbled over the roof, yelping as it hit the ground. We heard a sharp crack. We stood on the edge of the roof and looked down. It looked like the thing had broken its neck on impact. Nolan sat down, feet hanging over the edge. I sat next to him. "Welcome to the life of a detective, partner." After the doctor returned in the morning, we explained the situation. The doctor did pay the rest of Nolan's fee, since we had solved the case and dealt with the problem, but he dismissed the explanation of a chupacabra and insisted it was some kind of dog with a strange case of mange. Nolan didn't bother correcting him, and as the doctor laid out his explanation, I was reminded of what Nolan had said about people wanting to ignore the supernatural and strange. The power of denial can go a long way, I guess. We both drove back into the city from the doc's house. I arrived at my house in the late afternoon. My parents started to ask me about the hangout, and I informed them that I did indeed have some fun, but I really just wanted to nap right now. I walked upstairs and into my bedroom. I flopped onto my bed, and I closed my eyes. The fact that I hadn't slept for a day hit me all at once, and I felt myself drifting off into a wonderful abyss of unconsciousness. And then my phone proceeded to vibrate like mad. I dug it out of my pocket and looked at the notifications. Nolan was sending me text message after text message. I opened my messaging app and looked at what Nolan had said.
"You ready to go, partner?"
I chuckled. I guess this is the life of a detective.
Well, hello everyone. Detective Nolan Beckett here, and I'd like to thank you for listening to my scary tale from Chronic Awesome. Make sure to check out his Reddit page for more of my updates. If you'd like to support the narrator of this tale, Lighthouse Horror, there is a Patreon in the description. And remember, if your pet goes missing and there's no blood, it's probably a chupacabra.